Belinda Audiobooks presents this unabridged recording of The Potato Factory, written by Bryce Courtenay and read by Humphrey Bower. Be sure to visit our website on www.belinda.com. Details of other available and forthcoming Belinda audiobook releases can be found at the end of this recording.
Hello, I'm Bryce Courtenay, and obviously I'm the writer of The Potato Factory, and I thought I might tell you just a little bit about the book. I arrived in Australia some 44 years ago, and the very first thing I did, like most migrants, was to try and read as much about the country as I possibly could, and discovered there were historical novels, but not a great many, and most people learn their history by novels. They don't actually learn it by reading history books, and so I got my hands on everything I could read, and was a bit disappointed because by comparison to, say, Canada or America, or even the country I came from, the historical novels were very thin on the ground, and so life went by 35 years before I started to write seriously. But when I did, I decided that I would like to write a thank you note for my country, something to say thank you, Australia, for taking me. I had nothing when I arrived here, and it's been a wonderful experience and a fantastic journey. Australia gave me my wife and my children and allowed me to live in a manner to which I had absolutely no right to become accustomed. And now I'm a writer, and I thought, well, I have to say thank you. So I decided to write the story of Australia as I saw it in three volumes, a trilogy, and so I started with The Potato Factory. It took me 20 years to research The Potato Factory, but it's based on Ikey Solomon, who actually existed, and to a very large degree the story of Ikey is true. A number of the other factors are, of course, fiction. So Ikey was an enormously charismatic character, and I fell in love or in hate or in something because he was totally odious as a character, but in the end I think you kind of just almost admire and love him. And so you're about to hear the story of Ikey Solomon, the most notorious Jew of his age, and his mistress Mary, who embraced this country as though it were the best chance he'd have in life, and Ikey's odious, truly odious wife Hannah. So here we go. I hope you enjoy it. It took a long time to write, but it's a pleasure to give you the first of my thank you notes.
And now here's your narrator, Humphrey Bower, with The Potato Factory.
Dedication. For my beloved wife, Benita, who always had absolute faith and never failed to wrap it in abundant love. Acknowledgement. The first thing a writer learns is that real life contains far more coincidence than any he or she will ever be allowed to get away with in a fictional plot. Life is simply stranger than fiction. Almost at a glance, any daily newspaper carries examples of character and plot well beyond the imagination of the boldest of fiction writers. Good historical fiction may be said to be fact that went undiscovered at the time it happened, and the historical novel is the writer's ability to dig deep enough to find some of the truth as it was at the time. To help me do this, a lot of people gave generously of their knowledge, intelligence, and time. Without them, there could be no book. While they may appear below only as a list of names in alphabetical order, I count myself most fortunate to have known them all, for they are the fuel which fed the fire of my fiction. Louise Adler, Jennifer Byrne, Adrian Collette, Benita Courtenay, David Daintree, Owen Denmead, Margaret G., Alex Hamill, Jill Hickson, Elspeth Hope Johnson, AM, Rabbi J.S. Levi, Dr. Irwin Light, Larry Lyme, Essie Moses, Libby Mercer, Ross Penman, Roger Rigby, Jeff Rigby, Irene Schaffer, Michael Sprod, Paula Teague, Barbara and John Tooth. There are others who helped in smaller, though no less important ways, and I am grateful to you all. There are always one or two people who need to be singled out for special mention. My editor, Belinda Byrne, qualifies as the star at the top of the tree, closely followed by Dr. John Tooth and Paul Buddy, AM. Also my publishers, Reed, who chewed their collective fingernails but kept their patience and their expletives to themselves when my manuscript was well past its promised deadline. I thank you all. Finally, I acknowledge my gratitude to all those writers and historians, past and present, who go before me. They are too numerous to mention and too wonderful for words. Preface. Some people are bound to argue that this book is the truth thinly disguised as fiction, and others will say I got it quite wrong. Both sides may well be correct. That Ikey Solomon existed and was perhaps the most notorious English criminal of his day is not in dispute, and wherever possible I have observed the chronology of his life and that of his wife, Hannah, and their children. That Charles Dickens based the character Fagin in his novel Oliver Twist on Ikey Solomon is a romantic notion which I much prefer to believe. But the moment I allow him and all the characters in this book to speak for themselves, I have created a fiction of the fact of their historical existence. By every definition, this is therefore a work of fiction. In reading it, I ask you to take into account the time in which my story occurs, the first half of the 19th century. In these more enlightened times, this book may be regarded as anti-Semitic. In the terms of the times in which it is written, it is an accurate account of the prevailing attitudes to the Jews of England. These were dark times, bleak times, hard times, times when a poor man's life was regarded as less valuable than that of a pig, a poor Jew's far less valuable even than that. That Ikey Solomon's life could have happened as it did, in fact, allows my fiction to exploit the ability of the human spirit to transcend the vile tyranny of which humankind has proved so consistently capable. In these terms, Ikey Solomon was a real-life hero, and my fiction cannot possibly do him justice. The Potato Factory. In history there are no solitary dreams. One dreamer breathes life into the next. Sebastião Salgado. Be this a warning. This little work is held up as a warning beacon to keep the traveller from the sands of a poisonous desert, or from splitting upon the rocks of infamy. It is necessary in such a case to point out hells and brothels, girls and bawds, and rogues by name and situation, not as a direction for youth to steer towards them, but that he may take the contrary course. For no reasonable man would enter a whirlpool when he could pass by it on the smooth surface of the reaches of a tranquil river crossing. The life of Ikey Solomon is filled with iniquitous adventure. He has acted with the rope round his neck for 20 years, but by his cunning always avoided being drawn up to the beam, where he is likely to end his infamous career. We are duty-bound to hold him up as a depraved villain, whose conduct must disgust, and whose miseries, with all his wealth, will show how preferable a life of honesty and poverty is to a guilty conscience, and treasure gained by blood and rapine. From Ikey Solomon, Swindler, Forger, Fencer and Brothel Keeper, 1829. Book 1. London. Chapter 1. Ikey Solomon was so entirely a Londoner that he was a human part of the great metropolis, a jigsawed brick that fitted into no other place. He was mixed into that mouldy mortar, an ingredient in the slime and smutch of its rat-infested dockside hovels and verminous netherkins. He was a part of its smogged countenance and the dark, cold mannerisms of the ancient city itself. He was contained within the clinging mud and the evil-smelling putrilage. Ikey was as natural a part of the chaffering, quarrelling humanity who lived in the rookeries among the slaughterhouses, cesspools and tanneries as anyone ever born in the square mile known to be the heartbeat of London town. Ikey was completely insensitive to his surroundings, his nose not affronted by the miasma which hung like a thin, dirty cloud at the level of the rooftops. This effluvian smog rose from the open sewers, known as the Venice of drains, which carried a thick soup of human excrement into the Thames. It mixed with the fumes produced by the fat boilers, fellmongers, glue renderers, tripe scrapers and dog skinners, to mention but a few of the stench makers, to make London's atmosphere the foulest smelling place for the congregation of humans on earth. The burial ground in Clare Market was full to the point where gravediggers would be up to their knees in rotting flesh as they crammed more bodies into graves. Corpses piled on top of each other often broke through the ground, emitting noxious gases, so that the stench of rotting bodies was always present in nearby Drury Lane. Since infanthood, Ikey had grown accustomed to the bloated effluence of the river and the fetidity that pervaded St Giles, Whitechapel, Shoreditch, Spitalfields and the surrounding rookeries. His very nature was fired, hammered and hardened within this hell, which was the part of London he called home. Ikey Solomon was the worst kind of villain. Though in respectable company and in the magistrates' courts and the assizes, he passed himself off as a small-time jeweller, a maker of wedding rings and paste and garnet brooches, for what was at that time described as the respectable poor. But the poor, in those years of misery after Waterloo, had trouble enough scraping together the means to bring a plate of boiled potatoes or toasted herrings to the table. If Ikey had depended for his livelihood on their desire for knick-knackery, his family would have been poorly served indeed. In reality, he was a fence, a most notorious receiver of stolen goods, one known to every skilled thief and member of the dangerous classes in London. In Liverpool, Manchester and Birmingham, young pickpockets, footpads, snakesmen and the like referred to him in awed and reverent tones as the Prince of Fences. Ikey Solomon was not a man to love. There was too much the natural cockroach about him, a creature to be found only in the dark and dirty corners of life. It might be said that Ikey's mistress loved him, though she herself may have found this conclusion difficult to formulate, love being a word not easily associated with Ikey. Mary wasn't Ikey's wife, nor yet his mistress, perhaps something in between, an attachment for which there is not yet a suitable name. The doubtful honour of being Ikey's wife was reserved for Hannah, a woman of a most terrible disposition who did little to conceal her dislike for her husband. Such acrimonious sentiments as were commonly expressed by Hannah were usually forbidden to a woman, who was expected to accent with a high degree of stoicism her husband's peregrinations in life. A woman, after all, had no rights to carp or pout at the results of her partner's misfortunes, nor decry his errors in judgment or his lack of moral rectitude, but share the good, silently accept the bad, and hope always for the best, which is the female's natural lot in life, though if this was ever made plain to Hannah, it had not sunk in too well. Moreover, setting aside for a moment what might be considered formal filial duty, Hannah had a good case against Ikey. Their children also were on her side, both puzzled and somewhat ashamed of the curious man they took to be their father. If Ikey understood the duties of a father, he chose never to exercise them. To his children, during the hours of daylight, he was a dark, huddled, sleeping bundle, wrapped in a large, extremely dirty coat, from which protruded at one end strands of matted grey hair, surrounding a mottled bald dome. Looking downwards, first there was a thick hedge of unkempt eyebrow, and then a nose too long for the thin face from which it grew. Still further downwards in the area of the chin grew an untidy tangle of salt and pepper beard, thick in some parts and in others wispy, all of it most uneven and ratty in appearance. From the other end of the greasy coat stuck a pair of long, narrow yellow boots, their sharp snouts concertinaed inward and pointed upwards. These boots were never seen to leave his feet, and to the curious eyes of his children, their dented snouts seemed to act as sniffing devices. With the first whiff of danger, they would jerk Ikey from the horizontal into a wide-awake seated position, their snouted ends testing the air like truffle pigs, quickly establishing the direction from whence the danger came. Whereupon Ikey's boots would become in appearance two yellow cockroaches, plant themselves firmly on the ground, then scuttle him away into some dark, safe corner. Ikey was also a series of daylight noises to his children. Accumulation of slack-jawed snoring and wet spittle sounds issued constantly from a mouth clustered with large yellow and black teeth. Several appeared to be broken or missing, worn down by the gnashing and grinding of a torturous sleep, which came to an end precisely at 6:30 of the clock in the evening. At night, Ikey's children, hugging each other for moral support, would watch wide-eyed from dark corners, as he shuffled about the house, sniffing, snorting and whimpering, as though expecting somehow to find it changed for the worse during his sleep. If Ikey should come across a clutch of children, he would halt and stare momentarily, as though curious to who they might be.
Good,
he'd snort at them, and shuffle away, still sniffing and whimpering, as he carried on with his inspection of the premises. At 7 o'clock precisely, the Irishwoman who looked after the children in Hannah's absence would place in front of him a mutton and potato stew with a thick wedge of batter pudding. He'd eat alone in the scullery, his only implement a long, sharp, pointed knife with which he'd stab a potato or a fatty piece of mutton and feed it into his mouth. Then, when the solid contents of the bowl were disposed of, he used the batter pudding to soak up the broth, polishing the bowl clean with the greasy crust. Ikey's evening meal never varied. Neither beef nor fowl ever replaced the greasy mutton, and he would complete his repast with a bowl of curds swallowed in one long continuous gulp, which made his Adam's apple bounce in an alarming fashion. Milk with meat was not kosher, and Ikey, who had a regular seat in the Duke's Place synagogue, was a good Jew in all but this respect. With his hands, first the left and then the right, he'd wipe the remains of the frothy curd from his lips, then run both greasy palms down either side of his coat, this action bringing scant improvement to either. At this point, the children listening at the door would strain their ears for the various oleaginous noises coming from his stomach. They'd hold their breath for the magnificence of the burp they knew must surely follow, and the horrendous fart which would cap it, a single explosion which signalled the end of Ikey's repast. His evening meal over, Ikey picked his teeth with a long, dirty fingernail. He would then take up Hannah's ledger and repair to his study. Before he unlocked the door, he would pause and look furtively about him, then enter and immediately lock it, restoring the brass key to somewhere within the interior of his overcoat. Ikey would light the 2 oil lamps in his study to reveal a smallish room thick with accumulated dust, except within the precinct of his writing desk. This he kept pristine, the quill and blacking pot neatly lined up, a tablet of evenly stacked butcher's paper to the right. Ikey would then take a cheap imitation hunter from the interior of his coat and lay the watch together with Hannah's ledger upon the desk. He then removed his coat and waistcoat, leaving him standing in his dirty woolen undershirt. The coat and waistcoat he hung upon the coat stand, one peg of which already contained his flat-topped, broad-brimmed hat. Then moving to one corner of the room, he sank to his knees and, in turn, pushed 4 knot-holes contained in the floorboards. These immediately sprang up an inch or so at one end, whereupon Ikey carefully removed the nails from the holes. He lifted the floorboards to reveal a small, dry cellar, no deeper than 4 feet, and filled with ledgers. Ikey removed 3 and carefully clicked the sprung floorboards back into place, positioning the nails in the holes in which they belonged. He then crossed to his desk, placed the ledgers down, seated himself on the high stool, and lit the lamp which hung directly above his head. Seated quiet as a mouse, he worked until midnight. Precisely 10 minutes later, the time it took to tidy his desk, return the ledgers to the cavity beneath the floorboards, get into his coat, fix his hat upon his head, douse the lamps, lock the door to the study, take Hannah's ledger back to the pantry and place it in the sack containing potatoes, and leave the house, he slid furtively from a half-closed front door into the passing night. Ikey wore his greatcoat buttoned tightly with the collar pulled high so that it wrapped around his ears. He pulled his hat down low across his brow, and hardly any part of him was visible as he moved along, the hem of his thick woolen coat inches from the scuffed and dented caps of his scuttling yellow boots. The irony was that Ikey's entire identity was revealed in his very self-concealment. His rapping and scuttling, chin tucked in, head turned around at every half a dozen steps, dark eyes darting, as though seen through a brass letterbox slot. The crab-like sideways movement, stopping, sniffing, arms deep into the pockets of his greatcoat, instinctively seeking for a wall to sidle against, so that the shoulders of the coat were worn with scuffing against brick and rough stone. These mannerisms clearly identified him to the street urchins and general lowlife who used their rapacious eyes for observing the comings and goings of everyone they might prey upon. If Ikey had completely disrobed and walked, bold as a butcher's boy, in broad daylight, whistling among the stalls in the Whitechapel markets, this would have been a more complete disguise. Perhaps the broad daylight aspect of such a disguise would have been the most effective part of it, for light in any form was repugnant to Ikey, who, like Hannah, was nocturnal. Both were involved in duties best completed well after sunset and before sunrise. Ikey would be out and about after midnight, sniffing for business in the thieves' kitchens, netherkins and chop houses in the surrounding rookeries, while Hannah was the mistress of several bawdy houses which traded best as the night wore on. Hannah had been born a beautiful child, and lost none of her fine looks as she grew into a young woman. But then the pox had struck. Unable to restrain herself, she had scratched at the scabs until the blood ran, leaving her pretty face and pubescent breasts badly and permanently pocked. From childhood, Hannah had imagined herself away from the hell of Whitechapel and occupying a small residence in Chelsea. She would be a courtesan, exquisitely perfumed and coiffured, dressed in fashionable gowns of shot silk. She would wear diamonds from Amsterdam and pearls from the South Seas, which naturally were the grateful gifts of the young gentlemen officers of the Guards, the Blues, and no other, or of the older, though equally handsome, titled members of the Tattersall Club. She would be seen at the opera and the theatre, and remarked upon for her extraordinary beauty. Wherever Hannah went, young swells and flashmen on the randy would evoke her name as one might a princess, knowing her to be beyond the reach of their impecunious pockets, dreaming of a windfall which might cause such unfortunate circumstances to be overturned. Instead, the dreadful scars had caused her to become a barmaid at the Blue Anchor in Petticoat Lane. Here her pretty figure and large blue eyes could have earned her a handsome enough living as a part-time prostitute, but the idea was repugnant to her. She was not prepared to deny her previous expectations, to work on her back as a common whore. Hannah's bitterness had left her moody and recalcitrant, and the young men who paid her attention soon dwindled. Her tongue was too acerbic, and her expectations too high for their aspirations or resources. Quite early in her pockmarked life, she had conceived of the idea of owning a high-class brothel. She saw this as her only chance of resurrecting the original dream, to associate with the better classes in dress and mannerisms, if not in respectability. So she cast her eyes about for a likely patron. Perhaps an older man, easily pleased with her generous hips and big breasts, whose needs, after his nightly libation, were seldom onerous, satisfied after a half-dozen grunts and jerks, whereupon he would fall back exhausted onto his duck-down pillow, to snore and snort like the fat pig he undoubtedly was. When Ikey, who at the age of 21 was already coming on as a notorious magsman, and was thought not without spare silver jiggling in his pockets, came along, his very repulsiveness made him attractive to her. True, he was not elderly nor yet rich, but young, clever and careful, his dark eyes always darting. Appearing suddenly at the door of the Blue Anchor, he scanned the patrons, his eyes sucking in the human contents of the room before he entered. Hannah could sense that he was greedy, secretive, a coward, and moreover he made no advances of a sexual nature during his pathetic attempt at courtship. What she had expected to find in an older man, she now found in Ikey. Ikey would be her ticket to glory, the means by which she would achieve the remnants of her earlier ambition. They were married in London in 1807, in the great synagogue at Duke's Place, with all the trappings and regalia of the Jewish faith. It was a bitterly cold January morning, but it was well known that a morning ceremony was less costly, and Hannah's father, a coachmaster, was not inclined to waste a farthing even on his family. If by a little thought and negotiation a small extra sum could be saved for ratting, the sport on which he chose to gamble most of his earnings, so much the better. Hannah and Ikey were a well-suited couple in some respects, and they shared 1,000 crimes and 10,000 ill-gotten gains in their subsequent life together. As a consequence, they became very wealthy, though Hannah had not achieved her ambition to mix with the male members of the best of society and be seen in the gilded boxes of the opera and the theatre. Instead, her bawdy houses were frequented by Lascars and Chinese and black seamen from North Africa, the Indies and the Cape of Good Hope, and of course all the scum from the English dangerous classes. Pandas, crimps, bullies, petty touts, bimbos, perverts, sharpers, catamites, sodomites and unspecified riffraff, as well as the famine Irish, with their emaciated looks and long, thick, swollen dicks. They were more in need of a feed than a broken-down tart, robbing their families of what little they had, to boast of fornication with a poxy English whore. Ikey counted himself fortunate to have found a wife as avaricious and morally corrupt as himself, yet one who could play the prim and proper lady when called upon to do so. Upon their marriage, Hannah had adopted the demeanour in public of a woman of the highest moral rectitude, with the straight-laced, scrubbed and honest appearance of a Methodist preacher's wife. This was only when she was in the presence of her betters, and as practice for a time to come, when, she told herself, she would run the most exclusive brothel in London town. Ikey's success as a fence had precluded such an establishment, designed, as it would be, to cater for the amorous needs of the better classes. It would be too public and draw too much attention. Hannah had reluctantly and temporarily put her ambitions aside. Instead, by working at the lowest end of the sex market, she often proved to be a useful adjunct to Ikey's fencing business. This subjugation to her husband's needs did not come about from loyalty to him, but rather from simple greed. Ikey had been successful beyond her wildest expectations. Hannah began to see how she might one day escape to America or Australia, where she could set up as a woman of means and attain a position in society befitting her role as a wealthy widow with 2 beautiful daughters and 4 handsome sons, all eligible to be married into the best local families. It had always been quite clear in Hannah's mind that Ikey would not be a witness to her eventual triumph over the ugly scars which had so cruelly spoilt her face, and with it her fortune. In the intervening period, Hannah felt that she had sound control of her husband. Her sharp and poisonous tongue kept him defensive, and it was as much in her natural demeanour to act the bully as it was for Ikey to be a coward. She prodded him with insults and stung him with rude remarks as to his appearance. Ikey was constantly shamed in her presence. He knew he possessed no useful outside disguise to fool his fellow man, and he greatly admired this propensity in her, who added further to his infatuation by giving him 6 children and proving his miserable, worthless and reluctant seed accountable. Moreover, Hannah had gratified him still further, for none of his children had inherited any onerous part of his physiognomy, and all took their looks strongly from her. She claimed that Ikey's puerile seed had been overwhelmed by her own splendid fecundity, and as he had no confident reason to doubt that this was true, he was grateful that she brought an end to his line of unfortunate looks. Hannah, who so clearly held Ikey in her thrall, had no cause whatsoever to suspect him capable of dalliance with another. The thought of a Mary, or any other such female, coming into Ikey's life was beyond even Hannah's considerable imagination or lack of trust in her husband. Chapter 2. Temper and charm. It was these 2 contradictions in Mary's personality which were the cause of constant problems in her life. She showed the world a disarming and lovely smile until crossed. Then she could become a spitting tiger, with anger enough to conquer any fear she might have or regard to her own prudent behaviour. In a servant girl, where mildness of manner and meek acceptance were the characteristics of a good domestic, Mary's often fiery disposition and sense of injustice were ill-suited. However, without her temper, the pepper and vinegar in her soul, it is unlikely that she would have captured Ikey's unprepossessing heart. Mary was the child of a silk weaver mother and a sometimes employed Dutch shipping clerk. She grew up in Spitalfields, in pious poverty brought about by the decline in the silk and shipping trades in the years following Waterloo. Mary's consumptive mother was dying a slow death from overwork. Her despairing and defeated father sought solace in too frequent attention to the bottle. At the tender age of 5, Mary had learnt to hawk her mother's meagre wares in nearby Rosemary Lane and to defend them from stock buzzers and the like. She quickly learnt that a child faced with danger, who screams, kicks, bites and scratches, survives better than one given over to tears, though it should be noted that she was of a naturally sunny disposition, and her temper was spent as quickly as it arrived. Mary was also the possessor of a most curious gift. Although she could take to the task of reading and writing no better than a 10-year-old from the more tutored classes, she could calculate numbers and work columns of figures with the most astonishing rapidity and accuracy, well beyond the ability of the most skilled bookkeeping clerk. This ability had come about in a curious manner. Her father, Johannes Clerk, a name he'd amended simply to John Clerk when he'd come to England, had wanted Mary to be a boy, and so instead of learning the art of silk weaving, as would have been the expected thing for a girl child to do, he had taught her the ways of figuring on an abacus. He learnt this skill as a young man when he'd spent time as a shipping agent's clerk in the Dutch East Indies. He had first come across the rapid clack-clack-clacking of beads sliding on elegant slender wire runners in Batavia. To his mortification, the framed contraption being used by the Chinese clerks in the spice warehouses soon proved superior in making calculations to his most ardent application by means of quill and blacking. Johannes Clerk soon learnt that he could never hope to defeat the speed of their heathen calculations, and so he determined to learn for himself the ancient art of the Chinese abacus. This curious skill, never developed to a very high aptitude in John Clerk, together with a few elementary lessons in reading and writing, was his sole inheritance to his daughter. As an infant, the bright red and black beads had enchanted Mary, and by the age of 6, she had grasped the true purpose of the colourful grid of wooden counters. By 10, she had developed a propensity for calculation that left the shipping clerks at her father's sometime places of employment slack-jawed at her proficiency with numbers. Alas, it was a skill which her family's poverty seldom required. But this did not discourage Mary, who practised until her fingers flew in a blur and her mind raced ahead of the brilliant lacquered beads. Despite her father's attempts to obtain a position for her as an apprentice clerk in one of the merchant warehouses on the docks, no such establishment would countenance a child who played with heathen beads. Added to this indignity, God had clearly indicated in his holy scriptures that those of her sex were not possessed of brains sufficient to work with numbers, and her ability to do so just as clearly indicated a madness within her. When Mary was 11, she was entered into domestic service by her father, her consumptive mother having died 2 years previously. John Clerk passed away not long after he'd secured employment for his daughter. He was a victim of a minor cholera epidemic, which struck in the East India docks. Mary found herself quite alone in the world, as a junior scullery maid in a large house, where she was to begin what became a career, the outcome of which was determined more often by her fiery disposition than her maidenly demeanour. Mary was popular among the below-stairs servants, well liked for her cheery disposition and bold intelligence, but her quick temper at some injustice shown to those unable to come to their own defence got her into constant hot water. She would inevitably alienate the cook or under-butler or coachman, those most terrible senior snobs in most households, who would thereafter wait for an opportunity to bring her undone. As a consequence, Mary's career as a domestic servant was always somewhat tenuous. At 15, Mary was promoted above stairs, where she was a bedroom maid who would sometimes assist as lady's maid to her mistress. Her lively intelligence made her popular with her mistress, who felt she showed great promise as a future lady's maid. That is, until an incident occurred with a lady of grand title from Dorset, a weekend guest to the London house of her mistress, to whom Mary was assigned as a lady's maid. Mary was most surprised when the very large Duchess took her by the wrist after she had delivered her breakfast tray to her bed. "Come into bed with me, my dear. You will be well rewarded now, there's a dear. Come, my little cherub, and I promise you will learn one or two useful little things in the process." Whereupon the Duchess, visibly panting with excitement, had pulled Mary off her feet so that she fell onto the bed across her large bosom. "Oh, I do hope you are a virgin. A nice little virgin for Mummy," the Duchess exclaimed, planting several kisses on top of Mary's head. Mary, a product of the Spitalfields rookery, wasn't easily given over to panic. She simply attempted to pull away from the fat Duchess. Whereupon the huge woman, thinking this most coquettish, locked her arms about her and smothered her in further wet kisses. At this point, Mary lost her temper. "Let me go, you old cow!" she gasped, still not taken to panicking at the mixture of sweet-smelling rouge and foul dyspeptic breath which assailed her senses. The Duchess, much larger and stronger than the young servant girl, clasped her tighter so that Mary found her face smothered in heaving breasts and thought she might at any moment suffocate. She was no match for the strength of the Duchess, even though she fought like a tiger to break free. "Such a silver tongue! Oh, you are a fiery little maidkins! A plump little partridge and all of it for Mummy!" With one huge arm, the Duchess continued to pin Mary down, and with the other attempted to remove her bodice. "Come now, darling," she panted. "Be nice to Mummykins." Mary, pushing away with her arms, momentarily managed to get her head free from the giant canyon of heaving flesh. "You fat bitch!" she yelled. "You keep your sodden hands off me!" It was to this last remark that her mistress, hearing the commotion, had entered the room. As a consequence, Mary lost her job, though her mistress was careful to furnish her with a good reference. It was well known in all the better houses that the Duchess preferred her own sex to the wizened Duke of Dorset. She had, after all, come from poor stock, an ex-Drury Lane actress who had married the elderly and heirless Duke and given him 2 sons in an amazingly short time, whereupon she had converted her stylish figure and good looks into lard, and her taste from male to her own sex, with a decided preference for plump young servant girls. In those late Georgian times, there remained in some London households a little of an earlier tolerance for the sexual proclivities, preferments and foibles of the nobility. And Mary's mistress was not as scandalised over the incident as might have been the case a little further into the century, when the young Victoria ascended to the throne. Her parting words to Mary had proved most instructive to the young maidservant. "You are a good worker, Mary, and quite a bright little creature, though you really must learn to respect the wishes of your betters and to control your peppery tongue. Have you not been instructed in your childhood in the manners required of your kind? Were you not taught by Mr. Bothwaite the butler by heart the verse of the noble Dr. Watts when you came into our employment?" "Yes, ma'am." "And what does it say? Repeat it, if you please." Mary scratched around in her mind for the words to the catechism which every young domestic was expected to know upon commencement of employment in a big house. In a voice barely above a whisper, she now recited the words to the verse. "Though I am but poor and mean, I will move the rich to love me, if I'm modest, neat and clean, and submit when they reprove me." There you are, so very neatly put in a single verse by the great hymnist. You would do well to remember it in the future. Whereupon Mary's mistress gave her a not unkindly smile. "Now, you will not mention this unfortunate incident at your next position, will you? I have given you an excellent reference." She paused. "Though it can always be withdrawn if it comes to my ears that there has been some idle tittle-tattle below stairs." She placed her hand on Mary's arm. "Yes, she had arrived at what I'm saying, don't you, my dear?" Mary understood perfectly well. From the incident with the Duchess, she had derived several lessons. The first being not to resist the advances made to her, but instead to profit from them. The next, that a scandal, should she be caught, also understood the different stance, gave her power to negotiate, and so to leave her place of employment with her reputation intact. Mary also understood the different standards which prevailed for promiscuous behaviour below stairs. Similar comportment involving a male member of the household staff would leave her without references, on the street, big mouth shut. prospect of obtaining a job in any respectable London house. Mary even understood that she could learn to keep her big mouth shut. Though in this last endeavour she was never to prove very successful, and she would privately, and to the secret delight of the junior maids below stairs, declare the verse by the great Dr. Watts to be a load of utter shit. Before her ultimate undoing, she had served in 2 further households. In the first, the master of the house had left her several gold sovereigns richer, and in the second, she had been promoted to the position of Abigail, that is, lady's maid, and the youngest son in the family had been inducted by her into the delights of Aphrodite in return for lessons in reading and writing. When 2 years later this scion of the family went up to Oxford, Mary was promptly, though discreetly, dismissed, again with an excellent reference, and, as a result of her lover's tuition, a small knowledge of Latin, and a facility at writing, which was contained in a good copperplate hand, studiously learnt from a copybook he had bought for her. On return from the Michaelmas term, her boy lover was said to have wept openly at the discovery that his dearest mumsy was now attended by a flaccid and cheerless personal maid in her late 40s. Mary's next billet was to prove her final undoing. Appointed as upstairs maid, she soon found herself at odds with the family nanny, a middle-aged lady of imperious manner known as Nanny Smith. Well established in the family, the old woman exercised considerable power over all the other servants. She soon took a dislike to the new young maid, who seemed much too forward and confident around the male servants in the house, and was not in the least afraid to speak before she was spoken to. For her part, Mary accepted Nanny Smith's carping instructions and held her tongue. But one day the old girl accused her of poisoning her cat, an aged tabby named Waterloo Smith, who coughed up fur balls on the Persian rugs and stumbled about with a constant wheeze and permanently dripping nose. Mary had made no attempt to conceal her dislike for this creature, who returned the compliment by arching its back and hissing at her whenever they met along a corridor or in one of the many upstairs rooms.
"You ought to be dead and buried, you miserable moggy,"
Mary would hiss back. Her abhorrence for Nanny Smith's cat was soon the joke of the below-stairs staff, and no doubt her dislike was soon communicated to Waterloo Smith's ill-tempered owner. Then one morning, Waterloo Smith went missing. Nanny Smith had placed him as usual on a broad upstairs window ledge to catch the morning sun, and upon her return an hour later, he was nowhere to be seen. Mary, together with the second upstairs maid, was made to search every cupboard, nook and cranny, and under each bed, and in the unlikely event that the disabled creature had somehow managed to negotiate the stairs, each of the 4 levels of the downstairs area of the house. Bishop, the butler, had ordered the footman, the stable boy, and old Jacob, the gardener, to inspect the lavender bushes, which grew 40 feet below the window ledge where Waterloo Smith had been sunning himself. When this yielded nothing, the speculation that foul play was involved started to grow. While nothing was said, Mary's well-known dislike for the cat made her the prime suspect. By evening it became apparent that Waterloo Smith had disappeared quite into thin air, and his distraught owner retired to her bedroom, where her unconstrained weeping could be heard by all who worked above stairs. Mary was given the task of taking a supper tray to the old lady, and upon knocking on Nanny Smith's door, the weeping from the other side immediately increased in volume.
"Come in," the old woman's tremulous voice cried. "Cook has made you a nice bit of tea and hopes you feels better," Mary said, placing the tray down beside Nanny Smith, who lay on the bed with a silk scarf covering her head. At the sound of Mary's voice, Nanny Smith sat bolt upright, the scarf falling to the floor. "You did it, didn't you? You killed him," she screamed, pointing a trembling finger at Mary. Mary's jaw dropped in astonishment at this pronouncement, and as she bent to retrieve the scarf, the old woman continued, "You horrid, horrid girl, pushed my pussy. I shall see that you are dismissed at once." Mary should have immediately panicked at Nanny Smith's words, for this time she was in no position to negotiate. The old cow's word against her own left her in no doubt as to who would prevail. Then Nanny Smith snatched the scarf from Mary's hands in such a rude manner that Mary lost her temper, and a deep flush overtook her face. I never laid a finger on your bloody cat. Though I must say it's good riddance to bad rubbish if you ask me, with him hissing and wheezing and doing his mess all over the place. I hope he broke his bloody neck." The offending words were barely out before Mary regretted them. The following morning, in the manner to which his breed had been trained for countless generations, Samuel, the family spaniel, politely presented Waterloo Smith, stiff as a board, to Mrs. Hodge, the cook, at the kitchen door. Waterloo Smith's fur was matted and covered in fresh dirt, suggesting that Samuel, finding the dead cat in the lavender bushes, had contrived a hasty burial in some remoter part of the kitchen garden, but that later his conscience got the better of him, and he'd repented by laying the dead cat at the feet of the cook. Later, at the inquest held in the library, Mr. Bishop, seeking to console Nanny Smith, opened the proceedings by suggesting that the unfortunate creature might have died from natural causes, a fit, or convulsions or similar, which had by natural movement catapulted Waterloo Smith from the window ledge. However, the dead cat's distraught owner, red-eyed from weeping, wouldn't countenance this suggestion and declared flatly that her darling had been brutally murdered. Nanny Smith glared meaningfully at Mary, who had been summoned to the library, together with the other upstairs servants. "We all know who the murderer is, don't we?" she sniffed, and then buried her head in her hands and wept copiously. Turning to Mary, Mr. Bishop inquired, "Mary, the room in which Waterloo Smith was last seen is your responsibility to clean. Did you see the cat on the window ledge?" "I saw him, Mr. Bishop, but I swear to God I never laid a finger on him. I swear it on me dead mother's grave." With no further evidence to go on, Mr. Bishop terminated the proceedings, and Waterloo Smith's murderer, if such a person existed, was never apprehended. In fact, Mr. Bishop had been correct in the first place. Waterloo Smith had suffered a violent fit, followed by a stroke, the contractions of which had thrown him from the sun-bathed windowsill to a merciful death in the lavender bushes 4 stories below. However, Nanny Smith was not to be thwarted, and she caused such a disturbance with the master and mistress of the house that the butler was summoned, and Mary, despite her protestations of innocence, and Mr. Bishop himself believing her not guilty, was stripped of her starched pinny and mob cap, and banished below stairs to the laundry. The laundry was the most onerous task among the skilled domestic duties, and therefore the most humble and disliked. But Mary, who had never been afraid of work, discovered that if she worked hard, she had time for reading and for practicing her handwriting. Besides, the laundry was the warmest place in the big cold house, and like most children from the rookeries, she suffered greatly from chilblains. Mary remained in the laundry for 3 years, even taking pride in her work, in starching and ironing, removing stains by bleaching with the juice of lemons, and in mending, so that she became a useful, though not excellent, seamstress. By this time her reading and writing skills were much enhanced, and she had graduated from the penny papers that pandered to the taste of the lower classes for bloodthirsty plots and overblown romances, to serious literature. Mr. Bishop, feeling guilty for having politely complied with her demotion to the laundry without positive proof that she had pushed the cat from the windowsill, negotiated for Mary to use the master's library. The master had agreed to this, providing the books were always taken from the shelves in his presence, and after he had closely inspected the state of her hands. It was in books that Mary discovered a world beyond any of her possible imaginings. Defoe's Robinson Crusoe and Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels, which she especially liked and read many times, quoting often from it to Mr. Bishop. Thackeray, Macaulay, an excellent English translation of Cervantes' wonderfully mad Don Quixote, Jane Austen, and Fanny Burney. All these and a host of others she devoured with a great thirst for knowledge. While reading became her abiding passion, Mary did not connect the lives of the people she read about in books with her own. Her earlier life had been difficult, and the people about her, for the most part poverty-stricken, dulled and witless from lack of proper sustenance and the absence of any education. That is, apart from the kind needed to survive among thieves, scoundrels and villains. From a young age she knew the world to be a wicked place, and had learnt to defend the small space she occupied in it with her teeth and nails.
However, the human mind has the fortunate capacity to forget pain and misery. Mary had been in the protected environment of a domestic servant in a big house from the age of 11. So by the age of 20, she had all but buried the turmoil of her younger years. The sheltered life she now led meant she had gained little additional experience of the adult world, other than the hurriedly taken copulative embraces thrust upon her by two of her past masters, and the infinitely more pleasant, though inexperienced, couplings with the young master of the last employer. Mary did not regard these hasty assignations as the same act of fornication she had observed against the walls in alleys, or on the dark stairwells of shared lodgings, or in the nesting midnight rooms occupied by 3 destitute families, in which she and her father had been reduced to living in the years before she'd entered domestic service. Some unknown affliction in childhood had rendered Mary sterile. Not that she even equated the hasty love-making with her betters with the act of childbirth. Despite the presence of children in the houses in which she'd served, if she'd thought about it at all, she would perhaps have concluded that the idle rich had their children conveniently delivered by a stork, the evidence of this being ever present on the nursery wall. That the better classes should employ the same vile animal instincts, which had been such a familiar aspect of her childhood, would have seemed to her unthinkable. In fact, Mary was both streetwise and naive all at once. While she longed for romance, she knew in her heart that it was not intended for her kind, that doing it in some privacy with a clean and half-decent someone was the best she could hope for. Her body developed into a very desirable womanliness, and she would often feel the ache to use it other than by the deployment of her probing and urgent fingers. Her moment came one morning at Shepherd Market in nearby Mayfair, where she had been sent by Mrs. Hodge to purchase the master's luncheon sole, Billingsgate being too far to walk, and the coachman out with the mistress of the house all morning. "Take the one with the clearest eyes, lovey." The young man pointed to a fish which lay upon a block of ice slightly to one side. "That one. See the eyes? Clear as a gypsy's crystal." Mary turned towards the voice, and its owner smiled, showing 2 missing front teeth, with the eye tooth on either side framing the gap and capped with gold. It was a smile devoid of any calculation, though mischievous enough. Mary found herself smiling back, even though more prudent behaviour was called for from a servant girl in a nice house, involved in a casual meeting with a strange man. She found herself immediately taken by the flash young man standing beside her, and her heart beat in quite the strangest manner. The possessor of these 2 astonishing gold teeth was flash in other ways too, and wore a fancy corduroy waistcoat with a watch chain. His ankle boots, below a fashionable pair of breeches, were stitched with patterns of hearts and roses. His cloth coat, with contrasting plush lapels, was clean and carried large, expensive pearl buttons, and was cut to the back into heavily braided calf clingers, with an artful line of buttons at their extremity. On his head he wore a beaver-napped top hat that looked to be in excellent order, its nap neatly brushed and shining. "Name of Bob Marley, pleased to meet you," he'd said in a single breath, giving her another big grin which caused his incisor teeth to once more gleam and flash. "Honoured to make your acquaintance, Miss, Mary had observed that he hadn't once taken his eyes away from her face, and unlike most men with whom she had the slightest passing acquaintance, hadn't allowed his eyes to wander over those parts of her anatomy which usually brought a glazed look into their eyes and a gravel tone into their voices. His smile was ingenuous, quite open, and impossible to resist. "Mary," she said simply. "Them's lovely teeth," she added, smiling. Bob Marley jabbed a finger at his mouth. "Like 'em, does ya? 18 carat, that is. Pure gold, can't get none better." Bob Marley cast his eyes over Mary's firm breasts and trim waist, and in an unabashed voice declared, "What a corker! Care for a drop of ruin?" He indicated the public house with a toss of his head. "Come on, then. I'll buy you a taste of whatever's your fancy. Gin, is it? Or a pint of best beer?" Mary, though sorely tempted, could not accept his invitation, for fear of upsetting Mrs. Hodge by being late and returning to the house with the smell of strong spirits on her breath. She was not accustomed to drink, though on the rare occasions when, on a public holiday, she'd ventured out with Mrs. Hodge, she'd found gin left her very excited in a physical sort of way. "I'll not be seen with a costermonger," she said tartly, this seeming the best way to end a relationship where she was already beginning to feel at a distinct disadvantage. She noted, too, that her breasts were heaving, and she was finding it difficult to breathe. Bob Marley drew back with an exaggerated expression of hurt. Cocking his head to one side, his mouth turned down at the corner, he looked down at his chest, as though closely examining his apparel. "Costermonger? Not bleeding lightly, lovey." He patted a velvet lapel. "This is me disguise. I'm what you might call an operator. I do a bit of this and a bit of that, finding a bit here and disposing of it over there, if you knows what I mean." "Oh, a tout," Mary shot back, bringing her fingers to her lips as she tried to contain her laughter. "Well, not exactly that neither, just, well, he smiled his golden smile. "An operator." He seemed disinclined to further discuss the subject of his occupation. "Well, what about your place, then?" Bob Marley said, cheekily tugging on his watch chain and taking Mary by the elbow. "Who do you think I am? I ain't no dolly mob. Shame on you, Bob Marley." Mary pulled her arm away from him, but then she laughed, enchanted by the young rogue standing beside her. "You can walk me home and no touching, that's all I'll promise for now." By the time they reached the house in Chelsea, Mary was completely smitten by the young rogue. She kept him waiting in the lane at the back of the house, while she unlocked the stout door set into the kitchen garden wall, whereupon she went directly into the kitchen to deliver the sole to Mrs. Hodge, who, predictably, scolded her for the time she had taken on her errand. Mary's heart pounded in her breast as she returned down the garden path to open the garden door and let Bob Marley within the precincts of the kitchen garden. Quickly locking the door behind him, she led him into the laundry. Now, with less than half an hour having passed, fat Mrs. Hodge stood over Mary's half-naked body, having hysterics and crying out in alarm at the astonishing gymnastics taking place on a pile of dirty linen at her feet. Bob Marley was the first to react. Frantically pulling on his breeches and snatching up his embroidered boots, he jumped to his feet and fled the scene, knocking aside the stout cook with his shoulder and escaping into the kitchen garden. Not bothering to test the door set into the garden wall, he threw his boots over the top into the lane beyond, and quick as a rat up a drain-pipe, scrambled after them, stubbing his toe badly in the process, pausing only long enough on the other side to retrieve his boots before making good his escape down the lane and into the King's Road beyond. Mary found herself dismissed from her place of employment without references, or even the wages due to her. Not an hour after her interrupted dalliance with Bob Marley, she stood in the lane outside the rear of the large Chelsea house, her sole possessions the small wicker basket at her feet, and her precious abacus under her arm. She glanced up at the big house, and observed the odious Nanny Smith looking down at her from a top window. When the old woman realised Mary had seen her, she leant further out of the window and commenced to hiss, in much the same manner as Waterloo Smith had done. "The pox on you, you old cow!" Mary shouted up at her, and then, picking up her basket, she proceeded to cross the lane. Then turning once again to look up at Nanny Smith, she yelled, "I pushed your bloody cat off the windowsill with me broom! It done 2 somersaults before it splattered on the ground." Then, head held high and without further ado, Mary proceeded in the direction of Hyde Park, not knowing why she'd bothered to lie to the old crone, and not even sure why she had chosen this direction from any other, thinking only that she would find a quiet spot under one of the giant old beech trees and try to sort things out in her head. Mary's future lay in tatters. She found a bench beside the Serpentine, adjacent to a willow which hid her presence from passers-by. But no sooner was she seated than a dozen small brown ducks glided towards her, their webbed feet paddling frantically below the surface, to give their smooth little bodies the look of effortless gliding. It was clear that they anticipated food from the wicker basket. When Mary saw the ducks, quacking and fussing at the edge of the water, she realised Mrs. Hodge hadn't even offered her a morsel to eat. A stern Mr. Bishop had bid her pack her things and had shown her the door in the kitchen garden. Then, to Mary's enormous surprise, just as he was closing the door behind her, Mr. Bishop pressed a small parcel upon her and announced in a deeply injured tone, "You are ruined, my girl, utterly and completely ruined." He paused, and then added in the same melancholy voice, "Now I simply cannot propose marriage to you." The door had closed behind her before Mary could fully comprehend this curious protestation. Mr. Bishop had never entered the smallest part of her amorous imaginings, nor had he, perhaps with the exception of the obtaining of books from the master's library, shown any inclination to be especially kind to her. She placed the squarish parcel absently within her basket. Now hungry and with nowhere to go, Mary started to weep softly, although truthfully her tears were more for the warmth and security of Mrs. Hodge's kitchen and the steaming plates of food so regularly placed in front of her, than they were for love's labours lost with Bob Marley, or, for that matter, Mr. Bishop. After a while, Mary wiped her nose and dried her reddened eyes. "Come on, girl. Cry and never got a day's work done," she said to herself, repeating a phrase she had heard so often as a little girl, coming from her overburdened and sad-faced mother. She thought then for the first time about the parcel the butler had handed to her. Removing it from her basket, she removed the wrapping to reveal the book, Gulliver's Travels, quite her favourite. She smiled, feeling somewhat better towards life, and the clumsy man whose marriage prospects she had so inadvertently ruined. Picking up her abacus and wicker basket, she crossed the park in an easterly direction to St. Giles, where she knew from bitter experience she could obtain cheap lodgings. Chapter 3. It would be nice to report that Mary's literacy skills and excellent penmanship, together with her wizardry with numbers, led to a new and fortunate life. Alas, these were not the skills required of a woman at that time, and certainly not of a woman of her class. In the next 6 months, she wore out a pair of stout boots in an effort to obtain employment as a clerk. She was always the lone woman in a long queue of applicants for a position advertised, and she soon became the butt of their cruel male jokes. Furthermore, her abacus was the cause of much hilarity among the prospective clerks. Mary's persistent presence in the line of men would soon lead to her being known to them by the nickname Bloody Mary. This came about after an incident when a tall, very thin young man, with a pale, pinched face and sharp, rodent teeth, wearing a battered top hat that resembled a somewhat misshapen chimney stack, snatched Mary's abacus from her. He held it in front of her face, announcing to the men in the line, "See, gentlemen, a monkey, a lovely little monkey in a cage, playing at being a clerk with pretty beads." It was a feeble enough joke, but one which nevertheless brought some hilarity to the anxious line of unemployed men, eager for any sort of distraction to alleviate the boredom. Mary snatched her abacus back from the ferret-faced clown, and lifting it, slammed it down upon the young comic's head, causing the top hat he wore to concertina over his eyes and halfway along his narrow, snotty nose. This created a great deal more hilarity in all but the unfortunate owner of the hat, who, upon removing the object of their mirth and pulling and bashing it back into some semblance of its original shape, placed it again upon his head, then delivered a vicious blow to Mary's nose before running from the scene. Mary's nose had not yet stopped bleeding by the time it became her turn for an interview. The chief clerk, a coarsely corpulent man with a sanguine complexion and the remains of fiery red hair on the sides of a completely bald pate, looked at her with disapproval, shaking his head in a most melodramatic manner. "What's the name, girl?" he asked. "Mary, sir. Mary Clerk." "Bloody Mary, more like." The men in the queue laughed uproariously at this joke. "Go on, scalper. Be off with your girl. Haven't you been told clerking's a man's job?" The men clapped and cheered him mightily, and pleased with their response, the chief clerk played further to the crowd, for he'd witnessed the earlier incident with the clown in the top hat. "What's to become of us if we allow a monkey on our backs?" There is precious little charity in a queue of starving men, most of whom had a wife and young ones to feed, and soon upon Mary's arrival in any employment queue, a familiar chant would go up. "Mary, Mary, Bloody Mary, who does her sums on bead and rack, go away, you're too contrary, you're the monkey, the bloody monkey, you're the monkey on our back." The chant was to become such an aggravation that few prospective employers were prepared to even grant her an interview for fear of angering the men. The men, in turn, found it impossible to understand why a woman with a trim figure, of Mary's young age and class, could not make a perfectly good living on her back. More and more they came to regard it as entirely reprehensible that she should attempt to steal the bread from their mouths and allow their children to starve, and, moreover, that she should attempt to do so with the help of a foreign and heathen contraption made of wood, wire, and beads. They told themselves that a screen that quivered and rattled and ended up doing sums had a distinct smell of witchcraft about it. As the weather turned colder and the queue more desperate, the resentment against Mary grew out of all proportion. In the fevered imaginations of the unemployed clerks, Bloody Mary's presence in a job queue soon took on all the aspects of a bad omen. When they returned home empty-handed to their ragged and starving families, they had come to believe that her presence had soured the queue, so the luck they all felt they needed to gain a position had gone elsewhere. Mary's face had grown gaunt for lack of sufficient nourishment, and in truth there began to be a somewhat simian look about her. With her large green anxious eyes darting about, and her head turning nervously this way and that, expecting danger from every corner, the men began to believe increasingly that she was an incarnation of some evil monkey spirit. Her dress, too, began to be much the worse for wear, and hung upon her thin frame to give Mary an altogether morbid appearance. Her black cotton skirt and blouse, and modest bonnet and shawl, together with her worn boots peeping below the frayed edges of her skirt, all showed the wear and tear of the long hours spent standing patiently in every kind of inclement weather. While there were tens of thousands of women in a similar state of dress, their own wives being of much the same appearance, they saw in Mary's forlorn and ragged clothing the black cloth of a witch's weeds. The monkey chant, as it became known, grew increasingly threatening in tone, and it took the utmost stubbornness and will for Mary to present herself at an advertised location for a job interview. Yet Mary persisted, well beyond the dictates of common sense, and into the province of foolishness. The long hours spent at reading and writing, and the childhood application she had demonstrated with the complexities of mathematics, had somehow convinced her that within her capacity lay a destiny beyond her humble beginnings. Mary's father had told her almost from infancy that her abacus would be her salvation, and she could not believe that she might end up like her consumptive silkweaver mother, or the sad, destitute and drunken shipping clerk she knew as her father. She saw herself achieving something well beyond the modest expectations of a laundry maid, though quite what this could be was past anything she could imagine. She felt certain that this destiny would all begin if only she could obtain a position as a clerk. After 6 months, Mary had used up most of her savings and had repeatedly changed her place of residence, on each occasion moving to a cheaper lodging house, until she ended up sharing a foul room with a family of 5 in the very cheapest of Netherkins in Shoe Lane. She would wake at dawn each morning, and with no more than a drink of water, and without allowing herself to think, set out to seek employment, fearful that should she pause to contemplate her increasingly desperate position, she would give up altogether and take herself to Waterloo Bridge and commit herself to the dark, foul river. One bitterly cold morning, she left her miserable lodgings at dawn to be the first in line for a clerk's position, advertised in a warehouse on the south bank of the Thames at Saviour's Dock. This was one of the vilest slums in London, and the mist lay thick on the river, and the streets were dimmed to near blindness by the sulphurous-coloured smog from the first of the winter fires. Huddled at the entrance of the gate and near frozen, Mary was thankful that her presence would be concealed by the thick fog. The misted air about her was filled with the groans of masts and cross-stays. In her imagination, the dockside took on the shape of a jungle, filled with the wild and fearsome growls of fantastical creatures, while the howl of the wind through a dozen mizzen-masts and the slap of loose canvas became the spirits of the dead, which had come to protect her from the living, the men who would soon be lined up behind her, and who had the capacity to frighten her beyond any perceived ghosts. She had not eaten for 2 days, and in her state of weakness must have fallen asleep, for she was awakened by the toe of the gateman's boot placed against her buttocks.
"Be up now. The governor will be on his way soon,"
a gruff voice demanded. Mary stumbled to her feet, clutching her shawl about her thin shoulders.
"Blimey, if it ain't a female!"
the voice exclaimed in surprise. A large man, dressed in a military greatcoat with a shako polished like a mirror upon his head, stood towering over her. It was the shako cap, complete with its scarlet and white cockade and braid, otherwise devoid of any regimental insignia, that gave the man his fearsome authority. Mary had expected the customary gateman in cloth cap, woolen scarf, corduroy breeches and workman's boots, the advertisement having instructed simply that the queue would commence at the gate under the gateman's supervision.
"Yes, sir, I'll be inquiring about the billet advertised. The one for a clerk?" "Well, then, I suppose it ain't against the law now, is it?"
The gateman twisted the corner of his large moustache.
"It's a pretty rum term, but I can't see that it be against the law. First is you. You shall have your interview, miss."
Glancing fearfully at the formless shapes of the men disappearing into the fog behind her, Mary felt suddenly safe and strangely hopeful. She told herself that such an unpropitious day must surely bring her luck. The first good omen had been that the men standing directly behind her were strangers and seemed not to recognize her. The ones behind them, pale shapes in the mist, would surely have amongst them a great many who were acquainted with her, but these had not yet become aware of her presence in the thick yellow fog.
This is the end of CD 1. The story will continue on CD 2. CD 2.
The gateman turned away from her to address the vaguely defined line of men stretching away behind Mary.
"Now then, gentlemen, me name's Sergeant William Lawrence, late of the 40th Regiment, veteran of the Peninsular War, wounded in action at the Battle of Waterloo. I am the gatekeeper here, and I'll brook no interference. It will be one at a time through the gate, no pushing and shoving and no idle chatter, if you please."
There was a murmur in the crowd at the sound of a carriage rattling over distant cobblestones, and then the rumble of its wheels as it drew onto the wooden dockside, and shortly afterwards came to a halt at the gate, the horse snuffling and shaking its head, blowing frosted air from its distended nostrils. Mary, who stood close enough to see clearly, observed a small, very fat man alight. He was dressed in a heavy coat, which swept to within an inch of the ground in the manner of a woman's skirt, his shoes being quite lost from sight. He wore a top hat which sat upon his head down almost to his eyes, and rose alarmingly high into the air for a man so short. The remaining space between head and shoulders was wrapped in a woolen scarf, so that in the uncertainty of the mist, the whole of him took on the proportions of a very large perambulating bottle. The gatekeeper snapped to immediate attention, and gave the bottle shape a rigid salute, his jowls and sideburns quivering with the momentum of it.
"Morning, Mr. Goldstein, sir."
Sergeant Lawrence shouted at the very top of his voice, as though addressing the commander of a battalion of soldiers who was about to embark on a parade inspection.
"Good morning,"
the bottle replied in a muffled voice. Then, without glancing at the line of men, it entered the gate and waddled into the mist towards the unseen warehouse not 20 feet away. The gatekeeper, pushing his hand between two brass buttons and into the interior of the greatcoat, pulled from within it a watch chain, which soon enough produced a large, though not expensive-looking watch. Glancing down at it from under his peaked cap, he addressed the queue. "I shall allow 5 minutes for Mr. Goldstein to settle, and then the first in the line will proceed through the gate to the door. You will oblige Mr. Goldstein by knocking on the outside door, whereupon you will remove your hat and proceed in an inwardly direction and without waiting for an answer. Mr. Goldstein will be in the office to the left of the door upon which you shall again knock and then immediately enter. For them what is ambidextrous and hasn't had the misfortune to have been trained in His Majesty's military forces, the left side is the side what's got the coat stand." Anxious laughter came from the mist, as men strained to catch every word, fearful of the consequences of making a mistake. The imperious Sergeant Lawrence looked down at his watch again, and then glanced sternly at Mary. "Goldstein, you understand, miss? Mr. Goldstein!" Mary nodded, feeling herself beginning to tremble. Mary knocked on the outer door of the warehouse, and then, without waiting for a reply, did as she had been told, and entered. To her left was a heavy, freestanding coat stand, on which hung the overgrown top hat, together with its owner's coat and scarf. Behind it was a door with a frosted glass upper panel, on which, in gold relief lettering, was the name Jacob Goldstein, Proprietor. The door seemed designed especially for Mr. Goldstein, for it was not an inch higher than 5 feet, though 1.5 times as wide as one might normally expect an office door to be. Mary tapped nervously on the surface of the glass, her heart pounding in her ears, her knees feeling light, as though they might give at any moment, and the palms of her hands were wet. "You must be here coming, please," a voice answered in an accent which Mary immediately recognised. She had spent her childhood around Rosemary Lane and the Whitechapel markets, and the accent was unmistakably that of a German Jew. Mary entered and curtsied to the man, who sat well back from a large desk. He was dressed in a morning suit, and his huge stomach, she felt certain, would not permit his very short arms to reach to the edge of the desk, the top of which contained a pot of blacking and a goosequill pen, a large writing tablet, and a medium-sized brass bell, of the kind a schoolmaster might use to summon his pupils from play. "Good morning, Mr. Goldstein," Mary said, summoning all her courage into a nervous smile. Mr. Goldstein seemed astonished to see her, and commenced immediately to bluster. "Ach, what is this? A woman? You're a woman? What is wanting a woman here? You're wanting to see me, yeah?" "I come about the job, sir. The assistant clerk. The position what was advertised." Mr. Goldstein's bewilderment persisted, and Mary added desperately, "It were advertised on the hoardings, sir." "You're a woman and you can be a clerk?" Mr. Goldstein was now somewhat recovered, though still plainly bemused. "I'm most happy to do a test, anything you want, sir. Please, Your Honour, Mr. Goldstein, don't send me away. Give me a chance. I can do it, Gov. Honest I can." Mary was suddenly conscious of Mr. Goldstein staring at the region of her waist, and that the merest semblance of a smile had appeared on his moon-round face. "Abacus." He pointed a fat finger at her midriff. "You can use, yeah?" "Yes, sir, Mr. Goldstein, Your Honour, since I was a brat, child. Give me a sum, any sum you like, sir." "In Armenia also when I was a kid. Das ist wunderbar," he chuckled. "You're wanting I should give you some sums? Yep, I can do this." Whereupon, to Mary's astonishment, he pushed his chair violently backwards. She now saw it to be on tiny wheels, and possessed of a seat which could swivel. She observed that the points of his highly polished boots only just touched the floor. Using them to gain a purchase, Mr. Goldstein spun himself around, so that the chair, with his fat dumpling body within it, flashed past her astonished face fully 4 times, much like an egg in an egg cup turned into a merry-go-round. When it came to a halt, Mary could see that Mr. Goldstein now sat considerably closer to the ground, and that his boots were planted firmly upon it. Propelling himself towards the desk, his stomach now fitted neatly beneath it, the desk-top coming to just under his arms. "A test? Ja, das ist gut." He pointed to the abacus,
From where are you learning this?
My father, sir. He were in the East Indies.
His Chinaman?
No, sir, Mr. Goldstein. He were a Dutchie from Holland.
Mr. Goldstein reached for his quill, and dipping it into the small pot of blacking, he hastily scrawled an elaborate equation on the pad in front of him. Then he pushed it over to Mary. Mary examined the problem scrawled on the paper tablet. Then, laying it down, she placed her abacus beside it and began immediately to move the beads across the thin wire rails, her long, slender fingers blurring with the speed of her movements. She hesitated once or twice before once again sending the bright beads flying. In a short time, she slapped the last bead into place and stood back looking down at Mr. Goldstein. There had never been a more important moment in Mary's life. She looked up to see that Mr. Goldstein was smiling and holding a gold hunter open in his hand. Mary announced quietly, though her heart was once again pounding furiously, and she fought to keep her breathing steady.
£862, at £11, 14 shillings and sixpence halfpenny a case, sir, Mr. Goldstein.
Good, good, young lady, in 1/2 minute. Now we can see, yeah?
He placed the watch down on the desk, and sliding open a drawer, produced a large ledger, which he opened and examined for a moment, running his fat index finger down several columns until it came to rest.
Ja, das ist gut. And also schnell.
Beg pardon, sir.
Very fast, he beamed. You can write also in ledger?
He pointed to the pad on which he'd written previously, and returning his quill into the blacking pot, he handed it to Mary.
Please. Numbers, also words. Let me see.
Mr. Bishop had not only provided books for Mary from the master's library, but upon her beseeching him, had on several occasions found old ledgers for her to copy out. Mary had studied these assiduously, emulating their neat columns and precise language 1,000 times, until she knew the contents of every page in her sleep. Now she wrote carefully, in the well-formed and almost elegant copperplate she had studied so hard at the hands of her young Oxford lover, and later for countless hours on her own to perfect.
34 cases, at a total of £612, no shillings and eightpence, equals £17, 1 shilling and 7pence halfpenny per case.
Then she repeated the sum in neat numerals directly below this sentence. She handed the quill and pad back to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein examined Mary's writing for a sufficient period of time for her to grow anxious that she might have made a mistake. Then he looked up, his expression stern and businesslike, shaking a fat finger with a large gold ring directly at her as in admonishment.
I pay 8 shilling for 1 week, and Saturday only no work. 7:30 you are starting, 8 o'clock you are finishing. Tomorrow 7:30 o'clock, report, if you please, Mr. Beskin, who is also here as senior clerk.
Mr. Goldstein pointed his stubby finger at the abacus.
Good, he said.
Unclenching his remaining fingers, he patted the air in front of him, as though he were patting the abacus in approval, giving Mary the distinct impression that he had not employed her, but her frame of wooden beads. Mary had to restrain herself from bursting into tears of joy.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Goldstein. You'll not regret it. Thank you, and God bless you, sir.
Mr. Goldstein grunted, and taking up the bell on the desk, he rang it loudly several times. Mary now became conscious that in the short time she'd been in Mr. Goldstein's office, the warehouse had filled with the hum of people going about their work. Now the buzz and clatter stopped as the bell rung out.
Mr. Beskin,
Mr. Goldstein shouted into the sudden calm. Presently a tall and very thin Ichabod Crane-looking man, stooping almost double, opened the wide door and entered the office. Mr. Goldstein, writing in the ledger, ignored his presence for a full minute, while the man stood with his hands clasped, in the manner of a mendicant, his head downcast and his eyes avoiding contact with Mary. Looking up from his ledger, Mr. Goldstein pointed directly at the abacus.
Tomorrow, Miss...
He suddenly realized that he had not inquired as to Mary's name.
Miss Abacus,
he added suddenly, and smiled at Mary. "Yeah, I can call you this." He returned his gaze to Mr. Baskin. "Tomorrow she is starting work. You show her warehouse, please."
"Very well, sir, at once. Show her the warehouse, is it, Mr. Goldstein? I shall attend to Miss Abacus?" He paused. "For what purpose, may I ask? A visit, is it?"
Mr. Goldstein looked up.
"Clerk, she is new clerk,"
he said impatiently, and then returned his attention to the ledger.
"The position? A woman? New clerk?"
Mr. Baskin was clearly confused, as though the three bits of information couldn't somehow be joined together in his mind.
"Yeah, of course, Dummkopf. Next week she is maybe having your job."
Mr. Baskin stiffened to attention, as the three bits of previously disparate information, with an almost audible clang, shunted into place in his mind. Once outside the office, and well clear, she turned to the unfortunate Mr. Baskin.
"Me name ain't Abacus, sir. It's clerk, spelt with a K. It's a Dutchy name. Me father was a Dutchman."
Mr. Baskin looked directly at her for the first time.
"If Mr. Goldstein says it's Abacus, then that's what it be."
Mr. Baskin sniffed.
"No arguments will be entered into when the contract is legal and binding."
He paused and seemed to be thinking, and indeed his expression suddenly brightened.
"Unless—"
He began, looking directly down at Mary again.
"What?"
asked Mary suspiciously.
"You don't turn up for work tomorrow."
Mr. Baskin's expression took on an almost beseeching look, and his voice carried a whining tone.
"It would be a most honourable and decent thing to do, Miss Clerk." "Ah," Mr. Baskin said, pleased. "Ah, yes, well, that's it then, isn't it? That is precisely the situation. We have no position here for a Miss Clerk. No such person is known to us here. Mr. Goldstein knows of no such person. I know of no such person. No such person exists. I'm very much afraid to say you're a missing person. You will not be commencing tomorrow. We shall not be expecting a Miss Clerk."
Mr. Baskin announced this as though Mary was some impostor, whom, just in the nick of time, he had cleverly exposed and quickly undone. Mary bristled.
"Why, sir, you can call me Miss Spotted Chamberpot if you like, but this billet is the most important thing to happen to me in me whole bleeding life. If I has to crawl over broken glass all the way from Whitechapel, you may be sure, sir, I'll be standing here large as life tomorrow and all."
Her change of name was not of great concern to Mary, for she had never been christened, and her own surname had not served her particularly well in the past. Her new one, compliments of the little bottle-shaped man in the glass office, at the very least identified her with an object she loved. She decided she would happily become Mary Abacus.
"Mr. Goldstein said as you should show me the warehouse, sir, Mr. Baskin,"
Mary now declared timorously. Despite the sour reception she'd received from Mr. Baskin, it was quite the happiest day of Mary's life. The large warehouse was stacked to the ceiling with goods of every description, intended for America and the colonies, and the chief clerk, despite his foul mood, seemed to take some pride in pointing out the extent of Mr. Goldstein's venture into commerce and shipping. Upon their leaving Mr. Goldstein's office, Mr. Baskin had sent word to Sergeant Lawrence to disperse the waiting men, and to announce that the very first candidate had been found suitable by the redoubtable Mr. Goldstein. At the end of the tour, Mr. Baskin turned to Mary with a sniff.
"Right then. 7:30 tomorrow, and if you're so much as a minute late, you'll not be starting here, miss."
Then he escorted Mary to the door, merely grunting as she bid him a polite and, in her heart, a most ecstatic farewell. All the chief clerks in the world couldn't have dampened Mary's elation. She turned the clerk into a clerk, and fulfilled the dearest wish of her dead father.
"Learn it well, my dearest child, for the beads, the beautiful shiny beads, will set you free."
To her surprise, the sergeant seemed pleased to see her.
"Well then, miss, you could have blowed me down with a feather. Wonders will never cease. What a day and age, eh?"
He pointed to the abacus under Mary's arm.
"I mean His Hebrew Highness taken to your Chinese counting machine contraption."
He seemed to know precisely what had taken place in the office with Mr. Goldstein, though Mary couldn't imagine how this could possibly be.
"How did you know?"
Mary asked happily. her eyes showing her surprise.
The door was shut and all.
The old soldier patted her on the arm, and then touched his forefinger to his nose.
Never you mind that, miss. We have ways and means, ways and means. There ain't much what escapes us.
He drew himself up to his full height.
Mind, I can't say the gentleman waiting in line was too pleased, you getting the billet and being a woman and all.
He spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders.
Don't suppose you can blame 'em, but it were curious, very curious. They hung about when I told him to scalp her. Then they done this chant, see? Something about a monkey. It were all very strange, if you ask me. Very queer indeed.
Mary was only half listening, still feeling dizzy at her good fortune.
I'm one now. Blimey. Fancy that, I'm a clerk.
Mary decided that she had never been quite as happy in her life. And then the gatekeeper's words sunk in.
Then they done this most curious chant. Something about a monkey.
The fog had cleared a little, though it was still not possible to see beyond a few feet. The chill returned to Mary's bones, and she felt terrified to leave the gateman's side and enter the ghostly gloom of the docks. She was about to ask if she could remain in the sergeant's hut until the fog lifted, when he said cheerily, "Go on then, off you go, miss. See you tomorrow. Mind your step now, men working, lots of rope lying about." Mary had hardly walked for more than a minute when she felt the presence of people about her. Fleeting shadows darting in front and to the side of her, boots scuffing on the wooden surface of the dockside. In the distance, she heard the deep bray of a steamer groping its way up the Thames, and the rattle and screech of cranes and winches and chains as they lowered cargo into and brought it out of invisible hatches. She was afraid to call out, thinking that the shadows about her might be dock workers. No noise other than fog-muffled footsteps came from the darting shapes around her, each of which seemed to be consumed by the mist before she could properly focus upon it. Somewhere a whistle blew 3 short peep-peeps, its shrill sound fattened by the thick air. A suffocating fear rose up within her, and she felt the need to flee, though the fog was much too thick for her to attempt to do so. Then, so low that she thought at first she might have imagined it, she heard the hum of male voices, and as suddenly the dark shapes looming formed a circle about her, and the hum rose and rose, and the monkey chant began.
Mary, Mary, bloody Mary, who does her sums on beads and rack. Go away, you're too contrary, you're the monkey, bloody monkey, you're the monkey on our back.
Mary froze, her throat constricted by terror. From within the thick fog, strong hands grabbed at her, and she was thrown to the ground. She heard the clatter of her abacus as it landed somewhere nearby. A scream rose within her, but a rough hand clamped down on her mouth. She felt a boot sink into her side, then another, and immediately thereafter hands were everywhere as they tore at her bodice and skirt and grabbed at her legs, wrenching them apart. An excited, panting voice said into her ear, "Scream and you die, bloody Mary." Then the hand was removed from her mouth, and the weight of the first man thrusting between her legs pressed down upon her. As each male completed and withdrew from her supine body, he gave her a vicious kick or slapped her across the face with the back of his hand. Some loosened the phlegm in their throats and spat into her face. Mary lay helpless, whimpering like a small wounded beast, her eyes wide open, though seeing nothing, the vile spittle running down her face and neck. She felt nothing but the weight of the men pummeling her, and the rasp of their foul breath was lost in the whirling confusion of shock. Even when they struck or kicked her, though she felt her body jar, no feeling followed. She lay completely still, while a dozen or more men mounted her. Then, with the chant continuing, they seemed to stop, and her arms were torn roughly from where she held them stiffly to her sides. Strong hands stretched her arms out as though in a crucifixion, with the palms pressed flat against the wooden surface of the dockside. 2 dark shapes pushed down on her, each with his knee pinning a shoulder and hand pressed down upon her wrists. The shapes now stood in a dark circle, hovering over her, the yellow fog swirling about their heads. 2 men stepped forward from the circle and stood to either side of her, and as the chant rose, "Mary, Mary, bloody Mary," they stamped down hard, crushing both her hands under the heels of their boots. The terrible pain cut through Mary's half-delirious state, and a scream rose in her throat, which was again cut short by the free hand of one of the men squatting to the side of her head. One after another, the chanting men broke from the circle and stamped down upon her hands. Long before the last of the men had stamped and ground his heel into the broken and bloody flesh and bone, she had mercifully lost consciousness. Despite her terror and revulsion, Mary would eventually overcome the physical invasion of her body. What broke her spirit was the wanton destruction of her beautiful hands. When the bones eventually knit, she was left with blackened claws, which more closely resembled those of an aged monkey. For the remainder of her life, whenever Mary looked down upon her scarred and crooked hands, she would hear the monkey chant and see the dark shape of hate in the swirling sulphur-coloured fog around her. On a day which had promised, upon leaving fat Mr. Goldstein with his perambulating merry-go-round chair, to be the happiest of her 21 years. Chapter 4. Towards noon, the fog had cleared sufficiently for 2 dock workers to discover Mary, hunched in a dark corner, moaning. At first they thought her some drunken slut, her swollen face and broken lips the result of some gin brawl in the nearby and notorious public house, the Ship Aground, and so passed her by as they pushed their loaded barrow from a ship's hold to a nearby warehouse. Finally, her continued and pitiful moans caused them to stop and examine her dark corner more closely. It was then that they observed that her skirt was wet with blood, and saw her broken fingers pushed through the beads and bars of her abacus.
"Goldstein,"
Mary groaned.
"Goldstein."
The 2 men lifted her as gently as they could onto the barrow and wheeled her to Mr. Goldstein's warehouse, where they accosted the gatekeeper.
"She keeps calling name of Goldstein. Ain't that your gov, Sergeant?"
Sergeant Lawrence nodded, then bending over Mary's body, took in at once the nature of her injuries.
Jesus Christ! The bloody sharks got her.
He helped them lift Mary from the barrow and laid her down outside his hut. Mary, who had long since given up any thought of God, would later in her life ponder on whether it had been divine guidance which had taken her to Mr. Goldstein's gatekeeper. For at the great battle of Waterloo, he had been seconded as sergeant to a platoon of stretcher-bearers. The veteran soldier sent the yard boy to the warehouse, and the lad soon returned with a large bottle of oil of tar and a length of used canvas. Whereupon the sergeant tore strips from an old canvas sail and soaked them in a solution of oil of tar. He bound Mary's hands in the Waterloo manner, as was done when a cannoneer had burnt or lost his hands from a breech explosion, binding the hands together in a single parcel of coarse cloth.
"She needs a bone setter, or her hands ain't gonna be no good no more,"
the gatekeeper said to those gathered around. Then he lifted his chin and pointed to the twisted abacus beside Mary.
"No more Chinese counting contraption for the likes of her. Ain't a bone what's left straight in them fingers, nor one what ain't broke."
"Bone setter. Ja, this is good." Mr. Goldstein, in his coat and top hat, suddenly stood bottle-shaped beside the gatekeeper. He opened his dumby, and from it withdrew a £5 note. "You must be fixing," he said to the gateman. "You get better, this young lady." Mr. Goldstein bowed stiffly to where Mary lay whimpering on the dockside. "Such a pity. So schnell for working sums. Ach, maybe she can be one day chief clerk. Now finish. Dicht, dicht." He bowed formally again. "Auf Wiedersehen, Miss Abacus." Then turning on a precise little heel, He allowed the coachman to hand him up into the waiting carriage. Mr. Goldstein's £5 note paid for the bone setter and 10 days in hospital, plus several bottles of physic of opium to kill the pain of her mutilated hands. This left Mary £1 over, which would allow her to live for 2 months in one of the foul Netherkins in Rosemary Lane, existing on a single twopenny meal each day. Though the tar oil had prevented infection, for some reason Mary's hands remained a peculiar blackened colour. They had been too badly damaged for the bone setter to repair properly, and when some movement eventually returned to her fingers, they were twisted and bent, like the tines of a tin fork, and hideous in appearance. As soon as she could stand the pain, Mary began once again to practice on the abacus. She would work on it for 6 years before she would once again regain her old skills, although the beauty of her movements was gone forever. The 6 years which passed were not good ones. It was not long before Mary was standing on a street corner as a lady of the night, but other prostitutes ganged up on her, chasing her away. Mary moved on to meaner and meaner streets, until there was no pavement or doorway left on which she could safely ply her trade. Eventually she was forced into a brothel. Mary had still not learnt to hold her tongue. When she was intoxicated, she had even more difficulty concealing her bitterness and controlling her temper. And so she moved ever lower down the whore's ladder, until 6 years later only the dockside brothels and opium dens were left open to her. She had formed an addiction for opium from the physic she had obtained from the hospital while her hands were mending, and now she craved the dreams and oblivion the pipe would bring. She caught the pox, and the brothel mistress, a vile, toothless hag, sent her to a pox doctor, who treated her successfully, though at some considerable expense. The money was advanced directly to him by the old woman, who in turn advanced the debt to Mary at the rate of interest of 50% on the principal amount per week. Mary knew herself to be enslaved, for it was a debt she could never hope to pay. She was on her back 18 hours a day, and in what time was left to her she sought the comfort of the dreams the opium pipe brought. She knew that should she attempt to escape, she would be cut. The slasher would be sent after her with his cutthroat razor and sulphuric acid, and her face would be disfigured forever. Nevertheless, as might be expected, Mary reached a point where she could no longer tolerate the old hag's greed. One evening, having shared a pint of gin with a customer, and having been continually chastised by the old hag to get back on her back, Mary finally lost her temper. In the furious battle which ensued, for the old woman was well bred to fighting, Mary lashed out blindly, and her sharpened talons raked across the old crone's cheek. Her hands went up to cover her face, and in a moment Mary could see blood running through her fingers. Mary took up her abacus and fled from the brothel, running wildly into the dockland night. The acid slasher found her 2 days later in a dark alley in Spitalfields, led to her by 2 street urchins. Mary had collapsed from hunger, fatigue, and the vicious cramps resulting from the withdrawal of opium, and she lay propped against a wall, her chin resting upon her chest. After examining her by slapping her face several times with the knuckles of his hand, and discovering that this did not have the desired effect of reviving her, the slasher hesitated, fearing that cutting her in such a state might lead to her bleeding to death. The earnings from a simple slashing with a drop of acid added did not warrant the risk of a murder charge being brought against him. The police would make a light search for the culprit of a prostitute knifing, but the law required a full and exhaustive inquiry into a murder victim. Murder was a crime of an altogether more serious nature, even when done to a poxed-up prostitute. Furthermore, the slasher knew himself to have been seen and heard inquiring after Mary in several public houses and Netherkins, and in all of the central London rookeries. Paying the older of the 2 street urchins a farthing to watch over Mary in case she should revive and attempt to move, the slasher left, and soon returned with a small toke and a quarter pint of rough brandy. He lifted Mary's inert body to a seated position and poured a measure of brandy down her throat. Handing what remained of the brandy to the older of the urchins to hold, The slasher slapped her hard several times, until Mary, taken in a coughing fit from the sudden burning of the brandy on her empty stomach, returned to consciousness. Then he fed her small pieces of bread soaked in brandy, until she had the strength to sit up on her own. He handed a second farthing to the younger of the two urchins, though he knew the bigger boy would soon enough take the coin from him.
She's me wife and you saw nothing, see? If you speak of this to any geezer what may be interested, I'll come after you and cut your bloody throats ear to bleeding ear.
The folded razor with its white ivory handle suddenly appeared as though by magic in his hands, and the slasher slowly opened its bright blade.
Now scat,
the slasher commanded. The two boys took flight and disappeared down the darkened alleyway. The slasher now turned back to Mary, ready to complete his original purpose. Mary, by now sufficiently out of her daze to understand what was about to happen, stared mesmerized by the razor in the man's hand. She was too weak to fight, too exhausted even to resist, yet the spirit within was not yet willing to die.
"Fuck me, kind sir,"
she said, her voice hardly above a whisper. The slasher leant closer to her, carefully inspecting her face, as if deciding where to make the slash.
"You can make it easy on yourself, lovey. Just close your eyes and think of something beautiful."
Mary fought back her fear and smiled in a coquettish manner, her hands concealed behind her back.
"I'm clean. I'm not with the pox. You have my God's honour."
Her smile widened, and her green eyes looked steadily at him.
"Go on. Just one more time with an handsome gentleman so I dies happy. Please, sir." "You're too pretty to die, lovey. It's just a little scratch and a bit of a burn. A bit of punishment, a permanent reminder, 'cause you've been a naughty girl then, hasn't you?"
Mary kept her voice light, though inwardly her bowels twisted with fright.
"You'll fuck me to be remembered by, and I promise you, kind sir, you too will not quickly forget me loving ways." "No thanks, lovey. I don't mix business with pleasure, know what I mean?"
A slow grin spread upon his face. An evil grin, but with some of the harm gone out of it.
"You're game, I'll say that for you. Game as a good ratter and still a nice looker." "Game if you are?"
Mary replied cheekily, knowing her life might depend on the next few moments. Though she had long since abandoned any faith in God, she now made a silent prayer that if she should survive, she would never again let strong drink or opium pass her lips.
"Tell you what I can do," the slasher said suddenly. "I can give you a bit of a kiss. Ain't no harm in that, is there?"
He threw back his head and laughed.
"I'll not spoil your gob. Just a little slash, add a bit of character. It won't be the last time a man wants to kiss you."
For a fraction of a second, Mary could not believe what she had seen. The slasher's laughter revealed that he was missing his two front teeth, but to either side of the gap he sported gold incisors. Her heart leapt and started to beat furiously.
"If it ain't Bob Marley, last observed fleeing from the laundry of a certain Chelsea house, by means of the garden wall with his breeches half on and his boots carried, quick as a ferret down a rat hole you were, over the wall with your bum showing where you hadn't got your breeches fully up."
Mary, though weakened by the effort this outburst required, held her smile. She had a good head for names and faces, though in the ensuing years both of them had changed greatly, and for the worse.
"How do you know me name, then?"
Marley demanded.
"The laundry maid, remember? We met in Shepherd Market. Me buying fish, nigh 8 year back. You had a gold watch what had a brass chain. You was ever so posh. I took you back to me master's house. Remember, we done it on the linen pile. Well, not done it really. You see, before you'd had your wicked way with me, the bloody cook come in on us and you had to scarp her. Surely you must remember that, Bob Marley."
Mary, exhausted, lay back, panting. Bob Marley grinned broadly as he suddenly recalled the incident, and the details of it flooded back to him.
Blimey. That was you. You was the dolly mop.
He shook his head in wonderment.
Well, ain't that a turn-up for the bleeding books? I remember it now. I stubbed me big toe because of not having me boots on. All black and blue it were. Took bleeding forever to come good so I could walk proper again. I've told that self-same story 100 times or more. Ah, dearie me, what a laugh, eh?
Marley had closed the razor in his hand, and now he slipped it into the pocket of his jacket. They sat together in the alley and finished the brandy, talking of the things that had happened to them. Marley asked Mary about the abacus which lay beside her, and she explained its use to him in accounting and numbers.
Pity you wasn't a man, lovey. I knows a gentleman. Matter of fact, I used to be a snakesman when I was a nipper. Before I growed, I'd climb in and out of houses like a rat up a bleeding drain pipe, thieving stuff for him. This self-same gentleman's got word out, very discreet, mind, that he needs a clerk what he can trust. Someone with a bit of form, if you knows what I mean.
Ikey Solomon, Marley explained, trusted no one, and was loath to make such an appointment, but stolen goods were piling up unledgered and unaccounted for. Bob Marley pointed to the abacus.
Don't suppose he'd entertain a contraption like that, he remarked gloomily. Even if you was a man. I think he's got more your normal quill and blacking pot in mind, some old lag what is a clerk and can be trusted never to talk to the filth, and what can be suitably blackmailed into keeping his gob shut.
Mary explained to him that she could use a quill, ink and paper for clerking, and that she knew how to write up a ledger. Bob Marley scratched his head, pushing his top hat further back in order to do so.
If it were up to myself, I'd give you a go. What's I got to lose, I'd say? Nice-looking tart like you, well worth a try, eh?
Marley mused for a moment.
But then I got a kind heart and he ain't. He's an old bastard.
He looked up and smiled.
I can give you his address, confidential like mine.
He scowled suddenly.
But if you tells him who give it to you, I won't take it kindly, know what I mean?
Mary shook her head.
Caught honour, Bob. I won't tell no one who it was what told me. I'm exceeding obliged to you.
Mary's hopes soared. Bob Marley was not going to kill her, or even mark her.
It's Bell Alley, you know, ring-a-ding-ding bell, got it? Islington. I don't know the number, but it's got a green door with a brass lion with a loop through its nose as a knocker-like. There's a lamppost in Winfield Street where you turn into the alley, only lighting the old bleeding street, but it don't work. Best time to catch him is dawn when he's coming home. It's not his real home, it's where he keeps his stuff and does his accounting like. Wait for him at the entrance of the alley. He can't come no other way.
Their conversation waned, and then came to a complete silence. Bob Marley had shown no signs of producing the razor again, but the tension so overwhelmed Mary that she could not put the prospect of the razor aside, and idle chatter between them became impossible for her.
You ain't going to cut me, then? She asked finally, smiling disarmingly at the man squatting in front of her.
Marley coughed politely into his fist, and looked up at Mary so that their eyes met again for the first time in a long while.
I'm sorry, love, but I have to.
He smiled in a sympathetic way, and his gold teeth flashed.
I don't like doing it in your case, I sincerely don't.
Bob Marley shrugged and turned away. Mary was flushed with the brandy, but with only a few mouthfuls of stale bread inside her stomach, she felt it turn, and she was sure she was going to be sick.
Please don't cut me, Bob Marley, she begged. I won't cut you bad, lovey. Just a straight slash what will heal quick. A slash and a little dab of acid to keep the scar permanent like and as a witness that I done me job. You're still a corker to look at and all. I don't want to spoil that. It don't say in the contract I got to mutilate you. I can make up my own mind about that. Cut and acid. A slash and dab, that's all I got to do according to me code of ethics.
Mary, attempting to hold back the bile rising in her throat, concentrated on looking into Bob Marley's eyes. She didn't see the razor come out of his pocket, and she barely saw the flash of its blade, when she felt the sharp, sudden sting of it across her cheek.
"I'm truly sorry, lovey,"
she heard Bob Marley whisper.
"If you move now, I'll splash the acid. Stay still, very still, so I don't harm your pretty mug too much."
Mary wanted to scream and vomit at the same time, but she clenched her teeth and held on, and then there was a second blinding, unbearable sting as Bob Marley pushed back her head and poured acid into the cut. She could no longer keep her hands behind her back, and now she clasped them to her face.
"Jesus Christ, what happened to your hands?"
Bob Marley exclaimed. Then he rose quickly and was gone, before the scream was fully out of Mary's mouth. Mary could scarcely remember how she survived the next 3 weeks. Despite her pain and misery, she had determined she would somehow fulfill her promise never to drink again. Denying herself gin and the opium pipe to which she'd become accustomed sent her into fearful spasms and cramps. She sweated profusely so that her clothes were soaked, and she was only dimly aware of her surroundings. By the time she had set out to meet Ikey Solomon, though still shaky, she was over the worst of her tremors. The scar on her cheek, though not entirely healed, was free of scab. Bob Marley had done his job skillfully, and her face, despite the scar, was not in the least misshapen, the parts of it remaining as is normal on a woman's countenance, nose, lips, and eyes where they ought to be, and perfectly intact. Mary waylaid Ikey at dawn, just as Bob Marley had suggested. Standing in the shadows several feet into Bell Alley, she had seen him enter from Winfield Street, and let him almost pass her before she stood suddenly in his path. Ikey stiffened and gasped in fright, bringing his arms up to his face as Mary stepped out of the shadows. But then, seeing it was a woman, he lowered his hands, dug his chin deeper into his overcoat, and proceeded on his way.
"Please, Mr. Solomon, sir," Mary called. "Can you spare just 1 minute of your time? I've waited here all night with news that may be a great benefit to you."
What is it, woman? Have you got something to sell?
"Yes, sir, but I cannot speak of it here. You must grant me time to see you elsewhere. What I have to offer is a great value. You will wish to see a sample, I feel sure."
Where will I come? When? Be quick, it's late. I must be gone. Where?
Ikey snapped, expecting to intimidate the woman who stood before him. Mary had thought about this meeting too often to be thrown by Ikey's brusque manner.
"I shall come to you, sir,"
she said calmly, though her heart was beating furiously.
"What I shall bring with me will be worth your while."
Bah! Humbug!
It was unusual for a woman of Mary's standing to confront him unless she had some urgent business, probably of the stolen goods kind. Or she might be a spy of some sort, or a trap set by the runners.
Who sent you? Who told you to wait here?
Ikey asked.
"I cannot say, sir. I pledged to keep me gob shut, but it ain't no one what means you harm."
Humph! I cannot think that such a man exists.
Ikey sniffed, though his instinct in these things was usually sound, and he could feel no malice of intent in the woman who stood before him.
Very well, tonight at 7 o'clock precisely in Whitechapel. If you are late and not alone, you will not be let in. You shall say one word, Waterloo, to the woman what answers the door. Waterloo and no other, do you understand?
Mary nodded, too nervous and overcome even to thank him, as Ikey gave her the address of his home in Whitechapel.
Go on, be off with you now, and don't you be late. You shall have 10 minutes tonight.
Ikey paused.
That is, if you have something of worth to show me. Less, much less, I can assure you, if you doesn't.
Without a word, Mary moved past Ikey and into Winfield Street. She had succeeded in the first step, though she had done so with a trick. A deception, yes, but not a lie. Now she had given herself the chance to pick up the broken pieces of her miserable life and perhaps change it forever. At 7 o'clock precisely that evening, Mary, carrying her abacus, tapped on the door of Ikey's Whitechapel home. It was not as big a house as any in which she had once worked. but imposing nevertheless, and grand for where it stood, one street from the Whitechapel markets. The door was answered by a raw-boned woman, who appeared to be about 40, and whose breath smelt of stale beer. Mary, afraid even to offer the pleasantry of an evening greeting lest she betray Ikey's instructions, blurted out, "Waterloo!"
"You're expected, to be sure," the woman said in an Irish brogue. "Will you be after following me then, miss?"
The woman, taking a candle from a ledge in the hallway, then led Mary through the darkened house to the door of Ikey's study, where she tapped 3 times and departed, leaving Mary waiting in the darkness. She had a sense of being watched, and then she heard a sniff, followed by the muffled giggle of a child, though she could see no one. In a moment or so, Mary heard the rattle of a key placed into the lock, and the door opened, though only a crack. The light was behind Ikey's head, and Mary could only just make out his long nose, a single beady eye, and a scrag of beard in the space allowed by the opening. The door opened wider, and Ikey silently stood aside for her to enter the small room beyond. The door closed behind her, and she heard Ikey lock it once again. Ikey brushed past where Mary stood, turned and surveyed her with his hands on his hips. He was wearing his greatcoat, though he'd removed his hat, and she now saw his face clearly for the first time. This she found the way she had imagined it to be. That was the point with Ikey's face. To those who saw it clearly, it was exactly what you would expect his face to look like, if you knew his vocation in life. Behind Ikey stood a coat stand, and beside it a high desk, above which a lamp burnt brightly. 2 further lamps lit the room to give it an almost cheerful look, which contrasted markedly with the general darkness of the house. Ikey did not bid her to be seated, though there was a small table and single chair some 4 feet from the desk. Mary moved past Ikey and placed her abacus flat upon the table, and then returned to where she'd formerly stood.
"Well, what is it? Why have you come? Show me, I have no time to waste."
Had she been a man who might be carrying news of a rich haul, Ikey might have been more circumspect. He might have smiled at the very least, ingratiating himself. But such pleasantries were not necessary for a woman of Mary's sort.
"Please, sir, you have granted me 10 minutes. It will take some of this time to tell you me story." "Story? What story? I do not wish to hear your story, unless it is business, a story of the business of profit. Some for who it is who sends you here, and some for yours truly. Be quick. I am most busy of mind and anxious to be about me work."
Mary smiled, attempting to conceal her nervousness.
"You will assuredly profit from what I have to say, kind sir. But I begs you first the small charity of your ears. No more, a few minutes to hear a poor widow's tale."
Mary then told Ikey how she had recently been widowed from a merchant sailor who had been swept overboard in the Bay of Biscay, how she, penniless, had been forced with her darling infant twins to share a miserable room with a destitute family of 5, and pay each day from her meagre salary for an older child to mind her precious children, while she worked as a laundry-maid in a big house in Chelsea. How the husband of the mistress of the house took advantage of her desperate circumstances to use her body for his pleasure whenever he felt inclined, and without any thought of payment. How one night a most frightful fire had swept through the Nethercan where she slept with her baby infants, and she had been dragged from the flames, but had rushed back to save her precious children.
"I bear the marks, good sir, the marks of that terrible tragedy."
She gave a little sob, and withdrew the woolen mittens from her hands, holding them up to reveal her horribly blackened and mutilated claws.
"It were to no avail. Me little ones was already perished when I pulled them from that ghastly inferno." "Ha! Burnt into 2 roast piglets, eh?"
Ikey snorted. Mary ignored this cruel remark.
"I lost me billet as a laundry-maid 'cause of me hands, and being burned and all, and not even a sovereign from the master of the house to send me on me way."
At this point, Ikey waved his hands, fluttering them above his head, as though he wished to hear no more.
"Enough. I have no need for a laundry-maid here, missus. Be off with you at once. You will get no charity from me." "No, sir, you are mistaken," Mary hastily exclaimed. "I want no charity. I have come to apply for the position as clerk, the same as what you was letting out you wanted. A clerk well acquainted with all manner of bookkeeping."
Ikey's face took on a look of bewildered amazement.
"A clerk? You come here to offer your services as me clerk? A woman and a laundry maid is a clerk? Have you gone completely balmy, missus?"
Ikey thumped the side of his head with the butt of his hand.
"Pah! This is quite beyond knowing or supposing."
He made a dismissive gesture towards Mary.
"Go away, I'm a busy man. Be off with you at once. You have already taken up too much of me time. Shoo, shoo, shoo."
He made as though to move towards the door. Mary took the abacus from where she had placed it on the table.
"Please, a moment, sir, Mr. Solomon. I have a gift with the Chinese abacus, sir."
She held the abacus up in front of her.
"A most extraordinary gift, but will make you very rich, sir." "Rich? That thing? A Chinese? Why, it'd be nothing but a bit of wire and beads. Coloured beads. What manner of trickery is this? Beads and laundry maids and hanky-panky, roasted twins and drownings, gifts and very rich? Bah! Go, be off with you at once." "Please, sir, I beseech and implore you. I ask for no charity, not a brass razoo, only for a test."
Mary appealed to Ikey with her eyes.
"Me abacus, that is. Me beads and wires. Against your astonishing and well-known and altogether marvellous way with numbers. Ways what people talk about in wonderment."
Mary gulped.
"While I know a poor clerk like me hasn't got no chance against such as your good self, it's a fair chance I'm a better bet than most men who count themselves clerks."
Then she added,
"And I am trustworthy. Most trustworthy and not known to the beaks. You have my word on that, sir."
Ikey barked.
"Trustworthy by your own word? I am the King of Spain and the Chief Justice by my own word." "No, sir, but the Prince of Fences, and known chiefly for just dealing by the admiring word of others,"
Mary said quickly. Ikey, despite himself, was impressed with this quick wit. He knew himself to be a positive wizard with numbers and calculations, and enjoyed the flattery, though he knew it to be false. Ikey's heart had never so much as skipped a beat in the vaguest general consideration of charity or goodwill or justice. Not ever, not even once, since he'd been an urchin selling lemons on the streets of Whitechapel. Though he didn't believe a word of Mary's tale, even had it been true, it would have drawn no emotion from him. Mutilation was so common in his experience that he hadn't even flinched at the sight of Mary's grotesque hands. Children being consumed by fire was a nightly occurrence as soon as the weather turned cold. The scar on her face told him all he needed to know about her. Moreover, it annoyed him that Mary had shown not the slightest sagacity in the concocting of the story she told. The least he would have expected from her was a letter from a screever, slightly worn and faded, and perhaps even somewhat tear-stained, purporting to come from the captain of the vessel from which her imagined husband had been swept overboard, and to testify to this tragic event. Such a document would be readily available for a shilling or two from any forger, a fundamental requirement if the slightest degree of deception was to be practiced. In Ikey's opinion, Mary clearly lacked the most elementary criminal mind, and he could waste no further time with her. The contest of numbers, an absurdity of course, was a quick way to be rid of her, to send her packing for good and all.
"Bah! Beads and wire against me. Impossible, my dear, quite absurd, ridiculous, improper and impossible."
Mary sensed from this outburst that Ikey's curiosity had been roused, and besides his voice was somewhat mollified. She smiled, a nice, demure smile.
"Announce me any 5 numbers in any number of digits, in any combination of multiplication, division, addition and subtraction you please,"
Mary challenged.
"If I best you in this purpose, then I pray you listen to me plea for a position as your clerk." "And what if I best you, me dear? What will you give me?"
Ikey liked the idea of a challenge, and the ferret grin appeared upon his face. Mary smiled, and her pale countenance was momentarily most pleasantly transformed, for she had an even smile that would light up her face and cause her lovely green eyes to dance, though this was beyond the ability of Ikey to notice. Po-faced once more, Mary stooped to lift the hems of her skirt, and the two dirty calico petticoats beneath, to just above her thighs. What Ikey witnessed was a pair of shapely legs, quite unencumbered.
"It is all I have to give. But I know myself clean, sir,"
she said, trying to imagine herself a respectable though destitute widow, so that her words carried sufficient pathos.
"Ah, clean by your own word, trustworthy by your own word. Bah! Not good enough for the master of the house to pay for, but good enough for me, is that it, eh?"
Ikey, who had been standing in front of Mary, now moved over to his clerk's desk. He removed the ledger from it and placed it on the ground. Then, reaching for a piece of paper from a small stack placed beside where the ledger had been, he laid it squarely in the centre of the desktop. Then he fumbled briefly within the recesses of his coat and produced a pair of spectacles, which he took some time to arrange about his nose and hook behind his large, hairy ears. Then he removed the coat and hung it upon the coat stand. The absence of his coat made Ikey look decidedly strange, as though he had been partly skinned or plucked. Mary was surprised at how tiny he appeared, standing in his dirty embroidered waistcoat and coarse woolen undershirt beneath. It was almost as though Ikey wore the heavily padded greatcoat, which stretched down to touch the uppers of his snouted boots, giving the effect of a much larger man, to conceal from the world his diminutive size. That he should choose to remove it now, so that he could more rapidly move his arms to right, indicated to Mary that he had taken her challenge seriously. Or otherwise thought so little of her presence that he cared nothing for her opinion of his physical stature, or the rank, ripe, cheesy odour which came from his tiny body as he climbed upon the stool and hunched over his desk. Ikey glanced scornfully at Mary over his spectacles as he took up his quill.
"You shall have your challenge, my dear, and if you win, which I very much doubt, I shall make inquiries as to your past."
Ikey paused and shrugged his shoulders.
"If you pass, you shall have your billet. You'll have me word for it."
Mary laughed.
"And your word? Is it to be trusted and mine is not, sir?"
Ikey did not reply, nor even look up, but he liked the point and the boldness it took to make it. He turned away from Mary's direction and briefly rubbed the tip of the quill with his thumb and forefinger, testing its sharpness, whereupon he dipped it into an inkwell and dabbed its point on the blotter which lay beside it.
"But if you lose?"
Ikey looked down at the area of her skirt, now once again concealing her legs, and pointed the tip of his goose quill at its hemline.
"Lift, my dear. Lift. Lift a little higher, if you please."
As Mary's skirts rose slowly to her thighs, she tried desperately to remember some past incident of embarrassment, so that she would appear to flush with modesty. Instead, she felt herself growing angry, and fought to contain her temper while her face remained impassive.
"Now turn around, my dear. Right around, that's it. Now lift. Higher. Ah."
Mary now stood with her back to Ikey.
"That will do very nicely, my dear."
His voice grown suddenly hoarse.
"You may turn around again. Though keep your skirt raised, if you please."
Mary's face was a deep purple as she beat back her rising anger. The display of her buttocks and now her cunny did not dismay her. It was the feeling of complete powerlessness which angered her. She was at Ikey's mercy. The billet he was empowered to give her could mean the beginning of a new life for her, but if he summarily dismissed her, she felt certain that she would not survive. She dropped her hands from her skirts and did not look directly at Ikey, for fear her eyes might betray her anger.
"Ah, you have done well to flush, my dear. A touch of modesty is most becoming in a laundrywoman, even in a poor widow what has lost her darling husband and precious little ones, the one in water, the terrible stormy briny, and t'others in a roasting pit, the crackle of hell itself."
Ikey paused and smiled his ferret smile.
Perhaps you will make a modest clerk, a very modest clerk. So modest as not to be a clerk at all, but altogether something else, eh? What do you say, my dear? I shall be most pleased if you would give me your calculations, sir,
Mary said quietly. She kept her eyes averted, fearing that should she glance up, she might lose control and spoil her chance to take him on at calculations. Ikey leant backwards in the high chair, showing a surprisingly large erection through his tightly pulled breeches. He was most gratified at this unexpected event. He could not remember when he'd been so encouraged by a woman's display of immodesty, especially a woman such as the one who stood before him. Women and sex seldom entered his mind. He had thought simply to humiliate Mary and to erode her confidence before the contest by showing her he knew her to be a whore. Yet she had stirred a part in him so seldom stirred that he had almost forgotten that it was possessed of a secondary purpose beyond pissing. Ikey looked down at his swelling breeches with some approval, then looked up at Mary with a mixture of pleasure and fear. If anything, this woman, with her ridiculous contraption of wire and beads, had gained the upper hand, and he knew he must do something at once to regain the advantage. The thought of losing to her caused an immediate diminishing within his breeches, but upon his becoming aware of this, the perverse monster came alive again, pushing hard against the cotton of his breeches. Ikey concentrated desperately and cast his thoughts to embrace his wife Hannah, an act of mental flagellation which was at once sufficient to damp down the unaccustomed fire that had burnt in the region of his crotch. Waving the goose-feather quill in an expansive gesture above his head, Ikey announced to Mary, "If you should lose, do not despair, my dear. Mrs. Solomon, a woman of a most benign nature and generous heart, who herself is an expert on—" Ikey coughed lightly. "Figures. Is in need of someone capable of your very well-presented, figurations." Ikey moved forward, leaning both his elbows on the desk, so that the area of his loins was concealed. His bony shoulders were hunched up above his ears to make him look like an Indian vulture bird. "You will do very nicely, my dear. Very nicely indeed. My wife will be most pleased to make your acquaintance." Ikey felt immediately better for knowing what Hannah might do to the woman who stood before him should she lose to him. Mary remained silent, nor did she change her expression, though she was acquainted with Hannah's vile reputation, and Ikey's insidious suggestions were not lost on her.
"I shall need a surface upon which to place down me abacus," was all she said in reply.
Ikey motioned her to a small table and chair, and Mary seated herself, placing the brightly beaded abacus at the required distance in front of her. Her voice was hardly above a whisper.
"I am ready, please, sir."
Ikey said in a tight voice.
"Ready you may be, but beat me you shan't. Not now, not never, and not likely."
It is a matter of history how Ikey threw all sorts of mathematical computations at Mary, and before he could properly ink his quill, her flying fingers sped the coloured beads this way and that to find the answer. This she announced in a steady voice, free of emotion, fearing to upset Ikey if she appeared too bold and forward with her triumph over him. She need not have feared, for had she whispered the answers in a voice most demure and modest, she would have upset Ikey no less. He soon grew furious, and, it being in his nature to cheat, attempted to grab back the advantage by trying to think ahead the total of the sum before announcing it. Yet Mary bested him, beat him on every occasion, until finally he was forced to concede defeat. This he did with the utmost bad temper, claiming a headache, a blunt quill, and the mix of blacking ink in his pot not to his usual liking.
"You have won the first round, my dear,"
he finally mumbled without grace.
"The second test remains."
Mary held her gaze steady as Ikey continued.
"Now we shall hear of your past, my dear, for the position of my clerk is one requiring great trust, and I shall want to know that your background is spotless, blameless, and pure as churchyard snow."
Mary knew the game was up. The hideous little man was playing with her. She now realised that he'd been playing with her from the beginning, though she felt sure she'd caught him by surprise with the abacus. Why, she now asked herself, had she not simply told him the circumstances of her life? Why would her feigning of respectability, a widow fallen upon hard times, have influenced this odious creature? Perchance he would have preferred the real story of her descent into debauchery and whoring. It was much more the world he knew and understood. Mary could feel her temper rising, the heat of her anger suffusing her entire body. She rose without haste from where she was seated, and taking up her abacus from the table, moved in slow, deliberate steps towards where Ikey sat smiling triumphantly at the counting desk. She came to a halt in front of the desk, and it seemed that she was about to beg him for his mercy. But instead she lifted the abacus above her head and swung it as hard as she might at the grinning little fence. The abacus caught him on the side of the head and sent him sprawling from the high chair onto the floor. Ikey's spectacles launched from his head and landed with a clatter in the corner behind him.
"You can keep your poxy job, you bastard," she cried. "Fuck you! No, please, don't hit me. Please, no violence. I beg you, missus. Anything, take anything, but don't beat me."
Whereupon he began to sob loudly.
"You shit,"
she said, disgusted, though the anger had already gone half out of her voice, as she looked at the pathetic whimpering weasel cowering at her feet. Ikey, sensing the danger was over, let go of her leg. He scrambled frantically to his haunches, and with his arms propelled himself backwards into a corner. He sat down hard upon his spectacles, which promptly broke, and pierced through his breeches and cut into his scrawny bum.
"Ouch! Fuck!"
he yelled. Then lifting his arse, he felt frantically at the damaged area, and his hand came away with blood on the tips of his fingers. He looked down at his bloody paw, his expression incredulous.
"Blood! Oh, I shall faint! Blood!" he sobbed. "I shall bleed to death!"
Mary moved towards him, the abacus raised above her shoulders, ready to strike him again. Ikey, sobbing, pulled up his knees and covered his head with his arms.
"Oh, no! I'll pay you! Don't hurt me! For God's sake, I beg you, don't hit a poor man what's bleeding to death!"
Ikey, cringing in the corner with his arms about his head, waited for the blow to come.
"Get up, you gormless lump!"
Mary snapped. Ikey scrambled hurriedly to his feet, sniffing and sobbing, snot-nosed and flushed with fright. Mary grabbed him by his scrawny neck and steered him towards the counting desk, bending him over it so that his arms hung over the front and his head lay upon its writing surface. Then she placed the abacus on the floor beside the desk.
"Now, be a man and don't cry while I remove the glass from your arse," she laughed.
It was at that precise moment, crouched with his bleeding bum facing her, and his miserable head face downwards on the desk, that Ikey knew for certain he was deeply and profoundly in love, for the first and only time in his life. Chapter 5. Ikey found Mary to be a studious and diligent clerk, quick to learn even if somewhat lacking in experience. He also knew that working for him was Mary's only chance to make something of her life, and that consequently she would work tirelessly to bring her change of fortune about. Ikey exploited the situation, and he paid her little and worked her late with no thought of gratitude for her services, though each week he paid her the agreed sum without demurring. Mary was content with such an arrangement. An amorous Ikey was only acceptable if the experience was infrequent, and she soon realised that her skill at numbers made her indispensable to him, and that she need no longer show her gratitude to him on her back. It did not take long for Mary's quick mind to grasp the peculiar language of Ikey's ledgers, and to learn the ways of disposing stolen goods throughout Europe and America. She soon showed that her bookkeeping skills extended to a good head for business. Ikey found himself possessed of a clerk who managed his affairs exceedingly well, though it concerned him greatly that Mary had come in the process to know a disconcerting amount about his nefarious dealings. It was time to put a little salt on the bread, But he could not embrace the idea of raising her salary. Not only because he was exceedingly mean, but also because it involved the idea that he was pleased with her progress, or even that he admitted to himself that Mary had become indispensable to his well-being. To Ikey, who could flatter a penny out of a pauper's hand, the notion of openly caring for another human was the most dangerous idea he could conceive of, a weakness which would, he felt certain, lead inevitably to his demise. As Mary's confidence grew, her natural impetuosity returned, and with it her lively temper, which caused her to argue with Ikey, for she found him stuck in his ways and not readily open to new suggestions. She became convinced that Ikey's connections in Amsterdam and Brussels were cheating him in the melting down of silver and gold and the resetting and recutting of diamonds. Ikey would say, "It is appropriate that those who cheat should also be cheated. It is in the nature of thieving, my dear. There is a saying among my people, always put a little salt on the bread. It means always leave a little something for the next man. Leave a little extra, a little taste on the tongue, a reason to return. It is true in business, and it is even more true in the business of fencing." How curious it was, then, that Ikey, who understood this principle so well, could not see how to bring it about with Mary. That is, without perceiving himself as made impossibly vulnerable in his emotions.
This is the end of CD 2. The story will continue on CD 3. CD 3.
Mary's mind lacked the subtlety of her opponent, but she was not entirely without gall. She knew herself to be worked hard for very little remuneration, and she expected no less. But by showing her concern for Ikey's interest in other matters, she was proving her loyalty to him. Besides, she had a plan which concerned the house in Bell Alley, and so she worked without complaint, becoming more and more indispensable to Ikey, until she perceived his concern that he could no longer afford to be without her. Then she made the suggestion to Ikey that she work without salary at his bookkeeping, and that in addition she be allowed to open a brothel in Bell Alley in partnership with him. Ikey was delighted. It meant that she was fully compromised. She would do his bookkeeping and add even further to his gain, and at the same time completely negate his fears. Mary, he told himself, knew decidedly more of whoring than of clerking, and as the mistress of a brothel, as well as his bookkeeper, she would be tied to him forever. Greed was the only emotion Ikey trusted in himself as well as in others. An agreement was struck between them whereby Ikey would put up the capital for the brothel, for which he would receive 70%, and Mary 30%, after the deduction of running expenses. Moreover, the house would still be a repository of stolen goods, it being possessed of a large attic, and the dry and commodious cellar would also be in Ikey's sole possession. The last point was a masterstroke on Ikey's part. Through Hannah, he had met a notorious Belgian forger who had been forced to escape from the authorities in several European countries and had proposed a business deal. The forger, a man called Abraham van Esselen, was also a Jew. Moreover, he was deaf and dumb, and if he was to make a living at his craft, needed a partner. Ikey was ideally suited to this purpose, for he could procure all the materials needed for a sophisticated forgery operation through his various contacts, and had an established network of fellow Jews in Europe and America, through whom the fake banknotes could be laundered. He would set up a printing operation in the cellar at Bell Alley. Ikey now had the premises in Bell Alley working to his complete satisfaction. He hated waste, and now he had turned every inch of space to profit. The cellar turning out counterfeit notes, and in daylight hours printing handbills and pamphlets. The centre of the house supplying the physical and fantastical needs of bankers, lawyers, judges, magistrates, and toffs in general. The attic serving as a counting house, and storage for the rich fruits of his nocturnal harvesting. Ikey was well pleased with himself. There remained no chinks in his emotional armour, and he had kept Mary at his side by involving her in two of these activities. The forgery he shared with his wife, Hannah, and not with Mary, who did none of the bookwork involved. Ikey had also persuaded Hannah never to venture near the premises at Bell Alley, as implication in the forging of high-denomination banknotes led to the death penalty. Ikey pointed out, though unnecessarily, that if they should both go to the gallows, all their property confiscated, their children would be alone and destitute in a cruel and uncaring world. Hannah needed no further encouragement to stay away. In this way, Hannah was completely unaware of the existence of a high-class brothel at the Bell Alley address, nor was she aware of Mary, the second woman in Ikey's life. Though Ikey hated Hannah, she owned half of his ready fortune. That is, his convertible wealth, the gold sovereigns and ingots, silver and precious stones. For Ikey believed in liquid assets of the kind you could pack into a smallish space when you beat a hasty retreat. They shared everything equally by means of each of them only knowing a half of the combination to the safe they kept under the floorboards in the pantry of the Whitechapel house. So both were required to be present to open it, and neither could escape with the contents without the cooperation of the other. This was an agreement Ikey had foolishly made in earlier years, when he had first been released from a prison hulk, and the money taken from Hannah's bawdy houses had supplied the cash he needed to start up in the fencing business. Hannah had insisted, on the basis that if Ikey was arrested again, he might, under duress, reveal the combination to the authorities or various villains. He now regarded it as the single most foolish thing he had ever done, but Hannah had been unrelenting in her insistence that the practice be continued. Ikey comforted himself that while this prevented him from stealing the contents someday and deserting his wife, Hannah was placed in the very same predicament. Mary took to the standing upright part of her profession handsomely, and developed clear ideas of how she would conduct her role as mistress of a whorehouse to the gentry. She successfully persuaded Ikey that they must go first class with no corners cut, and create an establishment second to none in London. She furnished the house much like the Chelsea one she'd been chased from after the aborted affair with Bob Marley, though with a distinctly oriental flavour she'd observed in a picture of a salon in the window of a printing shop, and which she persuaded the proprietor to sell to her. Mary spared not a penny in making the premises in Bell Alley grandly ostentatious, with a front parlour lavishly done out in silks and rare carpets, as well as erotic statues showing every form of human copulation. Many of the statues were painted in gold and bedecked in coloured ostrich feathers to make a dazzling display of erotica. Ikey was a rich man, a very rich man, but not one given to spending it upon others, but persuaded by Mary that the best of London's professional and commercial society would beat a path to her door, or more correctly, between her expensive linen sheets, where they would be attended by the most skilled and beautiful young courtesans, in return for large amounts of money, he opened his purse to the fullest. At the same time, he allowed that Mary should owe him 30% of the total cost of refurbishing, to be paid off from her future brothel earnings. Mary was delighted. For the first time she was in control of her own life, and she did not regard Ikey's terms as onerous. On the contrary, she was aware that she owed him a great debt, and was determined that she would repay it with the utmost loyalty. Ikey was the first person who had shown her the least charity, and she would never forget this. A great deal would happen in the course of this strange partnership, some good and much bad. But Mary would never deny that Ikey had been the means of her salvation. In Mary's bawdy house, Ikey could take vicarious pleasure in observing the high and the mighty at work through a peephole in the ceiling. He found it ironic and immensely pleasing to think that one day he was bound to stand trial before a bewigged and scarlet-robed judge, and have the image recalled of this same milord, without breeches, fat belly wobbling, rogering one of Mary's plump little pigeons. Mary's establishment made Ikey feel clean and respectable, and even somewhat superior for the first time in his life, and he grandly imagined himself a member, if only by proxy and proximity, of London's professional classes. Indeed, it gave him the greatest possible satisfaction that it was lawyers, judges, magistrates and bankers who became Mary's regular clients, the very men who, throughout his life, had caused him so much anxiety. For Ikey it was money well spent, and soon it was money most easily earned, as men of the bench and at the bar and in the city knocked discreetly at the scarlet door of Mary's Bell Alley brothel. For the most part, Mary's clients shared two characteristics. The sprightliness and easy randiness of youth had long passed, but the memory of it remained bright as a sunlit morning. They came to Egyptian Mary's, as it became known, to attempt to relive the past while indulging any current fantasies. The story of Mary's missing hands, often told with great conviction, added greatly to her fame, and customers believed that many of the sexual fantasticals available to them stemmed originally from her time spent in the mysterious Orient. Mary took to wearing a turban of multicoloured silks, which did nothing to dispel the rumours and added greatly to her mystique. Mary taught her girls the use of belladonna to lift their spirits and to enter with enthusiasm into the many bondages, recitations, titivations, dressing-ups and stripping-downs, spankings, pretendings, offendings, excitements, oral, anal, frontal, and often curiously banal, which her ageing, mostly pot-bellied clientele required. They learnt to be extravagant in their compliments, and the most inadequate sexual performance was built to high praise, so that the ageing participant left Egyptian Mary's convinced of his renewed and awesome virility. There were 3 things not on offer at Egyptian Mary's, but which could be procured at any other London brothel. Mary did not trade in little boys or girls, or in young men. This was not because Ikey had any morality in regard to the exploitation of children or whoresons, but Mary did. She loved children, and each day at noon the brats would be at the scullery door for soup and bread, which she had cooked up in a steaming cauldron, so that she would feed 50 or more. Though she took care not to show them more than a rough affection, she longed to take the smaller children in her arms and hug them. Street children, she knew from her own experience, were feral animals, and must be treated as wild creatures that would always bite the hand that fed them. Mary expected nothing from them, and somehow they knew she was their friend, and even perhaps that she loved them. She earned their loyalty slowly with food and some physic, and an occasional dressing for a cut or yellow ointment for their eyes, and they repaid her with gossip. Should a constable appear to be snooping, there was always a child at the back door to alert her. Though a new client might occasionally demand the services of a child or a young boy, a common enough request in almost any London brothel, Mary would refuse him, and often in the process offend some high-ranking toff. London town was swarming with starving urchins, who would go with anyone for 2pence or a plate of toasted herrings. There was no class in that sort of rough trade, which was more for the likes of Hannah to supply, which she did without compunction. Mary had no trouble convincing Ikey, who wanted no close attention from the law paid to the premises on Bell Alley, and he knew better than most that children cause trouble when grown men of the middle and upper classes are involved. Several hours past midnight, long after the customers had been gratified, satisfied, slumbered, sobered, and finally put into carriages and sent on their way, when the clicking of Mary's abacus beads ceased, and the accounting books were made up in straight lines and neatly squared columns, Ikey would arrive. He would come in from his vile night abroad, where he received and paid and argued and bartered for stolen property, in dimly lit taverns and taprooms, brothels, flash houses, netherkins and thieves' kitchens, and it was usual for him to drop into the Pig and Spit, where he passed some time at the ratting. His life was populated by all manner of villains, thieves, swell mobsmen, flashmen, touts, pickpockets, pimps, itinerant criminals and scallywags. His last call before returning to Egyptian Mary's was always within the Great St. Giles Rookery, known in the vernacular as the Holy Land, to a decaying building long vacated by its original occupant. Here he unlocked the door, and in darkness crept up a set of rickety stairs to the very top, where the damp and decay had not yet fully penetrated. Within this building resided a gang of carefully chosen urchins, street children who had been trained to Ikey's ways, and who did his bidding. The youngest of them were stock buzzers or smatter haulers, stealers of silk handkerchiefs, known as kingsmen, which, as was the fashion with toffs, were conveniently carried protruding from the coat tail. Ikey would pay 9pence each for these, though some were worth as much as 3 shillings when later sold in Rosemary Lane. Ikey was always on the lookout for a talent, a boy with fingers light enough to make a tooler. A tooler was the most elite of the pickpockets, a planner and plotter, a boy with brains, daring and courage. At any one time, Ikey hoped for 4 toolers in the making, and 2 fully blown and working at the top of their trade. A great tooler could go on to be a swell mobsman, though most, even some of the best, got their hands to shaking from too frequent imbibement of gin or brandy, or found their minds preoccupied and numbed to action by the fear of being caught and transported. Tooling was where the real money lay in the art of pickpocketing, and it required 4 boys, the tooler himself, a stickman, and 2 stalls, and, if available, up to 4 urchins to transport the goods from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible. The first stall would go ahead, scanning the crowd for members of the law, or even a group of workmen or a large shop boy who might give chase to a thief in return for the prospect of a reward. The second stall was on duty between the tooler and the stickman, and was generally a larger boy who was required to impede the progress of any person in too hot pursuit of the stickman, who was the first to receive the article from the tooler and get the transportation of the lifted goods under way. The tactics followed were to a set pattern, a routine worked by Ikey until it became second nature to the boys. Choosing a victim was a task not taken lightly, for the tooler was trained to observe human nature in the smallest detail, to watch the mannerisms of a chosen quarry, how each talked and walked, and where they placed their hands, with whom they conversed, and where they stopped. Ikey would demand patience and careful selection. A pogue taken from a dizzy shop girl containing 1 silver shilling carried the same penalty at law as a dumby lifted from a rich toff stuffed with Bank of England longtails and jingling with gold sovereigns. A garnet brooch, deftly unclipped from the bombazine blouse worn by a nanny, earned a jail term or transportation no different to the neatest unclipping of a diamond pin from the silk bodice of a duchess.
It's quality we's after, lads. To be sent abroad for the lifting of a tin brooch is a sin of character, what can't never be recovered from. A gentleman's gold hunter or a diamond pin, now that's a lay worthy of true respect.
Ikey would pause, taking in the eager faces around him.
We does not sell ourselves cheaply, my dears. Tooling is a most ancient and noble art, and we are artists. Our fingers play as lightly upon a purse or dumby, diamond clip or gold yak, as the fingers of the greatest virtuoso are light upon the ivories of an harpsichord at a concert in honour of the king himself.
Sometimes a promising quarry would be watched for days, until the tooler knew precisely how and where to make the pull. A lady might be taken while shopping in the afternoon, this being regarded as light-fingered practice for the more meaningful tooling of toffs and gentlemen during the evening to come.
Humans is all predictable. Observe the pattern and you know the mark,
Ikey would repeat ad nauseam to his dirty-faced pupils. Ikey seemed never to tire of the training of these small boys. He started with them very young, not older than 6 or 7, for it was his belief that the lad who had not mastered the grammar of his art by the time his voice broke seldom reached any high degree of competence. He even taught them to cheat skillfully at the game of cribbage, for he understood that they would naturally grow up to be gamblers, and he hoped to give his boys a better chance than most of keeping their ill-gained money in their own pockets. In this respect, and in many others, he was known as the best and most famous of all the kidsmen, and his toolers became the elite on the streets and in the busy arcades. Urchins would implore him to be enrolled in what Ikey referred to as the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers, a spoof on the Methodist Academy of Light, a Salvationist school for the honest poor, situated in an adjacent slum court in St. Giles. While there were a great many kidsmen to be found, men who trained street urchins for snakesmen, pickpockets, and as beggars, they were generally most harsh in their methods, ignorant men with a too frequent hard, flat, impatient hand to the side of an urchin's head. Should a boy fail to exhibit the required amount of tact and ingenuity in dipping, it was the custom for him to be given a severe beating from the other boys, or by the kidsman himself. To this punishment was added no food to eat until the hapless child improved his pickpocketing technique, or simply starved to death. Ikey, however, offered not harsh punishment, but reward. A bright penny handed over, a large chop rimmed with fat added to a child's plate at supper, or even a glass of best beer given with a pat on the back. Ikey's thorough ways and his understanding of the competitive nature of small boys created the best toolers to be found in London, all most proud to be graduates of the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers, proprietor Isaac Solomon, Esquire. At practice, Ikey would use a tailor's dummy set up in a pool of lamplight and dressed up with the garments most likely to be worn in the street. Sometimes these would emulate the attire of a toff, swell or country gentleman, and at others a grand lady, a doxy, or for the smallest of the children, a nanny or shop assistant. Into these clothes were sewn tiny bells that tinkled at the slightest vibration. At the conclusion of each week, it was the custom among Ikey's boys to take a vote, decided by the acclamation of all. The most proficient boy at the practice of dipping was voted the title of Captain Bells, whereas the least competent was christened Tinkle Bell. The former was a title much prized among his young apprentice thieves, while the latter was worn with a fierce resolve to be unchristened as speedily as possible. Bob Marley had come from among these children, and there were a number of talented magsmen, swell mobsmen and flashmen who could claim a proper education by the redoubtable Ikey in the ways of thieving and disposing, and the general nature of surviving in the trade of taking what rightfully belonged to others. It was this foundation, laid early and trained carefully, which later supplied much of the goods which Ikey would receive as a fence. Ikey would arrive at the boys' squalid quarters around 3 in the morning, whereupon lectures and demonstrations on the art of light fingers and the brightening of minds took place. Afterwards, those boys with goods to dispose of, such items as they might have taken on the street since the previous night's visit, would wait back, while the remaining urchins would repair to a nearby chop house, where a private room was held for them. Ikey would carefully examine the prize each offered, explaining its composition in stones, or judging its value in precious metal, or as an article alone.
Know what you takes, my dear. A bit of glass set in lead and gold dipped ain't worthy of your knowledge. Emeralds or diamonds set in gold is what your fingers is trained to lift. Watch the light, see it play. Diamonds shoot, emeralds pulse, rubies burn, pearls glow. Judge the wearer, not the glory of the gown, the toss of the head, the modesty of eye. Fake pearls is more common than real, and when worn on a bosom young, tempting and firm, is most likely to be that of a tart playing at a courtesan than a lady of quality. Judge the laughter. Too shrill and too often is the habit of the badly bred. Details, my dears. Everything is in the details. Sniff the perfume. Examine the nap of the boots and the hem of the skirt for old dirt or much mending. If the gentleman's hands is too familiar with his escort, then the lady is too cheaply bought. It's all there waiting for your eyes to measure and your mind to equate before you decide to make the vamp.
Ikey would then pay them, naturally at a much reduced price to the street value of the goods, though never were the articles so cheaply purchased as to encourage a young lad to take the merchandise elsewhere. The business of the night completed, Ikey would join the dozen or so boys who ranged in age from 6 to 16 for a meal in the nearby chop house. Here they would all be fed from Ikey's purse, though in the order and quality of their performances. Those who had not done well at practice, or failed to bring in any merchandise taken on the street, would be denied a plate of chops or steak, meat being the reward for performance, though all were equally given a thick wedge of bread and a large bowl of thick steaming broth, enough to keep body and soul together. Ikey himself partook of a bowl of mutton and potato stew, followed by a dish of curds. Some of the smaller boys, their bellies replete, would leave the chop house to crawl back into their squalid quarters and sleep until noon in a bed of dirty rags. Those who had money, or friends who would share what they'd won, would stay to grow drunk on a pint of gin or brandy. During the progress of one night, Ikey might be seen, his hands working in the gestures of unctuous trading, in the reeking hubbub of Rosemary Lane doing business among the festoons of second-hand clothes. Or if the tide was in, and to run before dawn, he might be seen working his way to the river, to the regions of Jacob's Island, and those parts known as the Venice of Drains in Bermondsey, which he reached by traversing the impenetrable alleys, dives and runways round Leicester Square and the Haymarket, this part of the great rookery being the convenient asylum for the thieves, flashmen, touts and prostitutes working the rich fields of the West End. Here could be found the rakish members of the upper classes, with their courtesans, their ears and necks and décolletage awash with diamonds and pearls, the starched young swells, toffs and codgers on the randy, the gamblers and cashed-up jockeys, and the furtive old perverts from the privileged classes, who mixed vicariously with the lowlife. This place, too, was an essential nightly visitation for a fence of Ikey's status in the underworld. Ikey could come upon these places from Whitechapel or Spitalfields, along dark, fetid lanes, and through vile netherkins crowded to suffocation with thieves and beggars, and the desperate starving poor sleeping and copulating on straw-filled billets and bundles of rags. Sometimes he moved along well-established paths, formed over rooftops, or through cellars and dark alleys, sliding past the stagnant open gutters which ran down the centre of these narrow, filth-choked runways. Even in the dark, he knew the whereabouts of the numerous cesspools which would trap many a gin-soaked hag or drunkard who'd lost his way, and having slipped on the surrounding excrement, could not regain a foothold and would be sucked into the shit to drown. Ikey knew with intimacy this great rookery of St. Giles, and many others, and was as much at home in them as the rats scurrying ahead of him along the soot-stained walls. He could reach the destination of his choosing without once crossing an honest thoroughfare, or appearing within the light of a single street lamp, seen along the way only by the incurious eyes of beggars, thieves, nightstand prostitutes, petty touts, sharpers, and the broken and desperate humanity who lived in these festering parts. Those who saw nothing unless they were paid to do so, and who, upon being questioned by a magistrate's runner, knew nothing of a person's whereabouts, even if they had glimpsed them, bold as brass, not a moment beforehand. On a rising tide, Ikey might be seen furtively moving close to a wall or along a pier in the dock areas before disappearing below the malodorous deck of a boat. Before dawn's light it would slip its moorings, and on the morning tide move silently down the river, its progress concealed by the sulphurous mist and smog that sat upon the Thames. By sunrise, this vessel, which outwardly carried hemp or tiles, or any of the other miscellanea which made up the maritime drudgery of commerce between England and the continental ports, would be safely into the Channel. It carried about Ikey's consignments of stolen jewellery to be reworked in Amsterdam and Antwerp, parcels of Bank of England notes in every denomination to be laundered in Hamburg and Prague banks, silver and gold bound for Bohemia and Poland to be sold or melted down in the shops and workshops of various foreign Jews. Ikey would arrive at Egyptian Mary's not a minute beyond 5 in the morning. He would greet Mary upon his return from the foulness of his peripatetic night, and before anything else he would look at the house takings, always wheedling and quarrelling, as if the bitter bargaining of the night must be run down and unwound before he could be brought to a state of calm. He would carp at the cost of a haunch of ham, or measure the level of the claret cask, as much to bring himself to an emotional repose as to attempt to gain more than his fair share of the night's profit. Thereafter he would unload the takings of his fencing business for that night, valuing each item expertly, and suggesting what might become of them, a melting or resetting or recutting, what could be disposed of in London, what must needs be sent abroad. Mary entered all this into her receivals ledger. Ikey also acquainted her of the whereabouts of heavier merchandise, bolts of cloth, linen and brocade, a handsome pair of Louis XIV's chairs or a valuable tapestry. Mary would arrange to have these picked up and delivered at a time when they would arrive unobserved. In this last regard she would often use Bob Marley, the slash man, whom she trusted, and who proved to be a careful and reliable go-between. Ikey had a passion for order in his affairs, and this had made him extremely rich. When this final task for the night was completed, Mary would place the books in a secret place, this task always overseen by Ikey. Then at last, often just before dawn, they would pause to share a glass of chilled champagne in her little private parlour at the rear of the establishment. This was the happiest time of Ikey's life, and he composed an epigram which he would pronounce to Mary, and which encapsulated the satisfaction he took from being the joint proprietor of Egyptian Mary's. Holding his glass of champagne to the light, and watching the tiny beaded bubbles rise in straight and orderly lines to the surface, he would announce, "My dear, I have a theory fantastic for the success of our enterprise. Shall I say it for you?"
"You certainly may, sir, you certainly may."
Mary would rise and top up his glass, and then do the same to her own, whereupon she would seat herself again, holding her glass, and wait. Ikey would lower his glass and take a polite sip of champagne. Then, in a preacher-like manner, in tone,
"If the angle of the dangle is equal to the heat of the meat, then the price of the rise is decided by the art of the tart. There it be, my dear, the entire business of brothel keeping contained in a simple rhyme."
Simple as he claimed it to be, Ikey thought it exceedingly clever and never tired of the reciting of it. At the conclusion of the rhyme, they would clink glasses and entwine arms, each taking a sip of champagne, whereupon Mary would say,
"May our bubbles keep rising. Amen."
It was as close as the two of them ever came to sentimentality, of the kind which might be described as love. For Mary, the Bawdy House on Bell Alley was a daily confirmation that she could be a woman of enterprise, and that by her own wit and skill she could gain a security in life she had never known. Ikey was proving to be her way out of poverty, misery, and an almost certain slow, crippling death from syphilis, or a quicker one at the hands of some madman with a shiv in need of the means for an opium pipe. There were 1,000 ways a prostitute could meet her death, but very few ways in which she could expect to remain alive much beyond her mid-20s. In gratitude, Mary showed Ikey more tolerance than ill temper. She was often sorely tempted to screw his scrawny neck, but for the most part refrained from violence, boxing his ears only when provoked to the extreme. She knew him to be a coward, a cheat, a liar, and of course a notorious thief, though this last characteristic she regarded simply as Ikey's profession. Without the thief, there would be no magistrate or judge or lawyer, or half the regular clientele of her bawdy house. And so she had no reason to place Ikey's choice of vocation in any poorer light than that of her clients. When the poor embrace the tenets of morality, it comes ready-made with misery as its constant companion. Mary counted herself fortunate to have Ikey in her life, and very occasionally in her bed, which was as close as anyone had ever come to loving him, or she to feeling affection for any other person since her mother and father died. But it is not in the nature of things to remain calm. Contentment is always a summer to be counted in brief snatches of sunlight, while unhappiness is an endless winter season of dark and stormy weather. The cold wind of Ikey's and Mary's discontent was beginning to howl through the rat-infested rookeries, sniffing at the mud and shit of the dark alleys, and stirring the slime of the river into a foment of disaster which was about to wash over them both. Chapter 6. At the end of a miserable night in December, with the wind roaring and the snow swirling, Ikey was just turning into Bell Alley from Winfield Street, when a figure leapt from the shadows directly into his path. Ikey jumped in fright as the dark shape presented itself through a sudden flurry of snow.
"It be friend," Bob Marley shouted into the driving wind. "A word is needed in your ear, Ikey. An urgent word."
Ikey relaxed. Bob Marley was to be trusted. As a young'un, he'd been a chimney sweep whom Ikey had plucked from his miserable trade to work for him as a snakesman. He recalled how he hadn't cheated the boy particularly, and so had no reason to fear him. He was a likely lad in his day, who seemed to be double-jointed in all his connected parts, and could squirm and slide through apertures too small for a dock rat to enter. While he had remained small, Ikey had profited well from his talent for entering property. As a boy, Marley had been intelligent and naturally cunning, and would have made a good leader if he had not always been a loner. Though it was this very characteristic which meant he could be trusted not to open his gob or boast of his conquests to the other street urchins. With money in his purse for frequent visits to a chop house, the pocket-sized lad had grown quickly, and was soon too big to be a snakesman. Ikey had trained him as a pickpocket, but he never amounted to greatness, for he refused to work in a team. He'd grown into a villain, dangerous if crossed, but known to work only for himself and only for gold. In the terms of the times, and the kind with whom Ikey naturally mixed, Bob Marley was reliable as a new-minted sovereign. Ikey stepped deeper into the alley where the noise of the wind was less intense.
I have information important to you, Ikey. Most important indeed. Yes. If I say so myself, information of the kind of person doesn't come upon every day.
Marley paused, and then added in an ominous voice,
Thank God.
Ikey removed his hands from the pockets of his greatcoat and slipped off the filthy fur-lined glove of his right hand. Then he re-entered the coat through an entirely different part of its anatomy and opened his dumby secretly. He allowed his fingers to slip through the coins in the leather purse until he sensed the warmer touch of a gold sovereign, whereupon his nimble fingers worked until they touched 6 sovereigns, which he carefully pushed to one corner of the purse. Then he took 3. These he produced, held between thumb and forefinger, as though they were a single coin conjured from the air. He had already gauged the worth of Marley's information, which he'd set in his mind at 6 gold sovereigns. He knew from the tone of his informer's voice that the information was kosher. He'd think less of Marley if he didn't manage to extract another 3 sovereigns from him for its deliverance. He held the 3 coins out to the man in front of him.
3 sov? 3 bleeding sov?
Marley removed the scarf that covered all but his eyes, looked at Ikey in disgust, and then spat onto the snow at his feet.
This ain't no bleeding social call.
But Ikey held the gold sovereigns in front of Marley until his fingers began to tingle with the cold. And finally Marley, shrugging his shoulders, removed the woolen mitten from one hand and took them without a word, testing their weight in the palm of his hand before biting each in turn with a gold eye-tooth. He grunted and placed them in his vest pocket. Though he'd hoped for more, he'd been standing around in the bitter night for more than an hour, and he needed a large steak with relish and a pint of hot gin, or he was sure he would perish from the cold.
You've been shopped,
Marley said finally.
Who done it?
Ikey asked.
It come up from Rosemary Lane, no names. Just a good friend what's got an ear connected. When?
Ikey asked.
Tomorrow, early morning, Sparrow Fart.
Marley paused, then added,
After all the toffs have scarpered from your house of ill repute. This morning? Oh, Jesus, oh, me God, oh, shit. This morning, this very morning.
Bob Marley nodded and dug into the interior of his coat to produce a gold hunter at the end of a brass chain. Clicking it open, he examined its face.
I'd say about 3 hours, Tosh.
He closed the lid of the watch with a flick of his thumb.
Reckon they got you this time, me lovely. Where?
Ikey asked tremulously. It was an important question, for if it was the house he and his wife Hannah shared, he would be less concerned. The house in Whitechapel had been raided several times, but the trapdoor under Hannah's bed, which led to a large false ceiling in which his stolen property was stored, was so cunningly contrived as to be invisible to the naked eye. But the house at the end of the alley in which he stood was less well accommodated to the concealment of stolen goods. A raid on Mary's bawdy house, even if he could clear it of contraband in time, which hardly seemed possible, would be a disaster. Its basement contained the heavy mechanicals of the printing press, which had been brought in one piece at a time over several months, to make up a press of a very peculiar kind, and such as would be of great interest to the law if examined with the printing of banknotes in mind. There could be no thought of its removal, which would take several days. Bob Marley's hand went out, and he rubbed his forefinger and thumb together. Ikey returned to the interior of the greatcoat and produced another gold sovereign. Marley pocketed it and simply jerked his thumb down towards the interior of Bell Alley.
Right here, me lovely.
It was not possible for Ikey's sallow skin to grow more pale.
Here? Oh, me God. Not here, not tomorrow.
He looked up at Marley in despair.
Who will it be?
Ikey produced a gold coin without Marley encouraging him. Bob Marley took it with a grin. He'd hoped for 5 solve, and he'd got it. He was not to know that Ikey had reserved another, but given the nature of the news, would have paid 5 times as much for his information.
Is it a question of feeing the officers, my dear?
Ikey's lips trembled as he asked.
Have they sent you? Is that why you've come? Do we have any time? No, of course not. No time whatsoever, and at all.
Bob Marley shook his head slowly and replaced the woolen mitten, rubbing his hands together to restore the circulation in his recently exposed limb.
No set-up, Ikey. City.
City! Ikey howled. Oh, God! Oh, mercy! Oh, no!
Afraid so, me lovely. It's them machines you got in the basement what's got you in this awful predicament.
Ikey drew back, alarmed.
What do you know about that, then?
Marley chuckled.
It's me business to know things, ain't it? Just like I knows it's City what's coming after you.
The single word City had struck mortal terror into Ikey's heart. City was simply another word for the Bank of England, for the private police force they ran, who was said to be as remorseless as a pack of bloodhounds when they set upon a case. Ikey's worst nightmare was taking place. He had been tempted into dealing with queer screens, the making of forged Bank of England notes, knowing it to be the most dangerous criminal vocation of them all. It was also as good a business as a villain could think about, providing you had the capital and the skill to set it up, and the courage and wit not to be caught. Forged English notes were laundered in Europe, mostly in Russia, Poland and Bohemia, where frequent enough commercial travel took place from England through the Hanseatic ports. These countries, unlike France, Holland, Austria and Italy, were not sufficiently traversed for the smaller banks to be totally familiar with the larger denominations of English notes, so that a good forgery would more easily deceive their bank officials. Ikey was making an enormous profit all round, paying for the European remodelling work on stolen jewellery with forged long tails, this being a splendid way to launder the counterfeit English banknotes. It was also why he allowed Mary to chastise him for being cheated in his overseas transactions. Ikey was cleaning up at both ends. Forgery was nevertheless an exceedingly dangerous endeavour. Ikey knew that no feeing or bribing of a Bank of England officer was possible, and that once on his tail, the city police would not give up until they had him safely in the dock at the Old Bailey, or better still, posted for a hanging and locked in a condemned man's cell at Newgate. Ikey had broken the first rule of a good fence, this being that a criminal endeavour in which bribery is not possible is the most dangerous of all possible pursuits, and not under any circumstances to be undertaken. Ikey was not given to self-recrimination, but now he castigated himself for the fool he had been. There were fine pickings elsewhere, and he was already a rich man. Forgery carried the death penalty, and no crime under English law was considered more heinous, for it attacked the very basis of property, the oak heart of the English upper classes. Ikey mumbled his thanks to Bob Marley, who had started to move away.
It's nothing, me pleasure, Marley called back, laughing. I'll visit you in Newgate, me lovely. Bring you something tasty. What you say then, jelly deals? Have you told Mistress Mary?
Ikey shouted at the retreating Marley.
Nah.
His dark shape disappeared into Winfield Street. Ikey waited a few moments before he too traced his steps out of the alley, back into the gusting snowstorm. In less than 15 minutes he'd arrived at the Netherken where his boys slept. Here he found 2 likely lads, and sent them to Covent Garden to borrow a coster's cart narrow enough to move down the alley. Ikey arranged to meet the 2 boys at the Bell Alley brothel half an hour hence. It was fortunate that it was Christmas, and much of the goods, usually kept in the attic above the brothel, had been doctored. That is, the monogram and other forms of identification removed, and the goods sent back into the marketplace or to the continent, this time of the year being most expedient for the disposal of expensive merchandise. If Ikey could get the 2 lads back in time, and the load of contraband away, at the very least, they would not be able to charge him for receiving. Ikey was a deeply frightened man as he turned his key in the lock of the rear door of the Bell Alley premises and slipped quietly into the scullery. The house was still. The last customers had long since been sent home by carriage, and the girls put to bed with a hot brandy toddy, into which Mary always mixed a sleeping draught. He decided not to tell Mary of the events to occur, but simply to say that he was unwell with a stomachache and wished to take her ledger home with him so that he might go over it later. This had occurred once or twice before, and she would not be overly suspicious at such a request. He would explain the removal of the stolen goods from the attic as goods sold in a bumper Christmas season. However, luck was on Ikey's side in the event that he discovered Mary asleep in her chair as he crept silently into her parlour. She was still seated in an overstuffed chair, wrapped about in a comforter, with her chin resting on her chest. On the small table beside her was her ledger, and to the side of it stood 2 pewter tankards and an open bottle of good claret wine. Ikey moved to the wall and turned the gaslight lower, then quietly lifted the ledger and one of the tankards together with its doily from the table and stuffed them into a pocket in his greatcoat. Ikey worked quickly, using a bullseye lamp he'd trimmed in the scullery, to move the stolen goods from the attic down to the small back room leading into the alley. He left a large square parcel carefully wrapped in oilcloth until last. Ikey was forced to rest several times as he struggled with it down to the scullery, and despite the cold, he was perspiring profusely by the time he heard the low, prearranged whistle of one of the lads. The cart, the noise of its wheels padded by the 6-inch fall of snow, had arrived silently at the rear of the house. The 2 boys stood rubbing their hands and blowing into their mittens as Ikey opened the scullery door. With the help of the boys, the goods were quickly loaded, placing the square oilcloth parcel into the cart last, before covering the whole load with a blood-stained canvas, the cart having been obtained from a mutton butcher at the garden. Ikey gave each lad a shilling, with the promise of another to come, and asked them to await him at the Pig and Spit. Ikey then let himself into the basement quarters, down a short flight of stairs, and through a door within the house, to which only he had a key. Upon entering, he became aware of a deep and resonant snoring, coming from behind a curtained partition at the far end of the large room, which his partner kept as his own quarters. He had no need to concern himself with careful movements, since Van Esselen, the deaf and dumb master forger, would not awaken unless shaken. Ikey knew the room off by heart, having often enough visited it before dawn. The remainder of the room contained the engraver's bench with etching tools, a large lock-up cupboard for storing the special paper and precious inks procured from a source in Birmingham, a general workbench, hand press, guillotine, and finally the splendid Austrian-manufactured printing press. Ikey quickly crossed over to the beautiful press, and kneeling beside it, he pushed down hard on what appeared to be a knothole in the floorboard. The board immediately snapped open an inch. Ikey repeated this with similar knotholes in adjacent and parallel boards, until the ends of 4 short boards stood raised an inch above those surrounding them. Ikey then removed the loose nails and lifted the boards to reveal a steel safe set into the floor, its door facing uppermost. Ikey quickly worked the combination and removed 5 copper plates etched with the markings of Bank of England notes of various denominations. The etching for the Bank of England £5 note he immediately placed back in the safe. Then he removed all the counterfeit notes from the safe, save for a small bundle of £5 notes. He locked the safe again and carefully replaced the floorboards, clicking the knots back into place and pushing all but one of the nails back into their slots, so that it was once again firm underfoot. The nail he placed not quite beside the empty hole into which it belonged, so that even the most careless searchers might eventually become suspicious. Ikey spent several minutes more looking about the room, and then quietly left, carrying the etching plates and counterfeit notes under his arm. He collected a hemp bag, into which he placed the copper plates and the larger denomination forged notes taken from the safe. Dipping into the interior of his coat, he added Mary's ledger, the pewter tankard, and the doily, and killing the wick of the bullseye lamp, he returned it to the scullery, whereupon he let himself out into Bell Alley and back onto Winfield Street. He had less than an hour left before dawn. when the raid was due to take place. The snowstorm seemed to have abated. The wind had dropped, and now everything lay quiet, covered in a blanket of fresh snow. But Ikey, his yellow boots crunching on the carpet of white, saw none of the new innocence of his surroundings. Nor did he appreciate the crispness of the clean air which the wind had punched through the rookeries, replacing the foulness which lingered all year, trapped within vile-smelling yellow smog, until the first big snowfall froze the stench, covered the filth, and banished the smog. Ikey's mind was otherwise occupied with the problems which lay ahead. In his entire life, he had never faced a more difficult situation. If he were to be arrested and convicted on a conspiracy to defraud the Bank of England through forgery, he would be fortunate to escape the hangman's noose. But should this misfortune be avoided, it would most certainly be replaced with the boat. He was sure to get life and be transported to Botany Bay, or the new prison island of Van Diemen's Land. It had been Hannah who had persuaded Ikey to deal in counterfeit money. Ikey recalled how he had at first been most reluctant, but eventually became pleased with the suggestion for all the wrong reasons. The major one used by a nagging Hannah being that the notorious Van Esselen was deaf and dumb. This, to someone of Ikey's cautious nature, had been what had finally persuaded him. At first, Ikey had insisted on the most basic equipment for the forger, such as could be quickly disposed of in an emergency. But the Liverpool contact grew too greedy and demanded too great a share of the resultant notes. The decision to add the latest in printing machinery finally came about when Ikey discovered a method of obtaining the very paper used by the Bank of England. Furthermore, he had also located a source of inks from Birmingham, which closely matched those needed for all the denominations of Bank of England banknotes. The temptation to print on his own had simply been too great, and Ikey set about obtaining, mostly from Austria, the machine parts needed for a highly sophisticated press. The only drawback was that such specialised and large equipment could not be easily dismantled or moved, nor could it be passed off as a press used for printing works of the usual everyday kind. Ikey cursed his carelessness and his vanity. The location of his forgery business was another of his exquisite ironies. Often a rich banker would be in the process of dalliance, his fat bum pumping up and down, while directly under his squeaking mattress, separated only by a wooden floor, was a sophisticated printing press in the hands of one of Europe's most skillful engravers, and designed to rob the very institution to which this pompous and randified gentleman belonged. Ikey once confided in Mary that he had invented the 3F system of profit. A modern economic marvel, my dear. Fencing, fucking and forgery. We take profits from the bottom, the middle and the top. An excellent arrangement, do you not agree? In the basement we make money. In the house proper we employ your plump little pigeons to make riches from downed breeches. And at the very top we store plate, silver and gold, taken from the rich by the bold. Ikey, although in shit deeper than that which flowed from the 200 sewerage outlets which spilled into the River Thames, was far from witless in this matter facing him. For example, he had all the documents of rent and receipts for the printing machinery made out in Van Esselen's assumed name, this being Thomas Thompson. These were all signed by Van Esselen, nor did Ikey's name appear, other than as landlord, on any other documents of a formal nature. In the event of a raid, Abraham Van Esselen, alias Thomas Thompson, would take the blame, and Ikey would assume the unlikely role of a rather stupid absentee landlord, hugely astonished to find his premises hired innocently to a simple printer, so ill-used by this rapacious and untrustworthy foreigner. The fact that the printing press was of such a specialised nature that it immediately condemned its owner as a high-class printer of banknotes, he would claim was beyond his limited knowledge of mechanicals and machinery. Ikey's genius for avoiding disaster was revealed in his arrangements to have the bank's people find Van Esselen not only with the machinery to print forged notes, but with a plate for a £5 note, the mixing inks, and some of the notes themselves, though no paper. Van Esselen was known to the Bank of England, and should he be found with the printing press, but with no other evidence of forgery, such as engraving tools, at least one etched copper printing plate and some samples of the completed notes, they would be forced to conclude that Van Esselen was not acting alone, that he was being supplied from elsewhere with the further materials needed to create forged banknotes. This would immediately cast suspicion on his landlord as a known fence and receiver. But if they found the complete means of achieving a forged banknote under the one roof, and evidence that the process was undertaken alone by a known master forger, any barrister defending Ikey could argue that no proof of a conspiracy between the two men existed, and that Van Esselen had acted on his own accord. Furthermore, while forgery of high-denomination notes, those above £5, carried the death sentence, this especially for foreigners, the making of notes up to £5 in value only carried a protracted prison sentence. Ikey had saved Van Esselen's neck from the hangman's noose, and at the same time, probably his own. It was nice planning, for in the eyes of the law and the officers of the Bank of England who wished to be seen accountable to their depositors, Van Esselen's arrest would effectively put an end to the forgery operation and conveniently supply both a foreign victim and a successful prosecution. A foreign villain was always better news, and one who could be construed as French even more so. With a bit of luck, the city might, in time, give up the quest to get Ikey arrested. And even if not, once again, in the hands of a good barrister, Ikey could afford the very best. His prosecution in the Old Bailey could be made to look like blatant victimisation. Ikey's relationship with Van Esselen had, as far as he knew, never been witnessed by any other person. Though Mary knew of it, she had never actually seen the two men together. So only Van Esselen and Mary could testify to the connection, and both could, if the need arose, be declared hostile witnesses and have their evidence discounted. Ikey knew full well that no judge would possibly believe this, nor any jury for that matter, but he knew also that the letter of the law was often in direct contrast to its spirit. In the hands of a talented King's Counsel, all the evidence could point to his being the innocent landlord. The papers submitted for scrutiny by his defence, the leases, receipts and ledgers, would show clearly that he'd acted only as a property owner, hiring his premises for commercial purposes. In fact, it was essential that Van Esselen do all in his power to implicate Ikey as his partner in crime. In this way, counsel could demand evidence to support this assertion, a receipt, note, possibly a witness who had seen them together. Even if the jury convicted Ikey, he would take his case to the Court of Appeal, where his technical innocence would be almost certainly upheld by a judge. Ikey's cool head and knowledge of the law had on more than one occasion saved his skin. But he had never before been up against the Bank of England. Though he was most hopeful that he could make a case for his innocence regarding the printing press and Van Esselen's forgery practice, the same was not true with Mary's occupation of the premises. While she too carried documents testifying that she rented the premises from him and that she was the sole owner of the business which she conducted within the house, it would be almost impossible to prove himself unaware of the nature of her vocation. However, Ikey was almost certain that the city police would not be interested in arresting Mary as a brothel keeper. The premises were outside the city area, and they were unlikely to stoop to such menial policing matters as the arrest of the mistress of a brothel. Besides, in the case of this particular house of ill fame, there was no knowing on whose potentially awkward toes they might be treading. All things considered, it was a neat enough arrangement, but by no means a plan without obvious flaws. Several occurred to Ikey's untrusting nature at once. For instance, who had shopped him? Would they appear as witness for the prosecution? Was Bob Marley reliable or a part of the conspiracy? How drastically would Hannah react when she heard about the goings-on in the house in Bell Alley and the existence of Mary? Ikey grew pale at the thought of her anger, for he feared Hannah almost as much as he did the law. Ikey determined that he would secure the contents in the cart at his Whitechapel house and leave on the early morning coach for Birmingham, waking Hannah only to inform her that he would be gone for some time. In Ikey's experience, a little seeking and finding always cooled matters down. The hullabaloo which the capture of a notorious international forger would make in both the Times and the penny papers would be sufficient initial glory for the bank, and he hoped they might keep his name out of it until they had more concrete evidence of his involvement, by which time he felt sure he would have constructed a web of outrageous circumstances to meet every question, legal or filial. But everything depended on the Bank of England police being forced to accept that Abraham Van Esselen, alias Thomas Thompson, was a lone operator, free of Ikey's influence. He then ran a second scenario through his head, this being the possibility that he and Mary would be arrested and convicted as brothel owners. Ikey soon saw that there might be some advantage in this occurrence. He could readily admit his partnership in Egyptian Mary's, and would then be able to claim that the presence of a sample printing business on the premises was a ploy to conceal the existence of a brothel at the same address. It was a common enough occurrence, concealing an illegitimate business behind a legitimate one. Being the silent partner in a whorehouse was a minor crime when compared to the crime of forgery of Bank of England notes. Again, with a good barrister, he might escape with a heavy fine and a couple of months in Newgate. Mary, alas, would almost certainly be transported. The female wickedness of running a brothel far transcended the loan of the finance to set up such a business, or even the crime of enjoying the profits resulting from such a loan. Many a magistrate or member of Parliament was a slum landlord, investing his money for profit and not overly concerned about the purpose for which his premises were used, whether for a Sunday school or a brothel. Profit enjoys the divine blessing of the Church, and was to be worshipped without question. In England, money and property were thought to be the business of God, and both received his absolute sanction. But the corrupting of the young and the innocent by a madam in a bawdy house was a crime against the Almighty and his angels of the most heinous nature. Mary, Ikey knew, would be severely punished if she was convicted. For the first time in his life, Ikey found himself at odds with a conscience which he had hitherto not known to exist. His love for Mary was directly opposed to his greed, and his greed was entirely tied up with Hannah and her children. Ikey was well used to walking the thin line between safety and disaster, but he was getting older and was very much richer, and for the first time happy with much of his life. It was a pity that Mary might need to be sacrificed, for she was in large part the cause of his contentment. But kind regard was such a recent experience in Ikey's narrow universe of feelings that he neither trusted it nor appreciated its worth. It was a sentiment he had never once felt directed towards himself, and even his children had shown him none, their mother careful on the rare occasions they were together not to allow him the slightest influence over them. Ikey's low regard for himself meant it was impossible to contemplate that Mary might care for him in the least. His nature and the world he lived in allowed for neither sentiment nor pity. Survival was the only rule to which there was no exception. And so he felt some sadness at the possibility of losing Mary, an entirely new and alien experience. But in no sense did he feel remorse. In the most unlikely event of the brothel being included in the raid, Mary must be sacrificed if he was to survive. Besides, Ikey told his recently discovered conscience, it was far better for him to be on the outside, so that he could secretly pay Mary's counsel and other legal fees, and if she was convicted, to fee the turnkeys and officials at Newgate Prison in order to make her incarceration tolerable. Should she be sentenced to transportation and accommodated first, as was the custom, for several months in a prison at Chatham, Bristol or Plymouth, or with luck on the Thames, the many bribes, remunerations and emoluments she would require to survive this experience would need to come from his unfortunate purse. Although the thought of parting with money, even in so noble a cause, filled him with an unhappy sense of himself being the victim, he decided he would accept this sacrifice as some sort of repayment for the time he had spent with Mary. Ikey arrived at the Pick and Spit, where the boys waited for him, jumping up and down in one spot and hugging themselves against the bitter cold. He lifted the canvas cover and removed the parcel wrapped in oilcloth, then sent the boys on their way, agreeing to meet them at his Whitechapel home in less than half an hour. Struggling with the heavy parcel, Ikey walked down a small alley to the side of the building and into the skittle yard at the rear of the public house. He placed the parcel at the back door and walked over to the cellar chute, where he bent down and lifted the heavy wooden cover with some difficulty to reveal a further barrier, a set of iron bars which were locked down from within the cellar. Removing his boot, he rapped loudly on a single steel bar with its heel, at the same time calling out to the cellar boy to wake up and open the back door of the public house. In a few moments, a lantern appeared at the base of the chute, though it was too dark in the cellar below to see the face behind it.
"Let me in, lad. It be Ikey Solomon," he called, keeping his voice as low as possible. "I have most urgent business with your mistress. Hurry now, I've no time to waste."
Ikey left the public house less than 10 minutes later. The streets and alleys were white with snow. There were few early morning market carts, and a small herd of scraggy-looking sheep being driven to a slaughterhouse were already beginning to turn it into slush. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and not yet light, when he reached his house in Whitechapel, and waited for several minutes in the freezing cold for the boys to arrive with the cart. Ikey and the boys, their breath frosting from the effort, unloaded the contents of the cart and placed the load in the front parlour. Then Ikey paid the young lads a second shilling and sent them well pleased on their way. Mary's ledger he took straightways to his study and added it to those already concealed in the cavity below the floorboards. Then, removing the counterfeit notes and copper etching plates from his bag, he put each of the plates carefully aside. He then took up the notes, several £1,000s of counterfeit longtails, which he placed in the grate and set alight, setting fire to the pile 3 times in all, to make certain that there was nothing left but a handful of ashes. Whereupon he carefully swept the ash onto a piece of butcher's paper and put them into a small pewter tankard, which he half filled with water, stirred well, and swallowed. Destroying the counterfeit banknotes was the most difficult thing Ikey could remember ever having to do. The notes were almost perfect, and he might quite easily have allowed them into the London markets without fear of immediate discovery. But he was a consummate professional, and in Ikey's mind, releasing the notes in London was the equivalent of shitting on your own doorstep, in effect asking to be caught. Laundering the false notes through foreign banks was an example of the finesse which had earned him his title as the Prince of Fencers. Though having finally swallowed the contents of the mug, he allowed 2 silent tears to run down his cheeks and permitted himself the luxury of a single-knuckled sniff. Ikey then took a needle and thread from the drawer of his desk and sewed the copper engraving plates into the hem of his greatcoat, first wrapping them carefully in 4 sheets of strong white paper. Each sheet was taken from separate books in a collection of several dozen handsome leather-bound volumes contained within a breakfront bookcase. Had any person been observing him, they would have been curious at the manner of obtaining these squares of paper. Ikey removed the 4 volumes seemingly at random and opened them to the back cover, where he carefully peeled back the end paper. This revealed a second sheet of paper, which Ikey now used as wrapping for the plates, first binding them with twine before sewing them into the hem of his coat. All this activity took longer than he had intended, and Ikey was anxious to make good his escape. He climbed the stairs and shook Hannah awake so that she might help him carry the stuff from the parlour, to be hidden within the false ceiling. Hannah, naturally cantankerous, and more so by having been awakened after less than 2 hours of sleep, cursed Ikey, though she was not unaccustomed to this sort of disturbance. Ikey was known to use several places to store goods at this time of year, and sometimes they needed to be hastily moved. Neither was she surprised when, after the task was completed, Ikey grunted a brusque farewell, explaining only that he had decided to travel to Birmingham. News of a rich haul had come to him, and seeking to amuse her so as not to arouse the least suspicion, he added a sentiment she loved so much to hear.
"Ah, my dear, the Gentile scriptures are not correct. Even at Christmas time, it is never better to give than to receive."
Chapter 7. Ikey arrived at the coaching post at Whitechapel Markets, just as the coachman's call to climb aboard was heard, and he seated himself beside the far window so that he could look outwards with his back turned to the other passengers. He pulled his head deeply into the lapels of his greatcoat, so that his hat appeared to be resting upon its upturned collar. Thus, cut off from the attentions of his fellow passengers, he fell into deep cogitation on the matters which had unfolded in Bell Alley in the earlier hours of that morning. It was not long before his ruminations allowed him to see the entire affair in an altogether different light. and Ikey suddenly felt himself ennobled by his sacrifice on Mary's behalf. As he sat hunched in the coach, with its rattle and bump and clippity-clop, the general rush and rumble of wheels on flinted stone, rutted road and hard white gravel, and watched the country racing past, from deep within his greatcoat, Ikey felt the warm glow of goodness enveloping him. This sense of saintly satisfaction was not one Ikey could previously remember experiencing, for it is an emotion which comes to a man who has sacrificed his own needs for those of another. It contained a strange feeling of light-headedness, and was an experience Ikey was not entirely sure he would like to repeat. While he knew himself very fond of Mary, he was quite inexperienced in matters of the heart, and was therefore unable to recognize that strange emotion which sentimental women referred to so knowingly as true love. He had once, as a boy of 8 selling oranges and lemons on the street, bought a second-hand halfpenny card from a barrow in Petticoat Lane. The card was braided along its edges with pink ribbon, and showed a circle formed of tiny red roses at its centre, and within the circle 2 blue doves perched side by side upon a silver branch, their heads touching. Above the circle and below the braided ribbon was the legend, "To my one and only true love." Ikey had carried the card with him until he was 22 years old, convinced that one day he too would find his one and only true love. At 22, and quite soon after he had married Hannah, he was convicted of stealing a gentleman's purse. He was sentenced at the Old Bailey to transportation for life and removed to the hulks at Chatham. Here he was to remain for 6 years, avoiding transportation to Australia through the influence of an uncle who was a slop stealer at the port, and who pleaded directly and successfully to the naval authorities for him to remain in England. While on the hulks, Ikey made the acquaintance of a convicted forger named Jeremiah Smiles, who had taken to being a tattoo artist and proved to have an exceedingly fine hand at the matter of ink rubbed into human flesh. Ikey had paid him to tattoo the design on the card onto his upper arm. The card, by this time much faded and worn, had lost, by means of a missing portion, the last 2 words of the legend, and it now read, "To my one and only." Ikey explained that the 2 missing words were "Blue Dove." Smiles, like all forgers, was not a man of great imagination, his aptitude being for detail and accurate copying of the known rather than depicting in fantasy the unknown. "Humph," he snorted. "Them's birds. Doves, most likely. Birds don't love and doves ain't blue." Ikey was never lost for an explanation. "It be a well-known curiosity that doves of this particular and brilliant hue takes only one partner in their life," he lied. "Should one dove die, then the other will remain faithful to its memory, taking no other partner to itself ever again." "Blue doves? Bah! Ain't no such creatures. Doves is grey and piebald and brown, speckled and pure white if they be fantails, but they ain't blue. There never was nor ever will be blue doves." "Ah, but you're wrong, my dear," Ikey announced. "Quite wrong, and emphatically incorrect and absolutely misinformed. In Van Diemen's Land there is a great wilderness which begins at the edge of the clearing to a prison garrison, place name a Cascades." Ikey sighed heavily. "Ah, God forbid. We may yet see it in our lives. It is to the edge of this clearing that the blue doves come at morning's light, each paired and seated with their heads together. They sit and coo softly in the high branches of the blue gum trees, and should they witness a convict feller at work on the ground below, it is reliably told that they cry human tears for the misery they sees and the compassion they feels for the injustice done to all of us who suffer in the name of the unjust and heinous laws of Mother England." Ikey paused, for he could see the beginning of contrite tears in his listener's eyes. "When a convict dies from an act of violence, such as a flogging with the cat-o'-nine, or a beating by an officer, or by means of a hanging or starvation, or from a charge of shot while attempting to escape, then a blue dove dies with him, dies of a broken heart." By this time, Smiles, seated on his haunches on the deck in front of Ikey, was sobbing unashamedly.
This is the end of CD 3, The story will continue on CD 4. CD 4.
There is told of a tree of this vile place,
Ikey continued soulfully, milking the moment to its extreme.
an old tree without leaf, its bark peeled and its branches pure silver, where at sunrise the blue doves come in such numerosity that they become the very leaves of the tree. The tree becomes a shining blue thing in the Antipodean sunlight. But if you should observe with careful eyes, you will see no two doves are perched with heads together. No dove is partner to another, for each of these doves is the partner of a blue dove who has died when a convict has violently perished.
Ikey lowered his voice to a whisper.
It is said that the blue doves that sit upon that great silver tree are too numerous for any man to count.
Much taken with this story, Jeremiah Smiles had faithfully rendered onto Ikey's upper arm the circle of roses, and within it the two blue doves, whereupon he had inscribed above the heart the words, "To my one and only blue dove." Now, nearly 20 years later, on his way to Birmingham, the thought crossed Ikey's mind that Mary was his one and only blue dove, and he grew suddenly greatly sentimental at this thought. Ikey told himself he would take good care of his little blue dove, and that no violence would come to her, as she would not lack the means to bribe and pay her way. Should she be arrested, convicted in due course, and, as was most likely, transported to New South Wales, he would pay for her continued good treatment in prison, and upon her eventual transportation, she would lack for nothing. It was at this point in his rumination that an idea of startling magnitude came to him, one so bold that it caused his head to pop completely up and out of his greatcoat, to see whether the nature of things had changed so entirely that he was not, as he supposed, on the coach to Birmingham, but on some celestial flight of fancy, a voyage of the imagination which had taken himself out of himself and transformed him into another creature of an altogether different nature and disposition. But all he could see upon his tortoise-like emergence was a line of stringy winter willows tracing the path of a stream, the familiar dotting of black-faced sheep upon the rise, and a solitary crow high on a winter-stripped branch of a sycamore tree. Upon the road, wrapped in rags and skins, their breath clouding in the cold, trudged the usual conglomeration of feckless wanderers, gypsies, tinkers, navvies, moochers, beggars and tradesfolk. Moreover, the people within the coach seemed the same as those with whom he had embarked at Whitechapel markets. There was a fat woman in mourning, her poke bonnet festooned in black dobbin, and upon her lap a very large wicker basket. Beside her sat two gentlemen from the city, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, square-rigged in black with coloured waistcoats, their top hats pulled over their eyes, bearded chins upon their breasts asleep. On the same side as Ikey, but at the opposite window, occupying fully the space for two travellers, sat an enormously stout, red-bearded countryman. He wore a rough tweed jacket and breeches, and a pair of enormous countryman's boots. The colour of his clothes was matched by his wildly gingered chin, upon which the stem of a curved pipe was gently cushioned, the tobacco of his choice being particularly acrid and rank-smelling. At the ginger man's feet lay a large hound with one eye missing, its head upon its paws, its single cyclops eye fixed balefully upon its master, who, being a jolly fellow, had purchased a ticket for the dog which entitled it to human passage, but then, in a gesture of goodwill, had invited the other passengers to place their feet upon its large furry carcass. This the woman and two city gentlemen had promptly done, as there was no possible alternative, the great lolling dog having filled most of the floor space available. On a warm summer's day, the foul pipe and the presence of the large panting creature, who undoubtedly carried a host of fleas upon its back, would have proved most onerous for a person delicate of stomach. But on this bitterly cold December afternoon, it made for a certain snugness, even an unspoken friendly fugginess within the coach. Ikey was now much alarmed, for he was sure that some mental aberration had struck his febrile brain, and now the banal scene about him seemed to contradict this very supposition. There had risen up in Ikey's fevered mind the idea that he would reform, take on the mantle of respectability and the strictures of moral rectitude, forsake his born ways and take ship to Australia, where he would establish himself as a gentleman and tend to Mary's needs until she received her ticket of leave and was able to join him. Her head and his touching, blue doves together again. It may cause surprise that Ikey could think in such a mawkish manner, but even in the foulest heart there lies a benign seed of softness. It may long lie dormant, but if given the slightest chance, will swell to fecundity and surprise all who have previously known its owner. Was this not the very point made by the Salvationists, who despair for no man and follow their hopes for redemption to the gates of Tyburn and to the knotted cord and final trapdoor itself? It must also be remembered that Ikey's potential metamorphosis did not include his wife Hannah or his children. The milk of human kindness had not entirely washed away the stains of his known and expected character, and he felt no compunction about deserting his wife and children, providing he could contrive to take his money with him. This Ikey knew to be an unlikely circumstance, as he was made to account to Hannah for almost all the transactions which passed through his hands. Besides, she held the second half of the combination safe under the pantry floor. Ikey's obsession with bookkeeping was his downfall. He had trained Hannah to keep books on her 5 brothels, and these he inspected every evening before leaving home, entering the profits in a ledger of his own. Hannah, who pretended to the outside world that she was illiterate, demanded the right to see Ikey's ledgers, which she understood to a degree which often frustrated him. Ikey could not bear for anyone to know his business, and the ledgers Mary kept so diligently for him consisted only of the merchandise coming in, a stock-taking list, and the first evaluation of stolen and fenced articles, not a final accounting. So she never entirely knew the state of his affairs. Ikey's ledgers were of the final reckoning of profits cross-referenced in astonishing detail, the what, why, when, and where of every stolen article, so that no 2 articles from the same source would appear for sale in the same market. These great books were an extension of his mind, a beautiful reckoning of the results of his every business endeavour. Each ledger was a tangible proof that he existed. The strong vellum pages, the stoutly bound cover of softest calf leather with his name embossed in gold upon it, the squareness of the corners, and the beautiful marbled end papers. These all spoke of strength, respectability, and an ordered and handsome masculinity. Ikey's ledgers were everything he couldn't be, and when he wrote within them, in his neat copperplate hand, each entry adding to the sum of his wealth, in his mind the ledger became himself, brave, strong, valuable, clean, permanent, respectable, and accepted. Ikey's ledger was an addiction as necessary to him as an opium pipe is to the captain of a China clipper. For a man whose every instinct was to conceal his affairs, his compulsion to record everything was a terrible weakness, which Hannah had exploited to the fullest. His year-end ledgers, which contained all the profits made from both his work and his wife's, were kept in a large safe built into the floor of a small basement chamber. Its casual appearance resembled a cold storeroom for provisions, being without windows and fitted with a stout iron door to resist rats, and it was referred to as the pantry. Indeed, Hannah kept potatoes, flour, and apples within it, and from the ceiling hung the papery white carcasses of dried cod and a large bunch of Spanish onions. The safe was concealed in exactly the same manner as the one in Van Esselen's printing shop and in Ikey's own study. Along with the ledgers, it contained a vast amount of paper money, as well as gold, mostly in sovereigns, though some melted down bars, and several small velvet bags of precious stones worth a king's ransom. So cunningly was the safe hidden that several raids on the house had not even come close to discovering its whereabouts. Alas for Ikey, Hannah's insistence on them each knowing only half the combination meant that neither could open the safe without the presence of the other. Thus the bulk of their fortune could never be removed from the safe without their mutual agreement. It was against this background that Ikey found himself lost in the imaginings of escaping to New South Wales with the eventual prospect of uniting with Mary. Now, as the coach drew to a halt at a staging post to allow its passengers to take refreshment, he realised that he must have momentarily lost his sanity. Ikey's wealth was irrevocably tied up with Hannah's. and though he surprised himself by still determining secretly to help Mary should she be arrested, there was no reconciliation possible between them. Mary would forever remain the sweetest passage in Ikey's life, but if it came to a choice between riches and sentiment, then, Ikey reasoned, the short journey they'd taken together in life was already concluded. Mary had spent an eventful day. She had been awakened, considerably confused by the noise in the basement, and lighting a candle, hurried downstairs to investigate, only to be met by a stout policeman shining a torch into her eyes. He promptly ordered her back upstairs, though in a remarkably polite tone. "We'll be up shortly, madam, to search your premises, but we'll not be making any arrests of your good self or your girls. Would you be so kind as to wait upon our attentions and make a large pot of strong black tea with sugar added?"
"Tea be too expensive for the likes of you lot," Mary retorted. "You will have to be satisfied with beer."
Mary had hurriedly retraced her steps to her little parlour. She thought only of the concealment of the ledger, and was struck with panic when she entered the room to see that it no longer rested on the table beside the bottle of claret. Then she noticed the absence of the second tankard, and with a grateful sigh concluded that Ikey had been and had removed the ledger. But after a moment she became bewildered. Why had Ikey not wakened her? Had he known of the raid and betrayed her? Mary, her head filled with the anxiety of the moment, made her way to the kitchen, where she filled a large jug with beer and set it upon the table. Then she took half a dozen pewter mugs from a cupboard and placed them around the jug. She walked into the scullery and noticed the bull's-eye lamp lying on the stone sink. She picked it up. It was still slightly warm to the touch. Ikey had most assuredly been. But why would he need the lamp? A gaslight was kept burning low in all the passages except the attic, and he would need only to have turned these up to see his way perfectly. Besides, Ikey seemed to see like a cat in the dark, while others would tread fearfully with their arms stretched out in front of them.
"Jesus! The attic!"
Mary exclaimed aloud. The police were about to search the house, and they would find the attic filled with stolen articles. Mary, now fully awake, raced up the stairs leading into the attic, when she realized that only Ikey kept a key to the door. Then she saw that the door was slightly ajar. She opened it, and sufficient pale light filtered through the barred dormer window to reveal that the attic was empty. Not a bolt of linen or brocade, no silver candelabra or plate, or fancy clocks, nothing remained. Mary felt suddenly completely betrayed. She was not the kind to sob, but a great hollowness filled her being. Why had Ikey not alerted her? She sat heavily upon a step on the narrow stairway leading up to the attic door. Then she recalled the officer's words of a few minutes previously. "We'll not be making any arrests of your good self or your girls." Mary felt herself filling up with joyous relief. He'd feed the law. Ikey had bribed the officers not to arrest her. Mary felt a great warmth go out towards him. He loved her. The miserable sod actually loved her. Mary was suddenly as happy as she had been in her entire life. As happy even as she had been on the morning Mr. Goldstein had hired her as a clerk. She hurried downstairs to stoke the embers and add coal to the stove, and then to make a large pot of sweet tea for the law. Her head whirled with the discovery that someone cared about her, that Ikey had escaped before being arrested for forgery, that first he had seen to it that she was safe. Mary vowed that she would never forget his loving act towards her. The arrest of notorious forger Abraham Van Esselen, alias Thomas Thompson, was a triumph for the bank officers. Though they had found no evidence in the form of large denomination forged banknotes, the discovery of an etching plate for the £5 denomination, together with a small stack of freshly minted counterfeit £5 notes, taken together with the implements of forgery, the Austrian printing press, inks, though no paper, was sufficient to incarcerate him for the term of his natural life. Nonetheless, the city police were bitterly disappointed. They wanted Ikey Solomon, and they knew he had escaped. The search of Egyptian Marys had revealed nothing, though it had been thorough in the extreme. The beds and closets of the startled girls were overturned, mattresses ripped open, floorboards removed, false walls looked for, and ceilings holed and tapped. The tiniest apertures were poked into and closely examined. Even the coal had been removed from the scuttle, and the peephole Ikey used to spy upon Mary's clients was examined in the hope that it might reveal some secret hideaway. But at the end of a full morning's search, accompanied by Mary's repeated protests that Ikey was simply her landlord and that she knew the business in the basement to be a printing press and no more, nothing was found in the brothel part of the premises. Nothing which could connect Ikey Solomon to forgery, or for that matter to any other crime beyond that of allowing the premises he owned to be used as a brothel and his basement as a printing press. Under normal circumstances, Ikey's landlord activities might still have been sufficient to arrest him on a charge of conspiracy to defraud the Bank of England by allowing the printing of forged notes on property he owned. But the bank's officials knew Ikey could afford the best King's Counsel London could furnish, and nowhere in the world was there better to be found. They needed much more than a possible charge of complicity. They needed traceable, verifiable stolen goods and banknotes which proved to be forgeries and which were found to be in his possession or concealed on premises where he was known to live. Furthermore, Van Esselen seemed not in the least inclined to bear witness against his landlord, though he had yet to be thoroughly worked upon. A deaf mute who purported to write only in the French language was at best a dubious witness. But even if his confession proved compelling, evidence taken from a forger of Van Esselen's reputation could, they knew, be easily negated in cross-examination by any half-competent barrister with half a wig on his head. Late that afternoon, as Ikey's coach was rumbling across the countryside, a meeting took place at the Bank of England on Threadneedle Street, between its directors and various officers, and in the presence of the Upper Marshal of the City of London. It was here a decision was quietly taken that Ikey Solomon must, by all means available, be apprehended and permanently removed from London's criminal society. A decision was also passed with a show of hands, and therefore not entered in the minutes, that should any emoluments be incurred in this endeavour, they would be met by the bank and dispensed through the services of a reliable go-between, so that these expenses were not traceable back to the officers of the bank, nor to any person acting on their behalf. The task of apprehending Ikey and building a watertight case against him was made the personal responsibility of the Upper Marshal of London, Sir Jasper Waterlow. Sir Jasper was a member of the Select Committee on Police, which was about to look into the whole question of policing in London. There was already a great deal of speculation about the formation of a metropolitan police force to replace the corrupt and inadequate magistrates' runners, and Sir Jasper could see himself as the head of such a body, a position which must inevitably lead to a peerage and a seat in the House of Lords. The additional responsibility for apprehending the notorious receiver, and now head of a conspiracy to defraud the Bank of England, was an unexpected turn of good fortune, and he was well pleased with the bank's nomination. With this decision to persist in the hunt, Ikey Solomon became at once the most wanted man throughout the length and breadth of Britain, even though no actual warrant existed for his arrest. Chapter 8. It did not take long for Hannah to learn of the arrest of Abraham Van Esselen and the reason for Ikey's hasty departure to Birmingham. Not more than an hour after Ikey had departed, an officer from the city police had knocked loudly on the front door of their Whitechapel home. "Name Ikey Solomon, is this his house?" he demanded. Hannah, who was accustomed to both rudeness and crisis, nodded calmly and invited the officer into her front parlour. "Shall I take your coat and mittens, officer?" "Gloves, they's gloves," the policeman corrected her. "Thank you kindly, I'll stay put." Hannah smiled. "And what brings you out at the crack of dawn, officer? Bit early to come calling, ain't it?" Without waiting for the policeman's reply, she rubbed her hands together against the cold. "Have a pew, officer. Make yourself at home. Don't blame you for staying with your coat and mittens. Cold as charity in here. Hang on a mo. Good idea. I'll light the grate." She said all of this with such rapidity that the policeman hadn't yet mustered sufficient wit to reply to her original question. He cleared his throat, preparing finally to answer, but Hannah turned her back on him, and kneeling in front of the fireplace, struck a lucifer to the kindling in the grate. Sit, officer," Hannah said. A tiny curl of yellow flame licked between the dark lumps of coal, and a wisp of smoke followed it up the chimney. The policeman, a stout, heavily jowled man with a bushy black moustache, lowered himself slowly into the chair. "Your husband, madam. We should like to talk to him on a matter of some urgency." Hannah rose from the fireplace and turned towards him, her expression most conciliatory.
What a blooming shame. You've come all this way for nothing. He's gone, sir. Afraid he's not here.
Gone? The policeman looked quizzical. Madam, I must inform you, we have the house surrounded.
That won't help none. You could have the blooming household cavalry outside. He still ain't here. He left 3 days ago on business.
And where might he have gone, madam? The police officer demanded. He was aware of Hannah's reputation and would not normally have appended the word madam to his questions, the criminal classes being best addressed in the bluntest possible way. But such is the regard of the English for property that he was in truth paying his respects to the imposing 3-story residence and the expensive furnishings, in particular the magnificent Persian carpet upon which his large feet rested. He hadn't expected anything like this, and they demanded a courtesy which he knew the frumpy whore in curling papers, who hadn't even bothered to wear a mob cap, should be emphatically and officially denied. Hannah's face puckered into a frown.
I beg you to understand, sir, I cannot tell you the whereabouts of my husband. These are hard times, and he is on the road seeking customers for his bright little bits.
The officer now leant forward, feigning exasperation, raising his voice and speaking in an imperious manner.
Come now, we all know your husband's vocation, don't we? He ain't no jeweller selling his wares at country fairs and the like, now is he, madam?
Hannah shrugged her shoulders, wondering briefly why they'd sent this clumsy man to interview Ikey. She felt vaguely insulted. They deserved better, a more senior man who spoke proper and who would be a fair match in the wits department for Ikey or herself. She could almost see the cogs turning in the big policeman's head.
I don't know what you can possibly mean, sir. Honest to God, officer, I swear, I don't know where he is.
She folded her arms across her chest and pouted.
He scarpered 3 days ago, that's all I can tell you.
She gave the police officer a brief smile.
Shall I tell him you called when he returns?
Hannah raised her eyebrows slightly.
Whenever, from wherever? What shall I tell him it's in connection with? Shall I tell him you've a warrant out?
The policeman ignored Hannah's questions.
Scarpered? You mean he's left you? Done a runner on you and the kids?
Hannah smiled, inwardly relieved. She knew from the policeman's reply that Ikey wasn't yet under arrest. They hadn't taken out a warrant, nor had they a search warrant for the house.
Nah, I mean he's just gone. He'll be back. Selling's his trade, ain't it? When he's sold his stock, he'll be back all right, grumbling and cantankerous, she sighed, just like he never left.
The policeman sniffed.
Receiving, more like. Gone to Birmingham or Manchester then, has he?
Hannah shrugged again, though she was slightly more impressed. At least the officer had done some homework.
What do you take me for, a bleeding clairvoyant? I told you, I don't know nothing about where my husband's gone. For all I know is he's gone to Windsor Great Park to see the giraffe what the Mohammedan from Egypt give to the king.
Hannah's expression brightened at this bizarre thought, and she added,
Perhaps he stayed to play a game of battledore and shuttlecock with His Majesty. Wouldn't put it past him.
The policeman sighed heavily and rose from the chair, pointing a stubby finger at Hannah.
We've got the froggy and we'll get Ikey. You can quite be sure of that. This ain't no normal inquiry from the magistrates' runners. This is City, Bank of England.
He sniffed again and turned towards the front door.
We'll be back with a warrant. You may be sure of that.
Always welcome, I'm sure,
Hannah said, smiling brightly at the officer.
Next time stay for a cuppa.
She arched an eyebrow and sniffed.
Hardly worth lighting the fire, that was. The price of a lump of coal being what it is.
Despite her outward calm, Hannah was far from in possession of her wits. The single word City, followed by the 3 others, Bank of England, had struck terror into her heart, for they told her all she needed to know. They'd arrested Van Esselen, and now they were after Ikey. The house in Bell Alley must have been raided, and Ikey had somehow been informed just in time to make good his escape. Hannah knew the seriousness of the situation, but she also knew her man, and unlike Mary, she did not for a single moment think he'd either betrayed or deserted her, not when all their wealth was still sitting in the basement safe. Ikey had made no attempt to take a large sum of money with him. Therefore he was not planning to escape to America, as he'd often speculated they would do if there was no hope of either of them beating a rap.
Hannah would have liked to go to Australia, where John and Moses, their two oldest sons, had been sent, well capitalised, to establish themselves in respectable vocations in Sydney town. But she knew that New South Wales was not beyond the reach of the law, or even more so, the wrath of the Bank of England. Hannah wanted her children to have a better life than her own, for them to be accepted as respectable members of society, even if it was only colonial society, was uppermost to her ambitions. The idea that they should follow in the path of their loathsome father was unthinkable. Curiously, Hannah did not see herself as an example of moral degeneration. She was, in her own eyes, a good girl turned temporarily aside by the events which Ikey had caused to happen to their family. Hannah saw her immorality as an expedient to be discarded as easily as a petticoat when the time came to lead a respectable middle-class life. Left destitute as a young wife with two small children, by a husband imprisoned on a hulk as a common thief awaiting transportation to Australia, Hannah had been forced to survive on her wits. The brothel she now owned was simply the end result of her determination not to be destroyed. She had even come to think upon herself as a necessary component in a complex but predestined society. The gin-soaked whores, starving brats, the deformed, witless, the whoresons, freaks, cripples, catamites and opium addicts, they all came to her, and if she thought she could convert their tortured minds and broken bodies into a cash flow, she employed them. Hannah took a secret pride in the fact that she was called Mother Sin, the Queen of the Drunken Blasphemers, in a popular Wesleyan tract widely issued by the Salvationists. To her, this inglorious title meant she had earned her place in life's rich tapestry, that she had triumphed within a social structure not of her making, and had overcome obstacles which would have defeated most other young women saddled with two infant mouths to feed. Hannah saw herself as a good mother, who worked hard and selflessly so that her children might grow up to have both the trappings and the virtues of respectability. She told herself it was all for them, John and Moses, who were already on their way in life, and David, Anne, Sarah, and baby Mark. She was convinced that while they remained in England, they would be regarded as the bottom of the social heap, the criminal poor. She was quite unable to recognise that she was already in possession of a grand fortune, that her children would never starve again. The capacity to delude herself had been part of Hannah's personality from a very young age, and her subsequent social disintegration had become so complete that she felt not a morsel of shame for her actions. Her life, she told herself, had been a bitter disappointment, meaningful only in the fact that she had been blessed with children. So she extracted and continued to extract her revenge upon it. Hannah was a woman who was possessed by hatred, which had long since consumed her conscience. The only purity in her life was her offspring, the precious fruit of her loins, and the main object of her hate was their father. It was quite clear to Hannah that Ikey would be returning, and that he must have already evolved a plan to beat any indictment against himself for forgery. Although she loathed him, she respected his brains and his ability to make money, and even, in a perverse sort of way, she enjoyed the respectability he gave her as a criminal of international repute who carried the undisputed title of Prince of Fences. Long after the departure of the police officer, Hannah continued to sit with her hands cupping her chin, staring into the fireplace, which now filled the little parlour with its warmth. Her first task, she told herself, was to determine precisely what had happened earlier that morning. She could not go around to what she now thought of as the deserted house in Bell Alley, though she would need to ensure that it was securely bolted against intruders. She had often witnessed how the desperate poor could strip a deserted house of its contents, then occupy it in a matter of hours, and destroy its worth in a matter of days. Of course, she knew nothing of Mary, and imagined the property completely vulnerable, doors left off their hinges by an uncaring city policy, windows thrown open to create a deliberate deadlurk. Hannah determined to send a dozen street brats immediately to scatter throughout the surrounding rookeries to find Bob Marley, who she knew, given sufficient incentive, could be relied upon to see that the house was made safe against intruders. To put this thought into action, Hannah simply walked down the hall, opened the front door, put 2 fingers to her mouth, and let out a piercing whistle. It was a trick she'd been taught by her coachman father as a child, and was a well-known signal to any children in the neighbourhood. In a matter of moments, 2 ragged urchins appeared, and Hannah instructed them to gather 10 of their mates. The boys soon returned, with well in excess of this number. Hannah explained what she wanted. Marley was well known in the Whitechapel markets and in Rosemary Lane, where the local urchins looked up to him as a flash macer, and both feared and greatly admired his reputation as the acid slasher.
"Me, missus, me!" they shouted, jostling each other. "Please, missus, I'm your man. I knows him well. This Bob Marley cove, I knows where he lives, missus, honest I does. Please, me!" they yelled, clambering around the front step, their skinny arms protruding from the tattered rags they wore. Hannah selected 10 helpers. Then she went into her kitchen and put a dozen apples into her penny, together with a sharp knife. From each apple, she cut a single wedge a different size, and handed the smaller piece, one to each of the selected boys, returning the apple to her pinafore pocket. "I must have Mr. Marley here on me doorstep in 1 hour, no more, mind," she instructed, then added, "The boy what Mr. Marley himself declares found him gets a silver shilling."
The urchins around her gasped, and Hannah continued,
"The rest gets 2pence for your hard work a-looking. Can't be fairer than that now, lads, can I?" "No, missus, that's fair," they chorused.
Hannah waved her forefinger and admonished the children standing directly below her.
"Don't no one eat the piece of apple what he's got, not even a tiny bite. If the piece you brings back don't fit what I got in me penny, you don't get bugger all." "Does we get to eat the whole apple too, missus?"
one of the urchins asked hopefully, his breath frosting in the air about his dirty little face as he pointed at Hannah's bulging penny. Hannah laughed.
"Cheeky bugger."
She looked down at the tiny, malnourished child standing below her, with his arms folded across the dirty rags covering his chest. Cold sores festered around his mouth, and his nose ran so that he was constantly sniffing. Hannah saw none of the collective misery contained in the urchins crowded at her steps. They were all the same to her, dirty, ugly, starving, cruel, thieving and drunken, and to pity them was a waste of time and sentiment.
"I'll have to think about that," she said at last. "Make a nice apple pie, these apples would." "Can we have a penny now, missus? In advance, like?"
The urchin tried again. Hannah looked down at him in horror.
"You again? Well, I never heard of such cheek. Think I was born under a cabbage leaf, does ya? Give you a penny and have you all go out and get a tightener or a mug of gin, and yours truly never sees hide nor hair of any of your brats again. Think I'm bleeding balmy or something?"
Hannah looked down scornfully at the hungry, eager faces looking up at her.
"Righto, you lot. 2pence and you all gets the whole apple thrown in. That's the deal. Now scarper before I changes me bleeding mind."
With the immediate details taken care of, Hannah returned to the parlour to think, though moments later she was called to the front door by the arrival of the wet nurse to feed and care for baby Mark. Hannah stood at the door and made the woman bare her breasts and squeezed them with both hands so that she might see her lactate. She wasn't paying for a wet nurse who was short of milk. Then she made the woman open her mouth, and she smelt her breath to see if it carried the fumes of brandy or gin. The woman's teeth were rotten, and her breath was foul, further burdened with the sour smell of the ale she'd had for breakfast, though nothing else. She allowed her to enter. The children hadn't risen yet, though she knew the nurse would tend to them when they did. She instructed the woman not to disturb her or allow the children to do so, and returned to the parlour, asking only that the woman bring her a cup of tea before she fed the baby. The wet nurse was one of 2 selected for their milk. One stayed with the children at night while Hannah was at work, and the other took care of the baby during the day and also tended to the house. This one, as well as breastfeeding Mark, was employed for the rough work. Both women, Hannah knew, ate her out of house and home, but short of catching them stealing food for their own young'uns, she didn't mind. The food they consumed, she told herself, went into making milk for baby Mark. Hannah, only slightly comforted by the fact that no warrant existed for Ikey's arrest, was nevertheless fearful of what the future might hold, and she knew she would need to make plans. She had endured one 6-year period with almost no means when Ikey had been imprisoned. Now they were rich, and they should think about going to live in America, or if Ikey should escape the forgery charge, Sydney town, though she was realistic enough to know that this was unlikely. On the rare occasions Hannah had discussed the consequences of crime with Ikey, he had pointed out to her that the crime of forgery carried the hangman's noose, the death penalty. Hannah dared not think further on that matter. However, she was not above thinking that the ideal situation was to see Ikey transported for life to Botany Bay, leaving her to settle in America with their total assets in her sole possession, though she could think of no way to bring this about. If Ikey avoided being indicted for forgery, but was arrested as a fence and proved unable to fee the arresting officers, then she too could be implicated and would receive a similar sentence of transportation. In the unlikely event that she was able to prove her innocence, Ikey knew she could easily live off the proceeds of her 6 bawdy houses, and while the hope of completing his sentence existed, would never agree to giving her control of their combined resources. Even if she should contemplate divorce, by definition of law, the wealth they'd accumulated together remained the property of the husband. Hannah was quite unable to contemplate such an outcome. In the event of a separation, she would be rendered virtually penniless. Yet in Hannah's mind, all the money rightfully belonged to her. Ikey was no more than a retriever is to a hunter, the dog that brings in the bird and who has no subsequent rights to the spoils from the day's shooting. In this, Ikey seemed to support Hannah's expectations, for he had no apparent need for money. He spent none on himself. Even his watch and chain were of very little value, lest he be robbed for it. He had only one small personal indulgence, this being the sport of ratting. He kept 3 of the best rat-killing terriers in England, cared for by a trainer, a butcher in the village of Guildford. But even in the ratting pit, he would bet modestly. Ratting was a sport which involved every grade of society. The ordinary poor, criminals, shop assistants, servants, toffs, and even occasionally some of the nobility on the slum, each gambling according to his own means, or, as Ikey hoped, beyond his means. Ikey saw the rat pit as another opportunity to make money. There were very few seasoned gamblers at the rat pits on Greater St Andrews Street who at one time or another were not in debt to him. With little taste for the sport of gambling itself, but with a fondness for the game little terriers, ratting was the closest Ikey ever came to being of a charitable nature, for should a client owe him a considerable sum of money, he would extend him a further loan against the odds given on one of his own terriers. This was considered most generous in the circles of ratting, for should his terrier win the bout, then Ikey accepted the winnings as part or full payment of the loan. However, if Ikey's terrier lost, then the money loaned would be added to the gambler's outstanding debt. Ikey's charity was limited to a single attempt to wipe out a gambling debt, and as often happened, if the debt was a large one, and the gambler, being as gamblers are, bet sufficient on one of Ikey's terriers to eliminate the money owed, and the terrier lost, then the debt naturally doubled. When this happened, it was generally agreed that the offender should forfeit goods or services to cover the outstanding money. Many a toff or member of the moneyed classes lost an item of value from his household in this manner. The convenience and advantage that Ikey was a fence, and the article could be handed straight over to pay the debt without first being converted to cash. Common criminals who had given their marker to Ikey undertook many a burglary and handed the contents of their night's work over to him, whereupon their marker was returned so that they would remain in good standing for a future loan. It was generally conceded in ratting circles that Ikey's terriers, which came from the Forest of Dean on the Welsh border, were exceedingly well bred and highly trained for courage, and of the very best disposition for the rat pit. The little black and brown terriers, usually the smallest dogs brought to the rat pits, more often than not took the prize from bigger and more naturally brutal animals. Ikey's sparing use of his terriers to regain money lost by his clients was well regarded in the sport, and it was the only endeavour in Ikey's life where those about him did not look upon him as a rapacious and vile member of the Christ-killing race. However, Ikey's reluctance to let his little terriers into the pit too often had nothing whatsoever to do with his desire to be well regarded, but was in a great part due to a sentimental consideration for them. Sewer rats give dogs canker, which is eventually the death of them. After each killing in the rat pit, Ikey would rinse the pretty pink mouths of his tiny terriers with peppermint and water, and return them to their trainer with instructions to carefully tend the rat bites they had sustained. It was a tenderness he had never shown his children or any other living person, not even Mary, whom he would have been quite unable to stroke or touch as he did the little dogs he owned. Ikey, like every other dog owner in England, dreamt of one day owning another Lord Nelson, a legendary ratter. Lord Nelson was so small he used to wear a lady's jewelled bracelet as a collar, weighed but 5.5 pounds, and had once killed 200 rats in a single evening. It was said that at times some of the sewer rats pitted against him were his equal in size. But there was never a one or even a dozen together in the rat pit who could bring the little terrier to a halt or bail him up. Ikey dreamt of owning a dog such as Lord Nelson, though for once, not for the money it could wring from the rat pit. It was because he was so small, the smallest ratter ever to win in the pits. Yet this miniature terrier, like Lord Nelson himself, who stood at only 4 feet and 10 inches, contained a courage greater per pound of weight than any dog that had ever lived to kill a rat. Ikey, too, was small, and thought of himself as weak and a coward. A dog such as Lord Nelson proved the exception to the rule that the small and the weak must always eat shit. Had another such as Lord Nelson presented itself for sale, then Ikey might for the first time have understood a reason for money beyond avarice. He would be prepared to pay a king's ransom for a dog like proportion to Lord Nelson, and as well proven in the pits. Even the sport of ratting could not claim to involve Ikey in the need for money, since the costs of keeping the dogs fit for ratting constituted only a small part of his total earnings from the sport. Ikey didn't need or use money for the material things it could buy. He simply accumulated it. When he required clothes or boots, he bought them second-hand in the markets around the corner or in Rosemary Lane, bargaining fiercely for an embroidered long-sleeved waistcoat or a pair of well-worn boots from a second-hand shoe dealer in Dudley Street. Ikey couldn't abide new shoes or even new hose, and preferred his stockings to be well darned at the heels and knees. Only his greatcoat was purchased new, made bespoke of the finest wool to his own precise instructions, with 100 concealed pockets, the whereabouts of which required an exacting layout memorized in his mind. In fact, this coat represented the very nature of Ikey Solomon. He himself was 100 pockets, each concealing hurt. Some contained past abuse, some inadequacies, and some were stuffed with deformities of thought. In others, past injustices rattled, yet other pockets contained abnormalities and social obscenities. A host of pockets were filled with past woundings which rubbed raw against insults, hatreds, and peculiar malice. Ikey carried all the sins and bitter blows, pocks and pits of his wandering kind, in the pockets of his mind. They became the total of who he was, the whole, concealed by a cloak of indifference to the outside world. The sole importance of money to Ikey was protection. Money bought sycophancy, and this passed well enough for respect. Money kept those who would destroy him at proper arm's length. Money was the lining of the protective coat, which concealed him from a dangerously cold and malevolent world. For Hannah, no such problem of concealment with a metaphorical garment existed. Her loathing of Ikey was the centre of her everyday preoccupation, and his accumulation of wealth her single reason for their coupling. Hannah saw Ikey as a servant to her ambition, and his wealth the means to purchase the social aspirations she so earnestly desired for herself and for the futures of her 6 children. She had invested in Ikey as one might in the cargo of an opium clipper, and her expectation was for a handsome end profit. Chapter 9. 2 days later, Hannah received a very discreet messenger sent by the Upper Marshal of the City of London, Sir Jasper Waterlow. The messenger, a small, polite man in a frock coat and top hat somewhat too big for his head, stated that Sir Jasper wished to see her on a matter to her great advantage. She was naturally filled with apprehension, though it did not occur to her to refuse his request, especially as the messenger had gone to great pains to assure her that she was not under arrest. She was to present herself at the Blue Wren Coffee House in Haymarket on the following day, at precisely 2 o'clock. Dressed in her Sabbath finery, and having purchased a new best bonnet in the latest style, she pulled up at the Blue Wren, her barouche, hired by her father for the occasion, arriving at the coffee house door at precisely the appointed hour. She announced herself to the surly proprietor, who took her cloak and ushered her to a small room at the rear of the premises, where Britain's senior policeman, Sir Jasper Waterlow, waited for her. He neither rose from his chair nor took her hand at her entry. His expression was most acidic, as though the task at hand caused a sour taste in his mouth. Hannah thought this appropriate enough, expecting no different from the law. Sir Jasper pointed to the remaining chair, there being but 2 upright chairs and a small table in the room. "Sit, Mrs. Solomons. I know you are aware of who I am, so I shan't introduce myself. Ceilings in such places have ears, and the walls act as veritable trumpets for the deaf." Then he added, "It is not to one's custom to be seen or heard in such an establishment, and so I shall come directly to the point." The Upper Marshal of London was a small man, though with a markedly large, egg-shaped head. Its surface, including his chin, was quite free of hair, but for 3 separate places. A very handsome black moustache, curled and waxed at the ends, his eyebrows, equally dark and shaggy to the extreme, and a pair of elaborate side whiskers, which appeared to have been hot-tonged and curled to resemble 2 dark tubes. They rested upon his jowls as though convenient handles to lift his oversized head from his exceedingly narrow shoulders. His eyes were tiny, almost slits, and his lips so narrow and straight that they suggested themselves as a single bluish stripe under his moustache. Indeed, had it not been for the large unlit cigar clamped between them, his mouth might have gone unnoticed. The only feature not yet remarked upon was his nose. It seemed a creature of independent life, large, bulb-shaped and wart-textured, and altogether of a purplish hue. It sat upon his smooth pink face like a conglomerate of several noses, where it twitched and snorted, and seemed to wiggle continuously as though in great disagreement with the circumstances in which it now found itself. This large head, with its impatient, alienated nose, was attached to a small, thin, short-legged body, not more than 5 feet 1 inch in height. However, seated as he was, with the cloth of his breeches pulled tight at the front, Hannah's practised eye observed that he carried the bulge of a surprisingly large engine for so small a man. Sir Jasper was dressed in a dark cutaway coat, above pale trousers and elegant boots, the heels of which were higher by a good 2 inches than might be normally supposed to be correct for the fashion of the day. A white silk choker finished off what Hannah knew to be the street uniform mostly favoured by men of the upper classes. Finally, Sir Jasper's very tall top hat had been placed with its brim uppermost on the small table between Hannah and himself, so that to observe the upper marshal she was forced to slightly crane her neck and look past the black hat's brim.
"So, madam, you are the spouse of the notorious criminal Ikey Solomon?"
Solomon, sir. It don't have an S.
Hannah corrected him, her heart fluttering at the presumption. Then she looked slightly bemused.
Married, yes, but as to criminal, not that I knows of, sir.
She drew a breath and then continued.
Me husband Ikey has served his time 1 year in Newgate and then on a hulk at Chatham. After 6 years he received the King's pardon.
Hannah paused again.
Since then, 1 or 2 small offences in the petty sessions, but nothing what you might call notorious or criminal, if you knows what I mean, sir.
The officer sighed.
"Mrs. Solomons, do not treat me like a simple-minded Bow Street runner, or you could find yourself implicated in this unfortunate business."
And what unfortunate business is that?
Hannah asked politely, maintaining her calm.
"Forgery, madam. Defrauding the Bank of England by the printing of large denomination counterfeit notes of astonishing artistry to be passed through European banks and exchanged for foreign currency, and then reconverted to English currency again, though this time as the absolutely genuine article."
Me husband can do that?
Hannah asked incredulously.
Me husband can make money out of scraps of paper?
She shook her head.
You have the wrong man, sir. Me husband is but a poor jeweller what makes a small and honest profit, from selling a betrothal and wedding rings, and bright little brooches for servant girls, shop assistants, country folks and the likes.
Ha! And how, pray tell, does he come to own the salubrious premises in Bell Alley?
Salubrious? Hardly that, sir. Modest house, to say the least. An uncle in Chatham, a slop stealer by trade, who passed away, God rest his soul. A good man, sir, who left me husband a small legacy what we used to buy the house for renting purposes to decent folk. Our own little nest egg against hard times.
A modest house, decent folk, a bawdy house in partnership with a well-known madam, a high-class establishment fitted out at great cost and with a printing press of the latest design in the basement, a nest, all right, a nest of vipers. He pointed his unlit cigar at Hannah. Mark you carefully, we have arrested... He hesitated, and then removed and unfolded a small slip of paper from a pocket in his waistcoat. Damned silly names, these froggies. Ah, yes, Van Esselin. Abraham Van Esselin, a notorious forger whose services do not come cheaply, and who is not paid in the currency his nimble hands create, but with the real thing. The nose on Sir Jasper's face looked at Hannah in a decidedly smug manner. Then, without so much as a moment's warning, Sir Jasper pushed back his chair, rose and banged his fist down on the table, causing the top hat upon it to jump and wobble, then fall to its side. "Damn you, woman! Do you take me for a complete fool? I will have the truth, do you hear me?" At first, Hannah thought it must all be a mistake. They had somehow confused her own brothels with an imaginary one in Bell Alley. After all, Bob Marley, whom she had commissioned to report on the aftermath of the raid, had said nothing of a brothel at Bell Alley. But the information on Abraham Van Esselin was perfectly correct. And who was the woman who ran the fashionable brothel, which now seemed to exist at the Bell Alley premises? Hannah needed time to gather her wits and to conceal her surprise at Sir Jasper's astonishing news. There was more going on at Bell Alley than she knew about. She told herself that if some other woman, with an eye to her husband's considerable fortune, was trying to gain his good favour, both this whore and Ikey would be made to suffer a consequence far worse than the noose at Tyburn.
Yes, sir. No, sir. But I don't know what it is you want me to say, sir.
Hannah blustered as she set about gathering her inward composure.
You seems to want me to say me husband's guilty, is that it? A wife turning against her innocent husband, and the law making up all sorts of lies about brothels and mistresses to make her do so? Me, a faithful wife and loving mother what cannot tell a lie without blushing something awful.
Mrs. Solomons, I'm sure you are aware that a wife cannot testify against her husband. Only those frightful frogs across the channel have such a damned stupid law, which I'm led to believe leads to all manner of female revenge, not at all in the interest of male justice. Sanctity of marriage, my dear, it's the foundation of British justice. Hannah's lips started to tremble, and a muscle on her left cheek to twitch. She brought her hands up to cover her eyes, so that the absence of tears could not be seen, although, when needed, they would come soon enough.
I don't know what it is you want from me, sir. Me, what's got 4 little mouths to feed. You wants to take me darling husband away. It wants done no harm to no one. Where's the British justice in that?
Hannah choked out the words and then began to sob miserably.
When I come here, it was to promise a reward. But when I gets here, all I hears is talk of brothels and mistresses, and taking away me poor husband what's done nothing to deserve no punishment.
Hannah commenced to howl loudly for some time, real tears now running down her cheeks, judging the upper marshal's patience carefully. "For God's sake, woman, stop your damned caterwauling!" Sir Jasper demanded, banging his tiny fist once more down upon the table. "I want your cooperation. I'm willing to pay a very handsome price for it." Perhaps it was the words pay and very handsome price that Hannah's ears, always alert to a matter of profit, picked up. Her distress died down to a whimper, and her head lifted, her large, tearful eyes peeping through her fingers.
"How much?"
she asked in a broken, tiny voice, throwing in a loud sob for good measure. Sir Jasper immediately relaxed, and digging into the pocket of his coat, produced a box of matches, and commenced at last to light his cigar. Then he leant back so that his chair rested against the wall, balanced on its rear legs, the front ones being raised from the floor. Blowing a most satisfactory cloud of cigar smoke to the ceiling, he addressed Hannah in a calm voice. Mrs. Solomons, we have the luxury of a choice. We can either offer your husband's mistress an incentive to cooperate with our inquiries, or you may, with some little encouragement, decide to, help.
Beg pardon, sir. Me husband ain't got no mistress. He ain't the sort. All along I've been thinking you must have the wrong man. Now I'm certain in me own mind.
She smiled ingenuously, her eyes bright from recent tears.
Maybe the person what you're looking for is Solomon's. Common as dirt they is, everywhere. We is Solomon, no S. Me darling husband is very particular on that point. You see, it means something entirely different. It's not so kosher with an S. Cohen is priests, Levi also, but Solomon, that's your actual royalty, that is. That's your royal highness, your genuine King Solomon. You know the geezer what met the Queen of Sheba? He wasn't called King Solomon's, was he now? Nobody ain't never heard of the wisdom of Solomon's, has they?
What on earth are you talking about, woman? Sir Jasper leant forward so that the front legs of his chair clunked to the floor. Whatever you're called, does it really matter? He waved his cigar in the air. You are from the criminal classes, and so your name, whatever it happens to be, spells thief, villain, ruffian, rascal. Solomons, Cohen, Levi, they all spell damned Israelite. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, indeed. There is no possibility of a mistaken identity, I assure you, Mrs. Solomons. And as to the other matter, I cannot vouchsafe that your husband is paramour to Egyptian Mary, but that she is his tenant, we have from the woman's own lips. She has confessed in a signed statement that she rents the premises in Bell Alley from Isaac Solomons. 3 of her strumpets have also made statements to the effect that your husband is a part owner. Quite sufficient evidence to get him apprehended for allowing a bawdy house on the premises he owns, or, even more compelling, being in partnership with another in this tawdry business. Hannah knew now with certainty that Ikey had betrayed her. She knew that Ikey would never simply rent out premises for a brothel without owning the larger part of the enterprise. Her first impulse was to feel an absolute fool, but then a darker anger rose within her. With great effort she fought it down, and forced herself to concentrate on what the policeman was saying. Though she was unable to control her rising voice, her venom turned to scorn.
What? Do me a favour? On the evidence of 3 tarts?
Hannah threw back her head and laughed.
Even if me husband was convicted, which ain't likely, with a sharp counsellor he'd get no more than a drag. What good's a 3-month sentence going to do you? You must be joking, sir.
Joking? Well, no, not really. Sir Jasper blew smoke towards the ceiling. Keeping a bawdy house is a perfectly indictable crime, but I'll grant you, madam, you do have a point. Prostitutes make poor witnesses. He glanced irritably at Hannah, suddenly deciding to take her into his confidence. It's damned messy, really. Not the sort of stuff the bank goes in for, as a rule.
If it's a high-class establishment, never know who comes and goes, does ya?
Hannah said cheekily, then added,
Could be dodgy. Knows what I mean?
She paused, once again in control of her emotions. Her anger, now well bedded down, would keep for another time.
So what's you want from me? Can't rightly see how I can help you.
Yes, well, frankly, you're right. It's not much to take before the bench. He looked up at her and seemed for a moment to hesitate, then added, We also have a problem with the damned frog forger chappie we arrested in the basement of your husband's premises.
Oh, the geezer what's got the printer. What's the problem?
Sir Jasper drew on his cigar and threw Hannah a dark look. He appeared to be thinking, his eyes narrowed, his head only half visible in a miasma of cigar smoke. Unfortunately, he's deaf and dumb. The upper marshal battered away the smoke from his eyes, looked at Hannah and smiled, seeming for a moment genuinely amused. Ideal for a man of his occupation, eh? Most decidedly nimble of hand and eye, though deaf and dumb. Not much chop in the witness box, though.
3 tarts and a madam in the Old Bailey and a bludger what's deaf and dumb. It ain't much to go with, is it, then? I'll bet you London to a brick that in 10 minutes I can find you 4 tarts who'll swear on the Holy Bible, even swear on their dying mother's head, that your forger geezer just recited the Ten Commandments personal to 'em, forwards and then backwards, and finished it off with a rendition of Handel's Hallelujah Chorus, and this Van Summing's a Jew as well.
Well, yes, you might be right. What we need is someone or something else.
Here, wait a mo.
Hannah, astonished, exclaimed.
You're not asking me to invent evidence against me husband, is you?
Well, no, not precisely. He arched one of his magnificent eyebrows. That would simply be making 5 witnesses of a kind. Sir Jasper's nose suddenly came alive again, delighted at the tartness of this last remark. As you so wisely observed, women of your vocation will swear to anything on the heads of their dying loved ones. He pulled at his cigar, satisfied that he had once again achieved the upper hand. Hannah's hidden frustration at the news of Ikey's betrayal suddenly overwhelmed her sense of caution. She wanted to bite back, and Sir Jasper was available.
It takes a whore to know one. Whores ain't only of one sex.
Sir Jasper shot upright, the legs of the chair hitting the floor with a crack. Madam! To Hannah's surprise, after this single admonishment, Sir Jasper returned his chair to its former 2-legged position and smiled, a small, secret smile. With the sharpness quite gone from his voice, he said, I'm grateful we've reached common ground at last, madam. Down to brass tacks, eh? I was hoping we might not have to raise the matter of the 5, or is it 6 brothels you own? His voice grew suddenly sharper again. Correctly prosecuted, you should receive more than a drag, or even a stretch. Transportation, 14 years at the very least. Botany Bay, or perhaps Van Diemen's Land. He waited for a reaction from Hannah, and when none was forthcoming, he cleared his throat and continued. Why, madam, such would seem the only possible sentence. You shall have 14 years to regret your lack of cooperation. Do you not think you ought to think upon this? Or is your loyalty and affection to Mr. Solomon's of such a purity that you would protect him at the cost of a dark, rat-infested prison at the other end of the world for much of the remainder of your miserable life? Sir Jasper waited, removed the cigar from his mouth, and examined it at arm's length. Hannah saw that it had become dark-stained with his spittle at the sucking end, while it carried a full inch of spent ash at the other. She observed his cigar, not from any personal interest, but because her wits had temporarily forsaken her, and she knew herself to be hopelessly trapped, and entirely at the mercy of the small cigar-toting policeman. Curiously, it did not occur to her to blame the smug little knight for her predicament. Nor did she recall that it was she who had persuaded a reluctant Ikey to employ Abraham Van Esselen. All she could think was that it was Ikey who had once again caused her downfall. He had absconded and left her as his hostage. He had betrayed her with a whore and robbed her of a prize which was rightfully hers. Come what may, she would make him pay. She would not take a moment's punishment for the miserable sodding shit. I should remind you that you will never see your darling children again, Sir Jasper added. What do you say to that, Mrs. Solomons? Hannah inhaled sharply, and then in a low voice asked,
Now, sir, what was it you just said about it having to be, someone or something else what is needed for the case at hand?
Sir Jasper, now also smiling, leant a little closer and placed his hand on her knee. Well done, my dear. How very sensible of you. I feel sure we can come to some satisfactory arrangement, what? Hannah looked up suddenly.
Could we not leave England, Scarpa, never come back no more?
Why, madam, that's preposterous, simply unthinkable.
Why?
Hannah asked simply. Justice. There must be justice. Good God, woman, where would we be if we simply let our hardened criminals escape to other societies? What would they think of the English?
They probably don't think all that much of him as it is,
Hannah said laconically. Balderdash! There's not a civilized man on earth who doesn't wish he was an Englishman. An arranged escape, unthinkable and positively unpatriotic. Hannah cleared her throat, averted her eyes, and spoke in a small, almost girlish voice.
We could probably leave a little bequest. A little something to remember us by. A little personal something, what we could leave to your discretion, to use for whatsoever good you might consider in your wisdom can be done for Mother England.
She paused and looked furtively up at the policeman.
If you knows what I mean, sir.
The cigar fell from Sir Jasper's lips.
Good God, woman! Are you attempting to
At this point, Sir Jasper leapt from his chair with a terrible yowl, upsetting the table and sending his top hat flying across the room as he frantically beat at the front of his trousers. The cigar, nowhere to be seen, must have fallen through his waistcoat and down into the interior of his trousers, for Sir Jasper continued to beat at his crotch, while turning in small agitated circles, his legs pumping up and down as though dancing on the spot. Then his foot caught the leg of the upturned table, and losing his balance, he landed in Hannah's voluminous lap. His head fell upon her breast, and his now panicked nose was inches from her own. But for the fact of the room being so small, and that the back of her chair was placed almost against the wall, Hannah, together with Sir Jasper, would have turned topsy-turvy, landing on the floor in a heap of kicking legs, petticoats, pantaloons, and flailing arms. Hannah was the quicker of the two to recover. She looked down at the hapless Sir Jasper, who was flapping, whimpering, and snorting, and observed the smoke rising from that area of his trousers which is known to be most delicate when assaulted. With one arm, she pinned him to her breast, and with her free hand hastily undid the last two buttons of his waistcoat, shot into the front of his trousers, and plucked the offending cigar from within. Hannah's shameless sense of humour overcame her as she held up the still smouldering cigar.
There were two of them little devils down there, sir. I chose the bigger one, she cackled.
Then the gravity of the situation reasserted itself, and she released him and clamped her hand over her mouth to smother any possibility of a further outburst. If Sir Jasper was conscious of this coarse attempt at humour, he gave no sign of it. As though caught within a collapsed tent, he was struggling wildly to find his way out of the folds of Hannah's commodious skirts. He regained his feet finally, and clutching his singed and painful scrotum in both hands, he roared at Hannah.
You have not heard the last of this, madam. By God, I shall see you and your husband hanged at Tyburn yet.
He removed a hand from his crotch and grabbed the cigar from Hannah, throwing it to the floor and stamping on it several times until it became a soggy, pulpy mess. Removing his hands, he glanced down upon his recently violated area and observed a hole in the light-coloured material not larger than a sixpenny bit, but in a strategically awkward area. Again clasping both his hands over it, he backed away from Hannah.
Damnation and blast! I have an appointment at 4 o'clock and cannot go home first, Sir Jasper cried.
Why, sir, it is not much of a mend, Hannah remarked calmly. An hole no larger than the tip of me tongue. And what might come about if a gentleman could have took 40 winks in his club chair with his pipe or cigar in his mouth? You must let me attend to it at once. I am a clever seamstress who will soon repair it invisible.
Keep your filthy harlot's hands off me,
Sir Jasper said fearfully, backing still further away from Hannah, so that he now stood in the corner with his back against the wall, like some miscreant schoolboy who has failed at spelling.
Tut, tut,
Hannah clucked. She was accustomed to crisis, and mostly took immediate possession of the situation.
Come now, sir, it ain't that bad.
She rose from her chair.
See, I shall move your chair and sit upon it, and you shall stand behind me back. Remove your trousers and pass them to me across me shoulder. I have needle and thread with me, and I'm trained as a seamstress.
She smiled brightly, acting quite unconcerned and natural in her manner. Sir Jasper looked at Hannah suspiciously. Then he turned slightly away and uncupped his hands briefly to observe the damage once again.
Very well, madam,
he said, the sulkiness still contained in his voice.
But this service rendered does not alter your predicament. Attempting to fee an officer of the law is a very serious offence.
Hannah chose for the moment to ignore this remark. A man without his breeches, she reasoned, is much more amenable to compromise. She rose and placed the table upright, then crossed to his chair and turned it so that when seated her back was towards him. She sat down and arranged her skirts.
Come now, sir, it is to mending we must now pay our attention.
She waited with her hand placed on her shoulder, ready to receive the recently damaged garment. Sir Jasper found it impossible to be in opposition to Hannah's calmly stated demands. His imagination took flight, and he was once again a small boy, intimidated by his nanny. Standing with only a woolen vest above his waist, as she chided him for some small misdemeanour, running her hands down his thighs and massaging his buttocks as she threatened him with the back of her hairbrush, then kissing and fondling his tiny waterworks, which, now in its adult proportion, was growing at a quite alarming rate. Sir Jasper, quite breathless, seated himself upon Hannah's recently vacated chair and hurriedly removed his boots and then his trousers, releasing his engine with a spring as the restraining cloth passed beyond it, whereupon he replaced his high-heeled boots upon his feet.
"Quickly, we must hurry to mending or you'll catch your death,"
Hannah said solicitously, her fingers fluttering impatiently upon her shoulder. She had already prepared the needle and thread from her bag. Now she took the trousers from Sir Jasper, and quickly turning them inside out, blew the cigar ash from the surface of the cloth, and commenced to work upon the whole, gathering its edges together and stitching it in the manner of a sutured wound, this being much the quickest and neatest way under the prevailing circumstances. From the corner of her eye she now observed that Sir Jasper had come to stand close to her shoulder, and was breathing heavily. She turned slightly towards him, and was confronted by his stiffened prod, almost touching the edge of her bonnet.
"Well, well, what have we here?"
Hannah's vast experience of men made her summation almost instinctive.
"A little boy what's hurt himself. A little boy who wants Nanny to kiss him better."
Yes, please, Nanny. It hurts a lot. Please, can you kiss it better?" Sir Jasper gasped urgently, his voice a mixture of fear and anticipation. Hannah laid down her needlework, took the pins from her best bonnet and removed it, placing it on the table, whereupon she unpinned her hair and shook her head so that her hair fell to her shoulders in a cascade of brilliant Titian-coloured curls. Her movements were deliberate and calculated to excite him even more. Then, with Sir Jasper wincing and groaning at her shoulder, she took his manly pride between her thumb and forefinger. Moving her head closer, she ran the point of her clever tongue around the underside of its purpled cap, at the point where it joined the manly thrusting stem. "Oh, God, oh," Sir Jasper moaned. Then she withdrew her tongue.
"We'll not be hearing any more of bribery charges, will we now, you naughty boy?" Hannah cooed.
"No, Nanny, I promise. Please, I beg of you, suck upon me. Oh!" Hannah smiled and licked her lips, and took him once again and brought him to the ultimate point before she withdrew her tongue again.
"And no more of hanging?"
"Oh, Jesus, no more of hanging," Sir Jasper whimpered. "I beseech you."
"Swear it as an English gentleman, upon the head of the king himself."
Her tongue flicked out and licked invitingly at her lips, and then, darting further, played mischievously with the tip of her nose. "I swear as a gentleman, upon his Majesty's head," Sir Jasper gasped. "Please, Nanny, do me now, I beg of you. I cannot bear it a moment longer. Suck me dry, oh!" Whereupon Hannah took Sir Jasper into her mouth, and with the help of her lascivious tongue, proceeded to satisfy him beyond his wildest fantasies.
This is the end of CD 4. The story will continue on CD 5. CD 5.
Completely exhausted, he reeled back and collapsed, gasping and panting. Half sprawled upon the chair, his pot belly was an incongruous helmet placed upon his otherwise skinny frame, his naked hairless legs encased at their ends with high-heeled boots. Hannah noted with satisfaction that his nose, now flat and pale as a badly risen scone, cowered against his florid, sweating face.
"Your trousers.
Hannah said, rising and covering his nakedness by placing the garment across Sir Jasper's lap.
I apologise most humbly, she said, grinning wickedly. I made much too light of your other cigar. It is a most worthy smoke, sir.
Sir Jasper looked up at Hannah and gave her a small smile, his tiny obsidian eyes expressing a much becalmed disposition. "If we are to be friends, dear," he panted, "it is best that I state the terms right off." He sat up, clutching his trousers to his crotch, attempting to sound businesslike in his manner. "I can do nothing for your husband other than attempt to forestall his march to the gallows. We can enter a plea that no long-tailed notes were found upon his possession. Only those of £5 value, though these are of exceptional quality and most numerous. The judge may, with a little persuasion, come eventually to see that transportation rather than hanging is in order." Sir Jasper grunted and bent down to remove his boots. Arising, he proceeded without shame to reappoint his trousers to his skinny frame, and then, seated once more, returned his boots to his small stockinged feet. "We shall, of course, need your cooperation in the matter of the counterfeit fivers," he said, looking up at Hannah for her confirmation.
And me? Hannah asked. What's to happen to me?
Sir Jasper rose from the table and stood once more trousered and confident, his recent intimacy and claims of friendship seemingly quite forgotten, and with his thumbs hooked into the lapels of his cutaway coat, he declared, "Ah, yes, the sewing woman. We must reward the sewing woman." He glanced down at his front, admiring the tiny, almost invisible finger-pluck seam where the cigar hole had previously been. "A capital job, my dear, and most skilfully completed." He glanced slyly at Hannah so that his double meaning would not be lost to her.
"You're most welcome, I'm sure, sir,"
Hannah said, returning his knowing look.
"You're always welcome to me humble mouth."
Sir Jasper pulled himself up to his full height, which was by no means impressive. "Mrs. Solomons, I must remind you, each of us has our place, and you would do well to remember yours. Let me be quite clear, we shall have no blackmail here, do you hear?" Hannah had half expected his return to pomposity, for she was well aware that the masculine mind is directed largely from below the waist, and that there is nothing so restoring to the male ego as the return of his trousers. Even so, she was not of a mind to apologize. She knew enough of these matters to be certain that the priggish policeman would be back for more in due course. The next time she would tempt him further with a good spanking. The back of the hairbrush on his noble little body. Hannah felt confident that her relationship with the upper marshal was far from over. Hannah answered sweetly,
"Blackmail, sir? I can't rightly say I knows what you's talking about."
Then, abruptly changing the subject, Hannah looked ingenuously at Sir Jasper.
"You ain't answered me question, sir. What shall become of our humble family? If me husband should be transported, how shall we live?"
She lowered her voice, and its tearful character returned.
"With him gone, you're condemning us to the workhouse."
"Why, Mrs. Solomons, you are by all accounts a resourceful woman. I feel sure your, dockside establishments bring you a handsome return." Hannah feigned surprise.
"I'm sure I don't know what you mean, sir. If what you said was going on, but what I said wasn't, but could be, that is, if a person was forced into supporting her 4 starving kids without an husband, if such establishments were to happen to be about to open..."
"Yes, well, I dare say, if you are prepared to cooperate fully, the bank isn't too interested in your, other businesses." Hannah sniffed, reaching into her handbag for a dainty handkerchief, and touching it to each eye in what she supposed was a genteel gesture. She looked imploringly up at Sir Jasper.
"Am I so bold as to believe, sir, that you would turn the self-same blind eye to the establishment what is at me poor husband's house in Bell Alley?"
"The printing shop or the brothel?"
"No, sir, not the printing. Definitely not the printing. Me, what can't read nor write, has no use for a printing shop."
"Ah, you are sprung, madam," Sir Jasper laughed. "So you do know Egyptian Mary. You wish to continue your husband's partnership. Two sows in the same trough, eh?
Sir Jasper chuckled at his own joke.
Well, well, well. I would be surprised if Egyptian Mary would countenance such an arrangement. She is a woman of some pepper. Still, I guess you would know, eh?
No, sir, I does not, Hannah snorted. You quite mistake me meaning. I want me husband's so-called partner arrested. It were her what turned him to queer screening and printing unlawful paper, if such a thing has been done by him. It ain't fair if she goes free. That's a blatant miscarriage of justice, that is.
But there's no evidence to implicate her in his forgery,
Sir Jasper said, frowning.
We can't let you continue to run 6 bawdy houses and arrest her for running but 1. Why, madam, we'd be the laughing-stock of the city.
It ain't the same, Hannah countered. I takes me earnings from the criminal classes, the filth. Them what don't know and never can know any better. What I does is as natural to them as stealing. They's born to it. It's a social habit, normal as breathing. I cater for 'em what doesn't have no hope of rising up from a life of crime and grog.
I can't possibly entertain such a preposterous idea, Mrs. Solomons.
In point of fact, though, Sir Jasper, who shared the contemporary social views that the criminal poor were born and not created by environment or circumstances, was not unimpressed with Hannah's argument.
I must remind you, justice is blind. Running a bawdy house of whatever kind is an equal crime against the law. If we are to overlook the one kind, your kind, we must do the same for her kind, what?
Sir Jasper lifted his chin and looked down at Hannah across his florid nose.
British justice must prevail. There's an end to it now. The matter bears no further discussion.
Hannah was not prepared to concede.
Your actual law, yes. That I'll grant you is the same. But what about your lot, the upper classes? What about your morals? What about your standards of society? Me humble customers can't get no better. They ain't got no morals, and they ain't got no standards what could be upheld. But what are your lot? What this Egyptian whore is running is causing the destruction of the moral standards of the better classes. Them what's born to morals and standards, and must set an example for the honest poor.
Clever argument, as a matter of fact. Dashed clever.
Sir Jasper seemed genuinely impressed.
Madam, I commend you for your reasoning, but...
Hannah's interruption was of perfect timing.
I really don't think I could give me complete cooperation, me absolute best at information and help in the matter of me husband and the printing press, if you was to turn a blind eye to this den of iniquity and sinfulness, what has caught me darling Ikey in a web spun by this horrible, heathen Egyptian whore.
Sir Jasper, taken aback by this sudden change of attack from Hannah, seemed momentarily lost for words. He paced the few steps left to him in the tiny room.
Very awkward.
He glanced at Hannah.
I don't suppose it would make any great difference if I told you Egyptian Mary is English. Her name is Mary Abacus, not her real name. Carries an abacus, see? Damned clever at calculations. London as the bells of St. Clement's. Not a drop of wog in her. Born in Rosemary Lane. Tough as a brigade boot. Lots of ginger. Hands deformed. Some sort of bizarre accident down at the docks on Jacob's Island.
Hannah was now breathing heavily. The Mary she knew, who carried the Chinese contraption wherever she went, was a drunken whore who had also taken to the opium pipe, usually the end of the road for her kind. Hannah was an expert in such women. Their last stop was a brothel such as hers. Thereafter they would be soon dragged from the river with a boatman's hook, or found with their ears and nose and fingertips eaten by rats, their bodies submerged in some putrid cesspool, or rotting in a dark, evil-smelling alley. It was almost beyond believing that this Egyptian whore might be the same Mary. That bastard Marley knew all the time. The miserable sod owed her 2 sov. Ikey had chosen this Nemo scumbag above his own wife to partner him in the high-class brothel of her dreams. The humiliation was too impossible to bear. Now Hannah, visibly shaking, glared at Sir Jasper.
If that filthy whore don't get the boat, then you can stick your threats up your arse. I'll take me chances with the law. This very night all 6 of me places shall become netherkins where the desperate poor can stay for 2pence a night. You'll have to prove otherwise, and all I can say is you'll have a bleeding hard time doing it.
Sir Jasper, much taken aback by Hannah's fury, brought his hands up to his chest, as though to protect himself from the battery of words she hurled at him.
"Hush, hush, my dear. You'll do yourself a harm," he cried in alarm. "I shall see what we can do."
Not good enough, sir.
Hell hath no fury, eh?
Sir Jasper was sufficiently sensitive to realise with some delight that Hannah's venom was largely directed towards her husband. Now she confirmed this, her scorn evident as she spoke.
You can have him. He ain't no good to me no more. I hope the bastard rots in hell.
Sir Jasper smiled.
Mary Abacus will be arrested, I promise.
And transported.
I can't influence the judge, my dear.
You can have a word in the ear of the judge like you said you could in the matter of Ikey's hanging,
Hannah said tartly. The little man sighed heavily.
That being a civil crime, this, madam, would be a social one.
As though to explain, he shrugged and added, a crime against the people.
Swear it,
Hannah demanded.
You strike a hard bargain, Mrs. Solomon.
Sir Jasper paused.
Very well. I swear I shall arrest Mary Abacus and cause her to be transported. It will not be a popular idea in the city.
Hannah, vastly relieved, sighed heavily. She had been angry, but now she found herself excited at the prospect of the demise of the whore with the beads, and even more thrilling, her nicely contrived revenge on Ikey. She loved the feeling of power it gave her. It was more than simply revenge on two people who dared to cross her. It was a portion of repayment for the bitter disappointment of her life. But then, like a thunderbolt, it struck her that she had once again been denied. Hannah realised that she must forego the sweetest part of her vengeance. She could not let Ikey know it had been she who had brought about his downfall. If Ikey knew she had betrayed him, he would never agree to give her his half of the combination to the safe. He would rather rot in hell than see her benefit a single penny from his plight. Hannah looked up knowingly and smiled indulgently at Sir Jasper.
Men got weaknesses, what they can't rightly be blamed for. I implore you, sir, for the sake of me young uns, I don't want me husband to know it was me who shopped him.
Sir Jasper took a gold hunter from his waistcoat and clicked it open. He was anxious to conclude the business at hand.
No, of course, Mrs. Solomon, there is absolutely no need for your husband to know of your cooperation with the authorities.
He returned his watch to his waistcoat.
Under the circumstances, it is most honourable of you to spare his feelings.
Kindness has always been me great downfall,
Hannah, her eyes cast downwards, said modestly. Sir Jasper cleared his throat.
Now, this is what we want, and I must warn you I shall brook no altercation on the matter. We shall raid your premises in Whitechapel, and we shall expect to find a number of counterfeit £5 notes well concealed. The money we find will be some portion of the counterfeit notes we discovered in the basement premises at Bell Alley.
The money? In me house? You must be completely balmy. That makes me guilty too, don't it?
Hannah cried.
Complicity in helping to conceal stolen goods? I ain't as much sugar as I may look, you know.
I have already given you our assurance as an officer of the law and a gentleman on that matter, madam.
Hannah laughed.
With the greatest respect, sir. What happens if you drop dead? When I'm standing in the dock in the Old Bailey and the judge passes sentence on me, what am I going to say? Oi, that's not fair, your worship. Him what's the upper what's it told me I had his personal guarantee as a gentleman and officer of the law that I can't be nicked.
Hannah rose indignantly from her chair and placed her hands on her hips.
Ha! The bleeding judge will think I've gone soft in the blooming head. And he'd be right, too, allowing counterfeit money to be found in me own house.
Hannah sat down again, huffing and snorting. She needed a moment to think, for she had a secondary reason for not wanting the police to raid her Whitechapel home. Though well concealed in the false ceiling under the floor of her bedroom, the house contained goods of great value. There was also the matter of the safe. The city police were an entirely different kettle of fish to the usual dim-witted magistrates' runners. Hannah didn't want to take the chance that in the bogus search for the counterfeit banknotes, this too might be discovered. Sir Jasper was visibly growing impatient.
You will have to trust me, madam,
he said sharply.
It ain't a matter of trust, sir. It's a matter of natural caution, a matter of survival. I wouldn't trust me own rabbi from shopping me if he was to find counterfeit money in me house. Stands to reason, don't it? In the eyes of the law, Ikey and me, we'd both be guilty.
She paused and smiled at the police officer.
May I suggest something more appropriate?
The upper marshal banged his fist down hard upon the table.
No, madam, you may not. I hardly think a woman of your background could improve on our methodicals. This plan is the work of experienced officers. It requires no alteration, being quite perfect as it is.
He folded his arms across his chest and glowered at Hannah in a most imperious manner. Hannah remained silent until she gauged that Sir Jasper's exasperation had somewhat calmed. Then she persisted.
His coat. Sew the money in the lining of his coat. Then nick him on the street away from home, away from me and the young uns.
The police officer, despite his irritability, looked up at her in surprise.
I say, do you think you could do that?
Then he rested his chin on his chest and mused as though to himself.
Lining of his coat, caught red-handed with the money on his person, in his possession.
He looked up and smiled at Hannah.
By Jove, that's perfectly splendid. No way of wriggling out of that, eh?
Sir Jasper rubbed his hands gleefully together, completely mollified.
Perfect. Why, it's quite perfect, my dear.
Not so perfect already, Hannah scowled. He don't ever take his coat off. Not never, and not particular never at this time, when the weather is inclement and coming up to Christmas.
She cocked her head and thought for a moment.
On the other hand, if he don't ever take off his coat...
She paused, thinking again.
Then the only person what would have put the money there is himself. Ain't that right, then?
Sir Jasper clapped his hands in delight.
I say, that's damn clever, my dear. Capital, how very wise of you.
Hannah knew the task of apprehending Ikey away from home would be a most difficult one. Ikey's mode of travel through the rookeries was nocturnal and shadowy, never tiring in the task of concealment. No magistrate's runner or Bank of England law officer could ever hope to follow him, or even dare to enter those parts where his crepuscular fellow creatures engaged in business with him. Ikey's coat was a very elusive target, and the more she thought about it, the less confident she was that such a scheme could be made to work. But with the knowledge that all the stolen property concealed in her Whitechapel home would come into her possession while she was, so to speak, under the protection of the law, Hannah possessed a powerful additional incentive to succeed.
When will you let me have the false finnies, sir? I need no more than 2.
Finnies? Oh, you mean the £5 notes. You shall have them promptly on the morrow.
In the afternoon, if you please. I needs me beauty sleep.
Hannah smiled, and then, with one eyebrow slightly arched, and her head cocked to one side, her expression coquettish.
Perhaps you would like to bring him yourself, sir?
Sir Jasper Waterlow's complexion turned a sudden deep purple, and his nose began to twitch alarmingly. Avoiding Hannah's eyes, he gathered up his top hat from the table and moved towards the door, where he paused, and slid the slender fingers of his left hand into a bright yellow leather glove. He was quite exhausted, and in urgent need of a stiff brandy. His expression now somewhat composed, he looked directly at Hannah.
I shall require you to wait 5 minutes before leaving, he grunted, and then added, I should also be very careful not to lose the £5 notes I shall send you. It would be most difficult to convince me that such a calamity was honestly come about.
He pulled the second glove on, and glanced briefly at Hannah from under the rim of his top hat.
Though, of course, in such an event we do have others.
Then he touched the brim of his hat.
Good day to you, Mrs. Solomons,
Sir Jasper said, and passing through the doorway, closed the door behind him. Hannah smiled. She could hear the clatter of his mincing high-heeled step in the hallway, and then the silence as he stopped to retrieve his cloak from the proprietor. Then a few more steps as he departed the Blue Wren.
That's gratitude for you, she said to herself. But that one will be back soon enough for a good spanking from his adorable nanny, nothing surer.
Not long after this meeting, Hannah once again summoned Bob Marley. He was surprised to be contacted by Hannah so soon after it would have been apparent that he had duped her in the manner of the raid on the premises in Bell Alley. Hannah was not known for her forgiving nature. Marley was therefore understandably suspicious at her openly friendly manner. She sat him in the parlour, where a bright fire blazed, and where she had laid out a single glass and a fresh bottle of brandy with a plate of oatcakes. Apart from his initial greeting, Bob Marley remained silent, pouring himself a large glass of brandy and helping himself to a couple of the cakes.
"It weren't nice what you done, Bob Marley," Hannah began. "Taking advantage of a poor woman what was helpless."
Marley, with a mouthful of cake, stopped chewing and rose from his chair as though to leave.
"No, don't go," Hannah added hastily, smiling. "We got things to talk about what could be to your advantage."
Bob Marley swallowed the cake in his mouth and took a gulp of brandy to wash it down.
"It was you who called me, remember? All I'd done was take advantage of a situation what was not of me making."
He was still holding the glass, and bringing it up to his lips, paused.
"It would have been unprofessional not to have done what I did. People might have thought I was losing me grip of things."
Hannah refrained from reminding him that there was only herself involved. When she thought about it, she supposed she too would have thought less of him if he hadn't exploited such an opportunity to benefit from her predicament. It was this very self-serving aspect of Bob Marley's nature which she now wished to use to her advantage.
"I need a job done. No questions asked," Hannah said finally.
Marley gave her a bemused look.
"There's always questions, lovey. What I means is, I don't want to talk about me motives. I want you to accept 'em, no questions asked." "No questions costs more money. It means I can't measure the exact amount of risk involved." "No more risk than if you knew everything, you have my word on that."
Marley waited, saying nothing, and Hannah continued.
"Ikey will come back to London, reasons that don't matter to you, but he'll be back. He can't come home, too dangerous. He'll need a place to hide and somebody you can trust to find it for him and act." She paused and looked at Bob Marley, "sort of as a go-between between me and him."
Marley took a long swig at the brandy in his glass, prolonging his lips on the rim of the glass longer than would have seemed necessary, as though he was thinking carefully on the proposition. Finally, he looked up at Hannah.
"There's a big reward out. I'd have to be paid least that and expenses, mind. Finding a dead lurk what will keep him safe with half the bleeding world keeping a greedy eye out for him ain't going to be easy."
Hannah had already taken herself through the process of having to pay Marley the equivalent of the reward on Ikey's head, but she was none the less shocked at the prospect when she heard it coming from Marley's own mouth. She swallowed hard.
"For that sort of money, I'd want more," she said, her gaze steady. "More? What do you mean?" "I wants you to plant some fake stiff on Ikey."
Marley brought his palms up in front of his face.
"Hey now, Hannah, we's family people. You're going to shop Ikey by planting snide on him? That ain't nice. That ain't nice at all."
Hannah stiffened.
"Remember, I said no questions. I has me reasons, Bob Marley."
Marley whistled.
"I bet you has, lovey."
He sighed and looked directly at Hannah.
"Sorry, I don't do domestics. I'm not asking you to take sides. Just to plant some fake soft." "I'll not shop him, Hannah. I'm no copper's knock." "I didn't ask you, did I? Just to do a plant, that's all."
Marley looked up.
"Just the plant?"
He seemed to think for a moment.
"It'll cost extra."
Hannah laughed and then shook her head.
"Sorry, love. When you ask for the reward, that be the limit. There's £100 on Ikey's head and I'll pay that, but not a farthing more."
Chapter 10. Since time out of mind, Long before the coming of the great belted engines with their hiss and suck of steam and whir of wheels and pistons, before the city provided warmongery to the world with its mountains of iron ore, furnaced, hot-rolled, steam-hammered, pressed, poured and moulded into the fiery spit and spite of small arms, Birmingham had always been the Babylon of baubles. It was here that goldsmiths and silversmiths, in 1,000 tiny workshops, made jewellery so wickedly extravagant as to turn many a fine lady into a whore, and many a whore into a fine lady. As may be expected, where there is gold, silver, plate, and wicked little stones with nimble fingers to shape and polish them, there are gentlemen with even lighter fingers to fleece them from their rightful owners into the greedy hands of the unctuous fence. Ikey arrived in Birmingham at 8 o'clock in the morning of his second day out from London, not stopping to pass the night in a comfortable tavern, though several of these establishments existed for this sole purpose. Inns where a weary traveller could expect a crackling fire, a sizzling pot roast, a pewter mug of good mulled claret, and, upon a quiet word into the landlord's ear, a bed warmed by a ploughman's daughter, a wench with ivory skin and thighs as creamy to the sight as fresh-churned butter. It was common enough talk among those who often travelled these ways that the yokel's daughter, so lasciviously described, had indeed been much ploughed and so often seeded as to sprout half the snot-nosed bumpkins in the parish. It was most surprising that Ikey chose to continue on the smaller, faster night coach to Birmingham. He was, after all, a natural coward, and it being the Christmas season, the danger of meeting a highwayman or footpad on the road was greatly increased. Only a fool or a traveller with most urgent business would think to travel with a mail coach running hard through the night. But Ikey, a creature of the dark hours, felt most vulnerable when exposed to the brightness of sun-pierced light, and in particular within a restricted location such as a coach. He had sat miserably all day, trapped and huddled in the corner of the day coach from London, the collar of his coat pulled high, and his hat placed deep-browed upon his head, with his face turned outwards to the passing countryside. Should his fellow passengers have wished to observe him, they would have seen only the collar of his coat and the broad-brimmed hat which appeared to rest upon it. To all appearances, these aforementioned fellow passengers looked innocent enough. The ginger-bearded horse-dealer with his shaggy one-eyed dog, the two long-fenced clerical types in dark cloth, only the colour of their waistcoats telling them apart, and of course the monstrously fat woman in widow's weeds, a human personage so big she could easily turn a living in the grand freak show at Southwark Fair. But Ikey was taking no chances, and said not a single word all day, not even allowing the most banal of courtesies. When evening came, and his fellow passengers left the coach for the comforts of a night spent in a village tavern, the opportunity to continue on alone was presented to Ikey by the departure of a lighter and faster mail coach travelling through to Birmingham. It contained sufficient room for 4 passengers, though he seemed to be the only one to purchase a ticket from the coachman. It was a most bitter disappointment to Ikey when Tweedledum, the red-waistcoated clerk, climbed unsteadily into the coach. He smelled strongly of cider, and barely nodded as he found his seat at the window opposite but on the same side as Ikey, so that their eyes could not meet. Now they both faced in the direction in which the coach was travelling. Ikey had not thought of him as separate, but as one component of a 2-part presence in red and yellow, and it disturbed him to think that he'd made such an unthinking assumption based simply on their attire. Ikey's first instinct was to become immediately suspicious of the man's presence. But if Tweedle was an officer of the law, sent to keep an eye on him, his recent intake of the local cider had rendered him ineffective, for Tweedle was becoming increasingly cross-eyed, his head lolling with the delayed effects of the local scrumpy. The ostler had all but completed checking the harnessing, and the coachman was already aboard, whip in hand, when the fat widow, clutching her large hamper to her bosom, emerged panting from the tavern and came towards them. The coach was delayed 10 minutes, as the ostler and the coachman pushed and squeezed, panted and shoved to fit the giant woman through the door of the smaller carriage. Once contained within its interior, it would have been quite impossible for any further souls to occupy the remaining space, of which there was now very little. The lighter mail coach, though harnessed with a full team of horses, was built for speed, and not for the comfortable accommodation of passengers. The gargantuan woman filled one entire side of its interior, her fat knees occupying the corridor between them, and her hamper taking up the centre of the opposite seat, with the silently drunken Tweedle at one side, and Ikey huddled tightly into the corner at the other. It was snowing quite hard, though the road was still clear, and the post-chaise set off at a brisk pace into the night. The widow completely ignored Ikey's presence, and shortly after they reached the first toll-gate, she reached over for the hamper, placed it on her lap, and clamped her fat arms around its lid. Then she fell into an immediate and seemingly deep slumber. Ikey hoped to do the same, for he was desperately tired, and had been awake more than 24 hours, and with the absence of the hamper, the seat beside him promised to make an excellent bed. But Tweedle, as if struck by a blow from an invisible hand, collapsed into the space left between them. The cider had finally rendered him senseless. Ikey turned up the collar of his coat, and pulling its lapels around his chest, settled down to sleep. Alas, the widow soon put this prospect from his mind, for she caused a great deal more trouble for Ikey asleep than ever she'd done in a state of wakefulness. During the day, Ikey had observed from the corner of his eye, and by a direct assault on his nostrils, that the widow had partaken of several large meals, the fare coming out of the seemingly inexhaustible larder on her lap. Now, as she snored, her tightly compact innards fought back, with a series of combustible noises. From her vast interior, oleaginous gases rumbled in ferment. After a period of time, all these internally combusted sounds combined to reach a climax. It seemed that at any moment the pressure within her would become so great that a cork must surely pop from her navel, cause a huge efflux, and send coach and horses, Ikey and the unconscious Tweedle, all the way to Kingdom Come. Ikey sat huddled in his corner, with the collar of his coat and the brim of his hat tightly pushed against his ears, though the sounds prevailed, penetrating the protection of his cupped hands. Just as he supposed he could stand it no longer, when the noises and fumes of regurgitated gases and thunderous farts became too noxious even for his seasoned nose, with a soft sigh, the widow quietly awakened and proceeded to open the hamper on her lap. A small lantern swinging from the coach roof cast a to-and-fro shadow across the interior of the cabin, so that the widow would disappear into the complete darkness, and then, a moment later, appear again, lit by the dim light of the swaying lamp. Ikey watched from the inside of his coat as food began to appear. First was the smaller part of a haunch of ham, one side showing white to the bone, and the other plump with pink meat. From it the widow carved, at the very least, a pound of pig flesh, and proceeded to layer it upon a thick crust of bread. This she sprinkled with a generous pinch of salt, swiped with a blade of yellow mustard, and garnished with pickle forked from a large jar. Finally, she added to the conglomeration several thumps of thick, dark, treacle-like sauce. Each meal was taken precisely on the hour, each different. A mutton pie large enough to feed a hungry family, a plump chicken and a raisin tart, a turkey leg and a pound of white breast meat, a large cold sausage and apple pie, a slab of cold roast beef, and several boiled potatoes. A large pork and leek pie was the last but final means of satisfying the giant woman's voracious appetite. Ikey, thoroughly miserable, watched as a cold blue dawn appeared over the gently rolling countryside, the tops of the low rounded hills blanketed with snow. He was desperate for sleep, and his small belly, so seldom demanding of food, and having observed so much of it during the night, now rumbled with the need for sustenance. Though even now food was not his greatest need, and he would willingly have remained hungry for another day in exchange for 2 hours of uninterrupted sleep. He envied Tweedle, who seemed not to have stirred on the seat beside him. With no further food to consume, the widow settled down to finish off the demijohn of gin. She seemed unaware of the sleeping shape of Tweedle, whose face lay only inches from her plump white knees, but fixed Ikey with a stern and disapproving eye, or rather, she fixed her disapproval on the dark, silent, upright bundle in the corner. Holding the neck of the demijohn in her fat fist, she brought it to her lips, and with a tolerable level of sucking and lip-smacking and occasional bilious burps, the widow proceeded to get very drunk. Ikey, at last, was able to fall into an exhausted sleep. He was awakened 3 hours later by the sound of giggling, accompanied by several sharp prods in the region of his chest and stomach.
Wake up! We been Brummaging soon?
The widow was jabbing at him with the stick and giggling, her fat head wobbly with her mirth, and she drooled like a well-fed infant.
Wakey, wakey.
Ikey sat up quickly, dazed from insufficient sleep. It was by no means the first time in his life that he'd been prodded awake with the point of a stick, and he immediately imagined himself to be in a prison cell, for the smell was much the same, and the ride had become unaccountably smooth, so much so that to his blunted senses the coach appeared not to be moving at all. In fact, the coach was completing the last mile into the centre of Birmingham, by way of the new road, composed of a material known as macadam. This was a tar-like substance, as used for caulking vessels. It was heated until it was treacle-like and ran easily, whereupon it was poured upon a bed of small stones. The men who mixed it might use no stone larger than one they could roll on their tongue and still repeat, "God save the King." The substance was soaked into the stony surface, and while steaming was compressed with a large steamroller and allowed to dry smooth and hard. The result was a surface impervious on the most inclement weather, and upon which any manner of wagon or coach wheel could travel. All was made without the need for skilled labour, and at a fraction of the cost of the quarrying, shaping and laying of cobblestones. Ikey's mind was not tuned to dullness, and he was soon aware of his surroundings. The widow, satisfied that she'd done her Christian duty and wakened him, did the same for Tweedle. He sat up groaning and holding his head in both hands, eyes bloodshot and his hair standing up in untidy tufts.
"Oh, my God,"
he moaned. Ikey stared out of the coach window at the houses, some with chimneys already smoking in the early light, growing more and more numerous and close-built as they approached the city centre and the coach terminus. Staging posts, particularly at the terminus from one great metropolis to another, were much inhabited by the watchful eyes of the law, as well as those of informers, hoping to earn a few shillings for spotting a known villain. Ikey's fondest hope was that he would be allowed to skulk unnoticed from the scene into the nearest darkened lane, and thereafter to a nearby rookery, where he would be free from the ever-curious attentions of any members of the law or the underworld. He now became concerned with the presence of Tweedle. His earlier anxiety returned, and Ikey imagined him to be a lawman who would elicit the aid of a waiting law officer from the Birmingham Constabulary to arrest him, his task while on the coach simply being to keep a watchful eye on him, lest he take his departure before reaching the city. Ikey was tired, and his senses somewhat blunted. He told himself one moment that he was imagining the danger, and the next that he should have reasoned it out long before this, and left the coach when they'd stopped to change horses at a village during the night. Caution, with its partner suspicion, being his more natural instinct, Ikey decided he would make a dash for it the moment the coach drew to a complete standstill. Ikey carried no personal baggage. In fact, Ikey's taking a chance that a highwayman might waylay the coach during the night journey was not as courageous as it might have outwardly seemed. Highwaymen seldom shoot their victims, and Ikey had no fear of robbery, for he'd carried in his purse coin sufficient only to purchase the coach ticket and to eat frugally and pay for his accommodation for a day or two upon his arrival, with a little left over for miscellaneous expenses. A secret pocket under the armpit of his coat contained £50, though a highwayman would need to remove the coat and most carefully dissect its lining to find this. To be robbed of what he superficially possessed would have been no serious matter. He carried only a cheap watch and chain, and a small cut-throat razor, and the deeds to the house in Bell Alley, a paper which would make no sense to a common robber. Also resting in a pocket was the key to his home in Whitechapel. It being so close to Christmas, this absence of serious cash on Ikey would have been somewhat surprising. Anyone who knew him was aware that he would often carry £1,000 on his person, for the season's pickings would be exceedingly good, and ready cash was what was needed to make the most of the many opportunities certain to come his way. But this time in Birmingham, Ikey was playing for much bigger stakes than the fencing of a few bright baubles taken in the Christmas crowds. The coach drew at last to a standstill, the coachman laying aside his horn and shouting, "Whoa! Whoa!" to the wild-eyed beasts in the time-honoured way. The horses thus brought to a stop shook their heads in a jingle of brasses, champed at the bit and stamped their feet on the hard surface of the road. Their coats were lathered with sweat from their final gallop, and their nostrils snorted smoky air. The coach official opened the door on the widow's side.
"Oh, me God!"
he exclaimed, fanning his nose. He immediately turned to the waiting crowd.
"Anyone come for a show, freak?"
he yelled.
"If he is, she be blind, hopeless drunk. Need to fetch cart and oxen or special sprung carriage. She'll not be walking, I can tell you that for sure and absolute certain."
The widow reached out and took the unfortunate official by the collar of his coat and pulled the top half of him backwards into the coach so that his head lay upon her lap.
"Hello, dearie, fancy a kiss?"
she said, then burped loudly into the man's astonished face. Ikey glanced quickly at Tweedle, who sat frozen upright, looking directly out of the window, trying to ignore the bizarre antics of the drunken woman and the wildly struggling and whimpering official. Taking advantage of the confusion, Ikey quietly unlatched the coach door on his side, leaving it ajar. Then he rose, and lifting the still surprisingly heavy hamper and placing it down upon an astonished Tweedle's lap, quite preventing him from rising in pursuit, should he take it in his mind to do so, whereupon he pushed the door open and stepped through it. But alas, his coat caught on the sharp corner of the small door and pulled him back. Ikey pulled desperately at the coat, and a 6-inch tear appeared in the thick wool as he wrenched it free and then dashed into the dark shadow cast by the terminus building. In a few moments he had escaped up a narrow alleyway which ran between the stagecoach terminal and the building beside it. Ikey's immediate destination in Birmingham was not, as might normally have been the case, one of the more notorious flash houses nor thieves' kitchens where he might be expected to take up temporary residence, but to a stabling property on the outskirts of the city. This large, unprepossessing building of rough-hewn stone had all the appearances of a farmhouse. It was set on the road to the village of Coles Hill, with stables on the ground level for several horses, and above it 2 additional stories, which a visitor might naturally suppose was the owner's residence. However, in this instance, the large building was much, much more than a simple farmhouse, and might even have been called a kind of factory. A paper and ink factory, to give this most improper and anonymous business a proper name. The property belonged to Silas Brown, Esquire, outwardly a respected horse dealer, but to those in the know, one of the greatest forgers of soft in the land. He was a man of great ingenuity and reputation, known to all who dealt in a serious manner in good forged banknotes throughout England and continental Europe. Birmingham was the chief centre of the production of good hard, this being the name for counterfeit coin. Since it had always been a place where fine jewellery, watches and military medals were made, it was easy enough for Birmingham craftsmen to turn to this illicit trade. The same was not necessarily true for the forging of banknotes, and had it not been for the remarkable talents of Silas Brown and his wife, Maggie the Colour, the city might not have become a recognised centre for banknote forgery. While the city supported a great many clandestine coining workshops, it contained only a handful of talented engravers. These mostly derived from men who had been decorators of gold and silver plate. Though these few very skilled men together gave it an acknowledged presence in banknotes and forged letters of credit, and even some work on share certificates, their efforts were no greater than other major English cities. Etching was an exacting task, and a superior engraver might take a year or more to perfect the plates required for a single banknote, so that these men needed to be financed and carefully safeguarded by those who profited most from their skills. Silas Brown and Maggie the Colour were known to employ the very best engravers. But to the engraver's skill, they added 2 ingredients which gave Birmingham an advantage in the forged banknote trade. The house to which Ikey now hurriedly set out was used for making this paper and ink. Silas Brown, though seemingly a ponderous and somewhat befuddled man, made the best counterfeit paper in England, and his wife, Maggie the Colour, the best inks. This combination, together with the fact that Silas financed most of the more skilled engravers, and so came into possession of the best engraved plates, made them very wealthy. It was claimed they had a share in every forgery printing operation in Birmingham, and as well sold ink to Manchester printers and even to some of the better London operators. Maggie the Colour was the daughter of a Manchester dye maker, and possessed a talent for mixing inks and dyes, and an eye for subtle colour, shading and gradations, which was truly remarkable. She was known to use mostly local tinctures, some from plants and herbs she collected in the surrounding countryside, the juice of mulberry and pomegranate imported from Spain, as well as tannins from various types of wood. These she mixed with the exotic pigments and dyes available on the English market, but which came from India, China, and from Dutch Batavia, used by the silk makers in Macclesfield and the cotton spinners of Manchester. Any forger worthy of his name would use no other ink. The powdered galls mixed with camphor supplied by Maggie the Colour were so good that even the officials at the Bank of England could find no major fault with her product. Given the very best engraver's plates, expertly prepared paper, perfect ink matching, and superior printing, the work done by Silas Brown and Maggie the Colour was among the finest in England. But it fell short of perfection because the paper used for bills simply could not be reproduced, and the plates used for banknotes above the £10 denomination were thought to be too complicated for a single engraver, and could never hope to deceive even the most casual banker's eye. Abraham Van Esselen's forged plates were near to being the exception. They were the very finest of their kind available, perhaps in the entire world of forgery, so perfect that they might have been prepared by the Bank of England's own engravers. These plates, now about to be offered by Ikey to Silas Brown, were the work of a single man of undoubted genius, and moreover, each was perfect to the point of almost any magnification. This made them of the greatest possible value to a team like Brown and his wife Maggie, though of course it was not concerning these alone that Ikey had come to see them. Ikey, having walked for almost an hour, came at last to the end of the city's sprawling slums, and soon found himself in more open ground, where cottages rested separately, some with small gardens to the front or back. Ikey disliked space of any sort, and his eyes darted hither and thither. He shied away from a barking dog, and jumped wildly at the sudden crow of a cockerel or the hissing of a goose. Some of the lanes along which he passed contained hedges on either side, which provided some concealment, though nature's walls of hawthorn thicket did very little for Ikey's peace of mind. Strange things went click and buzz and chirp within them, and none of these noises equated to the myriad sounds to which Ikey's highly particular ear was tuned. It was coming up mid-morning when he finally reached the open field, in the centre of which stood the house of Silas Brown. Ikey was in a state of high, nervous tension. The daylight hour, though some snow had started to fall, coupled with the open terrain through which he had been forced to travel on this final part of his journey, had brought him very close to complete panic. He was hungry, but so single-minded in his mission that he hadn't even thought to enter a chop-house for a meal. Now he stopped and rested at the gate leading into the field, and removing his neckcloth, wiped the nervous perspiration from his brow and the back of his neck. The large treeless field appeared to be flat, and but for a dozen or so horses grazing about it, completely empty. Ikey expected that the moment he entered the gate, someone would appear from the house to meet him. In fact, this is what he hoped might happen before he'd intruded too far into the large field, and so was unable to retreat back to the gate should a savage hound, designated for this very purpose, be set upon him. An envoy sent from the house would give him an opportunity to explain his reason for coming, and to send ahead of him a sample of his credentials for perusal by the redoubtable Silas Brown and his wife. Ikey entered the field, his eyes darting everywhere, forwards and backwards and to either side. To his dismay, no one came from the distant house, and he was forced to move ever closer to it. Therefore it came as a fearful surprise to him when his hat was tipped over his eyes from behind, and a voice declared, "Don't turn around, sir." Ikey, despite the fright he'd received, was of course an expert on young boys, and this voice was no more than 10 or 11 years of age. This didn't do a great deal for his confidence, however, as street children of this age were as tough as grown men. Besides, they were sometimes larger than himself. He removed his hat and replaced it squarely back on his head.
"A penny for a word, then, my dear,"
Ikey said slowly, digging into his coat to find a copper coin, which he held between finger and thumb and proffered behind his back. His unseen assailant snatched the coin from Ikey's hand.
"Where does you think you're going, then?"
the boy inquired.
"Silas Brown, I begs to see Mr. Silas Brown. That is, with your permission, of course. Your very esteemed permission, my dear. Mr. Silas Brown, is it? How does you know such a name, then? Business. We's in the exact line of business. Mr. Brown is what you might call a colleague, though I'll freely admit I haven't exactly had the pleasure of his personal acquaintance.
Ikey shrugged his shoulders.
You see, we share what you might call a vocation. Yes, that's it, precisely and nicely and most specifically put, my dear, an exact and precise and similar vocation. Oh, a voce?
The voice gave up trying to pronounce the word.
And what line of business does you share, then?
Ikey was surprised at the sharpness of the boy. He'd come across similar boys before, but these were few enough to be an exception. Most street lads this age were already dulled from gin and the lack of proper nourishment, and would not have the wit to become involved in a conversation the likes of which the two of them were now conducting. This one would have made an excellent addition to his Methodist Academy of Light Fingers. Now that he'd properly gathered his wits, Ikey was impressed at the boy's sudden appearance behind him, seemingly rising out of nowhere. Ikey's eyes missed very little, and even though he was unfamiliar with open terrain and the lack of shadow in daylight to reveal the bumps and undulations in the grassy field, it was no simple task to deceive him. The boy who crept up could not have followed him for any distance, for Ikey was in the constant habit of glancing over his shoulder. He must have walked right past the boy without seeing him, and this Ikey found both admirable and very disconcerting.
The copper business. Copper plates, that is.
Ikey paused.
Also, you could say, also the paper and inks business. I can say no more. From this moment me lips is sealed and can only be opened by Mr. Silas Brown himself. Does you have an affidavit to say who you is, then? Affidavit?
Ikey held an additional penny behind his back, wiggling it invitingly, but the boy did not take it this time.
Most certainly, and of course absolutely right and correct to ask, my dear. An affidavit you shall have right away and immediately. For how would your master know the manner of person who has come so far, and taken so many risks to talk with him? How indeed? All the way from London, that is, with barely a wink of sleep, and not a morsel of nourishment from sunrise to sunset. I ask you, how is he to know the humiliations and vicissitudes inflicted, or the extreme importance of the mission? Quite right of you to ask, quite right and proper. Your affidavit,
the boy repeated bluntly, seemingly unimpressed by Ikey's verbosity, and still not taking the proffered coin.
Give it, mister, or you'll get nought more from us.
Ikey carried no personal identification whatsoever, and even if he had papers to prove himself, he would not have willingly let them into the boy's hands, especially without having first seen his face. He was on the run, and young likely lads like this one, schooled in the rookeries, learnt early the value of informing, of keeping their eyes peeled for the opportunity of a little crude blackmail. The engraved plates he carried concealed in the lining of his coat would be instantly recognised as masterpieces by any competent forger, and a glimpse at one of them, Ikey knew, would be likely to have Silas Brown scurrying out to meet him, his voice a bluster of apology and his hands all a patter. But if he let the boy have only one plate as a proof of his integrity, and if his master should choose not to see him nor to return it, the single engraved plate in the right hands was still worth a considerable fortune.
I shall give you a piece of paper. A small piece of paper you must promise to take to your master, to Mr. Silas Brown himself, and to no other. Do you understand, my dear?
It'll cost, the boy added cheekily. Ikey sighed, and retrieving the copper coin, he held it once more behind his back.
A sprat. Cost you a sprat or naught happens. 6pence?
Ikey howled, though he did so more for the form of it than anything else. The boy was good, very, very good, and he wished he could have him under his tuition. The boy reminded Ikey of the young Bob Marley, same cheek and quickness of mind. He smiled to himself, for he knew he could now trust him to take the paper directly to Silas Brown. Ikey returned the copper coin to his dumby, and found a silver 6pence, which he handed backwards to the boy.
This paper, what I want you to take to Mr. Silas Brown, it is concealed upon me person. I shall need to stoop down to reach it and to cut open the M-line of me coat to remove it. I have a small razor to do so, but, my dear, do not be in the least alarmed. We, that's yours truly, is not at all a creature of violence and disputation.
Don't turn about now, the boy said threateningly, trying to put a deeper tone into his voice.
No need, absolutely no need. No need in the least. You have my guarantee upon that, my dear.
Ikey reached for the cutthroat razor in his pocket, and opening it, he stooped down and cut quickly at the line of the hem, though above the hidden plates, and only a cut wide enough to ease one of the plates sideways through the slit. He untied the twine and removed the wrapping from around the engraving. With the razor, he sliced a small triangular corner from the square of paper, which he handed backwards to the boy.
Take the paper to Mr. Silas Brown, my dear. It's me affidavy.
Ikey waited.
Hey, mister, 'tain't said nowt on it, the boy exclaimed. It be blank paper what's got nowt writ on it.
Ikey chuckled.
On the contrary, my dear, it speaks most eloquent to those what knows how to read its message.
There was silence behind him, and Ikey imagined the confusion the boy was feeling. Seeking to put the lad out of his agony, he added,
It's invisible-like, but to such as Mr. Silas Brown, Esquire, who knows the trick of reading it, it's a magical paper.
Ikey spread his hands.
Trust me, my dear.
You'll stay here, see? You'll not be doing nowt till I returns, the boy added threateningly. There's dogs, big bastards, what can be let loose and sent after you in a twinkling. You'll not get to gate before they's torn you to bits.
Not a muscle, my dear. Not a single twitch, not a cat's whisker, not a scintilla of movement till you gets back. Quiet as a mouse, silent as a ferret in a chicken coop. That's yours truly, Ikey Solomon, late of London town. Tell your master there's more, much more, where that comes from. Heaps and heaps more. He'll be most pleased indeed to know that.
The boy ran past Ikey and towards the house, laughing, not caring now whether Ikey saw him. He carried a long stick, which he waved in the air. He was tiny, small enough even for Ikey to box his ears or place a sharp-toed boot into his scrawny little arse. The boy, at first delighted to have made sevenpence so easily, grew anxious at his own reception as he drew nearer to the house. Silas Brown and the half-dozen men and boys who worked with him stood waiting at the head of the ladder for him to climb into the room above. The lad, afraid he might lose the paper, held it between his lips as he climbed the ladder.
"What you got then, Josh lad?"
Silas Brown asked, as the boy stepped from the ladder into the room. Together with the others, he'd stood watching from the windows at Ikey's original approach. They'd seen the boy Joshua, who'd been earlier sent on an errand, waylay Ikey from behind, before they could send an adult out to accost the stranger. Josh, though only 10 years old, was known to be bright enough to make a judgment, yet young enough not to arouse any suspicion if the stranger was thought to be from the law. Silas knew that if the lad decided the man was up to no good, he would drop his stick on the ground and then pick it up again, whereupon he'd send one of the other lads down and set the dogs after the intruder to see him off their land. One of the men pulled the ladder up after the lad had climbed clear and closed the trapdoor behind him, bolting it firmly back into place. The boy Joshua looked somewhat sheepish at the greeting given by his master, and removing the tiny slip of paper from between his lips, handed it to Silas Brown.
"'Tain't much, sir, but he said it was magical-like, that you'd understand immediate-like."
The boy, a most concerned expression upon his face, looked up at Silas Brown.
"Did I do wrong, sir?"
Silas Brown took the paper and rubbed it for a moment between his forefinger and thumb, whereupon he jerked back in surprise.
"No, lad. Methinks you done good."
He moved immediately to the window, where he held the paper up to the light.
"Jesus," he exclaimed.
"He says there's more, lots more where it come from, Mr. Brown, sir,"
Josh shouted across the room, much relieved at this reception.
"Bring sponge, lad. A wet sponge,"
Silas Brown shouted at one of the boys nearest to him.
"Hurry!"
In a few moments the boy returned and handed Silas Brown a damp sponge. Placing the scrap of paper again against the window glass, Silas wiped carefully over it several times. Then he lifted it from the window with the edge of his thumbnail and called for a pair of tweezers. Holding the paper at one corner with the tweezers, he walked over to a hearth where several cast-iron pots of blacking plopped slowly on the open coals. He held the pincers and paper to the heat of the embers, and the tiny scrap of damp paper took only moments to dry. Silas Brown returned to the window and held the paper once again to the light.
"Jesus, Mary and Joseph,"
he shouted.
'Tain't possible watermarks stayed. Bloody watermarks stayed put right here on paper. Quick, call Maggie.
Another young lad dashed off, while the rest of the men gathered around, astonished to see that the faked Bank of England watermark had remained undamaged, as though it was woven within the very substance of the paper.
What's his name, Josh?
Silas demanded.
Ikey's sausageman, sir.
Josh looked uncertain.
Solomon's, something like that, sir.
Ikey Solomon's? Jesus Christ.
Silas pointed to one of the men.
Go with the lad, Jim. Bring him along. He'd be famous like in London.
He looked around impatiently.
Where's bloody Maggie?
Not 20 minutes later, Silas and Maggie looked on in amazement as Ikey produced the first of the engravings. Ikey unwrapped the watermarked Bank of England paper, covering the copper rectangle, and leaving it lying in the centre of the paper, he straightened out the sheet, smoothing its sides with the edges of his palm without touching the shining copper plate, so that the rectangular etching lay pristine, a precious slab of polished metal catching the light. Then Ikey tried to lift the etched copper plate from the centre of the paper, but his hands were too cold, and his fingers were quite unable to function. Maggie, seeing his distress, bid him warm himself at the hearth, while she brought him a plate of bread and a deep bowl of beef and potato broth.
There you be then, Mr. Solomons. A bowl of broth will soon warm you proper well.
While Ikey greedily slurped the creamy broth, thick almost as a good Irish stew, Silas and his wife, who in her wooden clogs stood as tall as her husband, examined the etching but did not touch it or the bill paper on which it lay. Halfway through the large bowl, Ikey stopped and pointed to the sheet of paper, with its corner missing, and nodded to Maggie the colour.
Take a good look then, my dear. Never was there a better drop of paper for your marvellous colours and tinctures, and never a plate etched more perfect.
Maggie picked up the etched copper plate, while Silas examined the paper, neither saying a word, as Ikey went back to slurping his soup. Maggie the colour handed the copper plate to Silas, holding it carefully between her fingers at each end, and took the paper Silas had placed back on the table and walked over to the nearest window. She carefully flattened a portion of it against the window pane. After a few moments, she turned to Silas.
What do you think, then?
Never seen nothing the likes of this engraving before. Never. And that's God's truth,
exclaimed Silas, examining the plate through an eyeglass.
The paper?
Maggie asked, turning now to Ikey.
How'd you do it, Mr. Solomons? Solomon. It don't have no S,
Ikey said, placing down his spoon, the bowl close to empty. He was suddenly aware that hunger and cold had driven him to show too much without the attendant patter required to work them up to the first unveiling. He had neglected the basic tenet of business, to reveal only a little at a time, enough to whet the appetite, so to speak, while holding sufficient back to feed the urgency of the bargaining that must inevitably follow. Now he attempted to recover somewhat from this poorly managed beginning.
I've had the pleasure of being a regular customer for your work, my dear. Marvellous. Ain't no personage in England, perhaps even the world, what can mix tinctures, colours and gradations as subtle as you. Work of pure genius, madam. Pure and simple and undisputed genius, no less.
Maggie the colour smiled thinly and looked down, embarrassed.
Now, Mr. Solomons, take that good. Not a scrap less praise and honour is due to you,
Ikey declared.
Them colours is of the highest possible magnitude, the work of a genius.
Ikey cleared his throat and grinned at Maggie.
Now, supposing I was to ask you how you come about them colours, asked Maggie the colour the secret of her dyes and tinctures and the mixtures for your ink galls, what say you then, my dear?
Quite right,
Silas Brown laughed, and with the eyeglass still clamped in his eye, clapped his hands.
You'll be getting out from our Maggie. Them inks and dyes, tinctures and juices, they be her secret to her final dying breath, till grave and beyond.
Ah, you see,
Ikey exclaimed.
A secret is only a secret when it remains in the head of one person. Share it with another and it ain't a secret no more. You can kiss it goodbye, my dear, it's gone forever. It's like a blooming swallow what's left England for warmer climes when the winter approaches. Next thing you know, it's on the other side of the blooming world, darkest Africa, or wilds of South America. Good secrets all have a price. and the telling of 'em is never cheap.
Ikey resumed, slurping his soup, satisfied that he'd somewhat recovered the initiative.
Do we take it you has a proposition to make, like?
Silas Brown asked, carefully placing the plate he'd been examining back onto the square of paper, which Maggie had returned to the table. Ikey's untidy eyebrows lifted halfway up his brow, and his eyes widened in pleasant surprise, his spoon poised in mid-air.
A proposition? Why, sir, that is exactly and precisely and unequivocally what I have. A proposition, a business proposition, a remarkable opportunity, a proposition the likes of which may never come your way again. A truly great conjunction of opportunities, of copper and paper and ink. An opportunity not never to be matched in its potential for wealth. A proposition, you say? Why, I couldn't have put it no better myself.
Ikey went back to the remainder of his soup, and when the scraping and rattling of his spoon had ceased, he further stalled the opportunity for an answer from his hosts by wiping the interior of the bowl clean with the last of the bread.
A proposition as delicious, madam, as this bowl of excellent broth,
he finally concluded. Maggie the Colour smiled at the compliment, knowing it to be the first thrust in the bargaining to come.
Where shall we begin, then, paper or plate? I can see the plate, but paper be but one sheet and cut it corner-like. Paper's good, but how much? How much has you got?
Said Silas Brown, repeating his wife's question. Silas was not a man inclined to much subtlety, nor one to beat about the bush, and he'd already spent as much good humour as he was known to offer anyone. Ikey, seeing him for the more clumsy of the two, had hoped that he might be the mouth, but it took him only moments to realise that Maggie the Colour's smile was a clear indication of where the brains in their partnership lay.
Depends, of course, what denominations you want to print, my dears.
Denominations?
Maggie the Colour looked at Ikey curiously.
This plate is for £10.
Ikey jabbed a finger at her.
That it is, my dear, but it could be supposed that there might be others if an interest is shown in what has already been revealed and remarked upon. There could be a plate to the astonishing denomination of £100.
£100? You say engraving be for 100?
Silas said scornfully.
Bullshit. £100 engraving be too hard for single engraver, too hard by half and then some. £100 engraving take 4 scratches, maybe 5. 'Tain't humanly possible.
Ikey shrugged. Things were beginning to go to plan. Show the top and the bottom of a proposition, the extremities of the deal, and the middle. The details could usually be relied upon to take care of themselves. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew the small cutthroat razor, and opening it slowly, he stooped down, lifted the hem of his greatcoat, and laid it with the dirty lining facing upwards on the table. Then he carefully extended the previous slit he'd made by perhaps 3 further inches. His thumb and forefinger, acting as pincers, entered the slit, and soon withdrew a second wrapped plate. How Ikey knew this to be the £100 plate is a tribute to his very tidy brain, and an indication that he'd secured the 4 etchings in the lining of his coat before leaving London. Now he handed it to Maggie the Colour, who carefully opened up the neat little parcel to reveal the plate for a £100 Bank of England note. Ikey let the hem of his coat drop back to the floor as Silas Brown swept up the copper rectangle, this time making no pretence at care, so that Ikey was seen to wince. He twisted the eyeglass back into his head and commenced to examine the plate. As he did so, his breathing increased until he was positively panting in surprise.
Jesus Christ,
he said. He laid down the plate, this time with care.
"'Tain't possible,"
he turned to his wife.
"But it be there, and it be nigh perfect."
"Does we take it the paper and the plates go together, like?"
Maggie asked.
"The £10 and £100 plates, and you ain't said how much paper you got?"
Ikey chuckled and spread his hands wide.
"And I ain't told you how many of these little copper darlings we've got, my dear."
4,
Maggie said calmly.
"You have 4.
Ikey's eyebrows shot up.
"Well done, my dear. You have turned my supposing into proposing. Indeed, I have 4.
Ikey pulled the hem of his coat back onto the table, and his long, dirty nails disappeared within the slit he'd previously made, and withdrew each of the remaining parcels.
20 and 50, I do declare,
Ikey announced triumphantly, and laid the 2 parcels on the table. Maggie the colour sucked at her upper lip, and commenced to untie each of the small parcels, not opening either until the twine had been removed from both. Then she revealed the etchings, leaving each on its own square of bill paper. Ikey took a corner of each sheet and pulled them together, then added the wrapping from the £100 plate and the original piece with the corner removed, so that the 4 pieces of paper formed a rectangle 2 feet wide and 3 square.
There you are, 1 complete sheet. Big enough, if I may say so, to make 3 dozen banknotes of any denomination you likes, my dears.
He paused and then added, pointing to the square made from the 4 separate sheets of paper,
We has the pleasure of making available to your good selves 110 sheets of the very same watermarked and quite perfect paper.
Maggie the colour snorted.
And at what sort of risk do these 110 sheets come to us? Too hot to touch, I should think.
I shall sell you 110 pristine sheets of this bill paper without any risks of the source becoming known, this being me available stockpile. Then, if the paper proves to your liking, I could offer you a continuing supply at the rate of 100 sheets per annum, the delivery to be made at 8 sheets per month and paid in gold sovs on delivery.
Ikey was not sure how he would bring this about, but as the business opportunity presented itself so neatly, he found it impossible not to capitalise on it.
8 sheets per month, that'd be only 96 sheets, not 100,
Maggie snapped. Ikey laughed, impressed at her quick calculation.
Madam, we have a saying, always leave a little salt on the bread. You gets the extra 4 sheets as a Christmas gift. Compliments to the House of Solomon.
The paper, it's too good. You didn't make it, did you? It's the real thing, ain't it?
Maggie said pointedly. Ikey touched his finger to his nose and sniffed.
Well, I must most reluctantly confess, my dear, you've hit the nail on the head. It's the same what the Bank of England uses, not a scintilla different, not a smidgen, not one jot or title different from what they use to print their own long tales.
And the watermark?
The same. Woven in, my dear, the very innermost part of the bill itself. Can't be removed no matter what you does. Stamp, wash, bite, tear, while the paper remains, the mark is there.
And you've got 110 sheets the same?
Silas Brown asked again. Ikey picked up the plate for the £100 Bank of England note and cackled, showing his yellow teeth.
Or £360,000 worth of paper, if you've a mind to use only this little beauty, my dear.
This is the end of CD 5. The story will continue on CD 6. CD 6.
Why have you come to us, Mr. Solomon?
Maggie asked.
Why has you not gone into business yourself, like?
Ikey shrugged his thin shoulders and spread his palms and smiled.
I only works with the best. It ain't me line of business, see? Ain't me expertise, ain't what I knows best. A man must stick to what he knows, the cobbler to his last, the butcher to his block, the poacher to his traps. These, he pointed to the copper plates, they come about in the business of receiving. Receiving and disposing is me business, my dear. I received these, and now I am disposing of them. Simple arithmetic, if you knows what I mean.
Aye, he'd be the prince of all the London fences,
Silas Brown agreed, glad to find a way back into the conversation.
I knows him for that reputation.
He looked directly at his wife.
That be the truth, Maggie, my dear. Mr. Solomon's here is a well-regarded London fence, also known and trusted in these Midland parts.
Maggie the colour sniffed.
And the paper? That be fencing business too?
Ikey looked amused.
If you has the right connections, my dear. Everything God made on this earth is fencing business. All it takes is a little cash, and a mind for making a connection here, another there. Innovation is what some modern folks calls it. Let me give you an example. A lovely little silver candlestick goes missing from Mrs. A's house and is brought to Mr. B, what is me, yours truly. I knows Mr. C, who will melt it down and sell the silver content to Mr. D, a most excellent silversmith, who is innocent of all guile. He will craft it into a fish server, what might then be bought again by Mrs. A, to console herself over the tragic loss of her lovely little silver candlestick.
Ikey clasped his hands together and dry-rubbed them.
All because of the noble art of ready cash and steady connections. The world of trade goes round and round, and we all profits nicely on that particular merry-go-round. What say you, my dear?
You may speak for yourself, Maggie sniffed. We are not accustomed to the ways of stealing.
Ikey smiled.
Quite right, my dear. Only from the banks who can afford it, ain't that so? Forgery ain't fencing, that's the truth. Forging is the veritable Robin Hood profession, almost Christian. A perfect example of robbing the rich to pay the poor. An honourable profession it is, to be sure.
He paused to take a breath.
But one what also requires from time to time a connection or two. Maybe a paper connection, what come from A to B, what's me, and then goes on to C, what's thee.
Ikey clapped his hands, pleased with his neat little summary.
Aye, it be good paper. The best, that I admit,
Silas Brown said.
Though we'd be more friendly disposed if we knew more about where it come from.
He pointed at the bill paper.
Paper the quality of yourn. That be mill. That be special.
Chapter 11. It had all begun when a carpenter and works mechanic named George Betteridge, who was much taken by the game of ratting, fell into debt to Ikey. Despite 2 separate attempts with Ikey's own little terriers to get back his promissory notes, he still owed a considerable sum. Ikey, as was the custom, requested that he pay up by the following week, either in cash or in kind, to the value of what he owed, a debt of nearly £10. The hapless Betteridge confessed that he was penniless. He had a wife and 7 children, lived in a single rented room in a village in Hampshire, and possessed nothing of sufficient value to match the debt. Furthermore, he saw no prospect of obtaining goods to the required value as a petty thief. Nor was he placed in a position to steal from a rich master, being employed as a carpenter doing general maintenance work for a paper mill in the village of Whitechurch.
Paper, is it? What sort of paper?
It was a routine question. Ikey was accustomed to probing into the unused corners of the minds of men who lack imagination, and who are unable to see the opportunities for profit right under their bumpkin noses.
All sorts of paper. All special,
the carpenter replied.
Special, is it? What's its name, then? Name of Laverstoke Paper Mill. Very reputable, has been making particular papers for nigh 60 years, they has. Laverstoke, eh? By particular, does you mean expensive? No, it ain't paper you can buy, like.
Betteridge corrected, then lowered his voice and cupped his hand to the side of his mouth.
Paper for bills. Banknotes. Very secret it is, very hush-hush.
Ikey concealed his excitement.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Betteridge? Does you know, or could you make the acquaintance of someone what works in this section what you says is strictly private? That is the particular section what makes your actual paper for these, bills.
The carpenter scratched his head, thinking. After a moment, he volunteered.
Me wife has a second cousin, a young cove what goes by the name of Thomas Tooth. Methinks he works in one of the sections by front office, though I can't say for sure, he being a clerk and all, and me only humble carpenter and mechanic. This second cousin of your dear wife, this Mr. Thomas Tooth, do you think he might be partial to a night of ratting, and a good tightener at a chop house after? Or even 2 tickets to the Adelphi Theatre in the Strand? Compliments of yours truly, with a nice little doxy thrown in for his particular amusement.
Ikey looked at Betteridge slyly and spread his hands.
We'd be most honoured, my dear, and highly complimented to have him as our esteemed guest.
The young Thomas Tooth proved to be everything Ikey had hoped for. Naive, but not without a certain arrogance, married with 2 children, and another in the oven. He was also ambitious to improve his lot in life, resentful that he was being held up by a doddery chief clerk by the name of Seth Robinson, a Quaker, and entirely trusted by his masters at the Laverstoke mill. Ikey was careful to build up his confidence in the game of ratting, and to guide him in the ways of the sport, even teaching him a few of the finer points, until the young Thomas Tooth felt compelled, through Ikey's generosity and good spirits towards him, to trust him completely as a friend and confidant. The first requirement of the sharper, the confidence man, is complete trust from the dupe, and it did not take Ikey long to have this condition firmly in place in the mind of the young clerk. The more serious sharping now began, and Ikey elicited the help of Mary Bell Firkin, the mott of the Pig and Spit, the public house where the ratting took place in St. Giles. With her went the aid of George Titmuss, the ratmaster. Ikey was therefore absent on the earlier part of the night, when Thomas Tooth was finally netted, this action being almost entirely left to the enormous lady publican and her diminutive ratmaster. Mary Bell Firkin was a very large woman, said to consume an entire saddle of the roast beef of Old England at one sitting, whereas George Titmuss, her ratmaster, was 4 feet 8 inches tall and weighed 85 pounds wringing wet, though this did not happen very often, as he had not taken up the habit of cleanliness. Working with rats and blood made him stink to high heaven, but he sensibly reasoned that should he wash, it would occur all over again at the very next evening's fights. His skill with rats was such that his stench was tolerated among the punters, most of whom were themselves none too keen on the deadly touch of water from the Thames. Both Mary Bell and George worked well together on the magging of Mr. Thomas Tooth of Laverstoke Mill, Whitchurch, Hampshire, chubbing him along and building his self-esteem the entire evening, until there was only one more contest to come, and young Tooth was 20 pounds behind. This last contest was between a little black and white terrier named Valiant, a good fighter who wore the champion's silver collar around his tiny neck. The young terrier was known to possess an excellent ratting technique, and could usually be depended on to make a kill of 30 to 35 rats in a timed spell. The odds were called very short, so that there were no punters save Thomas Tooth interested in betting. The young country clerk, though too drunk for his own good, and heedless of the peril he faced should he lose, nevertheless knew the odds to be wrong, and asked for better, for an evens bet.
"Gentlemen, there is no sport in you," Tooth cried. "Will you not take a chance? £30 on an evens bet."
£30 was a very big bet, and the crowd grew silent and waited to see if a bookmaker would accept the offer. Instead, one of them laughed and waved Thomas Tooth away with the back of his hand.
"Go on, be off with you, lad. Go home and keep it off."
Thomas Tooth, swaying slightly, took out his Dumby and made as though he was looking into the depths of his wallet at a fortune lying at its bottom.
"My credit is good, I swear it,"
Tooth cried, persisting with the lie.
"Who will take my marker?"
He turned to look at the 4 bookmakers.
"If I should lose, I swear I shall settle before the midnight hour."
The young clerk looked desperately over at George Titmuss, the ratting master, who had earlier been so free with his compliments.
"Who'll take evens? £30 on Valiant to kill 30 rats, small rats. No sewers, cess or docks."
Titmuss nodded, seeming to take the young gambler seriously.
"Small it is, sir. I've a nice sack of small house and country just right for the little feller here."
He glanced in the direction of the dog Valiant, held in his owner's arms.
"Should do his 30 rodents easy enough. Strong little fella, known to be most game."
The punters around the ring grew silent, looking towards the bookmakers to see what would happen next. Tooth had called for small rats, house and country, which was a fair enough call, as some sewer, cesspool and dockside rats were almost as large as the little terrier himself. The ratmaster had accepted. The contest was fair game. From the darkness of the stairway leading to the ratting room, and to the backs of most of the punters, a booming voice rang out.
"Aye, I'll take it. I'll take your marker evens on 30 rodents killed. Settlement afore midnight, did you say?"
"Ah, a sporting man at last,"
the young gambler cried, turning to face the darkened stairway.
"Certainly, midnight. Payment you shall have precisely at the striking of the hour, my good sir."
Aye, may the devil himself help ye if you doesn't appear, laddie.
There was a surprised gasp as the owner of the voice stepped out of the gloom into the room. The brutish, broken face which moved into the light was well known to be Dan Figgins, ex-heavyweight boxing champion of Glasgow and London, now a bookmaker with a reputation for very rough and unfavourable handling should his clients fail to settle on time. Dan Figgins was not a regular at the ratting ring, being a horseman and well known, even by the aristocracy, at his betting box at Newmarket and Ladbroke Grove. Thomas Tooth, almost alone in the room, was unaware of this infamous pugilistic personage, and besides was now too desperate and too drunk to care. He scribbled his marker for £30 and handed it to Figgins. Whereupon the Ratmaster called for the rat boy to bring the rat sack, shouting, "Mixed smalls, country and house, bring out the rat sack." This was where the final phase of the sharping began. The rat boy, a tiny ragged lad of about 10 years old, his dirty face and mucoid nose not having felt the touch of soap for a year or more, had prepared a bag of 35 large sewer rats to earlier instructions. The Ratmaster, cupping his hands to his mouth, called again to the rat boy,
"Ring in the rats and shake out the tails."
The boy, dragging the rat bag, which was tied with twine about its neck, brought it over to the outside edge of the ring. He hopped nimbly over the 3-foot wall of the small circular enclosure, and the bag of rats was handed to him by Titmus. The boy dropped the sack in the ring and placed his boot onto the centre of the jumping sack, which immediately calmed the rats within. The boots he wore were greatly oversized and the property of the house, and were crusted with the dried blood of the night's previous bouts.
"Slap, shake and pat a rat," George Titmus called. "Step up the gentleman what's making the touch. All's fair what finds no sneaks or squeaks."
Thomas Tooth, being the only punter, stepped into the ring to do the honours. Puffed with drunken self-importance, he commenced to beat solidly at the boy's threadbare coat, slapping hard into his skinny ribs and pummelling his shoulders and thighs in such an enthusiastic manner as to cause the lad to wince at his careless blows. Finally he required the urchin to hold his arms downwards and away from his body, and first feeling down the length of each arm by squeezing tightly across the bicep and forearm along the greasy sleeve towards the boy's wrists, he then demanded that the lad shake both sleeves vigorously. This deployment was intended to remove any rats which might miraculously have escaped the previous rigorous inspection. Tooth, now finally satisfied, gave a nod to the Ratmaster, who pronounced on the punters, "All's clean what feels clean, nothing squeaked, nothing seen." He turned to the rat boy. "Sample the show, 3 in a row." The boy bent over, and taking up the bag at his feet, began to untie the twine. Though midway through this task, he appeared to have acquired an itchy nose. He held the top of the bag with his left hand and scratched his nose with the other, finally wiping the copious snot from under it into his open palm and appearing to wipe his hand on his matted and greasy hair. His hand disappeared completely beneath his very large cap, seemingly for this very purpose. His sniffing and scratching finally over, the rat boy returned his attention to opening the bag, and without as much as a glance inwards, plunged his arm into the bag of squeaking rats, and brought up the first show, a rat selected blind to show that the bag had been called correct, and selected as specified, small house and country. "1-0, he shouted, holding a small house rat up above his head, and then dropping it back into the ring at his feet, before plunging his arm back into the bag and withdrawing it again. 2-0. The second rat was almost identical in size to the first. Once again his arm entered the rat bag, which was now jumping and bumping around his boots. 3-0, the boy finally yelled, holding a third rat above his head. "All's fair what's shown fair. Ring the rats and free the tails," the Ratmaster shouted. Whereupon the boy upended the entire bag of rats into the ring, and they fell in a large tail-twisted and squirming clump. The rat boy commenced to sort them out, untying their tails and scattering them helter-skelter about the ring. Free to sniff and scratch while their eyes grew accustomed to the bright light, they seemed now to be quite calm. The rat boy climbed out of the enclosure as George Titmus rang the starting bell, and the terrier, valiant, straining in his master's arms and yapping in great excitement, was dropped in among the rodents. What Thomas Tooth hadn't witnessed was that the 3 sampling rats the boy appeared to have pulled at random out of the rat bag, in fact came from under his large cap. These 3 small house rats, so ceremoniously shown, had been nestling quietly in his hair. They had been trained to the smell of mucus on his hand, and upon it entering his cap, they had slipped down his coat sleeve, where he'd concealed a crust of bread, so that he now only had to put his hand inside the bag and let a rat drop down his sleeve into it, whereupon he would withdraw it again to show that the rats in the bag had been selected small. He repeated this twice more to show 3 small rats in what was seen to be an honest call. The rats which were upended into the ring from the bag stank of the river and the sewers, a particular smell no person experienced in the game of ratting could possibly mistake. Their bite was most infectious and often quite deadly, and they were larger by as much weight again as the 3 smaller house rats the boy had shown, though a direct comparison was no longer possible, as all the rats in the ring now appeared to be of similar size. This was achieved by a second clever ploy, though it would take a more sober man than Thomas Tooth to see the trick. The rat boy, having emptied the rats from the bag, scattered them about the ring, though a moment before doing so he had again wiped his nose. The 3 smaller house rats in the ring, trained to the smell of the mucus on the boy's hand, once again darted up his sleeve, leaving only the larger rats behind. Moreover, while Thomas Tooth was busy patting and slapping at the boy in the ring, behind his back the silver collar was taken from the dog Valiant's neck and placed around the neck of a second terrier of similar markings. This second ratter, a bitch named Rose, cankered from rat bites, was a sister to Valiant from an older litter. Enfeebled from the gnawing of the canker, she could no longer fight well, even though her canine instinct and eagerness to fight remained, and to all appearances she was equal to the task. Rose worked briskly, picking up a rat and shaking it, biting deep behind its head to snap its neck and then drop it, immediately grabbing at another. Blood dripped to the floor, and the little canine was soon slipping as she scrambled to snatch at the now panicky rats. The terrier lunged at a very large rodent, slipped in the blood on the ring, and missed. The rat, panic-stricken, bit deeply into the little bitch's nose and hung on. Rose, who had already killed 12 rats, was beginning to tire. She tried to shake the large rat off, but it held fast, and soon the little bitch's slender neck started to drop. As though by some primeval instinct, the remaining rats rushed at the weakened ratter and pulled her down. She tried to rise, but the rats smothered her, tearing at her tiny black and white pelt. The bell sounded, and the rat-master shouted, "Rats high, dog low! Take your dog or let it go!" The rats had won, and the rat boy, wearing a thick leather mitten, for the rats were now maddened by the taste of blood and would bite at anything, jumped into the ring and pulled a frenzied rat from the still-alive terrier's body and threw it back into the rat bag. Some of the rats held on so tenaciously that the boy had to grab about their blood-matted stomachs, lifting the terrier's body with the rat still attached to it. With a twist of the wrist, he removed the rat, leaving its teeth embedded in the pelt, as the little bitch fell back into the ring to be smothered again by the feeding rodents. With the rat finally safely in the bag, the boy tied the top and lifted it out of the ring. The blood-crazed rats would continue to attack each other inside the bag in a squeaking feeding frenzy until only one was left alive. Such a rat was tagged and much prized as a symbol of luck, and should it recover from the numerous bites to its body, was eagerly sought by a keen ratter as a pet. The rat boy climbed from the ring, the ragged ends of his trousers and the toes of his boots soaked with fresh blood. The stench of death was everywhere, and the punters, the fun over for the night, began to leave. As was the custom, most of them repaired downstairs to Marybelle Firkin's public house, where the gin whores would be carousing and the fiddler would be playing a merry jig on a gypsy fiddle. Marybelle Firkin's inglorious establishment was well known for both ratting and whores, and was well frequented by gone-offs and macers and magsmen, and all manner of thieves and villains. Towards the latter part of the evening, when the ratting was over, the Pig and Spit became a place of great merriment and fornication, with every dark corner as well as the skittle court behind the public house taken up with thrusting bodies and much loud groaning. Lust and loving was bought here for the price of 3 drams of gin. Hence the people in the surrounding rookery took much amusement by referring to both Marybelle Firkin and the Pig and Spit as merry hell fucking at the Pig and Shit. George Titmus, the last to leave the ratting ring, turned the lamps down low. Rose, the little terrier, tried to rise, but slipped on the blood-stained floor. She tried again, and this time got shakily to her feet, whimpering and looking up with trusting eyes to see if she could find her master. But she lacked the strength to hold herself up, and collapsed back among the dead rats. She was dead before her owner sneaked back up the stairs to retrieve the silver collar about her neck. With the contest declared in favour of the rats, Thomas Tooth owed £30 to Dan Figgins to be paid by midnight. The fish was landed. Dan Figgins' small, cold, agate blue eyes, only just visible within the multiple folds of scar tissue surrounding them, grew sharp as pinpoints as he heard Tooth explain his inability to pay up at the appointed hour.
"There's nane to blame for that except yourself, laddie,"
Figgins growled. Thomas Tooth grinned foolishly, and with some courage from the brandy yet within him, said,
"I cannot pay you, sir. You will simply have to wait."
"Nay, laddie. You doesn't understand. You'll nae be breathing God's breath beyond the midnight hour."
Thomas Tooth shrugged.
"Methinks you cannot get blood from a stone now, sir, can you?"
The crowd gasped at his temerity.
"Aye, that I can, laddie."
He turned to the crowd.
"You canna blame us for giving him a doing. It wasn't our fault. He couldn't pay, was it?"
The drunken crowd murmured their approval, and someone shouted,
"Drub him, Danny boy!"
then added in a dismissive tone,
"Cheeky bastard."
"You shouldn't have said that, Mr. Tooth. I'm a patient mon, but there's gone a wee bit too far. I canna let you get away with it."
Dan Figgins smashed his huge fist into the young clerk's face, breaking his nose in a gush of blood, and sending the hapless Tooth sprawling across the room. He knocked into a whore, who careened backwards, screaming, as she bumped against the far wall, and slid to the floor with the young gambler's bloody head imprisoned between her thighs. This created uproarious laughter from the crowd, who quickly gathered around the huge fighter, who was now standing with his fists balled above the young drunk. Dan Figgins reached down, preparing to jerk the sniffing and whimpering Thomas Tooth to his feet, when he felt himself propelled backwards, and then turned completely around by an arm the size of a doxy's leg. As if by some peculiar magic, the huge shape of Marybelle Firkin was suddenly seen to stand in front of him. Her great ham-like arms were now folded across her huge bosom. The congregation of drunks and whores grew silent, as the giant Mott and the fierce Figgins locked eyes, hers bigger and even more blue than his own. The fiddler leapt upon a table beside the huge woman, and pulled a long melancholy note from his fiddle. Then he tapped her lightly on the shoulder with his bow. Marybelle sighed at his touch, then smiled a most beatific smile at Dan Figgins, dropped her arms to her side, and in a voice astonishingly sweet and pure, started to sing.
"Fine ladies and gents, come hear my sad tale. The sun is long down and the moon has grown pale. So drink up your gin and toss down your ale. Come and rest your tired heads on my pussy cat's tail."
The crowd, delighted and immediately distracted, took up the merry ditty and started to sing it over and over again as they cavorted around the tables, and the fiddler soared his bow across the gut, raised his knees high, prancing nimbly on the tabletop. The gin whores and the younger doxies danced with the drunks, and the place was soon grown most merry again. Even Figgins was taken up by two whores, who whirled him across the room and planted copious kisses upon his broken face. Ikey arrived back at the Pig and Spit shortly before midnight to find the miserable young Tooth seated in a corner, sniffing and blubbing, now rapidly come to realise that he would not see another sunrise. Just when he thought he might try to bolt, hoping to escape into the darkness, Ikey tapped him on the shoulder. Thomas Tooth, reduced to tears of drunken self-pity, clutched at the sleeve of Ikey's greatcoat and begged him to save his life by making good his debt to the awesomely ferocious Dan Figgins, who was threatening to take his life on the stroke of midnight.
Of course, my dear.
Ikey spread his hands.
What are friends for? A friend in need is a friend indeed. Do not fret, all's well what ends well.
The arrangements which followed over the next couple of weeks between Ikey Solomon, the contrite young gambler, and the carpenter George Betteridge would prove to be one of the best investments Ikey was to make in his entire life of crime and punishment. In the testing laboratory at the Laverstoke Mill, Thomas Tooth explained to Ikey, some 30 sheets of the bill paper used for banknotes were brought twice weekly to be submitted for testing and verification of their quality. It was Thomas Tooth's task to count the sheets against the number which originally arrived for testing. Then he had to enter his count into the receivals and exit ledger before taking them across a large quadrangle and through a maze of buildings to where the furnace was located, at the opposite end of the mill from the laboratory. Ikey had George Betteridge build a false floor into a cupboard under a stairway, which Thomas Tooth had to pass on his way to the furnace. A single floorboard was hinged so that it lifted neatly up at one end, if correctly touched. In a matter of moments, Thomas Tooth could conceal 2 sheets of rolled paper under the floorboard as he passed. Later, Betteridge, on the pretence of going about some small maintenance task, would retrieve the paper, conceal it in his toolbox, and take it out of the mill gates under a pile of wood shavings and offcuts. As a mill carpenter, he was entitled to sell or take these home for his own use as kindling. The Laverstoke Mill was a quietly run business, where standards of workmanship were the preoccupation of the partners. The familiar and trusted local employees were often represented by 3 generations working at the mill, and not subject to the slightest suspicion. Security measures in this country backwater plainly left something to be desired, but any systems beyond the ones which had existed for more than 60 years seemed entirely unnecessary. This scam soon proved so successful that Thomas Tooth repaid his gambling debt to Ikey and agreed to be paid in gold sovereigns for each sheet subsequently delivered. 5 sovereigns to himself and 2 to George Betteridge, whose anxiety that his good fortune might come to an end, caused by some impropriety from Thomas Tooth, caused him to watch carefully over the younger man, so that no errant bragging should bring about their mutual downfall. The method by which the paper came to Ikey was simple enough. The money would be left with George Titmuss at the Pig and Spit, and the paper delivered to him concealed within one of the 2 similarly constructed long, thin wooden boxes, and tightly sealed so that the rat-master did not know its contents. An empty box would then be returned with the receipt of the one containing paper, whereupon both men would repair to the rat ring, where the young Thomas Tooth, for the most part, would be fleeced of the greater portion of his payment, while his carpenter cousin kept a steady eye upon his drinking. It was late into the evening when Silas Brown and Maggie the Colour finally concluded a deal for the paper and plates of £20,000 and agreed to a cash deposit of £500. While Ikey knew this to be but a fraction of the true value of the merchandise, it was better than he'd expected. £500 was sufficient for Ikey to purchase a passage to New York and allow him to live for a few weeks while he learnt the layout of the new city and made acquaintance, by means of some lavish entertainment, with the right connections. The remainder of the money for the remaining bill paper Ikey requested to be in the form of a letter of credit from a thoroughly reputable Birmingham bank, one acceptable to Coutts and Company, 59 The Strand, London, so that when Ikey presented it to the great London bank, they would transfer the money into an account in his name to a bank in New York, without questioning the credit of the bank of original issue. Maggie left the parlour, and shortly after returned with £500 in Bank of England notes. Ikey examined each of these using Silas's eyeglass. When he was satisfied to their authenticity, he handed over the 4 sheets of bill paper, requesting only the return of the small corner he'd cut away for the boy Josh to deliver earlier.
And now for ongoing paper supply, how will he do it?
Maggie asked. Ikey hesitated.
It's late, my dear. Perhaps we can talk about that at some other time.
Maggie the Colour was adamant.
Now is as good as any other. We likes to know where we stands in business of money, Mr. Solomons.
Ikey felt immediately frustrated. His presence in America would not allow him to negotiate a further supply of bill paper from Thomas Tooth and personally gain from such a transaction. But he also knew that life has a way of twisting and turning back to bite its own tail, and he was reluctant to close the door on the prospect of a future sale. So he proceeded to negotiate as though his life should depend on the outcome. Finally, after a great deal of bargaining, an agreement was reached whereby Silas and Maggie would pay £150 a sheet for any future paper supplies. This was a much lower price than they'd paid for the stockpiled paper, but Maggie insisted that it involved them in a far greater risk of being caught. Ikey requested a needle and cotton and a pair of scissors, and when Maggie brought these, he removed a large silk scarf from somewhere within the interior of his coat and cut it into 4 similar-sized pieces. Then, using the twine from the previous wrapping, he rewrapped the plates, each in a square of silk, and returned them to the hem of his coat, making a fair hand at sewing them back within the lining. Then, thinking to avail himself of the means of sewing, he attempted to stitch together the rip made in his coat when he'd caught it in the door of the coach earlier that morning. The needle proved too small for the heavy felt, and would not easily pass through the thick, greasy material, the thread breaking each time and rendering his efforts fruitless. Ikey could feel Maggie's mounting impatience, and finally she remarked curtly, "Will you be long, Mr. Solomons? It is late and well past time we were abed." Ikey finally gave up the task of mending the tear, and placed the needle and cotton down on the table. Rising, he walked over to the window and put his nose to a pane, looking out into the darkness, where the winter wind howled and buffeted, rattling the stout window frame.
"I needs to sew them plates in the hem of me coat, to hold me down against the blast of the bitter wind what's blowing in the dark and stormy night outside."
He turned and looked at Silas Brown, and pointed to the fire.
"Of course a night's lodging spent in a warm chair beside your hearth could leave these here plates on the premises, where you'd know they'd be safe from robbery."
He looked querulously at Silas.
"I could be gone before the sparrows wake, my dear. One of your likely lads paid a handsome sum to deliver me to me lodgings."
Maggie the colour shook her head and spoke sharply.
"No offence, Mr. Solomons. We'd be glad to do business with you, but we'll not have a Jew sleeping under our roof."
She cast a meaningful glance at Silas.
"That'd be bad luck brought upon our heads by our own stupidity." "Aye, we'll not be doing that,"
Silas Brown confirmed. Ikey was aware of the common country superstition that a Jew sleeping under a Christian roof brought the devil into the house. It even existed in some of the smaller country taverns where he'd been turned away in the past. Nevertheless, he was greatly in need of sleep and very wearied. The prospect of returning on foot in the dark along the way he'd earlier come was a daunting, if not to say dangerous one.
"No offence taken, to be sure, my dear,"
Ikey said hastily.
"We all has our own little ways, but I caution you to think upon the matter a moment longer. If I should use Shank's pony to get back to me lodgings, it could turn out most dangerous at this time of night."
He flapped the lapel of his coat meaningfully.
"We'll have a boy take you in horse and trap," Maggie snapped. "You'll be back here day after tomorrow at night, if you please, with the remainder of paper and plates. 110 sheets by the count, and then we'll do further letter of credit business, right?"
"No, no, my dear. Beg pardon for abusing your sensibilities on that question. You have all day tomorrow and all night and part of the following morning. Then if you'll be so kind to send young Josh to the coach terminus, to be there at 10 o'clock in the morning with a note what contains the name of the bank, which must be of excellent standing, and the time of the appointment and such other details as what I'll need. The appointment is to be made the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. The paper and the plates to be handed over in the bank, after you has handed over the irrevocable letter of credit, made out in me name to Coutts and Company, The Strand, London."
"And over plates and paper in bank? Are you daft?"
Silas exclaimed.
"What better place, my dear? We simply asks the bank official for a private room to view the merchandise. It'd be none of his business what the package contains."
Maggie the colour sniffed.
"Don't you trust us to do it here, then, Mr. Solomons?"
Ikey laughed.
"You has your bad luck what you just described as a Jew spending a night under your roof. This you claims is deliberate stupidity. We also has a similar superstition, my dear. We believes that to practice deliberate stupidity is worse than witchcraft and superstition, and most decidedly and emphatically brings about a great deal of bad luck to the person what is stupid.
The coach terminus 10 o'clock, morning day after tomorrow then, Maggie the Colour snapped.
That be quite right, my dear. Young Josh will give the letter of instructions to someone what might come up to him and say politely, Dick Whittington's hungry cat has come to fetch a juicy rat.
Maggie's head jerked in surprise. Beg pardon?
The passwords, my dear. Case I can't make it myself. Other pressing business intervening.
Maggie the Colour sighed, her patience close to ending. Password? Bah, what rubbish. Anyway, what's wrong with a single word, like copper or horse, or if you must, cat? Them words about Dick Whittington's cat, that'd be proper nonsense.
Ikey smiled.
You're quite right, my dear. Rubbish it is, but it be more exciting for a small lad what's intelligent. Much more exciting to carry more than one word in his little head as he sets out upon such a grand adventure. It is properly suitable to an occasion such as what we've been discussing, and what is worthy of much more than a single word like copper or horse or cat.
Ikey was tired and a little testy, but he deliberately created the nonsense about the cat to frustrate Maggie the Colour's desire to see him depart. It was a small revenge for her rudeness, but sweet enough at that for the lateness of the hour. Now, with the prospect of being taken into the city in a pony trap, he was as anxious to depart as she was to see him go. Chapter 12. It was just past midnight when Ikey fought his way against the buffeting wind and sudden flurries of snow to a Birmingham Netherken where he was well enough known. It was as foul a place as you could expect for a shilling a night, but by no means at the bottom of the rung. The wind howled about the eaves, and the windows rattled as Ikey hammered on the door to be allowed to enter. The landlord, carrying a candle cupped with his hand against the wind, welcomed him with a scowl, which changed into a sycophantic smile when Ikey stepped out of the dark into the dim candlelight.
Oh, it's you. Welcome back to our ever-so-humble abode, Mr. Solomon. We have much improvement since your last stay. New straw stuffed only last week, like goose down them beds is, and the room I have selected for you is near empty, with only 2 other fine gentlemen sharing.
He sucked air through his rotten teeth.
2 shilling a night and summit to eat in the morning. There couldn't be fairer than that now, could there, sir?
Ikey handed him a shilling.
Master Brodie, your straw's damp with piss and alive with all manner of vermin, and it ain't been changed in 3 months. A bowl of cold gruel in the morning ain't what you call summit to eat, and I'll wager the 2 villains what share in the room has paid no more than 6pence apiece for the privilege.
Brodie tested the coin Ikey had given by biting down on it. Then he shrugged, placed it in the pocket of his filthy waistcoat, and beckoned for Ikey to follow him. They made their way through the dark shapes which seemed to be lying in every available space, some penny-a-nighters asleep seated, while tied about the neck with heavy twine to the banisters of the rickety stairs. Panting with the effort, Brodie halted as they came to the upper reaches of the house, and stopped outside a door no more than 4 feet in height.
It be top room, and there be no grate in there, so you'll be wanting a blanket. That'll be 6pence extra.
Brodie pulled open the door to reveal a tiny attic with a dirty dormer window through which a pale slice of moon was shining across a window ledge crusted with snow. The window rattled loudly, and Ikey felt the freezing draught as the wind forced its way through the cracks in the frame. One of the men at his feet ceased snoring and moaned, then commenced to snoring again. The rhythm of the 2 men's rough breathing filled the space around them, so that there seemed not an inch left for another person to occupy. Ikey, observing the moon, sensed that time was running out for him, that before it reached its fullness, he should be safely on a ship to America. Ikey declined Brodie's offer of a blanket, knowing it would be infested with vermin. He stepped over the 2 sleeping bodies to reach the straw pallet nearest the window, where the cold seemed at once to be at its greatest. His nocturnal perambulations had been thrown into disarray for a 2nd day running, as Ikey lay down on the filthy straw. Wrapping his coat tightly about his aching body, he fell into an exhausted sleep. The following day, Ikey went out early and purchased quill, blacking, paper and sealing wax, whereupon he hired the landlord Brodie's tiny private parlour for a further shilling, with sixpence added for a fire in the hearth to burn all day. Ikey had also arranged with a small jeweller's workshop to make him a copper cylinder 9 inches long by 1 1/4 inches wide in its interior, with a cap to fit over one end, rounded in exactly the same manner as the end of a cigar cylinder. Ikey stressed that the cap should screw on and, when tightened, fit so snugly that it had the appearance of being one object with no separation, that should a finger be run over the point where the cap fitted to the body, it would barely discern the join. Ikey instructed that the cylinder be ready late in the afternoon of the following day. Despite his outward appearance of complete disarray, Ikey was possessed of an exceedingly tidy mind. He liked his affairs to be well ordered, and the fact that he'd been forced to leave London at a moment's notice left him with a great deal undone, the most important being the fortune which lay beyond his grasp within the safe in his Whitechapel home. For almost the entire coach journey to Birmingham, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of how he might get his hands on all of the money he and Hannah jointly owned, leaving only the house and the stolen goods stored within it for her and the children. Ikey's greatest fear was that she would send him packing without divulging her half of the combination of the safe, and then later have it drilled and tapped so that she might possess its entire contents. Genuine tears of frustration ran down his cheeks as he contemplated this ghastly possibility. Ikey sat down to the task of tidying up his affairs before leaving Britain. There would be no time in London, which he might be forced to leave after only a few hours. There were the little ratting terriers he kept. He must take care of their welfare. Instructions for Mary should he not see her again, and letters to his contacts in London and on the continent. On and on he worked, in his arachnoid hand, and it was quite late in the afternoon when Ikey had finally completed these business matters. He placed the letters in his greatcoat and went looking for the landlord. Ikey found him over the communal hearth, stirring a large cauldron of cabbage soup and carrying a steaming kettle in his free hand.
"Ah, there you are," Ikey exclaimed. "It might be most profitable for you to step into your own little parlour, if you please, Mr. Brodie."
What, right now? This very moment? Brodie answered without looking up. Can't now. This soup, what is blessed with herbs and spices and all manner of tasty ingredients, is about to come to the simmer. Then I must add a fine shank of veal and extra onions and potatoes to gift her with a most delicate degustation.
Ikey laughed.
"All you've ever added to your cabbage soup is the water what's in that kettle. Come quickly, Mr. Brodie, or you may be the poorer to the tune of 5 shillings.
Brodie almost dropped the kettle in his haste to place it back on the hob, and followed Ikey into the parlour.
"Master Brodie, can you repeat, 'Dick Whittington's angry cat has come to fetch a juicy rat'? Can you say that?"
"Dick Whittington's angry cat come to fetch a Jewish rat,"
Brodie repeated, then looked bemused at Ikey.
"That's daft, that is. Rats is rats, ain't no Jewish rats. Leastways not in Brum, that I can assure you. Rats here is Christian or not at all."
Ikey corrected Brodie and repeated the phrase, making the landlord say it over several times, before asking him to go to the coach terminus the following morning at precisely 10 o'clock, to spend the password he'd just rehearsed on Josh, and to receive a note from the boy to be returned to him. Brodie scratched his head, bemused.
"When I've done this, you'll give me 5 shillings?
He was plainly waiting for some catch.
"If you takes the most roundabout route home, and make sure you ain't followed, there'll be 2 shillings additional coming to you, Master Brodie."
"You've found your man, have no fear of that. I can disappear in a single blinking and you wouldn't even know I was gone. Ain't no lad on God's earth could have the cunning to follow me," Brodie bragged.
Ikey left soon afterwards to visit an eating establishment in an adjoining rookery only slightly less notorious than the one in which he was staying. Here Ikey had often done deals with thieves and villains, and the landlord welcomed his custom and willingly allowed him credit, his bills to be paid at the end of each visit. This time, though, as Ikey greeted him, he seemed less sure, and asked if he might have some money on account, as the debt for food supplied to Ikey's guest was mounting by the hour. The small room to which the landlord escorted him was almost completely occupied by the corpulence of Mary Bell Firkin, who sat at a table strewn with bones and crusts and empty dishes, as well as the half-eaten carcass of a yellow-skinned goose. She welcomed Ikey with a chop rimmed with a layer of shining white fat held in one hand and a roasted potato in the other. Ikey looked around anxiously and was most relieved to see the hamper occupying one corner of the room. Mary Bell pointed the chop directly at Ikey and spoke with her mouth crammed, a half-masticated potato dropping into her lap.
"It was marvellous, eh, Ikey? If I say so myself, that performance on the coach were fit to be seen by the bleeding Prince of Bleeding Wales."
She cackled loudly, more food tumbling from her mouth.
"Better than any I performed on the stage in me whole career. What say you, lovey? Was it the best you seen?"
Ikey smiled thinly. His hands expanded, trying to match her enthusiasm. "What can I say, Mary Bell? You was magnificent, my dear, the performance of a lifetime by a thespian of rare and astonishing talent." Mary Bell blushed at the compliment and swallowed, her mouth empty and her voice suddenly soft and low.
"Oh, that's nice, Ikey. Here, have a pork chop. Do you the world. Skin and bone you is, there ain't nothing to you."
Ikey winced and drew back.
"No thanks, it ain't kosher." "Suit yourself, lovey. There's a lot of nourishment in a pork chop, and very little in religion."
Then pointing to the hamper, she declared,
"All be safe. Papers come to no harm."
Ikey nodded.
"Thank you, my dear. I'm most obliged, most obligingly obliged."
Ikey appeared to hesitate, then continued,
"Mary Bell, I need a favour done, and in return I shall put you in the way of a nice little earner." "That's nice, lovey. What is it you want, then?"
She pointed at his coat.
"Sew up the tear in your coat? I ain't much of a dab hand at sewing, I warns you."
Ikey grinned, though in a feeble way.
"A bigger favour, my dear." "Bringing your paper, that weren't favour enough?" "Yes, my dear, and you shall be paid the £50 I promised you." "And this favour, it's worth more than £50? "Much more, if you plays your cards right."
It is only necessary briefly to describe the scene which took place in the bank, and the look of consternation on the faces of Silas and Maggie the Colour when Mary Bell Firkin arrived in Ikey's place. She carried a letter from Ikey, stipulating that she should act as his negotiating agent for the business at hand, and the letter further asked that the banker, Mr. David Daintree, sign the letter and return it to Mary Bell as proof that she had been present. The letter also required the signatures of Silas and Maggie Brown. Indeed, Ikey was wise to seek proof that the meeting had taken place, for the husband and wife team had conspired to rob him. They had concluded that he had no ongoing supply of paper, but only what he would bring to the bank. If they could rob him of the letter of credit and the money on his way back to London, or even at his place of residence in Birmingham, after all, he was not the sort who could go to the police. Then they would possess the plates and the paper without having paid for them. Mr. Daintree, impressed with the handling of so great a sum of money, conducted the proceedings with the utmost rectitude, carefully pointing to where Mary Bell should sign her name. When Mary Bell handed the hamper over to Silas and Maggie, he retired, as had been arranged, to a small inner chamber, while the two of them closely examined the hamper's contents. Maggie then took a sheet of paper from the banker's desk, and using his quill, filled nearly half a page in her neat handwriting. Then she dusted the paper and allowed it to dry, whereupon she handed it to Silas. He read it, smiled, nodded and returned it to her, whereupon she indicated that he called the bank officer to return. Neither Silas nor Maggie passed so much as a single word in Mary Bell's direction. Mary Bell sat patiently, thinking about Ikey's promise of a fortune, and trying to imagine how much nourishment it might buy. How many roast beef sides, fat geese, plump partridges, chops and pies, and every manner of sweet dish known to the human species. With the return of Mr. Daintree, the couple allowed that the credit note be duly signed in her presence by the bank officer. But before handing it to Mary Bell, Maggie placed the page of writing on the desk in front of her.
"This be the document we wish to have Mrs. Firkin sign before we hands over letter of credit," she said bluntly.
her eyes challenging the banker. The letter simply stated that as Ikey had not arrived at the bank himself to collect the letter of credit, and as Silas and Maggie the Colour had no way of knowing whether Marybelle was not an impostor, the letter of credit could only be presented in London by Ikey himself. If the Coutts and Company Bank in London did not inform Mr. David Daintree of the Birmingham City and County Bank that Mr. Ikey Solomon had himself presented the letter of credit within 1 week of the date which appeared on it, then the money should be returned to Silas and Maggie Brown, and the goods returned. But Mr. Ikey Solomon himself, and no other.
Is what they done against the laws of England?
Marybelle asked the bank officer. Daintree frowned, pinching the brow of his nose.
No, not strictly. A credit note issued in a contract involving two specific parties and identifying one specific party to another specific party and not redeemable by a third party is not uncommon, he replied, though he was clearly bemused.
Marybelle shrugged. The implications were not lost on her. The husband and wife team would attempt to rob Ikey of the letter before he arrived back in London. She well recalled the look of consternation on their faces when she'd entered the banker's personal chambers. Any plans to retrieve the money and letter of credit, or to harm Ikey, would be based on someone identifying him as he came out of the bank. She, on the other hand, was unknown to any potential robbers. Marybelle was a brave and tough woman, not accustomed to being threatened, and she set great trust in Ikey's cunning, so she comforted herself with the thought,
since when is two clumsy bloody country bumpkins a match for two London Jews? Fuck their goyim eyes.
Where does I sign? Marybelle asked, smiling.
Really, Mrs. Firkin, I should caution you. This may not be in Mr. Solomon's interest, the banker exclaimed.
Maggie the Colour jumped from her chair and accosted the man from the bank.
Really, sir, we don't know who this woman be. We've never laid eyes on her before today. We have no specimen of Mr. Solomon's signature, not the least identification. Maybe the letter what introduced her is a trick. Maybe she stole the merchandise what we just paid for. We'd be playing daft if we took chance with letter of credit.
Maggie the Colour's brittle tone suddenly softened, and she smiled.
You see, sir, Mr. Solomon's is much respected by me husband and me. If this woman is an impostor and has done him wrong, then at great personal expense to ourselves, we have protected his interests with the letter what I just wrote. What about the small scrap of paper what was in your letter? Ikey said it were his affidavit what made everything kosher. Paper?
Maggie held up Ikey's letter.
This be no proof he wrote it. It could be plain and simple forgery. Not that. The small piece of paper what was a triangle shape come with that.
Maggie the Colour looked at Mr. Daintree, and then at Silas, her expression plainly bemused. She shook her head slowly.
Paper? What was triangle shape? That'd be plain daft for letter writing. Small piece, you say, triangle shape?
She repeated, and held up Ikey's letter again.
This be the only paper Mr. Solomon sent, and it be rectangle, not triangle, and not small neither. I doesn't know what you can possibly mean, Mrs. Firkin.
Mary sighed, her huge bosoms quivering.
Oh, give us the quill, then. You're a right pair of villains, you two.
She reached out for the paper, which now lay on the desk in front of the banker.
Be so kind as to show us the exact place where I puts me Morley, Mr. Daintree, sir.
Then she looked up and asked,
Is the address of her and her husband on this here letter?
Mr. Daintree glanced at the letter and pointed to the left-hand corner.
It's right there, where it should be, he confirmed. Will you read it out loud, lovey? We don't want them two doing a runner if they's up to some monkey trick.
The banker, somewhat bemused, read the address out aloud. Marybelle looked at Silas and Maggie Brown.
I'll remember that, I will. Make no mistake.
Whereupon, her pink tongue protruding from the corner of her mouth, she tediously applied her signature to the letter.
There you are, missus,
she said at last, and then cast a second malevolent glance at the husband and wife.
Be that good faith enough for the likes of you lot?
Maggie the Colour sniffed, and gave the letter to the banker to apply his signature, and thereafter she made Silas do the same. Marybelle recognised in him the same tedious effort in signing his name, and concluded that he too had difficulty with writing. Marybelle then addressed the banker.
"Now, if you please, sir, I request the pleasure of the monikers of them two on the letter what Mr. Solomon gave me, what states my position as negotiator on his behalf."
Daintree attempted to conceal his grin.
"Of course, Mrs. Firkin, it is completely in order for you to do so."
He picked up the letter from where it lay on the desk and handed it to Maggie the Colour, who read it with her lips pursed and an altogether sour expression upon her face. She said finally, and took the quill up again, signing the letter, as did Silas and Daintree, who blotted it carefully before handing it back to Marybelle. Maggie the Colour then asked the banker if he would be so good as to have a clerk make 2 fair copies of the letter she had written, this to be on bank stationery. When these arrived back, she read both carefully. They were duly signed again by all 4 people present, and the original given to the banker for safekeeping. A fair copy was handed to both Marybelle and the Browns. With this seemingly watertight agreement in their possession, Maggie and her husband could now set about the task of preventing Ikey from ever presenting their letter of credit. The total cost to them of the paper and plates would be £500, though if they could apprehend him soon enough, the larger part of this too might be recovered. Marybelle Firkin was helped to her feet by a triumphant Silas Brown and a smiling Maggie the Colour. A concerned David Daintree placed the letter of agreement, Ikey's returned letter, and the letter of credit in a heavy linen envelope, sealed it, and pressed the bank's insignia into the hot wax. Then he rose and took Marybelle by the arm and guided her to the doorway. Marybelle paused at the door and turned to face the smug-looking couple. She smiled sweetly.
"I wish you both meze machine," she said,
a Yiddish expression meaning, "I wish you sudden death." Mr. Daintree handed Marybelle the envelope, first cautioning Maggie the Colour and Silas Brown to remain seated in his chambers until he returned. Then he walked Marybelle across the marble foyer of the bank chambers to the front door.
10 minutes, it says in the letter. You'll not let them 2 miserable bastards out of your chambers for 10 minutes, will you?
Marybelle paused.
Mind, I'd be right obliged if you'd make that a bit more. What you say, lovey?
Mr. David Daintree, member of the board of Birmingham City and County Bank, smiled.
My pleasure, Mrs. Firkin. 15 minutes at the least, what?
He turned and instructed the guard at the door to see Marybelle safely to her carriage, where 2 footmen with red rosettes on their top hats waited to work her enormous frame through the carriage door and safely into the interior. Before pulling away, the coachman reported quietly to Marybelle that 4 horsemen of rough looks and a young lad of about 10 were waiting under a group of elm trees not 50 feet from the bank, and that he'd taken the trouble to make a casual inquiry to the doorman, who'd indicated that they'd arrived shortly after 2 in the afternoon.
Watch to see if they follow us, Marybelle instructed.
After an hour, the coachman stopped at a village inn, and Marybelle was helped from the carriage into the hostelry, and taken immediately to a small room which contained only a table and 2 chairs. The room was fuggy with the steam of dishes covering the table. The landlord bid Marybelle bon appetit, and bowing, backed out of the door, locking it behind him. A few minutes later, she heard the rattle of a key again, and Ikey stepped into the room and locked the door behind him.
Lovely grub. I got to hand it to you, Ikey. You knows a good nosh house when you sees one.
Marybelle pointed to the envelope, which sat on the only corner of the table not covered in dishes.
There you are, lovey. Signed, sealed and delivered by yours truly.
Ikey snatched at the envelope and tore it open.
You wasn't followed, was you, my dear?
Marybelle's mouth was already full with a bite from a large chicken pie, and she shook her head, unable to answer. Ikey waited until she could speak.
Nobody followed us, but in the bank there was complications.
She pointed to the envelope in Ikey's hand.
Inside is a letter what I didn't know what to do about, so I signed.
Marybelle looked concerned.
I only hopes I done right.
Ikey opened the sealed envelope and examined the letters within. He shook his head and grinned in admiration as he read Maggie the Colour's letter. Ikey looked up at Marybelle, who once again had her mouth full.
"You done good to sign, my dear."
Marybelle swallowed, and with her mouth now empty, she reached for a chicken leg and waved it in Ikey's direction.
"They be after you, Ikey Solomon."
Still holding the chicken leg, she took up a roasted potato, popped it into her mouth, and continued talking with her mouth full.
"We wasn't followed, 'cause the people they sent didn't know to follow me."
She frowned.
"But they'll be looking for you. Mark me words, they's a right pair of villains, them two."
She giggled.
"I wish them there's a machine."
Ikey laughed.
"More like they wished me," he said.
Marybelle sucked the flesh of the entire chicken leg from the bone with a soft plop and commenced to chew. Ikey's hand went into his coat, and he withdrew it, holding the copper tube he'd ordered in the shape of a cigar container, though somewhat thicker and longer. He placed it on the table beside the letter of credit.
"They aims to do you in before you gets home with that there letter of credit. That's what her letter was all about, weren't it, Ikey? Do you in, steal your letter, and then claim the contract's been broken."
Marybelle cocked her pretty head to one side and gave Ikey an ingenuous look.
"What's an irrevocable letter of credit? What's all the fuss about, anyhow?"
She pointed to the letter on the table.
"That don't look like no paper what's worth dying for."
It's money promised what can't be unpromised once it's been presented from one bank to the other,"
Ikey said, trying to stay vague.
"You're perfectly right, my dear. They'll be after trying to stop me getting to a bank in London."
Ikey shrugged.
"It's only natural, ain't it? You did good not to be followed, my dear. I have made plans. We will make good our escape."
Marybelle smiled, shrugged her shoulders, and looked expectantly at Ikey.
"You said I'd done good. We wasn't followed. So where's me fortune, what you promised?"
Ikey dry-soaped his hands, his shoulders hunched.
"You've done special good, you have, my dear. You've done it perfect and exact and splendid. I couldn't have asked for no more, except one small thing."
"What?" Marybelle asked suspiciously, holding another large piece of chicken poised in front of her greasy mouth. Ikey reached across the small table, picked up the copper cylinder, and unscrewed the smoothly fitting top. He carefully rolled the letter of credit into a tight cylinder itself, which he then neatly slipped into the copper container and screwed the top back on.
"Will you take this letter of credit back with you to London tonight, my dear?"
Ikey placed the cylinder in front of Marybelle. Then he announced he was giving her the rights to future instalments of paper from Thomas Tooth and George Betteridge.
"Until I returns to London to live, my dear. Though I dare say that be never."
"This bill paper to come, is it still kosher? I knows you're doing a runner, Ikey. The law ain't on to it, is they?"
Ikey cleared his throat and answered truthfully.
"They is and they isn't, I expect. Of course now, at this very moment, I suppose the Bank of England will be going over the mill at Laverstoke with a fine-toothed comb. Though I'll vouch if them two, Tooth and Betteridge, have the good sense to lie low for a while, they'll find nothing. Give it 2 months, maybe 3 or even 4 to be completely on the safe side, and the scam can be brought back intact. Clean as a whistle, free as a bird, kosher as the Beth Din. The bill paper be worth a king's ransom. Keep you in nosh for the rest of your life."
"Only if you knows how to get rid of it, Ikey. I ain't got no contacts what wants bill paper."
Ikey raised his eyebrows in surprise.
"Why, my dear, you sells it to them two you met in the bank today."
"What? Do business with that filth?"
Ikey shrugged.
"They's villains, but the best, my dear. We're all villains, given half a chance. Everyone in the whole world is villains. But in my experience, there be 2 kinds of villain. Them what's got a bit of class, and them what ain't."
Ikey's dark eyes shone.
"That letter Maggie wrote today, that be most excellent. That be top-notch thinking, naturally nasty noggining, my dear."
Ikey spread his hands wide.
That's a rare combination, what you doesn't find too often in the business of villainy. Brains and the stomach to act.
He paused, scratching the tip of his nose.
You take my word for it. They be your natural customers, my dear. All you does is wait a year, then come down here with the bill paper what you was accumulated, starting again in 4 months.
Ikey leant back.
You'll make thousands, my dear, thousands and thousands. Your table will be the envy of dukes and duchesses. The king himself, I dare say, will come to hear of your fine banquets.
Marybelle picked up the cylinder and waved it at Ikey.
And what if some villain they send catches me with this on me way to London?
She drew the cylinder across her throat.
That's what happens.
They won't find it, will they?
Ikey said, puckering his lips. He pointed to the cylinder.
It be made to be put in a place what a man hasn't got and a lady has. A place where your average villain ain't likely to go poking about without your express permission, if you knows what I mean, my dear.
Marybelle's pretty blue eyes grew large, and then shone with delighted surprise. She gave a little squeal, running her fat, greasy fingers along the cylinder's smooth surface.
Oh, Jesus, Ikey, you bleedin' thinks of everything.
In between her laughter, she managed to gasp.
He thinks it will be a tight fit. But with all the bumping of the coach to London, I dare say it will bring a lady of me proportions. Oh, goodness lummy, oh, a good deal of pleasure on the journey home.
Chapter 13. Ikey returned to London 3 days after he had left Marybelle Firkin at the inn with a pork pie stuck in her gob and his precious cylinder safely tucked away elsewhere on her large person. Waiting in the back room of a chop house in Houndsditch until well after dark, when a light snowstorm, churned with frequent wind flurries, began to fall, and which he judged would further conceal his passage, Ikey slipped into the rookery of St. Giles, and soon thereafter let himself into the seemingly abandoned building which housed the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers. Creeping up the rickety staircase, he appeared suddenly and to the utmost surprise of 6 boys, who were playing a game of cribbage by the light of a solitary candle. Huddled beside the hearth directly behind them were as many boys again, wrapped in rags and old blankets against the bitter cold.
Now, how many times has I told you? Keep a sharp eye,
Ikey admonished.
The lad what's supposed to be watching out is asleep on the landing, lushed out and smelling a gin.
Ikey sucked at his teeth and wagged a mittened finger at the urchins seated cross-legged around a box.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, cribbage in this kind of light ain't no good for the senses. You'll lose your touch. The light of a candle dulls the mind and makes it too easy to palm a card or deal a crooked hand. Brightness be what's called for, where everything can be seen, clear as daylight, open and negotiable as a whore's cunny.
The boys laughed loudly at this last remark, but Ikey held up his hand for silence.
A card sharp to be warranted any good must make his play the best of conditions. We'll have no second-rate broadsmen spreading the flats in darkness in my school of learning. A trade ain't worth having if you're not the best there is at it.
His young pupils crowded about him.
There's people what's looking for you, Ikey. Is you in lavender, then?
A young tooler named Sweet-Faced Mulligan inquired.
Perhaps I is and perhaps I ain't. It all depends on who is looking and whether it be opportunity knocking or disadvantage breaking down the door.
It's Bow Street. Some say it be city police. All about Petticoat Lane, they is. Anyone seen you, they asks. Rewards is offered. Never seen so much law about as we lads. What you do, Ikey? Murder, was it? There's talk of forgery, millions of pounds. There be a poster of your gob pasted everywhere. We's proud to know you, Ikey.
All this and more they chorused, crowding around Ikey, the smaller ones hopping up and down and jumping on the backs of the larger boys to get a closer look in the semi-darkened room.
And Mistress Hannah,
a boy they called Onion, whose birth name was Pickles, shouted.
She been looking for you and all.
Ikey shrugged his shoulders.
It's true, my dears. The constabulary has a sharp eye peeled for me.
He looked around slowly, spread his hands, and his face took on a look of regret.
Of course, I apologises for scarpering without informing you, gentlemen. A matter of urgent expediency, you understand. No offence intended, and I hopes none is taken. No time to pay me respects or bid you all adieu.
They nodded, happy at the compliment he'd paid their mutual fraternity. Ikey rolled his eyes and seemed to look at each of them in turn.
Now, we hasn't seen me, has we, lads? I means no seeing to the degree you're not seeing nothing at all.
Ikey's fingers flicked heavenwards, as though to expel the memory of having seen him completely from their minds. He stopped and lifted the candle from the box, the hot glass warming his mittened fingers. Holding the lighted jar before him, he inspected each boy's dirty face, watching as they solemnly nodded acquiescence.
We doesn't want no pigs sniffing around asking awkward questions, now does we, my dears?
It was not Ikey's intention to stay long at the Academy of Light Fingers, although he did not indicate this to the urchins around him. While they were well trained in all matters of villainy, and each had a healthy disregard for the constabulary, he knew he could ill afford to trust them. They were street Arabs, seldom allowed the importance of being noticed, and any one of them with 3 or 4 noggins of gin to loosen his tongue would not be able to resist the urge to boast of his knowledge of Ikey's return. Ikey needed them now for only one purpose: to find Bob Marley as quickly as possible.
This is the end of CD 6. The story will continue on CD 7. CD 7.
Under normal circumstances, there were half a dozen places in the surrounding rookeries where Ikey might indefinitely conceal his presence, though he was not foolish enough to suppose that these would now apply. As a Jew in trouble with the law, he was fair prey for all but his own kind. Even though his standing as the prince of fencers was considerable, they would come snarling in for the kill, the promise of a large reward sufficient to overcome their normal tendency to remain stumm. Ikey was aware the criminal code of honour was a fragile thing, and would always buckle with the opportunity for a quick profit or a favour returned. He knew this as a certainty, for he was himself no different. With the promise of a good tightener washed down with a pint of best beer at the nearby chop house, and with the further inducement of a shilling for all and a gold sovereign for the boy who turned out to be the fortunate finder, Ikey sent his young associates off into the winter streets. He directed them to the Haymarket at the popular West End to find and bring Bob Marley back to him.
When you finds him, ask for his ear, very quiet, mind. Say that Ikey Solomon requests the pleasure of his company.
It was not an hour later when Ikey, drowsing at the hearth, was awakened in a great start by a small urchin named Sparrowfart, a tiny lad of 10 with an open, angelic face, which, together with his size, gave him the appearance of being much younger. He showed all the makings of becoming an expert tooler, with fingers light and sticky as cobwebs, and the fearless disposition of the young.
I brung him, Ikey. I found Mr. Marley. Can I have the solve what's mine?
Sparrowfart stuck out his dirty hand and grinned.
Much obliged, I'm sure. Where?
Ikey cried, shocked at the sudden awakening and alarmed that he hadn't heard the boy ascend the stairs, though the howl of the winter wind and the natural creaking and groaning of the ancient building would have masked Sparrow's light footfall.
He won't come up them stairs, Sparrow grinned. Too dangerous, he reckons.
Ikey, by now fully recovered of his senses, removed a gold sovereign from the interior of his coat and held it out to the youngster, pulling it out of reach as the urchin snatched at it. Ikey shook his head.
Tut, tut. First principle of business, Master Sparrowfart. Seeing is believing. Always inspect the merchandise before you pays for it, my dear.
Bending to retrieve the candle, he rose from where he was seated on the cribbage box and proceeded carefully down the stairs. Bob Marley was waiting in the darkness of the tiny downstairs hallway, which was now clearly lit by the light of Ikey's candle. He wore a heavy dark coat which fell almost to his ankles, with a pair of stout boots protruding from trousers of rough corduroy. A tartan scarf was wrapped about his face, so that only his eyes showed between the scarf and the rim of his battered top hat. He removed the scarf at Ikey's approach and stuffed it into the pocket of his coat. This form of attire was unusual for Marley, who liked to be seen about the town as a proper swell, dressed in the latest fashion. Ikey's keen eye noted this disparity in his dress, and concluded that Marley had not been found by Sparrowfart in the Haymarket, where a man of his reputation would not venture dressed in so poor a manner. Ikey turned to look sternly at Sparrowfart.
We went off to spend our shilling on a tightener and a noggin of gin then, did we? We went local and not to the Haymarket, did we? We didn't do no looking at all.
Ikey glanced at Bob Marley and winked.
Me thinks we chanced upon Mr. Marley here by sheer luck and great good fortune, and because we has a greedy guts.
The boy shuffled, looking down at his feet.
I found him, didn't I? I done good.
He moved up to Ikey and began to clutch imploringly at his coat.
It were a fair find and all,
he whimpered into the folds of Ikey's greasy coat. Ikey clucked, wrapping his free arm around the boy's shoulders.
We all needs a bit of luck, my dear. God knows yours truly could use a speck of good fortune right now.
He pushed the young lad gently away, and his hand went into his coat, and a moment later appeared with half a sovereign held between forefinger and thumb.
I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll keep half a solve back on account of how you disobeyed instructions, and I'll give you half a solve for delivering the goods. Punishment and reward both at the same time. Now, what could be fairer than that, my dear?
The small boy looked doubtful.
It ain't fair. I done what you asked. You said a solve for him what found him.
He moved close to Ikey, plucking at his coat.
It ain't fair. I done what you asked. I found him.
This time Ikey pushed him away roughly, but the boy grabbed onto the coat, and Ikey smacked him across the ear.
Disobedience! Discipline! Half a solve, and you're lucky to be keeping it, boy.
Marley's hand shot out and snatched the coin from Ikey's fingers.
Half a mo, Ikey. 1 solve was promised the lad, 1 solve must be given. Lessons? Boys must learn lessons. Obedience, discipline,
Ikey whinged. Marley laughed.
Promises. Boys must have promises kept.
He tossed the half-sovereign into the air and caught it.
This'll pay for the inconvenience of crossing the lane, he said, pocketing the coin. You owe the brat a solve, so pay up, Ikey Solomon.
Ikey's eyes widened in surprise.
You was in the Hare and Hounds?
He exclaimed, naming the flash house across the lane. Marley nodded.
You was due back about now. You couldn't have gone to too many places what wouldn't have shocked you. This were one,
he explained simply, giving Ikey a slow smile.
How may I be of service to you?
Ikey turned to Sparrowfart and handed him a sovereign.
Hang about and you might learn something, me boy. See what we just seen demonstrated?
He turned and gave Bob Marley an oily smile, returned his gaze to the small boy, and stooping low, he pushed the candle close to his dirty little face.
See? Discipline.
He tapped the side of his forehead with his forefinger.
Use of the noggin. Thinking. That's training, my dear. That's discipline. That be what makes a great tooler into a swell mobsman, an aristocrat of the art of picking pockets.
Ikey straightened up, satisfied that he'd recovered his dignity by making his original point, and at the same time had sufficiently softened Bob Marley with his flattery. Patting Sparrowfart on the head, he said,
You has just had the benefit of the wisdom of Solomon, my dear.
Sparrowfart looked up and pointed to Bob Marley, and then to Ikey.
Oh, yeah? How come Mr. Marley's got half a solve what's yours and I've got a solve? Be that the wisdom of Solomon?
The boy ducked as Ikey swatted at his head with his free hand. Marley laughed, delighted at the boy's quick mind.
You've not lost your touch, Ikey. You're still the best of the kidsmen. There ain't no one knows better how to pick the fly ones.
He too patted the top of Sparrowfart's greasy cap.
Stay away from the gin. You've got all the makings, son.
Sparrow hadn't moved.
What about t'other lads, Ikey? You promised them a shilling for looking, and a good tightener with a pint of best beer to follow.
Marley looked suspiciously over at Ikey. That true? Ikey gave him a sheepish grin, and a reluctant hand went into the interior of his coat, and shortly returned with 2 sovereigns which he handed to Sparrow.
Mind you give this to Sweet-Faced Mulligan to share out. He's the kidsman when I'm away. Now, Scarper, bugger off.
He turned to Marley.
Shall we go upstairs? There's a fire in the hearth.
Then, remembering Marley's reluctance, he added,
It ain't dangerous. Only a tad rickety, but the stairs be solid enough.
What?
Up them?
Marley said in alarm, and pointed above to the dark shape of the stairs where Sparrow Fart had disappeared, as though swallowed into a deep black hole.
Not bleeding lightly. We'll talk down here if you don't mind.
Ikey clasped his hands together in front of his chest.
I needs a lair. A place where somebody what's looking hard and knows what they's looking for can never hope to discover who it is they wants to find.
A good hiding place of that nature cost you heaps, Marley said speculatively. Big reward out, Ikey. Half London town's looking for... Grinning, he quoted the Times.
The Jew what's financially undermined England.
Marley shook his head in a melodramatic way.
Afraid you ain't got no friends no more. City police is spreading £5 notes about just for keeping a sharp eye out. There's a fortune on your head.
Marley paused and gave Ikey an evil grin.
Matter of fact, I could be interested myself.
Ikey reeled back in horror, his eyes large with fright.
Don't talk like that, Bob Marley. I taught you everything you knows. Was I not your kidsman?
Ikey smiled, his voice somewhat calmer as he remembered.
You was a good snakesman, though. That I'll freely admit. In and out of the smallest openings, a natural eye for good stuff, too.
Ikey spread his arms and smiled disarmingly.
Look at you, my dear. Not a copper's dirty great hand on your shoulder in all these years. Never stood in front of the bench. Never seen the judge's dreaded gavel come down pronouncing a sentence. Nor has you had the misfortune to look out from inside of the bars of a Newgate cell.
Ikey paused to emphasise his point, jabbing his forefinger at Bob Marley.
That don't come natural, my dear. That's training, expert training. What you got young from a certain someone what is present, and is beseeching you to offer a helping hand in his hour of most urgent need.
Ikey cleared his throat, and his tone became unctuous.
I'm a bit short at the moment, unforeseen expenses and the like, but you knows me credit to be good. Me loving wife Hannah will pay you when she comes to see me.
Marley shook his head. Don't know about loving wife, Ikey. Your missus weren't none too pleased finding out about Mary and your high-class brothel in Bell Alley and all.
Oh, shit, she knows about Mary? How'd she know about Bell Alley, then?
Marley laughed.
I expect she read it in the Times. The whole of London's talking about you, Ikey. What you done and all. International forgery ring. Plots to send the whole country broke with fake English long-tails flooding the European market. Britain's credit in question by the Frenchy Parliament. Austro-Hungarian Empire financially embarrassed and undermined. You're a right notorious bastard, you is. If you wasn't in so much shit, you'd be the blooming toast of the London criminal class. You is the biggest thing what's happened since Queen Caroline's trial.
Ikey ignored Marley's exaggerated banter.
Well, you may be sure Mary will pay you then,
Ikey whined.
Mary? Mary's in Newgate. She's been in front of the Beak and is awaiting sentencing at the Old Bailey. She's Botany Bay bound for sure.
Marley sniffed and looked ominously at Ikey.
City arrested her 3 days after you scarpered. Charged her with running a bawdy house. But that were only the excuse. Oh, Jesus, Ikey cried. Mary get the boat for running a bawdy house? It ain't possible. Running a respectable brothel ain't no crime what merits transportation.
That's what folks is saying in the lane. There's talk she'll get the full 14 years. Then Marley added darkly,
On account of you, you bastard. City ain't convinced she don't know nothing about that printing press and what you've been up to with the deaf and dumb Frenchie.
Ikey looked up, astonished.
She kept stum. She didn't bleat.
If Mary had turned King's evidence and Ikey were caught, there wasn't a judge in England who wouldn't find her information damning.
She didn't say nothing to nobody. That's a bloody good memo, that is.
Marley jabbed a finger into Ikey's scrawny chest.
Bettin' what the likes of you deserves, Ikey Solomon.
Marley paused and shook his head.
Afraid I can't give you no credit, Ikey. I can't take no chances.
He shrugged.
So that's it. It's all a matter of business, knows what I mean?
Pay up and I helps you to escape. Don't and I marches you straight to the city constabulary
and collects me considerable reward for the heroic apprehension of England's #1 notorious villain.
Ikey examined the tops of his mittened hands, shook his head slowly, then looked up at Bob Marley accusingly.
You got a bet each way, is that it?
In a broken whisper, he added,
Shame on you, Bob Marley.
Bob Marley shrugged.
Afraid so, me old matey. Business is business.
He paused, grinning.
Now, who was it taught me that?
How much?
20 sovs down. 20 sovs!
Ikey wailed.
That be pure daylight robbery.
Marley, not bothering to reply, shrugged and held out his hand.
15? 15 sovs.
Marley shook his head slowly. I'd like to, Ikey, but this ain't no ordinary deadlerk what's needed. I got expenses. 20 sovs now and 10 for every week what I keeps you safe in hiding. Ikey made one final attempt.
20 and 5.
20 and 10. Take it or leave it. I hasn't got all night. Ikey sighed, and turning his back to Bob Marley, he foraged deep within his greatcoat and fished into a bag of coins, which he knew contained 217 gold sovereigns, the last of the money Silas Brown and Maggie the Colour had paid him in cash for the Bank of England watermarked paper. Getting back from Birmingham had proved an expensive business. Twice he'd had to pay heavy bribes when he'd been recognised from his picture on posters, which seemed to be sprouting like crocuses in April, on the walls of every village or town through which he passed on his circuitous route to London. Ikey slowly counted the 20 sovereigns into the slasher's hand. Marley counted the coins for himself, biting every second one as a test. Satisfied, he placed them in the pit pocket of his vest, then held his palm out to Ikey, wiggling the ends of his fingers.
What?
Ikey asked, his eyes large and innocent. Marley wiggled his fingers again.
The 10 sovs what's the first week's rent in advance, he said quietly.
Ikey seemed at the point of tears as he counted 10 more coins into Marley's outstretched maw.
Cheers, Ikey, Marley said, acknowledging the payment, then added, I got a nice little place, a deadlock on Jacob's Island, what is perfect for the purpose of being in lavender. Lots of bolt holes. Mind, hiding a man of your extreme notoriety, what everyone's looking for, ain't easy and is very dangerous to me own safety.
Bob Marley, now all business, placed his hands on his hips and looked quizzically at Ikey.
You'll not be going out with me dressed like that. Ain't a magistrate's runner or narc in London wouldn't recognise you in an instant in that matter. Buggered if I know how you got this far. You stick out like a blooming oar at a christening, you does.
Ikey opened his arms wide, palms outwards, and looked down at his chest in surprise. He had always assumed himself totally disguised in his long coat, with his wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his forehead.
I'm as invisible as the very night itself, my dear, he said,
clearly bemused at Bob Marley's uncharitable remark.
Quite right, invisible as the bleeding harvest moon on Chatham Common.
Bob Marley pointed at Ikey's coat.
Take yourn off and put mine on.
Then removing his battered top hat, he retrieved a cloth cap from within it and placed this upon his own head. Removing Ikey's hat, he dropped it gingerly to the floor, replacing it with the top hat, which he set firmly onto Ikey's head, giving its crown a solid thump. The brim immediately dropped over Ikey's eyes, and kept sliding until it stopped, trapped halfway down Ikey's nose. Ikey gave a small squeak of alarm.
"Not me coat! I can't take leave of me coat, not now, not never," he pleaded.
Christ, Ikey, I'll wear it. You won't lose it, Marley said impatiently. You can have it again when we gets to the aisle.
Ikey now pushed the top hat furiously off his head, so that it tumbled backwards, bouncing on the floor and rolling.
Never, not ever, no, not me coat, he moaned.
Marley watched in amazement as Ikey clasped his arms about his chest, hugging his coat, whimpering and rocking as though his life depended on it remaining on his back. Which, of course, in Ikey's eyes, was most certainly the case. Without his coat, Ikey considered himself skinned, and in no way different to an animal being led to the slaughter yard. Once skinned of his coat, he believed he'd soon enough be hooked and hanging like some freshly peeled beast. Marley appeared to be thinking, his hand cupped to his chin.
I'll tell you what.
He was about to say something, then changed his mind, paused, and looked at Ikey.
But it will cost you another 2 sov.
"What?"
Ikey asked tremulously, backing away.
"You'll not have me coat, Bob Marley?"
It'd be cold enough outside to freeze your balls off, but you can wear my coat over yourn.
Bob Marley gave Ikey a fierce look.
Mind, if I catches me death of this act of extreme generosity, I'll cut your bleeding throat, Ikey Solomon.
He began once more to remove his coat, though first he removed the woolen scarf from its pocket and placed it about his neck. For once, at the mention of money, there was no hesitation from Ikey. Almost before Bob Marley had ceased speaking, and long before he'd removed his coat, Ikey held out the 2 extra gold coins.
"Not me coat," he whimpered. "Not never me coat."
Marley's coat proved sufficiently voluminous to accommodate Ikey within his own, but when it was fitted to his tiny body, it dragged nearly 10 inches on the ground. Furthermore, the sleeves extended 6 inches beyond Ikey's mittened fingers. Though this was of little consequence, the hemline of the coat dragging on the floor made it almost impossible for Ikey to walk at anything but a snail's pace. Bob Marley looked puzzled, but suddenly he grabbed the back of the collar of the outer coat and lifted the entire garment so that the collar dropped over the top of Ikey's head in the manner of a monk's cowl. With his whiskers mostly concealed behind the lapels of the borrowed coat, Ikey now looked like an old crone. Marley then produced a large silk handkerchief, and twirling it from corner to corner, tied it about Ikey's neck, so that the hoisted top of the coat would not slip from his charger's head. This gave Ikey an even greater likeness to the shape of an old woman, who, if casually observed in the darkness of the street, might be thought to be wearing a shawl about her head. Furthermore, with the lifting of the coat over Ikey's head, the sleeves now almost fitted, the tips of Ikey's mittened fingers protruding from the ends. It was an altogether admirable arrangement, and Bob Marley stood back and felt well pleased with himself.
Perfect, even if it says so myself. If we're stopped by a crusher, you was me dear old mother what's come up from the country. Here, wrap this round your gob so they won't see no whiskers if the law wants to take a closer gander at you.
Marley handed Ikey the woolen scarf which hung from his neck. Ikey reached out for the scarf. But with 2 coats on his back, he could barely move his arms, much less wrap the scarf around his already rightly cowled head. Bob Marley grabbed the scarf and wound it around the bottom half of Ikey's face, so that all that showed were the bright points of Ikey's bloodshot eyes.
"Hello, old darling," Marley said, and blew a kiss in Ikey's direction.
His expression became suddenly impatient.
"Come on then, let's scarper. I'm ready so chilled me arsehole thinks it's sucking on a lemon."
"What about me hat? You've left me hat!"
Ikey cried in a muffled voice, pointing at his hat discarded on the floor. Marley walked over to the banister and retrieved the candle.
"Fuck your hat, Ikey," he said, kicking the hat into a dark corner. "For God's sake, let's be rid of this place before the law adds 2 and 2 and comes up with a very popular arrest."
He rolled the jar containing the smoking candle back into the hallway and closed the door behind them. Outside, the wind howled, and a sudden flurry of snow beat down on them, so that neither man heard the door open and then close again, or noticed the small shape of Sparrowfart, as he too left the Academy of Light Fingers. Under his arm, its broad brim almost touching the ground, the urchin carried Ikey's hat. He watched carefully as the 2 men turned towards Rosemary Lane, and then he began to follow them into the bitter London night. Hannah was woken to the loud knocking at the door of her Whitechapel home. The knocking seemed to have been going on for some time, for she remembered it in her sleeping as she struggled to emerge from her laudanum-induced stupor. She'd returned home from the last of her brothels in the dock area just hours before dawn, and had expected to sleep until midday. She was too bleary-eyed to think why the Irish maid-of-all-work who slept with the two younger children hadn't responded to the knock. Wrapping herself in a blanket, and thinking only that the slut has probably been at the gin again, having first fed it to the children to quieten them for the night, Hannah made her way down the stairs. She opened the front door to see Sparrow Fart standing on the snow-covered bottom step, clutching what appeared to be a large hat. At first, the small urchin holding the hat made no sense. The street about her was transformed from its usual greyness, and was white and clean from a fresh snowfall. It was still too early for people to be making their way to the Whitechapel markets around the corner, so that the street had the quality of a dream, enhanced further by the residual effects of laudanum. Hannah's face screwed up in vexation at the sight of the small boy who had the temerity to hammer at her door. She was about to send him packing with an oath, when he stammered, "It's about Ikey Solomon, missus." Then slowly her confused mind focused on the shape of Ikey's hat clutched under the urchin's arm. Hannah rubbed her eyes, now suddenly fully awake, though the vestiges of the drug caused her words to slur when she spoke.
Ikey, you got news?
It's just, missus, the small boy managed to say through half-frozen lips, his breath smoking in the freezing air.
Come in, boy.
Hannah opened the door wider to let Sparrow Fart pass into the hallway.
Keep walking to the kitchen in the back. I'll not have such as you in me parlour.
Her head was surprisingly clear as she directed the urchin to the rear of the house.
We got him, missus,
Sparrow said, turning to her as they reached the kitchen.
Got him? Who's got him? Who's we?
But the boy now seemed in a state too frozen to communicate further. He silently held up the hat for Hannah to see. He was shivering violently, his teeth chattering so furiously that it was plainly impossible for him to talk. Ikey's hat jerked and shook, as though it might jump of its own accord from his tiny fist. Hannah took a key from around her neck and opened a cupboard from which she took a quart bottle of brandy. She unhooked 2 small pewter mugs from the dresser, poured a small splash into one, and handed it to Sparrow Fart.
Here, get that down, you gob. Do you the world.
Sparrow dropped Ikey's hat and grabbed the mug with both hands, gulping greedily at the raw liquor. He began to choke and cough as the fiery liquid hit his stomach and chest, though he showed that he was well enough accustomed to such a reaction. Soon enough he took a second, more cautious sip from the mug. Hannah, clutching the blanket around her with one hand, poured a dash of brandy into the second mug and seated herself at the table.
Well, what has you to say for yourself, boy?
She demanded, pointing to Ikey's hat.
No way Ikey would have parted with his hat.
She looked suspiciously at Sparrow, who was still shaking and clapping at himself.
You ain't done Ikey no harm now, have you?
She demanded. Sparrow shook his head and lifted the mug to his still chattering teeth for another sip. Hannah sighed and reluctantly took the blanket from around her and handed it to the urchin, who grabbed it gratefully, wrapping his diminutive body into its warmth. Hannah wore a thick red woolen nightdress, which reached down to her ankles, which in turn were encased in bed socks, and a pair of fleece-lined slippers. Warmed by a second sip of the brandy, she rose and went to the kindling box and laid a fire in the hearth, adding a few lumps of coal to the twigs before lighting it.
Can I have some more, missus?
Sparrow held out the pewter mug. The tiny boy had consumed a good half-inch of the brandy, which, apart from having restored his voice and stopped his shivering, appeared to have had no measurable effect on him.
Got your tongue back, has you, boy? Sorry, no more, not till after you've said what you come for. What's your name? Sparrow, missus. Sparrow Fart. But they just calls me Sparrow.
He put the mug down on the table, licking the brandy taste from his lips.
I'm hungry, missus. I ain't et since yesterday morning.
Hannah sighed. She was growing impatient.
What, you think this is, a bleeding chop house? I ain't giving you nothing to eat until you tells me what you come for.
She pointed to the hat on the table.
You can start with that. It be Ikey's. Ikey Solomon. Honest, missus. I wouldn't tell you a lie. I know that, but where'd you get it, boy?
Sparrow, sensing Hannah's anxiety for an answer, looked suddenly forlorn.
I'm hungry, missus. Real hungry, I is.
Hannah realised she'd get no more from the urchin until she'd fed him, so she fetched a plate of cold salt beef from the cupboard and cut 2 large hunks from a loaf of yesterday's bread. Then she filled a bowl with curds and placed the offering in front of the small boy, who immediately began to devour the food. In between mouthfuls, Hannah got the story from Sparrow. Hannah listened as he told her how a day or 2 back he'd attempted to lift a kerchief from Bob Marley's pocket in the Hare and Hounds. How Marley had caught him at it, and after boxing his ears for being clumsy, had found that Sparrow was one of Ikey's brats.
Maybe I could use you, he says. How good are you as a tooler, boy? I just caught you, that ain't a good sign. I'll give you a test. Fail, and you gets your arse kicked.
Sparrow cleverly mimicked Bob Marley's voice. Bob Marley had watched as Sparrow demonstrated his skill on several of the patrons of the house, returning with a cheap watch, 2 snot rags of no value except as a demonstration of Sparrow's light fingers, and a fob chain, also of little value, as it was made of brass. Marley had been sufficiently impressed to recruit Sparrow for what the urchin, imitating Bob Marley again, described as a little job what may or may not happen, but is the very opposite to what you has been trained to do. He had not said anything more, except to instruct Sparrow to check into the Hare and Hounds late every afternoon, to see if Marley had left a message for him. Then Ikey comes back. One moment he's not nowhere, and the next there he is, standing in the academy in front of all the lads. Then he says he wants us to find Bob Marley. Sparrow stopped and thought for a moment. No, he don't. First he starts puckering about cribbage, how we mustn't handle flats in the dark. Then he asks us to find this cove Bob Marley. Ikey says to us there's a sov for him what finds this cove, and a shilling and a tightener for all what goes looking. Except he says Bob Marley'll be in the Haymarket, when I knows perfectly well that's where he ain't. Sparrow, feeling very pleased with himself, looked up at Hannah. So they all scarpers, pushing and shoving to get down the stairway first, so it nearly come down. Yes, yes, go on, Hannah said impatiently. So I goes back to where I seen me friend, Mr. Marley, a couple of hours before. To me surprise, he was still there and all. I taps him on the back. Mr. Marley, I says, Ikey Solomon asks for the pleasure of your company. Sparrow laughed. How do you know I was looking for him? Mr. Marley says. Sparrow looked pleased with himself. I didn't know he was looking for Ikey, but I ain't going to tell him that, am I? I stay stum, don't I? Sparrow paused, and Hannah nodded her approval. Ikey, what's picture is on all the posters, you means him? Mr. Marley asks again. I nods. The very same person, he's our kidsman. Blimey, he says. Miracles will never cease. Sparrow could see Hannah was intrigued. Mind if I has another drop of brandy, missus? No more mix. You ain't no use to me, drunk, Hannah said, her lips tight. Sparrow picked up the mug and looked into it disappointed, but then continued to talk. Want to make half a solve, Sparrow? Mr. Marley asks me. Naturally, I says. Right-o, Mr. Sparrowfart, let's see how good a tooler you is. And he holds up these 2 £5 notes. 2? Hannah interjected. 2 £5 notes? Yeah, that's right. Then he gives me instructions like, he says, when we goes back and meets with Ikey Solomon, I wants you to plant these on him, Sparrow. Now I thinks to myself, queer, even queerer than queer. All me life I's been practising to lift stuff. Now this cove wants me to plant perfectly good soft on Ikey Solomon. The same person what's done all me training in tooling. It don't make no sense if you asks me. Hannah was breathing fast. Well, did you do it? Sparrow, grown more loquacious with the brandy and enjoying his own story, continued without replying. I'll try, Mr. Marley, sir, I says. He grabs me by me coat. No, just don't fail.
If it don't look like you can do it, don't take no chances. You hear me, boy?
Sparrow's imitation of Bob Marley was near perfect.
He hands me half a sov. Money in advance, win or lose. Do it right or not at all. You understand?
Sparrow straightened up in his chair and unconsciously stuck out his chest.
Blimey, missus. He's paid me before I'd done the job. Win or lose, I wins. I'll do me best, I says. Seeing how you trusts me and all.
Hannah grabbed the mug out of Sparrow's hand and banged it down onto the table.
For God's sake, stop mucking about. Did ya or didn't ya?
Sparrow jumped and pulled his head back instinctively, expecting to be hit.
What did I do?
He exclaimed in alarm. Hannah felt suddenly foolish, but unable to explain her agitation, attacked further.
You're lying, she shouted, trying to recover her composure. Ain't nobody could plant nothing on Ikey Solomon. Leastways no tooler was just a brat.
Sparrow rose to the bait.
I did so. It were easy, missus.
Hannah laughed.
Easy, was it? You think Ikey is some moocher was just come into town from Shropshire?
Sparrow explained how Ikey had tried to welsh on the sovereign he'd promised, offering him half a sovereign instead. Hannah nodded. This part was familiar enough.
So I starts to blub, see? It ain't fair, I says, and goes up and hangs onto Ikey's coat, 'cause I seen this tear in the front, what hasn't been mended yet. So I keeps blubbing and plucking on his coat, which he thinks is me begging for the other half sov what he owes me. So I tucks the soft, what Mr. Marley gives me, inside the tear, and right away it falls down into the lining.
Sparrow grinned.
It were easy as pie. So, tell me, Hannah asked. Bob Marley gets you to plant the soft on Ikey's person. Real money what's valuable. Why would he do that? It don't make no sense now, do it?
Sparrow scratched his head.
Buggered if I knows, missus.
He thought for a moment.
Maybe it were a trick and all. A joke or something.
Hannah said nothing until the boy grew uncomfortable under her steady gaze. Sparrow looked up and shrugged.
I don't know why he done it, missus,
he said, ashamed that he could come up with no adequate explanation. Hannah began, her voice soft at first, then building in volume.
Let me tell you something for nothing, Mr. Sparrowfart.
She pointed at the hat on the table.
I think you found Ikey's hat. I don't know how and I don't know where.
She reached over and picked up the hat.
Look, it's got dust on it. Here, look, on the brim, where it's been lying somewhere what's dusty. You found Ikey's hat and you thinks, hello, hello, this be worth something. So you comes round here and makes up some cock and bull story about fivers what you planted on me husband's person. Stories what is ridiculous and stupid, even for a brat the likes of you.
Hannah's voice rose even higher.
I don't think you've seen Ikey Solomon. I think you've only seen his hat. It ain't true. It ain't true what you says, missus. I knows where Ikey is, where he be hiding. I can show you.
Sparrow protested.
I suppose Bob Marley showed you, Hannah sneered. No, I followed them two. When they left the academy last night, I followed them to the aisle. It was snowing, they didn't see me. The aisle? Jacob's Isle. Ikey's got a dead lurk there. Ha! Jacob's Island, fat chance. That be docks and houses what's mostly condemned. Come on then, I'll show you, missus.
Sparrow challenged, caught up in the argument, and forgetting that his purpose for coming was to try for a couple of sovs in exchange for Ikey's whereabouts. Hannah's expression suddenly changed, and she smiled disarmingly, then gave Sparrow a supplicating look.
Please, Sparrow, don't fool with me poor broken heart. I loves me husband. I know he ain't much, but I loves him. If you knows where Ikey is, I must go to him. He needs me.
She leant forward and took Sparrow's dirty little hand in both her own.
Look at me, a poor woman what's husband is in mortal danger. Please, Sparrow, if you has any loyalty to Ikey what's taught you all you knows, you'll let his poor miserable wife visit him.
Hannah's change of mood quite took Sparrow by surprise. The fact that she appeared suddenly to believe him, combined with the feel of his hand, cradled in the warmth of her own, caused his eyes to fill with tears of relief.
I can show you, missus, the exact place, he said.
Hannah went to the cupboard and returned with the plate of salt beef and what remained of the bread. She placed a knife beside Sparrow.
Help yourself, love. I won't be long.
She took the bottle of brandy and locked it in the cupboard, replacing the key around her neck and tucking it into the bodice of her nightdress. Then she took Ikey's hat.
I'll be back in 2 shakes of a duck's tail. Be me guest, make yourself completely at home.
By the time Hannah had dressed for the street and returned to the kitchen, Sparrow was asleep, his arms on the table with his head cradled within them. It took a considerable amount of prodding and shaking to wake him. Hannah was anxious to be away before the early morning market crowd began to fill the streets. At last she got the urchin to his feet and escorted him to the front door.
You go first, Sparrow, to the Pig and Spit and wait for me outside. I'll be along shortly in an hackney. We'll ride most of the way, then when we gets near the aisle, we'll walk.
Hannah gripped Sparrow's shoulder at the door.
Be sure you isn't followed. Pigs in any number could be watching the house.
Sparrow, after running most of the way to keep warm, had not long been waiting at the Pig and Spit when Hannah called to him from the interior of the hackney. The driver slowed down, and Sparrow jumped into the small cabin and sat beside Hannah.
When we gets close, but not too close, give me a nudge and we'll get out and walk. Here, sit up close to me so I feels you,
Hannah whispered. Sparrow moved up against Hannah's heavy woolen coat. Warmth and comfort seemed to emanate from her plump person. It stirred long-forgotten memories in the child, so that the tears began to run down his dirty cheeks, and he became momentarily lost in the past. Consequently, they found themselves closer to Ikey's dead lurk than was perhaps prudent before Sparrow finally nudged Hannah. They walked onto the aisle, and Sparrow led Hannah by a circuitous route to an area where the houses seemed deserted, and were so closely packed that they appeared to be leaning on each other for support. They walked down an alley, wide enough to take a wagon, which was strewn with debris and foul with mud and evil-smelling puddles, some of which appeared to carry a thin veneer of ice. Hannah had cause to lift her skirt, and despite the care she took, her boots sank into the stinking ooze, often almost to their tops. Sparrow, who walked ahead, came to the end of the alley and put his hand up to signal Hannah to stop. Then he called her forward with a flick of his fingers, indicating that she should move slowly and without making a sound. Hannah came towards him more carefully than ever, though the squelch and sucking of the mud and crunching of thin ice under her feet seemed to be announcing her every step. When she reached the far end of the alley, Hannah discovered that it led to a small loading yard in the form of a quadrangle. It appeared to have once been paved with flagstones, though most of these had been removed and were piled high into one corner and partly covered with snow. The building, which occupied 3 sides of the quadrangle, had once been a fairly large warehouse backing onto the river. The warehouse seemed to have been deserted for a long time, and its few windows and the main doors, big enough to take a horse and cart, were boarded up. The urchin put his finger to his lips and pointed to the pile of snow-covered flagstones.
Entrance be there, missus,
Sparrow whispered.
behind them stones.
Hannah's heart pounded furiously. She stood a few feet back from the entrance, and deep within the shadows, so that she could not possibly be seen. But she nevertheless imagined that she could feel Ikey's eyes boring into her from a gap between 2 planks which boarded up the hoist door, set high up into the roof of the 3-story stone building. Hannah could sense Ikey crouching on his knees, wild strands of greasy hair flying from the sides of his head, his shiny bald pate vulnerable for want of the security afforded by his broad-brimmed hat. She could almost feel his eyes glued to the gap between the boards, willing her to come to him, though too fearful to call out, lest her presence be some sort of trap. She waited until she felt her breathing grow calmer, then placed her hand on Sparrow's shoulder and gave it a tiny squeeze. Sparrow turned his head and looked up at her.
Come,
she whispered, and turning about, began to retreat down the muddy alley. She walked ahead of Sparrow until they were well clear of the buildings. Not a soul had appeared in all the while they had been in the vicinity of the derelict row of houses. The part of the island they were on seemed to be totally desolate, and their footsteps showed clearly in the snow. But it had begun to snow lightly again, and they would soon be concealed. A low, pewter-coloured sky added to the sense of isolation and misery of the broken-down surroundings. Hannah let out a discernible sigh of relief once she considered they had retreated sufficiently far from the deserted houses to communicate.
"Ah, you sure that be it, Sparrow? God's truth, that old warehouse be Ikey's dead lurk."
Sparrow looked hurt.
"Yes, missus, course I is. I knows these parts like the back of me hand. Before I growed up, Jacobs be where I come from."
Hannah walked with Sparrow to the small causeway connecting Jacob's Island to the city side of the Thames. Here she opened her purse and took out 2 single-pound notes and held them up in front of Sparrow.
"You never seen me. Ever. You understand? If you tells a single living soul about Ikey's dead lurk, I'll tell Bob Marley you followed him, and he'll come after you with his razor and cut your bleeding throat from ear to ear."
Hannah ran a mittened hand across her throat for emphasis.
"You has never seen me. We's never met, you understand, Sparrow?"
Sparrow nodded, his eyes fixed on the money she held in her hand.
"Good."
She handed him the £1 notes.
"Here, for your trouble. Now disappear, Scarper. I never seen you, whoever you are."
Sparrow placed one of the pound notes between his lips, which were beginning to tremble from the cold again. Then, using both hands, he held either end of the second note and brought his fists together, then snapped them suddenly apart, pulling the banknote taut to test its strength. Satisfied as to the quality of the bank paper, he held the note up to the sky to examine the Bank of England watermark. He seemed pleased with what he saw, but opened his mouth, the remaining note sticking to his bottom lip as he wet his fingers with spittle and rubbed the watermark on the note with his wet fingers to see if it would disappear. Sparrow then tried to remove the remaining note from his bottom lip, but it had frosted to the skin, and he pulled gingerly until it finally came away, leaving a bright smear of blood where the paper had removed the skin. He folded both notes together and pushed them somewhere deep within the interior of his tattered coat. Then, his breath making smoke in the cold air, Sparrow scanned the desolate surroundings at some length, then brought his gaze back to Hannah's face, his eyes showing no recognition.
"I must have been dreaming," he declared in an exaggerated voice. "'Cause I could have sweared there was a woman standing right here in front of me not a moment ago."
He turned and began walking away from Hannah, not once looking back. Hannah crossed the causeway and stopped at a hoarding where a man was busy pasting up a poster for Madame Tussaud's travelling waxworks. She purchased a handful of torn poster paper for a halfpenny, and seated on a low stone wall, she commenced to clean her muddy boots. Soon thereafter she hailed a hackney.
"Take me to Threadneedle Street, Bank of England," she instructed the driver.
Chapter 14. Ikey was arrested by the city police in the early afternoon of the day Hannah visited Jacob's Island with Sparrow Fart. He was taken to Lambeth Street Police Office and bound over. After a thorough search of the inner parts of his body and clothes, the 2 counterfeit £5 notes were discovered in the lining of his overcoat. Thereafter he was taken to Newgate, where he was lodged in a single cell reserved for prisoners thought to be dangerous.
"Oh, shit! I has been shopped,"
was all he was heard to cry when the fake soft was found. The senior constable, who went by the unpropitious name of George Smith and who had searched him, looked disgusted. A notorious old hand at the searching of suspects, he was known to any who passed through his hands as the reamer, for he would delight in prodding his victims. 2 great sausage-like fingers with fingernails grown long and filed sharp as a mandolin player's thumb entered their rear passage with a jabbing and stabbing that left them bleeding for days.
"You're full of shit, Ikey, but clean the contraband,"
he'd exclaimed in a booming voice, much to the delight of the constables, who were holding down the screaming, blubbing Ikey, with his breeches pulled down below his skinny white thighs. Then, after having first gone through the amazing configurations of pockets, slots, tubes and hiding places within Ikey's coat, and eventually finding the 2 offending notes secreted within the innocuous tear on its outside, the senior constable held up the counterfeit notes and, shaking his head, declared,
"It ain't worthy of you, Ikey, me boy. I expects much better from the likes of you. Something more ingenious, A hiding place what could challenge yours truly. A glorious adumbration to bedazzle the mind.
The reamer waved the 2 notes in the air above his head and grinned.
You'll be the laughing-stock of Newgate Jail, me boy.
Ikey immediately concluded that Bob Marley had betrayed him, and by means of half a sovereign placed into the hands of a turnkey, sent urgent word for Hannah to come to Newgate. Here he had been placed in a cell on the 3rd floor of the central block, where, if he stood on the stone bed, he could catch a glimpse through the small barred window of the great dome of St. Paul's. Though the stench was no better at the top of the building, some natural light penetrated into the cell. Moreover, the floor and walls, while of stone, were not covered with faeces, urine, and the evacuation of drunken stomachs, as in the dungeon cages. Nor were they especially damp, so that the fear of jail fever, now known as typhoid, and which was said to be carried by the appalling fumes into every cell, was less likely to strike. Ikey's more private incarceration was not intended to indicate his superior status, but rather his notoriety. It was designed to keep him from being murdered in a public cell, where drunkenness, fornication, starvation, and every form of despair and degradation did not preclude a peculiar loyalty to the King of England. It is an English paradox that prisoners who are flogged and starved in the name of the Crown, and treated far worse than a barnyard pig by the society in which they live, remain loyal subjects to the King. The scurrilous and exaggerated stories of Ikey's attempt to bring financial ruin to the Bank of England were as well known in the dark public cages of Newgate as elsewhere, and should he have been thrown among these poor wretches, it was feared that he would not live to face the full force of British justice. Ikey, always the perfectionist, was as much dismayed as the senior Bow Street constable had pretended to be that someone had managed to plant the 2 £5 notes within the tear on his coat. He cursed himself bitterly for neglecting, after escaping from the coach in Birmingham, to immediately sew up the offending rip. It was just such lack of attention to detail which leads to downfall, and, Ikey told himself, if a mistake of the same magnitude of neglect had occurred with one of his urchins, the young tooler would have been most severely punished. Ikey's disappointment in himself was therefore profound. He prided himself on being alert to the lightest of fiddling fingers, so how had Bob Marley managed to plant the fake soft on him? Ikey knew Marley was no tooler. The slasher's fists were ham-like, and would not have had the skill required to plant the notes within the coat. Finally, after a process of elimination in which his careful mind examined every detail of his escapades over the past 2 days, Ikey arrived at the correct solution. Sparrow Fart had been the perpetrator. Ikey recalled how the young pickpocket had moved close, begging for the half-sovereign he withheld from him. Such was the curious nature of Ikey Solomon's mind that he congratulated himself for having trained both Marley and Sparrow Fart. Marley for the foresight he showed in recruiting the urchin, and young Sparrow for the way he had executed the plant. Ikey was aware that he had finally come to the end of the line, which in this event was dangerously close to the end of a rope. All of England was braying for the noose to be placed around his scrawny neck, the public having believed the scurrilous twaddle in the penny sheets. Ikey's nefarious plans to undermine the very throne of England itself with fake currency, its distribution undertaken by a gang of international Jews and spread across all the capitals of Europe, was discussed in even the poorest nevikins. All of London wanted the case dealt with in a summary manner, and damn the due process of the law. "Hang the Jew bastard now," was the popular call of the day. There were even some among the better classes who paid a reserve price for a window overlooking the scaffold erected in Newgate Street outside that notorious jail. The only question which remained was the date on which Ikey's execution would be celebrated. In Ikey's mind, though, there was a more urgent need in his life than the business of avoiding the hangman. He must at all costs contact Mary Bell Firkin and retrieve the letter of credit for delivery to the bankers Coutts and Company before the 7 days for its presentation expired. Ikey faced what appeared to be an impossible task. He had just 3 days to lodge the note in person, and found himself trapped, a prisoner of His Majesty, locked in a guarded cell. Moreover, and to Ikey's enormous chagrin, if he failed to present the letter of credit and lost the money, he would not even be permitted to enjoy the satisfaction of shopping Silas and Maggie the Colour. To inform on them would be to indict himself, as surely as if he had been caught with the bill paper in his possession. Ikey, for once in his miserable life, had been simply and elegantly foiled by a man with a mind like a suet pudding and a woman who wore wooden clogs. However, having paid much for it in a lifetime outside the law, Ikey was possessed of a good mind for legal procedure. He knew that in England a man could be sentenced in a magistrate's court to be transported for stealing half a crown or a fat goose. But should he be able to afford the costs involved in a rigorous defence in a higher court, he had a much greater chance of avoiding transportation, even though the crime committed be 100 times more extravagant in its nature. Ikey comforted himself that it could be argued by a good barrister that the 2 fake £5 notes found in the lining of his coat might well have been planted. The offending and obvious tear in his coat being the evidence to show how simply this might have been done without his knowledge. This argument, if successful in casting some doubt in the mind of a judge, could be further supported by a timely stroke of great good fortune. Abraham van Esselen, who had taken full advantage of his twin afflictions and admitted nothing in his trial, had been sentenced to 14 years' transportation and had hanged himself in Coldbath Fields Jail just 3 days previously. The deaf-mute, never able to share the joy of social intercourse with his fellow man, had finally decided to take his leave of the silent world around him. Ikey's defence could therefore proceed unencumbered by evidence of collaboration with his erstwhile partner. Ikey's case could be built around the premise that he, a simple man, inexpert in the ways of machinery, was merely the landlord of the premises, unaware that amazing works of counterfeiting long tales were being created by the Frenchy foreigner, a deaf-mute unable to communicate in the English language. Ikey had merely knocked on the door of the basement premises, accepting the rent due to him in an incurious and routine manner early each Friday morning. Similarly, Mary Abacus had declared Ikey to be her landlord, and her testimony had implicated him in no other way. It was on this issue of being the duped landlord for both prisoners that Ikey's case would depend. In this way, the burden of proof lay with the prosecution, and as always in such cases, the silver tongue of an expensive advocate could be used to its greatest effect. It was a neat enough argument, though as an initial defence, Ikey knew it had little chance of working at his first trial in the magistrate's court. Here he would almost certainly be indicted. The scuttlebutt in the penny papers would have long since pronounced him guilty. However, in the Court of Appeal at the Old Bailey, where a fair trial could be guaranteed, and in the hands of a good barrister, this argument could be made to seem most compelling, or at the very least, it would cast some doubt on the serious nature of the case against Ikey. Ikey had just 3 days to contact Marybelle Firkin and lodge the letter of credit. To a man of less fortitude, this might have seemed somewhat of a forlorn hope. But Ikey had been in more than one tight spot in his life, and in his mind formulated a plan which, with Bob Marley no longer his go-between, depended almost entirely on Hannah, her coachman father Moses Julian, and 2 carefully selected members of Ikey's own family. The first was an uncle who happened to be of similar age to Ikey, with a striking family resemblance around the eyes and nose. He possessed a small reputation as an actor, and a slightly larger one as a broadsman, a card sharp, cheating at cribbage being what he did during the frequent resting periods of his capricious career. His name was Reuben Reuben, a moniker which would have been better suited to a more illustrious thespian. Though he affected the manners of an actor, he was clean-shaven and dressed sharp. The second was Ikey's cousin, a young tailor by the name of Abraham Reuben. Actor father and tailor son both had cause in the past to be grateful to Ikey, and resided near the Theatre Royal in the Haymarket, this being in close enough proximity to number 59 The Strand, the home of the bankers Coutts and Company. To bring to fruition his plan to lodge the credit note on time, Ikey was obliged to tell Hannah of its existence. She would therefore know soon enough the extent of the funds Ikey was proposing to transfer to New York. This was a major concern to Ikey. If Hannah suspected that he had been funding his escape without her knowledge, she would not reveal her part of the combination to the Whitechapel safe, which, of course, amounted to a great deal more in value than the £19,400 he was sending to New York. Ikey would therefore need to concoct a story which convinced Hannah that the credit note was to their mutual benefit. He would have to persuade her that he had gone to Birmingham at great danger to himself, when he could just as easily have escaped to America immediately he knew of the raid. He would express in most compelling terms his reason for not doing so, his only thought having been to add to the funds they would have when she joined him with the children in New York. Alas, his escape had been thwarted by his betrayal and premature arrest, and it was Hannah who was now free to act in the matter of their mutual fortune. He would convince her that he must escape in order to lodge the letter of credit with Coutts and Company, and so ensure the money would be transferred to New York. Hannah, Ikey felt confident, would cooperate. Her greed would convince her, as well as the knowledge that Ikey, should his escape prove successful, would not leave her without the prospect of his share of the Whitechapel safe. Their mutual assurance lay in each keeping their part of the combination secret from the other. On her arrival at Newgate, Hannah was escorted by the keeper himself to Ikey's cell, being quite puffed by the steep stairs. Outside the door of the cell sat a turnkey, a large, slack-jawed, vacant-looking man with very few teeth, chosen no doubt for his strength and not the wit at his command. Hannah waited for the jail officer who had acted as her guide to depart, before she feed Ikey's guard a fushma.
"I begs you to stand well clear of the grill, mister. I has things to do what a wife is obliged to do for her husband, and what ain't respectable to be within the hearing or seeing of."
She looked boldly at the turnkey.
"If you knows what I mean."
The man nodded and grinned, showing the stumps of 4 yellow and black teeth. Pocketing the 5 shillings she'd given him with obvious delight, the usual fee for showing a blind eye being 6pence, he fumbled with a set of keys hanging from a large ring, which in turn was attached to a stout brass chain affixed to his belt.
"I'll be down the corridor a bit, missus,"
he said. Then, making a small ceremony of unlocking the cell door, he added,
"Take your time now. I ain't going off for 2 hours yet."
He let Hannah pass through into the cell, then locked the door behind her, making no attempt to search her hamper, or, as was the usual case, to extract the larger share of its contents for himself. Ikey was seated on his stone bed, and did not rise when Hannah entered. She placed the basket down and immediately fell upon him, her demeanour most sorrowful and sympathetic.
"My poor Ikey, they have caught you and locked you up,"
she moaned. She grabbed Ikey and held his head clasped to her breast.
"My poor, poor darling,"
she exclaimed, rocking his head in her arms. Ikey grew much alarmed at this unexpected attack. Hannah had not placed a loving hand on him for years. Even their coupling had been completely without emotion, she taking him while he was piss-erect and half asleep, her single purpose to become impregnated with the minimum of time and effort. Before coming to visit him in jail, she had splashed some vile-smelling potion between her breasts, and Ikey felt sure he must suffocate with the effects of this noxious perfume. He struggled frantically, and managed after a few moments to extricate himself from Hannah's smothering grasp.
"For God's sakes, woman, leave off!"
he exclaimed as he backed away from his wife, adjusting the bandana he wore in the manner of a seaman's scarf, and which had slipped to the back of his head from Hannah's embrace.
"Oh, Ikey, what shall we do? We are destitute. I am a poor woman with 4 small children now deserted. Oh, is me. What shall become of us?"
Hannah cried, this time so loud that the turnkey, now seated at the opposite end of the corridor, could plainly hear her. Then, as sudden as this surprising outburst, her voice dropped to a loud whisper.
"You bastard! You piece of crud! Who is this Mary? This whore you give an high-class brothel to?"
Her expression had changed to a snarl. Then, stepping back, she slapped the seated Ikey so hard across the face that his head was thrown against the wall of the cell, and for a few moments he thought he would lose his wits completely.
"You shit! You will pay for this!"
Hannah spat, though none of her furious invective carried much above a hoarse whisper. Ikey pulled his legs up onto the stone shelf that served as his bed, and backed himself into the furthermost corner, his hands protecting his face. After a few moments he parted his fingers and peeked at Hannah, who stood with her arms folded, nostrils flared, snorting like a bull halted at a turnstile.
"Please, my dear, don't hit me," he whimpered. "It were business, that be all it were. Business to our mutual benefit, my dear,"
Ikey wailed plaintively.
"You fucked her, didn't you? You fuck that sixer, bitch.
Ikey looked genuinely alarmed.
Shh. No, my dear, not ever, not once, not possible, you knows me. It were business, it were no more.
He lied. Hannah snorted, then added once again in a rasping voice.
Well, they all got what she had coming to her. At least there be some justice in this world. We's in stunk, my dear. I've been blowed and planted,
Ikey said, hoping to change the subject.
What? Who blowed you? Planted? What with? Soft. 2 5s.
Ikey reached down and pulled at his coat and pointed to the tear 18 inches up from the hem.
Young Tooler planted 'em in there. Bob Marley with a blow. Marley?
Hannah, feigning surprise, shook her head.
Nah, not him, not Bob Marley, he's family. He done it. Couldn't have been no one else.
Ikey shrugged.
He were the only one what got close enough and knowed about the long tails. Him with the kid what did the plant. He wouldn't have told no kid. Not Bob Marley. Too careful. It must have been someone else. No, my dear. It were him. Kid would have thought the bills were genuine.
Hannah was, of course, thrilled. Ikey did not in the least suspect her. It had turned out exactly the way she had hoped. She took a kugel cake from her basket and handed it to Ikey, who absent-mindedly broke a piece off and handed the remainder back to Hannah. Ikey then told Hannah about the case he thought he could mount with a good barrister, and her heart immediately sank. Although Hannah despised her husband, she had never underestimated his cunning. If Ikey should prove himself innocent of no more than being the negligent landlord of the premises in Bell Alley, he would receive only a short sentence, at most a stretch. In 12 months he would be out, and her plans for the future of herself and her children would be in tatters.
I must escape. It be a matter of the utmost importance. I must get out of here,
Ikey suddenly declared.
Get out? Escape?
Hannah looked puzzled.
But you just told me you had a good chance to beat the rap.
Ikey then proceeded to tell Hannah about the letter of credit, and asked her to visit Mary Bell Firkin at the Pig and Spit and retrieve it. He also asked her to have Reuben and his son Abraham come to visit him. Then he carefully outlined the plan for his escape. As he spoke, he pushed tiny lumps of the cake into his mouth, so that by the end of his lengthy instructions, the piece of cake he'd broken off seemed to be much the same size as when he'd started.
What's the matter? You ain't hungry?
She said, trying to collect her thoughts. Ikey shook his head.
Your father must be standing exactly where I said, on the exact spot what I told you outside the Pig and Spit. A hackney what can take 4, doors both sides of the cabin.
Hannah nodded, though her head was in a whirl. She thought Ikey's plan too far-fetched to succeed, but on the other hand she wanted him to lodge the letter of credit. It represented a great deal of money, enough in itself to set her up in America, even without the contents of the Whitechapel safe, though it was unthinkable that she would not have this as well. In her mind, she too began to formulate a plan. Ikey's plan was based on the writ of habeas corpus, that is, the right of every Englishman to apply for bail to be granted until his case came up for hearing. In order for this to happen, he would need to appear before a judge at the King's Bench Court at Westminster, where he would be granted a hearing. This would entail being escorted by 2 turnkeys to the court, and would allow him to travel outside the confines of the jail. It was standard procedure for 2 turnkeys to escort a prisoner by foot to the Court of King's Bench, which was situated not more than a mile from the gates of Newgate. Though it was not unusual for a prisoner with funds, wishing to keep his identity and his shame from the passing crowd, to offer to pay for a carriage to be escorted in privacy to the courts. Ikey had applied for bail the moment he had been bound over at Lambeth Street, and the hearing was set for 2 days after Hannah had visited him. Reuben and his son Abraham, alerted by Hannah, had arrived during that afternoon. Ikey had spoken to them at length, and Abraham had taken several measurements of Ikey's person. At 9:30 on the morning of the hearing, 2 turnkeys marched Ikey through the gates of Newgate. It was the custom for turnkeys who had been on duty to take the extra duty of escort to court hearings so that the day's staffing would not be disrupted. This was an unpopular rule, as it attracted no extra stipend for working at the least half of the day shift, or even more if the court was delayed. The two men who escorted Ikey were therefore tired and somewhat dulled from the frequent tots of cheap gin and Spanish brandy they had received from prisoners during the night, and were not inclined to treat him with respect. The King's Bench in Westminster was a steady half an hour's walk from Newgate, and was scheduled to commence at 10:30 of 10:00. It was a week before Christmas, and while no snow had fallen during the night, a chill wind blew in from the North Sea. It brought with it a light fog, which, added to the smog caused by the winter fires, made the streets as dark as the night itself. Moreover, they were packed with Christmas shopping crowds, and the smoking flares, carried by the coaches and brandished by messenger boys, dodging through the crush of people and between carriages, added to the general annoyance and difficulty of conditions on foot. It seemed almost a miracle when a hackney coach appeared through the gloom and appeared to be empty.
"Shall I have the pleasure, gentlemen, of offering you a ride?"
Ikey asked. He silently congratulated Hannah's father, Moses Julian, for his expertise in having the coach so fortuitously available. Ikey's two escorts needed no further persuasion, and he hailed the hackney with a sharp whistle.
"Where to, Gov?"
the coachman called down to them.
"Westminster,"
Ikey called back.
"King's Bench."
"We'll have to go round back way, Gov, through Petticoat Lane. Coach is jammed tight as fiddlesticks from here to Westminster. It'd be the bleeding fog."
He pointed his whip into the barely visible crowd milling along the pavement.
"And them bleeding Christmas shoppers."
Ikey glanced questioningly at the senior of his two escorts, a coarse-looking man with a bulbous nose to rival that of Sir Jasper Waterlow, upon the tip of which resided a large wart, not unlike a woman's nipple in appearance. It was therefore truly astonishing that his name was Titty Smart, though it may be supposed that this was a sobriquet and not his Christian name. He was also the senior of the two men, much experienced and 17 years in the prison service, and he now grunted and frowned, saying gruffly,
"Mr. Popjoy and I accept."
Ikey, with both his hands shackled, one to a wrist of each man, was held steady at the rear by the younger Popjoy as he climbed with difficulty into the interior of the hackney. The coach turned off the Strand at the first convenience, and into a lane which, despite its narrowness, immediately seemed to improve their progress. The lighted flares stuck to each side of the hackney momentarily turned the drab-grey walls of the smog-shrouded buildings into a bright mustard-coloured burst of light as they passed, giving the effect of magic lantern slides changing with rapidity. This flickering effect, and the rocking of the coach, soon began to have an effect on the weary turnkeys. Ikey watched as their chins sank to their chests, and their eyelids rolled shut, only to jerk open every once in a while, until the effort became too great and they could no longer stay awake. The coach turned into Petticoat Lane, and then into Rosemary Lane, and as they were about to pass the Pig and Spit, Ikey called loudly to the coachman to halt. The two turnkeys wakened with a start, and their free hands went immediately to their truncheons.
"Gentlemen, you are wearied from your duties as good men should be, what have spent the long night in the service of the King."
Ikey dragged the arm of Albert Popjoy with him as he took his watch from his fob pocket and clicked it open, examining its face briefly.
"We are making excellent progress, and will arrive at the King's Bench well before the time we are to be called before his worship."
He nodded towards the window.
"This hostelry, a tavern of most excellent reputation, be closed to all at this hour, though I assure you it is open to us at any hour. Here be a supply of brandy, the likes of which may not be found anywhere in the kingdom. A veritable elixir of a miraculous nature, what is said to heal the sick and cause the lame to walk again. A tonic extracted from the finest Frenchy vines, matured in English oak for 20 years or more, to render it now more British in its character than ever it were French. It can be mulled in old pewter, and be used with great purpose to warm the cockles and keep the eyes brightly open. What say you, gentlemen?"
The thought of a pewter of mulled French brandy, expensive at the best of times, was too much for an old soak such as Titty Smart to refuse.
"The one. We'll have the one and then be off."
He looked at his partner, the younger Albert Popjoy, whose expression seemed doubtful.
"The one? It can't hurt to have the one, lad, now can it?"
Smart sniffed, snorted, and then rubbed his nose furiously with the edge of his forefinger, as though awakening it to the delicious prospect of the delectable brandy fumes.
This is the end of CD 7. The story will continue on CD 8. CD 8.
Pull it around the back,
Ikey instructed the coachman. The coachman touched his whip to the horses, and the hackney moved into the small lane which led to the courtyard behind the Pig and Spit, drawing up beside the back door. Smart opened the door on his side of the coach to see the head of the cellarman's boy suddenly appear through the open barrel chute at ground level.
"We be closed, sir. We opens again at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock till 4 o'clock of the morning,"
he yelled, squinting up at the turnkey. Ikey stood up and, leaning over the lap of the still-seated Smart, stuck his head out of the coach door.
"Open, my dear. It be urgent business with your mistress."
The boy's head disappeared underground again, and a couple of minutes passed before he opened the back door. He wore a leather apron and carried a cooper's hammer, and judging from his height, appeared to be about 14 years old.
"Who be it what's come calling?"
he asked.
"Call your mistress, my dear. Tell her Ikey Solomon."
The boy stood his ground.
"She won't take kindly, sir. She ain't been aslumber more'n 2 hour." "There'll be a shilling, lad,"
Ikey said, then repeated,
"Call Mistress Marybelle. Tell her Ikey Solomon and friends has come round to pay their respects."
The expression on the boy's face remained dubious, but finally he nodded his head and closed the door. The 3 men climbed from the coach, and the coachman moved the hackney to a tethering post. Several minutes later, which they spent waiting, with their breaths smoking the air around their heads and their feet stamping the frosted ground, the door was once again flung open. Filling its entire frame was the giant shape of Marybelle Firkin. She was clad in a bright red woolen dressing gown, which gave the immediate effect of a giant tea cosy with a pretty porcelain head in curling papers sewn upon its top as an ornament of decoration.
"My God! Bless me if it ain't you, Ikey Solomon! What a blooming pleasure!"
There was no hint of annoyance in Marybelle's voice at the early hour. Had the turnkeys been more alert, they might have wondered why this was so. A woman who has been up all the night to the boisterous demands of her drunken customers is not usually wakened as easily or in a mood of such pleasant alacrity. They might also have questioned why, when the tavern had been closed to patrons a good 5 and some hours, a hearty fire blazed in the private parlour, with the mulling tongs in place between the coals.
Come in, gentlemen,"
Marybelle invited, turning and waddling down a passage, leading the way into a bright, warm room.
"Welcome to me humble parlour. Make yourselves comfortable."
Then, seeing the 3 men standing huddled close together at the door, she pointed to the leather chairs beside the fire.
"Sit, make yourselves at home. Ikey, sit here, love."
She patted the back of a comfortable leather club chair nearest to where she stood. Ikey lifted his arms, at the same time lifting the arms belonging to each of his jailers, displaying the manacles for Marybelle to see. He looked at her sheepishly, raised his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders in a mute explanation of the predicament in which he now found himself.
"Blimey, of course. The pigs, they's nabbed you."
Marybelle folded her great arms across her bosom and glared at Titty Smart and Albert Popjoy.
"Now listen to me, gents. This be me private parlour."
She pointed to the panelled walls.
"See, it ain't got no windows for bolting, and there be a key in the door what you can use to lock it."
She walked over to where they stood and removed the large brass key from the stout oak door and handed it to Titty Smart.
"You're welcome to me best brandy and the warmth of me hearth, but you ain't welcome with your manacles in me tavern."
She pointed at Ikey.
"Mr. Solomon here be me right good friend what's me guest. I'll thank you kindly to remove them pig's bangles from his wrists, or you can fuck off right now."
As she spoke, the boy who'd earlier been sent to waken Marybelle came to the door, followed by the coachman. The lad carried a cask of brandy, and waited as Ikey and company moved further into the small room before he pushed past them and seated the small barrel of brandy carefully in a cradle placed on a carved oak dresser. On the shelf above the barrel were several rows of pewter mugs.
"Well," Mary Bell asked, "what's it to be?"
She moved over to the cask, and taking a pewter tankard from the shelf above it, placed it under the spout, and allowed just a splash of the golden-brown liquid into the tankard. Then she walked over to the fire and removed the mulling iron, which she plunged into the interior of the tankard. Immediately a ribbon of flame leapt from the tankard almost to the height of the heavy oaken mantelpiece, and the room was filled with the inviting fumes of good French cognac. The effect on Titty Smart's nose was too much to bear, and he reached into his pocket and quickly unlocked the manacle attached to Ikey's wrist, and thereafter his own. His partner, perhaps not quite as taken with the need of strong drink and pyrotechnics, hesitated a little longer.
"Just the one, lad," Smart grunted. "Just the one for keeping us alert and all."
"It ain't regular,"
Popjoy muttered, though in an undertone.
"There's regulations."
Titty Smart glared at his partner.
"We ain't be paid for this escort. This ain't our shift. We be nights, not day. This be our own time, what the bastards have robbed from us. You can stuff your regulations up your arse, lad."
Before his young partner could protest further, Ikey interjected, clucking the two men to silence.
"What the headkeeper don't see, don't have to grieve about, now does he?"
He rubbed his left wrist with his right hand, deliberately pulling Popjoy's arm across with him in order to do so. Then he pointed to the parlour door, which still stood ajar, and grinned.
"Better lock the door, case I takes a runner."
Albert Popjoy, shaking his head in silent disapproval, unlocked the manacle on Ikey's wrist while leaving the one on his wrist. Titty Smart walked over to the parlour door, locked it, and placed the key in his pocket. Mary Bell pointed to the manacles dangling from the wrist of Albert Popjoy and laughed.
"Don't look cosy, knows what I mean? Official. We don't go much on duty here."
She cocked her head to one side and grinned at the younger turnkey. Albert Popjoy, embarrassed at the attention, took the key from his pocket and unlocked the manacle around his wrist, placing the set within his coat pocket.
"That's it, lads. Nice and cosy. Take a pew, make yourselves at home."
She looked at the coachman.
"You too?"
Then she took up 4 pewter tankards and turned again to the now seated men, arched her eyebrows and nodded her head in the direction of the cask.
"A drop of me very best brandy for all, is it then, gentlemen?"
It came as some surprise when no more than 20 minutes later, the mulled brandy having warmed, refreshed, and lighted that small bright flame that sputters in the stomach until temporarily doused with a second drink, Ikey suggested that they must depart, and offered his wrists to the 2 turnkeys so that they might manacle them once more. Titty Smart nodded to his partner.
"I told you. Just the one, and that will do for the manacle too."
The younger man fished into his pocket and produced his set of manacles, and attached them once more to Ikey's and then his own wrist. Ikey felt momentarily triumphant.
"One down, one to go," he thought.
He felt almost free with only one wrist attached to Albert Popjoy. Mary Bell Firkin saw them to the back door and placed her hands on Ikey's shoulders.
"Cheerio, lovey," she said.
And Ikey was surprised to see the brightness of moisture in her large blue eyes. She paused and grinned, though when she spoke her voice was serious.
"Your wife told me everything. Good luck, Ikey."
Then she turned to Smart and Popjoy, ignoring the coachman, who had taken his brandy but had said no single word, except to nod his thanks while he had been in the parlour.
"Always welcome, I'm sure,"
she said to the 2 turnkeys. She stood at the door, her red dressing gown once again filling its entire space, her pretty head almost touching the lintel.
"Come back soon, gents,"
she called at the departing hackney. To Ikey's surprise, Titty Smart licked his lips and rolled his eyes.
"Ooh, I'd like to be up to a bit of fancy hanky-panky with the likes of her, I would and all."
He turned to Ikey and added,
"That be damn good Frenchy brandy, just like what you said."
Albert Popjoy looked out of the window of the carriage and smiled in a supercilious manner, which Smart must have observed, for he turned to his partner and barked,
"Wipe that smile off your gob, lad. Lady like that be much too good for the likes of you, poxy little prick."
They arrived at the courts of Westminster with a good 20 minutes to spare.
"Would you wish me to wait, Gov?"
The coachman asked.
"It ain't much point in this weather touting for a fare. I could drive you back afterwards, no trouble and no extra fare charge, except of course for the run back and a sixpenny bag of oats for me horse while we's waiting."
Ikey nodded his agreement, and the three men entered the precincts of the court, to be met at the steps leading into the Westminster courts by Hannah and several of Ikey's associates, most of whom were Jews from the Whitechapel markets, Petticoat and Rosemary lanes. Their attendance was less of a show of loyalty than a favour returned for a similar attendance by Ikey and Hannah at some past occasion when each of those present had faced an indictment. This was because of the well-established fact that should a Jew be in the dock, the likelihood of a conviction was near 5 times that of any other Londoner. It became therefore the custom to try to fill the court with sympathetic voices, so that the mood of the rabble in the gallery would not influence the judgment. In Ikey's present predicament, this was of overwhelming importance, the fear being that if news of his application for bail should spread, the court would soon be filled with the rabble from the streets, howling for his blood, and the judge, sensitive to the animosity of the public at large, might think it safer for all concerned for Ikey to remain behind bars until his trial came up. But when the time came for Ikey's hearing to be called, the clerk of the court informed Titty Smart that the judge was in his chambers. He said there would be a delay of at least an hour, taking the hearing almost to the noon hour. The man, his lips pursed, had consulted his watch, whereupon he had shaken his head. "No time, gentlemen. At noon his worship takes luncheon at the Athenaeum Club. He'll not return until 2 o'clock at best." This meant that Ikey's writ of habeas corpus would therefore not be served until the early part of that afternoon. Ikey suggested that he stand his 2 keepers a good tightener at a local chop house, and requested that his friends be allowed to accompany them.
"I could go a good tightener and a jug of best ale,"
Titty Smart agreed, patting his large stomach without his mandatory show of reluctance. His attitude to Ikey had considerably softened following the time spent at the Pig and Spit, and now he turned to Albert Popjoy.
"Drop of fodder can't hurt now, can it, lad?"
Popjoy nodded. He too was hungry, and the idea of a plate of meat, mutton chops surrounded by a generous collar of yellow fat, was a most enticing prospect. It was difficult for him to maintain his official demeanour and not show his pleasure at the anticipation of such an unexpected treat.
"That be fine,"
he said in a brusque voice, though he was salivating at the thought of the tightener to come at Ikey's expense.
"My pleasure entirely, gents,"
Ikey said with great alacrity. Hannah, who stood close to her husband, shook her head.
"Hang on a mo. We're going to a chop house round these parts. In fact, any parts. There's plenty what will want to do Ikey and harm."
A look of mutual disappointment crossed the faces of the 2 turnkeys, although Ikey could scarcely believe his luck.
"Gentlemen, what's to worry? Mistress Marybelle will welcome us back to the Pig. There be a dozen chop houses in Rosemary Lane what can send in a banquet to suit the fancy of the most particular appetite."
He spread his arms wide.
"What it is my great pleasure to satisfy."
The matter was quickly settled, and 15 minutes later the 3 men arrived back at the Pig and Spit, followed shortly afterwards by 2 hackney coaches containing the 6 others eager to avail themselves of Ikey's generosity. Hannah, though, protested to Ikey that she would follow a little later, as young Mark had a bad cough, and she must fetch some physic for him before joining them. The fog had lifted somewhat, but the ever-present miasma at rooftop level and the winter smog kept the days sombre and the visibility low. Therefore none but Ikey noted the outline of a gentleman's coach with 4 horses, which had followed them and now passed them as they turned into the rear of the Pig and Spit. Nor would they have seen that it too came to a halt only a few yards further along the road. Marybelle, now dressed, welcomed them with the same equanimity as on the earlier occasion. Upon entering the parlour, Titty Smart, observing Marybelle's previous demand, had unmanacled Ikey, and Popjoy had done likewise. Waiting for the other guests to enter the room, the older of the turnkeys once again locked the door, and dropped the key into his coat pocket. The parlour, if they should stand in a rather close-packed manner, was only just large enough to accommodate them all. In fact, the near proximity of Ikey's guests to each other, the warmth of the excellent fire in the hearth, and the dispensing of generous quantities of Marybelle Firkin's best brandy, coupled with her friendly banter, added greatly to the jollity of the occasion. Ikey's two keepers were soon as loquacious as any in the room, as they continued to imbibe the excellent brandy. But their stomachs were empty of food, as Marybelle had delayed by an hour its delivery from a nearby chop house. At last the food arrived, and at the same time Hannah appeared. Titty Smart, Ikey noted, had with some difficulty inserted the key into the lock to allow the trays to be brought into the room. 2 large trays of chops, aproned with deliciously crisped fat, and at least a dozen plump whole carcasses of spatchcock stuffed with chestnuts, together with mounds of golden roasted potatoes, were hoisted above the heads of the guests and placed upon the dresser. Ikey watched again as the older turnkey made several unsuccessful thrusts at the lock, before pausing to carefully place his tankard of brandy on the floor between his legs. Then, with the key held in both hands, and squinting fiercely at the keyhole, he finally managed to lock the door. The smell of the roasted meat appeared to have much the same effect on Titty Smart as had been the case earlier with the flaming brandy fumes. Forgetting the half-filled tankard on the floor between his legs, he kicked it over as he rudely pushed his way through the throng towards the trays of steaming food. As he passed, Ikey simply dipped his hand into the turnkey's coat pocket, and in a foolishly simple example of the art of tooling, retrieved the key to the door. While a mood of genial drunkenness overtook the room, Ikey retained a completely sober disposition. Marybelle pretended to frequently fill his pewter, but instead merely splashed a lick of cognac into the bottom of his tankard, which was not sufficient to cause a comfortable night's sleep to a teething infant. Ikey measured the cacophony of the room. It was, after all, filled with people who were easily inclined towards talking over each other, in a manner seldom confidential, and when it seemed all were shouting and none were listening, he prepared to make his move. First he checked the whereabouts of Albert Popjoy, and found him pinned to the wall by 2 schmatter traders from the lane, both battering him with expostulating words too mixed in the general banter to hear. Popjoy's eyelids seemed heavy with fatigue, and he appeared to find it difficult to focus on the 2 men. Ikey moved towards the door and carefully unlocked it, whereupon he slipped quickly through to the other side, closed the door quietly, and locked it again, placing the key above the lintel. He made his way down the passage to the back of the Pig and Spit, and was about to step into the courtyard when the cellarman's apprentice made an appearance.
"Me shilling. You promised us a shilling, Mr. Ikey."
Ikey looked behind him in a panic, but he and the boy were alone. He fished into his coat for his dumby, and from the purse produced 2 single shillings. Ikey dropped one of the shillings into the lad's hand, and held the other up between forefinger and thumb, and whispered urgently,
"There. A deuce hog. One for the promise, and t'other for not seeing nothing what's happening in front of your eyes at this very moment. Does you understand, my boy?"
The boy nodded, and Ikey dropped the 2nd shilling into his dirty hand, and scuttled across the yard to the street entrance. In a matter of moments, he was beside the coach where Moses Julian, who had followed them from the courts, had been waiting for him.
"Quick, Moses, be off,"
he said in a loud whisper, clambering into the carriage.
"To the house of Reuben.
Chapter 15. On Ikey's arrival at the lodgings of the actor and his tailor's son, there was soon a frenzy of activity, as Reuben clipped and trimmed Ikey's hair until it was short and much to the latest fashion, brushed close and forward to the forehead. Then he trimmed the sideburns in the shorter vogue, allowing an inch or more between the side whiskers and the commencement of the beard, which he then clipped short and close to the face. With expert hands he shaved the remaining whiskers from Ikey's face, and completely removed his moustache. The result was such a transformation of appearance that Hannah herself would have had great difficulty recognizing her husband. Ikey had shed 15 years in age, and his appearance was of a man of handsome demeanour. His looks, occasioned by the wildness of his hair, scraggy beard, and length of the nose, which rose from his hirsute face like a mountain peak above the forest line, now looked well proportioned and passed well for that of an upper-class English gentleman. It was Abraham who was next to work upon the transformation of Ikey. He stripped him quickly, though Ikey whimpered at the removal of his beloved coat, until Ikey stood stark naked, his only adornment a chain to which was attached a small medallion of gold which hung about his neck. Commencing with woolen long johns, piece by piece Abraham refurbished him from his undergarments to a fine frock coat, until his subject stood before him square-rigged and every inch the prosperous city gentleman. Ikey, shown his new visage in a mirror, came near to fainting from the shock of witnessing the remarkable recreation of his personage. Abraham's final act of sartorial brilliance was to produce a top hat and silver-topped Malacca cane. Carefully brushing the nap of beaver fur with the elbow of his coat, he placed the hat upon Ikey's head, whereupon he handed him an elegant pair of pigskin gloves and the cane.
"Blimey, you looks a proper toff, Uncle Isaac," Abraham exclaimed, well pleased with his work. "You could pass for the Governor of the Bank of England. Walk right through the door, you could, no questions asked."
He turned and shouted to Reuben, who shortly after having trimmed and shaved Ikey, had departed to another room.
"Come see, father."
"Me coat, where's me coat?"
Ikey called out in alarm.
"Your coat? Why, it be upon your back, Uncle Isaac."
Abraham's expression changed and showed sudden consternation.
"You'll not be wearing that coat."
He pointed to the greasy heap upon the floor.
"That'd be a dead giveaway, that would and all."
"Hang it up, hang it up,"
Ikey commanded in an agitated voice, dancing from one foot to the other in his shiny black gentleman's boots. Abraham looked momentarily confused, but then hastily took the coat hanger from which had hung the frock coat Ikey now wore, fitted the collar of Ikey's coat about it, and suspended it from a hook behind the door.
"Now leave us, if you please,"
Ikey said, his composure regained. Abraham, in somewhat of a sulk, left the room. He was disappointed at Ikey's complete lack of interest in his clever tailoring, and the remarkable change he'd brought about to such an unpropitious subject. Ikey quickly rummaged through his overcoat, putting the contents of all its secret places into the few available pockets in the frock coat. All the bits and pieces that had a known and accustomed place. Cards, promissory notes, pencils of red and blue, string, wire, keys of innumerable configurations, money in small denominations, purses of various sorts containing various amounts, some filled with sixpences, others with shillings. Money in soft and hard, betting slips and receipts for the care of his two little ratters, the terriers he would so sorely miss, a magnifying glass and an eyepiece for the assessment of jewellery, spectacles, pincers, pliers, tongs and probes. Each piece filed in its own place was now removed and flung onto a horrendous junk pile within his frock coat pockets, as though they were to be discarded willy-nilly as fuel to a bonfire of Ikey's past. Finally, Ikey took the long, cigar-like cylinder containing the letter of credit from the breast pocket of his coat. He folded the letter neatly, added it to several other documents which Reuben had obtained, and placed them in a leather wallet stamped with his monogram in gold on the outside cover. This was yet another small detail prepared by the actor, who had already put a small silver card container beside the wallet which carried the precise cards Ikey had instructed him to print. This, too, carried the letters I.S. inscribed upon it. Whimpering like a newborn puppy, Ikey took leave of his coat. The loss of his beloved coat seemed almost more than Ikey could bear, for his new outfit felt altogether alien to him. It stiffened his joints and rubbed in strange places, so much so that he thought of himself as being not just transformed, but as if somehow he had sloughed his old body and mysteriously come upon a new one. One moment he was Ikey Solomon, and then, with a little trimming, shaving, and the application of new linen and half a bolt of suiting, he had been created into some curious, unknown personage. The smell and touch of the new cloth enveloped Ikey's bony body and added to this strange feeling of otherness. He wondered for a moment whether it all might drive him mad, his urgent mission with Coutts and Company quite forgotten, as his newly tonsured head was utterly confused. It was at this precise moment that Ikey saw himself, in his old personage, walking into the room, with wildly flying grey and ginger hair, scraggly beard and untidy shaggy brows, his nose rising majestic between two small obsidian eyes looking directly at him. He saw old Ikey reach behind the door and take his beloved coat from its hook and place it upon his thin, angular body. He observed himself at once become stooped, his neck lowering itself tortoise-like into the shiny collar of the coat. His chin came to rest upon his breast, and most remarkably, how with all this doing, a sly, furtive expression had crept upon his former face. Suddenly his nephew appeared in the doorway, a rude intrusion standing directly behind the vision. Abraham placed a flat-topped, broad-brimmed hat upon the apparition's head, identical to the one Bob Marley had discarded at the Academy of Light Fingers. Ikey now observed himself standing in front of himself so completely that he pushed the fingers of both hands deep into his mouth. The astonishing manifestation before him was a more perfect likeness of himself than he knew himself to be.
"Not the fingers, Uncle Ikey. No gentleman swallows his fingers," Abraham cried. "What say you, Ikey?" Reuben asked. "Do I well fit your personage? Is the likeness true, my dear?" His voice was thin and carping in the exact timbre of Ikey's own, and his hands imitated perfectly the other's mannerisms. It was not a moment more than half an hour later when Moses Julian, dressed in the expensive livery of a private house and accompanied by Abraham, similarly dressed as a footman, drew their carriage to a halt in a lane leading directly into the Strand. Inside sat Ikey and his remarkable likeness to his former self, Reuben, who touched Ikey's knee in a quick salute and slipped out of the coach even before it had completely come to a halt. Whereupon Moses urged the horses on, and the coach moved away, and soon enough came to the end of the lane and turned into the Strand. The afternoon was already beginning to darken from the smog and the general effects of the fog, so that the thronging humanity who moved along the crowded sidewalk were of a mind much occupied with their own progress in the failing light, so took no interest in the Jew as he made his way among them. Nor within a moment of turning into the Strand could the coach have been recognised in the numerousness of similar carriages and coaches and hackneys that jammed and pushed their way along the great choked thoroughfare, where they were yet further hidden by the smoke from the flares that ostensibly guided their way. Abraham had the previous morning posted himself outside the bank to observe the protocol of a gentleman's manner of entering the premises. Thus he observed that, alighting from his coach, a person of quality would be greeted by the doorman, who would summon an usher from the interior of the bank. This bank officer, in all appearance a man of some mature age and authority, dressed in a frock coat and square-rigged in the best of form, would immediately appear armed with a small silver salver, which he would proffer in an obsequious manner, while requesting the gentleman's personal card be placed upon it. At this point, of course, the doors were once again closed, and Abraham had no way of knowing the manner of the client's further progress within the august establishment. Abraham had returned home by way of Newgate Jail, where he had informed Ikey of the manner of obtaining entry to the bank, and Ikey had instructed him in the exact manner of the cards he required Reuben to have printed for the occasion. It was just before the hour of 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the more important officers of the bank were returning to work from luncheon at their club, when Ikey's carriage approached Coutts and Company on the Strand. Abraham looked to see whether Reuben had arrived on foot. When he spotted him standing close to the wall of the bank, half concealed behind a Doric column, he tapped the roof of the carriage to tell Ikey that all was in order, and waited for Ikey's return tap to tell him to signal to Reuben to proceed. The two return taps came promptly, and Abraham signalled to his father to proceed by appearing to rub an itchy nose and then smacking his gloved hands together as though against the cold. Reuben commenced to walk boldly up the steps of the bank to where the doorman waited. Though boldly is perhaps an exaggerated description, for he walked in the manner of Ikey, which none could even in their wildest imagination call bold. Ikey, watching from the interior of the carriage, saw the doorman stiffen slightly as Reuben drew nearer. Ikey, his instincts sharpened by a lifetime of experience with the mannerisms of a policeman, knew at once that he was a member of the constabulary. Inasmuch as it was possible from the interior of the carriage, he looked about to see if there were others,
but could see no suspicious characters who might be Miltonians, that is to say, policemen out of their official uniform. Reuben halted beside the doorman, and while Ikey could not hear what he said, the doorman allowed that he should enter without apparently requesting his personal card, or summoning an usher, or in any manner following the form which Abraham had so carefully observed the previous morning. The door opened, and Reuben disappeared into the interior of the building, followed closely by the doorman. A few moments passed, and a new doorman was seen to take the place of the old one, a man who stood more easily and assumed more naturally the accustomed nature of his task. The interior of the bank comprised a large central hallway, which at first seemed entirely composed of marble, with huge pillars of the same material supporting 2 stories of gallery, above which the offices of the partners were located, and where the clerks worked at their ledgers. At one end of the impressive hallway were a set of brass tellers' cages, and a stairway leading downwards, presumably to the underground vaults. At the other end was a similar stairway, though this one led upstairs to the galleries, and carried a heavy banister of gleaming brass, and was carpeted in brilliant red. Brass rods secured the carpet to the hinge of each step, and they too shone with a brightness which gave the effect of a pathway leading heavenwards to untold wealth. Reuben barely had time to take all of this in when he was accosted by an officer of the bank, whose quick, sharp steps, tapped out on the marble floor, showed him to be most purposeful in his confrontation. Reuben was also aware that the doorman had remained and stood directly behind him, as though to block any retreat he might contemplate. Several other men seemed now to have mysteriously emerged from behind the marble columns, and were seen to be pacing the polished marble floor, although no work of banking seemed to be taking place in his immediate vicinity.
"Good day to you, sir," the bank officer greeted Reuben. "May I be of service?"
Reuben smiled unctuously and shrugged his shoulders in an admirable imitation of Ikey.
"Some other time, maybe. I have just remembered, all of a sudden, if you knows what I mean. With the greatest respect to yourself, sir, I have urgent business I must complete elsewhere."
Reuben turned towards the door again, only to see several of the men who had but a moment ago been contemplating their own business converge on him. He started to run towards the door, but in a moment was grabbed from behind. It took only a few moments longer for several of the men to reach him, and he was thrown roughly to the floor, where he was quickly manacled by the doorman. Reuben was pulled to his feet, and immediately observed a small man with a very large red nose wearing a top hat, exceedingly tall for the remainder of his size, approaching him.
"Ikey Solomons, in the name of the law, I arrest you,"
Sir Jasper Waterlow shouted, so that his voice echoed through the hall and up into the galleries. As they led Reuben away, the galleries overlooking the entrance hall were soon filled with clerks and bankers observing the dramatic arrest. Even the partners had emerged from their offices to share in the excitement. Sir Jasper Waterlow, not wishing to let the auspicious moment pass without some show on behalf of the Bank of England and his own future prospects, had deliberately shouted his orders of arrest at the uppermost tone of his voice, so that all within the Coutts and Company Bank might witness his triumph over Britain's most notorious villain, and know that the Bank of England, like God, is not mocked. Indeed, Sir Jasper Waterlow had just reason to congratulate himself. He had only a matter of some 2 hours to prepare his entrapment of Ikey. Hannah had informed him of the possibility of Ikey's escape that very morning, after Ikey had left the King's Bench courts upon the postponement of his hearing. By pre-arrangement, she had met Sir Jasper in a coffee-house on the Strand, and acquainted him of Ikey's intended escape, and his need to visit the premises of a certain bank, though she did not inform him of the name of the establishment until she had extracted in writing from Sir Jasper certain assurances and conditions. The first of these was that Ikey should be allowed to visit the bank and transact his business, and that he would be arrested only on his way out. The second was that regardless of the outcome of Ikey's trial for forgery, he receive a sentence of transportation for his attempt to escape from custody. Sir Jasper had no choice but to accept. The sentence Hannah had asked for was more or less a foregone conclusion, and so presented no barriers. Furthermore, an arrest made after they had Ikey trapped within the confines of a building which could be easily surrounded, with additional men also placed within its interior, seemed much the better method of operation. Therefore, he issued Hannah with the written assurances she required. He told himself that she had previously delivered Ikey, as she had promised, with the counterfeit notes planted on his person. Now, when he might well have successfully escaped, she was once again informing on her husband. He therefore had no reason but to accept her information as genuine. Sir Jasper told himself that whatever Ikey's business with Coutts and Company, it could hardly be the concern of the Bank of England. He had therefore given the chairman of Coutts and Company permission to process the transaction. This had occurred in a hastily contrived briefing when he had arrived at the bank with 20 city policemen in plain clothes. The senior bank officers were to allow Ikey to enter the premises and to afford him the normal protocol involved in making a transaction. Sir Jasper insisted that refusal by the bank to comply with this instruction would only be permitted if the transaction Ikey Solomon required was not a legitimate request for the bank's services, or would in some way threaten or undermine the safety or finances of Coutts and Company, or of the Bank of England itself. To ensure that the staff would go about their business in a normal manner, Sir Jasper requested that one of his policemen, dressed in the uniform of a doorman of the bank, should replace the doorman on duty, and that the doorman, along with the remainder of the bank's staff, be told nothing, other than that he should resume his normal duty when the policeman at the door was seen to escort Ikey into the interior of the bank. The arrangements had all been finalised in great haste, and Sir Jasper had no opportunity to consult the directors of the Bank of England. He was well aware that his instructions to Coutts and Company might well have been beyond his authority, as chief city policeman and upper marshal of London. With Ikey's sudden and most fortuitous panic and resultant attempt to escape the premises of the bank, Sir Jasper had even more reason to be pleased with himself. There would now be no awkward official inquiries as to why Ikey, upon visiting the illustrious private bank, had been allowed to make a transaction which, in every likelihood, resulted in remuneration to him as a consequence of a crime against the people. He had fully met Hannah's requirements, both as a gentleman and a police officer, and it had cost him no compromise with the law. Moreover, there was much talk in Parliament by the supporters of Sir Robert Peel of the organisation of a new police force, and Sir Jasper could see his candidacy for the position of its head much improved by both the first and second arrests of Ikey Solomon. Ikey watched from the carriage as Reuben was led out of the bank, manacled and surrounded by a dozen police officers out of uniform. A Black Maria, that is to say, a horse van drawn by two well-conditioned horses and built in the manner of a closed box with a door at the rear and no windows excepting narrow ventilation slits, appeared from the alley beside the building. Reuben was unceremoniously bundled into the back of it, whereupon the door was locked, and 3 of the policemen mounted the platform protruding from the back of the van to further guard the villain residing within. The crowd had halted and immediately formed around the van and on the steps of the bank, and someone shouted, "It be him! Ikey Solomon, the Jew forger!" Almost at once the crowd grew angry and converged on the Black Maria. Despite the plainclothes policemen who attempted to protect the van, part of the crowd pushed past and beat their fists against and commenced to rock the Black Maria, threatening to overturn it, so that the horses grew restless and began to stamp upon the ground and throw their heads up in alarm. The 3 men on the platform at its rear were forced to use their truncheons with fierce abandon, raining blows down upon the shoulders and heads of the angry attackers. The crowd had commenced to chant, "Ikey! Ikey! Ikey!" and the coachman, working his police rattler so that the other coaches in the vicinity might move clear, finally managed to get the horses underway and direct the van into the stream of passing traffic. Though several urchins, skilled in the ways of dodging the traffic, followed the police van, they were quickly discouraged by the 3 policemen, protecting the artful Reuben within. Ikey watched until the crowd began to disperse, but with the sidewalk still somewhat crowded, Moses Julian moved Ikey's carriage forward to come to a halt directly outside the bank, whereupon Abraham alighted from the rear of the carriage, opened the door, and with some ceremony took Ikey's elbow in his white-gloved hand and guided him with care to the surface of the cobbled pavement. Ikey moved quickly up the steps to the doorman, who, as is the nature of his profession, had been alert to his arrival at the moment his coach had pulled up. He had tugged at the lapels of his overcoat and adjusted his gold-braided top hat. conscious of the well-polished carriage and the livery of its retainers, and was therefore hardly surprised at the conservative, well-dressed gentleman who stepped from it onto the sidewalk. "Good afternoon, sir," he had offered in a manner akin to the military, and which suggested both efficiency and respect, saluting Ikey. Ikey grunted, though it was a well-modulated and upper-class grunt.
"Foreign transactions?"
he asked, in a clipped and imperious voice. "I shall call you an usher at once, sir." The doorman opened the door, lifted his hand, and crooked a finger to denote a requirement from someone within, whereupon he further opened it for Ikey to pass through. It had all occurred just as Abraham had suggested, and was quite unlike the reception Reuben had received. Ikey breathed a silent sigh of relief. The bank, it seemed, had assumed its normal routine. It felt like his lucky day. Nathaniel Wilson, Coutts & Company's foreign transactions officer, had spent the morning with the ambassador from Chile, who had wanted to discuss the final interest rate for the public issue of a loan for his government, a part of which was being underwritten by the bank. The ambassador had plied him with glasses of an atrocious sherry he claimed was the pride and joy of the Pampas, and Wilson, who had finally departed to take luncheon alone at his club, in an attempt to be rid of the taste of bad sherry, had imbibed rather too generously of a bottle of excellent Burgundy, and followed it with 2 glasses of vintage port. The wine had left him thoroughly disgruntled and a little inebriated. The ambassador had demanded a shaving of 0.1% of interest off the loan, and towards the end had stamped his feet and brought his fist down several times hard upon the table, and behaved in an altogether inappropriate manner. Wilson did not find foreigners in the least agreeable. Furthermore, he was not looking forward to facing the bank's senior partners with the Chilean ambassador's demand. He had returned only a few minutes after Reuben had been taken away in the police van, and, as was his usual custom, entered the building through a private entrance to the side of the bank. He had repaired directly to his office on the first gallery, taking the back stairs used by the staff, and was therefore quite unaware of the excitement which had taken place in the bank before his return. The usher knocked on Nathaniel Wilson's door, the 2 rapid knocks required to indicate a bank employee of inferior status to the occupant. "Come," the banker called. Wilson looked up as the elderly usher opened the door and observed that he was carrying a salver. "What is it, Cout?" he said with annoyance. "I was not aware of any appointment at this hour."
"No, sir. Gentleman says he's from Germany."
Cout placed the salver containing Ikey's card on the desk.
"He requests an urgent interview, sir."
Wilson reached for the card with obvious distaste. Ikey's card was well printed on expensive board, and in the manner of a man confident of his position in life, it contained no detail other than a name and address. Herr Isaac Solomon, 114 Bundeskerkstrasse, Hamburg. Nathaniel Wilson looked up at Cout. "German Jew?"
"No, sir, English. Well-spoken, proper gentleman."
Nathaniel Wilson threw Ikey's card back into the tray. "You will inform Mr. Isaac Solomon that I shall see him, but that I regret it must be a short interview, as his appointment comes as an unexpected but not entirely convenient pleasure." Cout returned shortly with Ikey, and Nathaniel Wilson rose from behind his desk to greet him. "Ah, Mr. Solomon. Are you aware that the name Solomon has been much in the news lately?" He offered his hand to Ikey. "Indeed a coincidence, what?" Ikey removed his pigskin gloves, then his top hat, and placed the gloves within the interior of the hat, and gave it to Cout together with his cane, deliberately keeping the banker waiting.
"Oh, and why is that, Mr. Wilson?"
he replied in an incurious voice, as he moved forward and finally took Wilson's hand, barely touching it before releasing it again. "Ikey Solomon, or is it Solomon's, notorious forger chap. Arrested several days ago for counterfeiting. It seems he got away with a fortune in sham Bank of England notes. Devil of a mess, what?" Wilson concluded.
"Really?"
said Ikey in bored tones.
"I've been abroad, you see. Now, I am aware you do not have much time, so I shall be brief. I wish to lodge a letter of credit with you from the Birmingham City and Country Bank, and require you to transfer these funds to the First Manhattan Bank on New York Island."
Ikey withdrew an expensive leather folder from the interior pocket of his frock coat and placed it on the desk in front of him. Nathaniel Wilson opened the leather folder and quickly examined the documentation, his eyes seeking the letter of credit. He was immediately struck by the large amount of money involved. His time would not be wasted, as the bank's commission from the transfer transaction would be considerable. It was therefore in a much more respectful manner that he conducted the remainder of the negotiations and verifications. Not more than 20 minutes later, with the Coutts and Company certificate of deposit safely in the folder, and with effusive assurances from the banker of the utmost of service available at any future occasion, Ikey was escorted by Coote down the red-carpeted stairway with its brass banister, across the hall of polished marble, through the imposing doors, and down the steps to where Abraham and Moses Julian waited beside the carriage. Ikey paused as Abraham held open the carriage door for him and handed Coote a sovereign.
"Good day to you, Coote," he said in his newly acquired accent.
"Bless you, sir,"
the old man replied warmly.
"It's been a pleasure."
The notorious luck of Ikey Solomon had once again held. With a pinch more, a soupçon of the same, he was on his way to America. In his mind there formed yet another conclusion, which he was most hard put to ignore any longer. It was Hannah, who on both occasions had betrayed him. The thought of Hannah's betrayal brought Mary to Ikey's mind. Mary, who had not betrayed him when she could have turned King's evidence and given witness most damaging to his case, and by so doing spared herself the boat. Ikey now felt a rare and genuine pang of conscience within his breast. Mary was in Newgate, incarcerated in a dungeon cage with a dozen other foul wretches, and he had made no attempt to acknowledge her presence. This sharp stab of guilt almost immediately transformed itself into a surprising softness of feeling for Mary. It was an emotion not altogether different to the crisis of feeling which had overcome him in the coach to Birmingham. Ikey wondered in some panic whether there was a connection between the interior of coaches and his soft-headedness, for he was possessed suddenly by a compelling need to send £50 to Mary, so she might ameliorate the rigours of her transportation and be supplied with the necessities required on the troublesome and dangerous voyage to Van Diemen's Land. He would urge Abraham to seek her out in Newgate, acquaint her of his good wishes, and give her the money as a token of his great esteem. Ikey was uncertain as to whether this generosity came about because of the tender feeling for Mary which had come so overwhelmingly and unexpectedly upon him, or whether he wished only to ensure the continuance of his luck by putting right his bad conscience towards her. He knew only that he felt compelled to comply with this strange dictate, which otherwise made no sense to his head, and yet seemed so powerful to his heart. He told himself, though to no avail, that he was being foolishly generous with a gesture which could show him no future profit, as he would not, in the further course of this life, see Mary again. This last thought left Ikey in a surprisingly melancholy mood, for he realised how the routine of his life had been brought undone, and how much a sustaining and pleasant part of it Mary had become. This further onrush of sentiment led to an even more surprising gesture than the money Ikey told himself he had effectively thrown away. In fact, so foolish was the new thought that he feared some mischievous golem had possessed him. Around his neck he wore a gold chain, from which was suspended, in the exact size and weight of gold in a sovereign, a medallion which commemorated the Battle of Waterloo, and which carried a likeness of the Duke of Wellington on one side, and a crescent of laurel leaves on the other. Nestled in the centre of this leafy tribute, fashioned in a small pyramid of words, was inscribed, "I shall never surrender." Ikey, shortly after his release from the hulk in Chatham, and while working with his uncle, a slops dealer, that is to say a dealer in workmen's and sailors' clothes, had won the gold medallion at a game of cribbage from a sergeant in the Marines. It had been won fair and square, and also while Ikey was legitimately employed, a conjunction of events which was never to occur again in his life. And so the medallion was a significant memento, and had come to assume an importance to him. He always wore it under his woolen vest, where the warmth of its gold lay against his scrawny chest, unseen by any other. like the tattoo of the 2 blue doves on his arm, which as a young man had signified his secret and now entirely forsaken hope that one day he might find his one and only true love. The Wellington medallion was his special talisman. At each narrow escape from the law, or at the hands of the various people who would harm him, he had come to think of it more and more as the reason for his luck. Now he decided that if his luck should hold to the point when later that very night he would slip aboard a cargo vessel bound on the rising tide for Denmark, Mary should have his Wellington medallion. Ikey, having determined this course of action, tapped on the roof for the coach to come to a halt, whereupon he bade Abraham come and sit beside him in the interior. As the coach moved on towards the docks, he told Abraham in great detail what he was to do and say to Mary, his speech punctuated with a sentimentality Abraham had not thought possible in the man he knew Ikey to be. Ikey then took the medallion from about his neck and handed it, together with £50, to the young tailor to deliver to Mary. In truth, it must be supposed that the concerns of the past few hours had greatly affected Ikey's mental state, for at the moment of this decision, if he had paused to consult his head and not pandered to the susceptibility of his heart, it would have declared him insane. Ikey was giving Mary his luck. Chapter 16. Mary had been cast into a communal cell in Newgate to await her sentencing. Charged before a magistrate for running a bawdy house and with moral corruption, she was bound over in Newgate to await trial at the Old Bailey. She had good reason to hope that her sentence might be a lenient one. Prostitution and earning a living off prostitutes did not generally earn the penalty of transportation. Indeed, one might venture to say that moral corruption was a fair description of the institution of the state itself. The hard times which followed the Peninsular War against Napoleon, the effects of factory-produced cotton from Manchester on the wool and silk-weaving cottage industries, and the migration of the Irish to England during the famines, created untold misery in the rural population. Their desperate migration in search of work caused calamity in the cities, and in particular London, where, among the poor, prostitution, though not officially stated as such, was looked upon as a legitimate occupation for women who would otherwise be destitute, reduced to the workhouse, or left to starve. Mary had every reason to feel confident that she would receive perhaps as little as 3 months, and no more than 12 months. Prior to her trial, she had been approached by a city police officer to turn King's evidence against Ikey. But she had not implicated him, insisting that their relationship had been one of great circumspection, and that he was merely her landlord. Mary had invested £10 of her limited resources on a lawyer, and hoped that the judge would see through the hypocrisy of her arrest, or in any event judge her most leniently. The lawyer, too, was confident, and assured her of a speedy trial, with at most a short sentence. "Why, my dear, there is every chance that the judge has himself enjoyed the tender ministrations of your young ladies, and behind his worship's wig and po-faced visage he bears you nothing but goodwill." He was pleased that so simple a case to plead had earned him so generous a fee, for had Mary claimed hardship, he would happily have taken a case so free of conjecture for half the amount she had paid him. It was therefore a shock beyond any imagining when Mary, arraigned before a judge she did not recognise at the Old Bailey, listened in increasing consternation to the clerk of the court. He, having read the original indictment, paused and informed the judge that the prosecution wished to add a further 2 charges, requesting the court's permission to do so. The judge agreed to add a further 2 counts and issued the warrant returnable immediately. Mary listened in horror while the new charges were read out. "That the accused had wilfully and maliciously killed the pet cat of Miss Maud Smith, nanny to the house of Sir James Barker of the King's Road, Chelsea. Furthermore, and in the second indictment, that she did steal a book, to wit, Gulliver's Travels, loaned to her through the negotiations of Thomas Bishop, the butler to Sir James, who had sought the cooperation of his master to make his private library available to the accused." Mary's lawyer immediately entered a plea, asking that the 2 additional charges be set aside for a later hearing, pointing out that his client had not been apprehended for either supposed crime. The prosecution then presented a warrant for Mary's arrest, and the judge agreed that it be served on her within his court, whereupon he ruled that both new charges could be included with the original indictments, and that they could be heard concurrently. In discovering the details of Mary's background, Sir Jasper Waterlow had proved himself a clever detective. At the same time, he had met Hannah's conditions without the need for complicity with a member of the bench. While the charge of running a bawdy house was unlikely to receive a sentence of transportation, this was not the case with the new charges. It was during the hearing of the second set of indictments that Mary's life came suddenly and irrevocably unstuck. Despite her desperate pleas from the dock that she had not put a hand on the ageing, nose-dripping, fur-shedding, pissing, fur-ball-vomiting Waterloo Smith, and furthermore that the book, Gulliver's Travels, had been a parting gift from Thomas Bishop himself, it soon became obvious that she had no hope of being believed by the court. Both Nanny Smith and Thomas Bishop appeared as witnesses for the Crown, and while Nanny Smith was triumphant in her testimony, Bishop spoke quietly, with downcast eyes throughout the hearing. Whether the judge was a cat lover or a bibliophile, or both, is not known, but he seemed to be strangely agitated by the evidence he had heard. Before pronouncing sentence, he saw fit to deliver, to the increasing delight of a cackling Nanny Smith, a lengthy address on Mary's moral turpitude.
I find myself unwilling to grant leniency in this case before me, as it strikes at the very heart of civilized behavior. It is common enough in the assizes to confront a person, a yokel who may have stolen a sheep, or pig, or poached game, a fat pheasant, or a clutch of partridge eggs from his master's estate. Heinous as these crimes may be, it can be argued that the poor wretch may have had need of the flesh of these beasts or birds to feed a hungry family. While his be no less a crime in the eyes of the law, it is one which in some instances is worthy of our compassion, if not our mercy.
The judge sniffed and looked about the court, finally allowing his eyes to rest again upon Mary.
A sheep or a pig or a game bird, though valuable to its owner, is seldom an object of great love, unless it be a champion.
He paused and looked about him, as though he were delivering his message at the Lord Mayor's banquet.
But a cat is another matter. A cat to its owner can be an unquestioning and loyal friend, when no other may exist. That the cat in question, so brutally disposed of in this case, was an object of great love and comfort to its owner, is not for one moment to be doubted.
He looked across at Mary again.
You did cold-heartedly and with malice aforethought do away with one Waterloo Smith, a cat owned by the plaintiff Miss Maud Smith.
He wagged an admonishing finger at Mary.
This court cannot take lightly such a callous and deliberate action to bring about the death of one of God's innocent creatures.
The judge paused and glared at the jury, who had previously found Mary guilty. It was as if he felt that guilty was probably not sufficient, that perhaps they should have pronounced her very guilty, or guilty beyond normal guilt. He turned again to Mary.
You have been found guilty, and I choose therefore to sentence you in exactly the same way as if you had stolen and killed a prize sheep, or bull, or pig, or poached a brace of pheasants from the country estate of an honest gentleman.
The judge brought his gavel down, as though he were about to pronounce sentence, but, in fact, the judicial hammer was intended to serve only as punctuation. Warmed to the task of castigation, he now continued.
As to the second charge against you, you found yourself in a position of great privilege in the home of Sir James Barker, who, due to the kind interceding on your behalf of his butler—
the judge paused to look at his notes—
Thomas Bishop, it was agreed by Sir James that you should have the full use of his considerable library. In this one magnanimous gesture, he was in effect opening up to a mere servant girl, if I should not be mistaken, a laundry maid, the whole sublime world of literature and learning.
It appears that you did not with honesty and a full heart, mindful of the great privilege accorded you, take advantage of this opportunity. On the contrary, in the face of such remarkable generosity, you chose instead—"
He paused, searching for the correct words.
"You who have shown intelligence enough to have mastered reading and writing, to plunder this depository of knowledge by stealing from it one of its most precious jewels."
The judge now brought his gavel down 3 times, and in an even more sonorous voice than he had previously employed, picked up his written judgment and commenced to read it.
"Mary Clark, also known as Mary Abacus, it be therefore ordered and adjudged by this court that after having served 3 months in Newgate jail in accordance with the previous judgment of this court, you be transported upon the seas, beyond the seas, to such as His Majesty King George IV, by the advice of his Privy Council, shall see fit to direct and appoint for the term of 7 years.
The judge's gavel rose up and went down upon its block 1 last time. The sound of it reverberated around the dusty, close-smelling and largely empty courtroom, and Mary's life was once again plunged into the darkest despair, as she was manacled and led from the dock to the public cells, the bird cages in the dungeons of Newgate Jail. For Mary, it was a descent back into hell. It was her companions, those women with her in the cage, against whom she knew she must needs take the greatest care. There were few who would not tear her eyes out for the promise of a tot of gin, and in their drunken state, when the candles burnt down, she would need to constantly defend herself against the groping hands that would possess her. At night, the grunting, panting cries of the fornicating women intensified when the younger women were seduced or raped by the larger bull whores who owned the darkness. Mary attempted to keep to herself, occupying one small corner of the large cell which contained 11 others. She had been placed with prostitutes who had been caught at various crimes, thieving, drunkenness, and destroying public or private property. At the approach of a drunken woman, Mary would reveal her blackened talons and snarl. But it soon became apparent that she could not remain separate. In a jail cell, it is the strong who rule, and the weak who must be made to submit. The time would come, Mary knew, when she would be subjected to the needs of the strongest in the cage. Mary waited until her fellow inmates were drunk and distracted, and then she bribed a turnkey to have a tinsmith visit her. She instructed him to make 4 brass rings, 1/2 inch in breadth, which fitted tightly to the topmost knuckle of the 2nd and 3rd fingers of each hand. Mary then told the tinsmith to fashion from each band a metal talon, sharpened to a point and arched 1 inch beyond the extremity of each finger, to give the effect of 4 vicious nails. The tinsmith delivered them the next day, demanding an extortionate price in return for his speedy workmanship. But he had created weapons for her hands most fearsome to behold, and Mary was happy to pay. Mary attached the lethal hooks to her fingers and saw that they fitted well. Then she placed them in the pocket of her pinny. The final meeting with the tinsmith had taken place in the morning before 8 of the clock, while her cellmates still slept, snoring and blubbering and often shouting in some nightmarish dream, unaware of her newfound protection. She knew that they would soon awaken and scream for water to quench their parched tongues and cool their throbbing brows. She was now ready to make her presence felt. Mary paid the turnkey 2d for a large bucket of water and a ladle which she placed in the corner beside her. The water was their daily entitlement, an allowance of 3 gallons for each communal cell. The turnkeys demanded payment for it, although it was intended that it should be free. There was very little that came free in Newgate, and starvation was as much a cause of death within its walls as was jail fever or brutality. If the 2d was not paid, the turnkey would sell the bucket of precious water for a penny to an adjacent cage, or, if there was no hope of gain, place it at his feet and piss into it before handing it into the cell. Mary waited for the first of the women to wake up. It was Anne Gower, who couldn't remember when she hadn't been on the streets. She was probably still in her 30s, but the effects of gin and her brutal life had left her looking 20 years older. Two of her front teeth were missing, and matted brown hair hung over her eyes, which she was now in the process of knuckling in an attempt to clear her head of the gin she'd swallowed the previous night.
"Water. Where's water?" she mumbled, as she stumbled over to the bars of the birdcage.
Grabbing them, she shouted,
"Bring the fucking water!"
The shrill sound of her own raised voice caused her to hold her head and groan in agony.
"Here," Mary said. "Over here, love."
Anne Gower turned slowly and looked at Mary through bloodshot eyes.
"You? Little Miss Horner what sits in a corner?"
Mary laughed, surprised at the woman's wit, considering the state of her health.
"What you fucking laughing at?"
the other woman snarled. Mary, still with a smile on her face, dipped the ladle into the bucket and held it up towards Anne Gower.
"Drink."
Anne Gower's hands were shaking as she took the large wooden spoon. She brought it unsteadily up to her lips and managed to spill a good portion of it down the front of her dirty pinny and upon the floor. The remainder she drank, slurping greedily.
"More,"
she demanded, handing the ladle back to Mary.
"Sorry, love. That be it. There ain't no more."
Mary calmly put the ladle back into the bucket and stood up with one hand behind her back.
"Who says?"
Anne Gower advanced menacingly towards Mary.
"I says,"
Mary said, keeping her voice calm.
"That be your lot, Anne Gower." "I spilled half of it,"
Anne shouted.
"That be your problem, love. Next time be more careful."
Mary's voice remained steady and betrayed none of the fear she felt in the pit of her stomach. She was ready when Anne Gower lashed out at her, and her hand came swiftly from behind her back, the two brass hooks at the end of her fingers cutting a double streak of crimson straight across the line of Anne Gower's jaw.
"Jesus!"
she gasped, clutching at her face in surprise.
"The fucking bitch cut me!" "Don't fuck with me, Anne Gower,"
Mary said defiantly. Anne Gower took one of her hands from her cheek and saw that it was covered with blood.
"Jesus! I'm bleeding!"
"Next time it be your eyes."
"I only wanted some water. What'd you do that for?"
Anne Gower whined. Mary forced a grin.
"Teach us some manners, darling."
Mary was only 5 feet and 2 inches and carried no lard, and Anne Gower was half as heavy again and at least 3 inches taller. But the larger woman, her head pulsating and her cheek burning from the savage cut to her cheek, knew the ways of the street and realized she must make her move now or be beaten. The look in Mary's clear, cold green eyes told her that she had met a formidable opponent.
"You taking charge, then?"
Anne Gower said in a much mollified voice, one hand still clutched on her bleeding face.
"Something like that,"
Mary said. Anne Gower smiled, the gaps in her teeth showing as she appeared to accept.
"Can I have some water, then?"
she said, looking directly at Mary.
"No."
Mary's eyes held the other woman's gaze, and Anne Gower took 2 involuntary steps backwards. The fight was over. Mary had won. She had shown she was strong enough, hard enough to win the other woman's respect, or whatever passed for respect among the dispossessed. Mary had also proved to herself that she had not forgotten the harsh lessons of the street, and now indicated the sleeping women in the cell with a jerk of her chin. "Wake them lot up, will you? Tell 'em there's water. Show 'em your face. Tell 'em there's more where that come from if any should want it." Though Mary now controlled the cell, she did not try to convert it to better ways. The women became drunk at any opportunity they could get their hands on a quart of gin, and the nocturnal couplings continued. But the bullying stopped. The water was equally shared among all, and the cell was cleaned. She was challenged on several occasions by older women, emboldened by a pint of gin in their bellies, but they stood little chance against her ferocious claws. And soon the rumour grew in Newgate Jail of Mother Mary Merciless, who sat like a vulture in a corner of the whore cage, cleaned of shit and dirt. It was said that she possessed the blackened talons of a great bird of prey, and if one should venture near, great slabs of flesh would be torn off in a single terrible swipe to feed her need for fresh blood and live human flesh. A report which appeared in the Newgate Calendar, itself treated with gross exaggeration, was turned into a scurrilous and wholly lurid pamphlet, sold in the streets and at fairs and in the Vauxhall Gardens, and which was entitled Mother Mary Merciless, the Flesh-Eating Demon of Newgate Jail. It sold 10,000 copies at the full price of a penny halfpenny. Though her infamous name did nothing but good for her reputation, increasingly Mary came to impress her cellmates with her tongue, sharp eyes, and the agility of her mind. They marvelled at the rapidity with which she worked the beads, and boasted to the other inmates that she could do any calculation which might come into their minds. The number of days Methuselah had lived, and then the hours and the minutes. Or if an ounce of dried peas should contain 100 peas, how many peas would there be in a 200-pound sack? Though they had no hope of verifying the answers, it was the speed of Mary's fingers as they flew across the wire slides to push the blurring beads this way and that, which confounded and fascinated them. With such skill, they reasoned, the answers she gave must be correct. Furthermore, if any should have any unseemly ideas, hands so cruelly tortured which could move so fast were a reminder to them all that the dreaded claws could strike before they had a chance to blink. They became like small children, enchanted and silent when Mary read to them by the light of the candle from Gulliver's Travels. For the much-worn volume, which in the end cost her so dear, like her precious abacus, had seldom left her side. Mary also read to them from the Bible, but they were stories of conquests and the persecution of the Israelites and the wonders of the land of Canaan. She did not read to them of Christ's love and salvation, sharing with them the lack of enthusiasm for this particular God of love, and much preferring the one of wrath, who practised revenge and waged war in the hurly-burly of the Old Testament. Mary took to writing petitions for prisoners and preparing their pleas to be read in court, for few could afford the fees of even the most down-at-heel lawyer or screever. She would write letters to the authorities about husbands and the welfare of children of inmates carted off to orphanages. Or she would write to loved ones, this latter in particular for the Irish, who placed great store in the mystical properties of the written word. While they, and those who received their letters, could neither read nor write, the priest in their parish could, and so the entire parish would know of their love and tenderness. They fervently believed that writing a letter was a divine affair, which would bestow good fortune and protection upon those they loved, who still lived in the sad and broken places they had fled from in Ireland. A letter of love, they most fervently believed, had the spiritual substance to prevent these same loved ones from suffering the sad fate to befall its sender.
This is the end of CD 8. The story will continue on CD 9. CD 9.
Mary would always begin an Irish letter with the same words, for it was this single opening sentence which inevitably brought those on whose behalf she wrote to swoon with the ecstasy of its poetry. My dearest beloved, the prayers of a sincere heart are as acceptable to God from the dreary jail as from the splendid palace. The love of a prisoner as pure and sweet as that of a prince. The cost in delivering such a letter to Ireland was prohibitive, and would often mean that the sender must sell all that she possessed. But for the comfort it brought her, and the gift of love it was thought to bestow on the receiver, it was thought among the Irish women to be but a pittance to pay. The inmates, usually the women, would often bring their squabbles to Mary to settle. Her judgments, using the peculiar logic of the criminal, left each with a portion of self-respect, and neither party's guilt confirmed. This would indubitably stop further trouble in the bird cages. When Mary was forced to judge one or other to be guilty, this was seen as an exception, and her verdict, with the penalty she imposed, accepted by all and duly carried out. This did not stop the drunkenness and lechery, the fighting and the cruelty, for these things were as much a part of Newgate as the bricks and damp, the excremental filth and the jail fever. But there was observed to be some small measure of calm about the bird cages. Mary was tough and her talons fierce, and she was one of their own kind. Hers was a light which had not been dimmed, and was a great source of courage to them all. The most cherished moment of Mary's life came the day Abraham Reuben arrived at Newgate to visit her. The excitement of Ikey's escape from custody was on everyone's lips that day, the story of his escape having spread like jail fever among the inmates. The tale of how he had persuaded the two turnkeys to take a coach which had been conveniently upon the spot when it was needed, and how he had persuaded both turnkeys to unlock his manacles and be his guest at the Pig and Spit, was the cause of great laughter in Newgate. The simple device of picking the pocket of Titty Smart, the fat turnkey, and letting himself out of the door of Mary Bell's parlour, leaving the key on the lintel, was told with glee, and constantly repeated with not a little admiration for his brazenness. Ikey Solomon had, after all, escaped from the most notorious jail in Britain without resort to violence, and had been gone a full hour or more before the dunderheads realised anything was amiss. Moreover, the cunning of Ikey had seen to it that Popjoy, the more diligent turnkey, with the help of a strong potion, was locked in the arms of Morpheus, slumped in the corner of Mary Bell Firkin's parlour, while his older partner was too drunk to take 2 steps in pursuit of a quarry without falling full upon his own face. By the time the constabulary was alerted, as one of the penny papers reported, Ikey Solomon was allowed time enough to row himself to France, with sufficient over to fish midstream for a rack of herrings to sell in Paris to the Frenchies. Moreover, when the police had been alerted, they had immediately contacted the City Division, who had informed them, somewhat pompously, of the Bank of England's recapture of the villain. It had been a full 8 hours later before Reuben revealed his true identity, and at least 9 or 10 since Ikey's initial escape from the Pig and Spit. By the time the hunt for him was underway again, Ikey had already slipped down the Thames, his ship long buried in the coastal mist, as it headed for the North Sea and the kingdom of the Danes. In fact, even at the point when Reuben had revealed his true identity, the city police officials on duty that night had not believed him, thinking that Ikey had merely shaved his head in some clever ruse. But no amount of logic applied to the conundrum could reveal what intention this clever ruse might serve. Ikey had, after all, presented himself as himself at the premises of Coutts and Company, and if this be a ruse, it was a most mysterious one. It was only then that Sir Jasper Waterlow had been visited at his home in Kensington, and aroused from his bed to be informed of the presence in the cells of the duplicate Ikey. Ikey's double had been duly charged with complicity, but this was small consolation for Sir Jasper, who knew that unless he brought the true Ikey Solomon to trial, his hopes for an illustrious future as Britain's foremost police officer, and ultimately a seat in the House of Lords, had been completely dashed. He swore silently that Hannah, whom he immediately believed responsible for his humiliation, would pay dearly for her husband's escape, though on further thought this conclusion made little sense, for his detective's mind reasoned that if she had not told him of Ikey's intended escape, she would have been thought by him to be equally guilty of complicity. Sir Jasper was therefore reluctantly forced to conclude that Hannah had been telling the truth, and that the cunning Ikey had outsmarted them both. The curious thing was that neither the Times nor any of the penny papers made mention of Ikey's subsequent visit to Coutts and Company in the guise of a gentleman of means returned that very day from abroad. It may only be supposed that the directors of the bank, not wishing to be the laughing-stock of all England, had remained silent about the presence in the bank of the real Ikey and the transaction he had made. In fact, they had suggested to the Times that the abortive ruse by Reuben was merely an attempt to gain notoriety. He was not to know at the time that the real escape of the notorious fence was taking place. A difficult coincidence to believe, but a coincidence nonetheless, life itself being so often stranger than fiction. In actual fact, the Bank of England had deliberately conspired with Coutts and Company not to release the story of the real Ikey's visit in the supposed interest of national safety, thus making the story of the hapless actor's attempt at publicity necessary to explain the arrest of Reuben Reuben. In any event, Ikey's transaction was allowed to go through without hindrance to New York, and the banker, Nathaniel Wilson, found himself somewhat of a hero for the manner in which he had conducted himself. Furthermore, Sir Jasper Waterlow, conscious that royalty itself made use of the great private bank, was not in the least keen that the notorious Ikey Solomon's patronage of the same facility be known to the public at large. He had therefore dropped the conspiracy charges against Reuben Reuben, merely holding him in solitary confinement for a week, charged with being a public nuisance. When the greater part of the public furor over Ikey's escape had died down, he was sentenced to 25 lashes and released on the condition that he would say nothing more to the newspapers than was already known. This was thought by Reuben Reuben to be the mildest of sentences. He had received the sum of £100 for his role as a thespian, the highest salary he would ever be paid for plying his craft. Realizing that he had just completed the greatest performance of his life in a real-life drama, Reuben Reuben hit upon the idea of using the money Ikey had paid him to mount a grand theatrical production in which he starred and was titled The Jew Who Bankrupted England, though this, when the sensibilities of the times changed under the new young queen, would be altered on the poster hoardings and outside the theatre to read, The Man Who Bankrupted England, presenting in the title role the great Reuben Reuben himself, the original and real-life impersonator in the escape of the notorious Ikey Solomon. His role playing Ikey Solomon, Prince of Fences, in his own production, was to earn the previously struggling actor a handsome living for the remainder of his career. When Abraham announced his visit the day after Ikey's escape, Mary withdrew with him into a dark corner of the dungeons, taking a candle so that she might see the truth in his face. It was here that he told her the entire story, though the young tailor omitted the details of Ikey's passage on a Danish ship carrying ballast back to Denmark. Instead, he suggested that Ikey had left their coach on the road to Southampton and had been met by another, which was presumably to take him to a ship bound for America. He told Mary of Ikey's most earnest resolve that she should have money to facilitate her voyage to Australia, and that it was Ikey's fondest hope and desire she should lack nothing in order to extract the maximum comfort from so arduous and unpleasant an experience upon the high seas. Abraham stressed Ikey's most heartfelt regrets at what had happened to Mary, and then took great pains to explain Ikey's reasons for making no attempt to contact Mary while they had both been incarcerated in this very same jail. The explanation being that Ikey, thinking only of Mary's personal welfare, was mindful that their past association might reflect badly upon her and cause needless suffering and humiliation. It was a succinct enough explanation, and Abraham, who had watched his father at rehearsal since he had been a small boy, delivered Ikey's message with sufficient ardour to suggest that he might himself have enjoyed a career upon the stage. Mary became at once so bemused with Abraham's message containing Ikey's solicitude that she could scarcely believe her ears. It was with great difficulty that she forced into her mind the true picture of the rapacious, greedy, whinging, entirely selfish and self-serving Ikey she knew as her erstwhile partner. "What does he want?" she demanded sternly, pushing the candle close to Abraham's face.
"In truth, I swear, he seeks only your high regard, Mistress Mary," the young tailor protested, much enjoying the sound of such high-minded phrasing. "Those are the words from his own dear lips," he added. "Ha," Mary replied. "Ikey never done nothing in his whole life what wasn't for profit. High regard, you says. Where's the profit to be found in that?" "His sentiments were most soft in your regard, most spontaneous soft, miss," Abraham protested again. "Abraham, my dear," he says to me, "you must convince Mistress Mary of my high regard, my most humble high regard." He said it 3 times, I swear it, Mistress Mary. There was tears in his eyes when he spoke them words, and then he handed me the soft. "You must give her this £50, for she has been done a great wrong, and it is I who am responsible." That's what he says to me, God's truth, Abraham concluded. Mary looked genuinely startled. Ikey said that? Ikey said it were him what was responsible?
Abraham nodded.
He was most sad, most very sad indeed, at the inconvenience he'd caused your fair self. God help us. Miracles will never cease.
Despite her deep suspicion, Mary could think of no way that Ikey, at the moment of his escape, could possibly profit from her by a further penny. So why, she asked herself, had he parted with a small fortune? Could it possibly be for the reasons Abraham had given? Had Ikey grown a conscience? She could not imagine a repentant Ikey, nor one who was capable of feeling the slightest remorse for a fellow human. We all want to feel the love of another, and Mary had not been loved since she had been a small child, when she had briefly known the tenderness of a consumptive mother. Did Ikey really love her? Not simply regard her as a profitable partner, as she had always quite contentedly supposed. It seemed too bizarre for words that he might do so, or for that matter, that she could harbour in her breast, unbeknownst to her, a love for him in return. Love was not a word in the vocabulary which had existed between Mary and Ikey. Even on those rare occasions when she had taken him to her bed, there had been no thought of love. Mary had long since packed that hope away, concealing it in the darkest corner of her soul. Love was not for such as her, and so she simply shook her head, silently forcing back a tear, truly not knowing what to think of the whole matter of Ikey's amorous protestations, brought on the importunate lips of a young man with a strong sense of melodrama. At that moment, Abraham Reuben produced Ikey's Duke of Wellington medal.
Ikey wishes you to have this, as a further token of his most remarkable esteem, Mistress Mary,
he said, holding the medallion and chain against the light of the candle.
It be pure gold and all. So where'd he steal it then?
Mary asked tartly, though her heart thumped within her breast at the sight of the medallion.
No, missus. It be his luck. What be called his talisman.
Abraham then told Mary the story of the medallion, as Ikey had related it to him on the coach. Mary had a dim recollection of having once observed a gold chain about Ikey's neck. Stripped down to his vest and long johns, the gold chain had disappeared into the top of his tightly clinging woolen upper garment, so that she had no knowledge of what might be contained at its extremity. Now the thought that it might be his medallion, Ikey's talisman, opened her heart like a summer rose. She took the Wellington medallion from Abraham, and turning it over, read the inscription nestled between the garland of laurel leaves. Whereupon Mary's broken hands pressed Ikey's talisman to her bosom, and she knew with a fierce certainty that she would survive, that she would never surrender, and that somehow she had inherited Ikey's uncanny luck. At that moment, despite his innumerable faults, and thinking him no more than she knew him to be, Mary loved Ikey Solomon. Chapter 17. Mary was to spend 5 months in Newgate Jail, 2 months longer than her original sentence, this to await a convict ship bound for Van Diemen's Land. On the 15th of May 1827, with 18 other female convicts, she was placed in light irons and transported by open cart to Woolwich, where the convict ship Destiny II was berthed to await its full complement of female convicts. The weather was grand, the winter frost well past, the elm and larch and sycamore, the bright green oak, in new leaf all. The orchards showed a bedazzlement of white and pink, the fancy dress of pear, apple, cherry, and of summer's blood-red plum to come. The woods through which the cart rumbled were carpeted with bluebells and the yellow splash of daffodil, in an England ablaze with bud and blossom and the joyous fecundity of spring. Several of the convicts were heard to sigh that this was a poor time to leave the shores of England, their most ardent wish being to make their last farewell in the fiercest needle sleet and howl of north wind. This so that their memories might be consumed by the bitter gales, and so send them half cheerful on their way to the hell of Van Diemen's shores. This sky of clear blue, with the high call of larks and the singing of thrush in the hedgerows, was too much a bittersweet parting. This single memory of the darling buds of May would linger with them for the remainder of their lives. They would hold their grandchildren in their laps under a different sky and tell of the soft shining of the English countryside. They would remember these 2 days when they had rocked and bumped in shackles along a rutted road, as if for this short space in time they had been transported through the gates of paradise itself. It was an unbearable wrench for several of the younger women, who wept piteously for the time it took to arrive at Woolwich, where destiny too creaked and groaned to the slap of the tide. They came upon it suddenly at the turn of a large warehouse, and they immediately forsook the rattle and rumble of the cobblestones, and turned into the quay, where the wheels of the cart squeaked and lurched along the uneven dockside timbers. Only then, with the cart drawn to a halt beside the squat vessel, and with the sudden silence, into which dropped the call of a gull and a soft from the nostrils of one of the cart horses, did the finality of the sentence of transportation come to each of them. Standing on the dockside next to the gangway was a diminutive male in frock coat, dirty shirt with a sweat-soiled neckerchief, breeches, hose, and tiny brass-buckled shoes, much in need of repair. His hair was cropped, though not evenly or in the convict style, and stuck up in raggedy bits an inch or so all about his skull, with whiskers once dark and now densely speckled with grey. These also stuck out and framed his face from sideburns to the circumference of his chin. Heavy tufted eyebrows, black as pitch, seemed to entirely encase his small, bright eyes. Jutting at right angles to this furry visage were 2 large, thin-skinned ears, to which the light of the sun behind him gave a bright crimson glow. The total effect was of a remarkable likeness to a simian creature, a monkey dressed in a frock coat, breeches and hose.
"God, look at that!" Mary exclaimed.
The tiny man chuckled and threw an arm upwards, pointing to the sky.
"God, now that'd be a particular name what Mr. Smiles don't like folk to take in vain. That'd be 3 punishments all at once."
He tapped the first finger of his left hand with the forefinger of the right.
"Short rations and no port wine for the father."
He tapped the finger beside it.
2 days' bread and water in the coal hall for the son."
He tapped the third.
"Attendance to Bible study for a month, that be for the Holy Ghost."
He looked up at Mary.
"Swear away, me dear. Help yourselves. Last chance before coming on board to be rid of all that bile. What's your name, then?"
"Mary Abacus. What's it to you if I swear?" Mary challenged.
"Ah, yes, for me. Well, it'd be a delightful opportunity, Mary Abacus. A most present task to do you."
He paused in mid-sentence and pointed to the abacus under Mary's arm.
"What be that? A contraption, is it? Them black and red beads, it ain't witchcraft, is it?"
"Abacus, it be an abacus."
"A habacus, eh? And pray tell us what be a habacus if it ain't your name, what is also habacus?"
Before Mary could reply, Anne Gower asked,
"What day of the month and year you born in, then, mister?"
The small, hairy creature thought for a moment, then decided to cooperate.
"April 7 in the year of our Lord, 1776 or near enough, I reckons."
His voice had a cackle to it, his words sharp and fast, and somewhat high-pitched, like Chinese crackers going off in a bunch. Anne Gower turned to Mary and whispered from the side of her mouth, "Show Loverboy, darling."
"Loverboy, is it?"
The little man had the most astonishing acuteness of hearing, for Mary had barely heard Anne's whisper herself. Mary shrugged. She was manacled, but the clamps were on either side of a good 12 inches of chain, so that her hands were more or less free to work the abacus. She rested it on the side of the cart and instructed Anne to hold the abacus firmly. A moment later, her twisted fingers began to fly in a clicking and clacking so rapid that the red and black beads slid across their wire runners faster than the eye could possibly follow them. After what seemed only a few minutes, she stopped and read the beads. "You been alive 18,664 days. You was born on a Sunday." Tapping the abacus, Mary added, "That be what me abacus does. It counts things."
"Oh ho! We've got us a smart one, has we? A jack-in-a-box what springs out above others. Well, Mary Habacus, what's got an habacus what counts? Pleased to meet you, me name's Pot Pot-Bottom, Mr. Tiberius Pot-Bottom. That be the full complement of me cartouche.
He spread his hands and grinned disarmingly.
They calls me the Scrapins. Now can you imagine why that could possibly be, eh?
His head jerked inquiringly from one woman to another, waiting for the women in the cart to acknowledge him with a laugh or some sign of acquiescence. But no laughter or even a nod was forthcoming, for Mary sensed a trap, and the others had held back, waiting for her reaction. She remained stony-faced, looking down at the diminutive creature on the dock. All at once, the bright, eager to and fro of Pot-Bottom's head ceased, and he looked down at his scuffed and worn shoes. His head began to nod slowly, as though it were coming to some sort of conclusion. His dark eyes moved to each of the women above him, lingering as though taking in all their details, as if, in his observance, he had suddenly learnt much about them, and what he found was of the utmost disappointment. His eyes came last to Mary, and held her gaze as he spoke.
Ha! What about leap years, then? Your Habakkus didn't count no leap years, now did it?
He pointed a sharp finger at Mary, and jumped from one foot to the other.
Ho-ho! Habakkus ain't such a clever dick now, is it?
The female convicts all looked questioningly at Mary.
What you takes me for, an idiot?
Mary sniffed.
There'd be 11 in all, they's all counted. Leap years, and even this morning's included in.
The women in the cart clapped and yelled their approval, and there was much rattling of chains and laughter at Mary's sharp rejoinder.
Well, we'll soon see about this morning included in, won't we?
Pot-Bottom said, his lips drawn to a tight line.
Welcome aboard His Majesty's convict ship Destiny, too. Destiny be a good name.
He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the boat.
For a gracious ladyship. You see, if you be the kind what trusts to Destiny to supply your needs, I is most pleased to inform you that you has got it exactly right. On board we supplies all the misery your heart could desire. Lashings and lashings of the stuff, and as well, we tops it up with despair. More of it than what you could possibly digest in one plain sailing.
Mary laughed nervously, and the others followed. A titter ran through the cart.
Oh, now we laughs, does we?
Pot-Bottom's eyes narrowed.
I knows not how many days you has been alive on God's sweet earth, Mary Habakkus. But I makes you this most solemn promise.
Pot-Bottom's eyes held Mary's.
The worst ones hasn't yet come for you.
He paused and gave her a malevolent smile.
But they will. Oh, dearie me, yes. They will.
Tiberius Pot-Bottom turned his back on them and hurried up the gangway, his short bandy legs making his shoulders jump from side to side, his long arms hanging loose, so that he lurched along very much like the monkey creature he so closely resembled. It was only then that they noticed that one shoulder was higher than the other, that there was a hump, though not overly large, resting behind it. Tiberius Pot-Bottom was a hunchback.
Blimey. Who'll be touching that one's hump for luck?
Mary exclaimed softly. The women in the cart giggled and watched as Pot-Bottom disappeared onto the deck above them.
Jesus,
Anne Gower said in a loud whisper.
Talk about hot and cold. What was that all about? Whatever it were, it ain't good news for me,
Mary sighed. She turned to one of the two turnkeys who'd escorted them on the trip down, and who had just that moment returned from reporting to the ship's surgeon superintendent, the already infamous Joshua Smiles. Neither of their guards had witnessed the exchange between the convict women and Pot-Bottom, who'd brushed past them just as they'd reached the top of the gangway.
Can you take off our irons now, Mr. Burke? We be exceeding tired of standing, Mary asked politely.
Not till you's been counted and numbers taken, Burke said. Sorry, that be regulations.
A murmur of dissatisfaction came from the cart, which caused the second of their guards to raise both hands and pat the air in front of him.
Now, girls, you've been good so far, don't you go spoiling things now.
He smiled up at the women in the cart.
Besides, Mr. Pot-Bottom, what be assistant to ship's surgeon, be here soon enough to count and take your numbers.
An hour later, with the spring sunshine turned unseasonably hot and uncomfortable, they still remained standing in the cart. The female convicts had no protection but for their mob caps, Their ankles were swollen and painful from standing, and their throats were parched for want of water. Many of the older women were close to swooning in the heat. They commenced to shouting, demanding and begging from all who mounted the gangway to release them from their chains and allow them to step down from the cart and into the shade cast by the ship's side. When they were ignored by the coming and going throng, they cussed loudly, calling out obscenities. Finally, 2 jack tars appeared at the top of the gangway, the one carrying a small table and the other a chair. They walked down and placed them in the shade on the dock.
"Call the bleeding baboon what's meant to count us!"
Mary shouted angrily at the 2 tars, her temper quite lost.
"There's some near dying for want of a drop of bloody water." "Baboon, is I? Well, thank you very much,"
Potbottom said, appearing at the top of the gangway.
"A baboon what can count and take numbers. An extraordinary baboon what is blessed with a very long memory for the slightest slight and insults what injure."
"Oh, shit," Mary said in a loud whisper. Tiberius Potbottom, a small smile on his face, walked down the gangway and skipped lightly onto the dockside, where he continued on to the table and chair.
"Should it be, but not for me? Should it be for such as thee?"
he smirked. He was carrying a large ledger under his arm, which seemed to raise his hunched shoulder even higher, and now he took it and opened it on the table to show one of its 2 open pages half filled with writing. From the side pocket of his worn frock coat, he produced a pot of blacking, and undoing its cap carefully, placed it beside the ledger. Then he took a goose-feather quill from an inside pocket, and this too he laid beside the book. Having completed this task, he stepped to the front of the table and placed his hands behind his back, whereupon he commenced to rock on the back of his heels, looking up at the women in the cart.
"Has we had enough, then? Enough profanity to last us all the way to Hobart Town?"
He did not wait for their response, but continued,
"Or does we stay another hour and get the rest of the bile out of our vile hearts?"
He paused, and this time waited.
"Well?"
he finally asked.
"Enough, sir,"
Mary said, her eyes suitably downcast and her hands clasped in humility in front of her. The others nodded eagerly.
"We've had enough of cussing, sir,"
Mary repeated.
"Can we step down now, if you please, sir, Mr. Potbottom?"
Potbottom squinted up at Mary, and shaking his head slowly, said,
"Oh, I very much hope so, Mary Habakus. I very much hope so. You see, Mr. Smiles don't take kindly to profanity, and me," he shrugged, "I is his sharp eyes and his large ears, and I must warn you—"
He paused and chuckled.
"Me eyes is exceeding good, and—"
He touched one of his ears lightly.
"Me ears is even much better than that."
From his back pocket he produced a large red silk handkerchief and held it open in front of him, the silk hanging limp from one corner.
"Sailing is God's breath," he began,
as though he were about to give a lecture, which indeed was his intention.
"When the sails lay limp, that means God has taken away his breath, and we is becalmed."
He glanced at them as though to assure himself of their attention.
"Becalmed, that be an awesome thing. To be upon the ocean without God's breath, to be forsaken by the Almighty."
Potbottom's small body seemed to shudder at the very prospect.
"That be a time for the devil to skip across the flat sea and come aboard."
He waited for the effect of his words to sink in, and then, with his free hand, he took up a second corner of the scarf, so that it hung square in front of his face, whereupon he blew upon it so that the silk billowed away from him.
"God's gentle and steady breath be everything to them what sails upon the oceans wide. It be his gift to us for observing his ways, ways you lot has long since forsaken."
Potbottom suddenly flapped the scarf furiously, and his voice rose in pitch.
"You makes God angry, terrible angry, and when he be angry, his breath be angry. His angry breath be a storm at sea, a hurricane what takes small ships and drives them up high under the furious waves, and dashes them down, and breaks their backs, and smashes them to tinder, and sends them to the bottom of the ocean."
His voice lowered.
"Planks and carcasses and barrels and bilge, spat up later on some distant and forsaken shore."
Tiberius Potbottom, breathing heavily through his nostrils, crumpled the cloth into his hand and stuffed it angrily back into the pocket of his breeches. He appeared quite overcome, struggling to contain himself. The women in the cart watched silently. Potbottom swallowed twice, his Adam's apple jumping along his scrawny neck. Then he spoke slowly and quietly.
That's why we talks to God in prayer and meditation. We asks him for his fair and lovely breath upon our voyage. When we uses profanity, when we take his name in vain, he will take his breath away. Or if he be angry, sufficient enough angry, if the blasphemy be too great, he will blow and blow until we is doomed upon the calamitous waves.
Potbottom, his hands now once again clasped behind his back, and his demeanour recovered, walked around the cart, so that the prisoners within it were forced to follow him with their eyes, and turn as he moved. The chains of their manacles rattled and clinked. Finally the tiny man came to stand directly in front of Mary.
Me remarkable ears, God's special gift, can hear a whisper of profanity in the full face of the roaring 40s. I am God's watchman. When you spewing your heart out in the seasickness what's soon to come, if one of you so much as moans, "Oh God, I'll have you on bread and water in leg irons."
He looked at each of them in turn, and then suddenly shouted,
We only has God's sweet breath to save us. And with your kind on board, we place our lives in great jeopardy. Mr. Smiles will not have no whore language, no profanity, no blasphemy on board. Does you understand?
His voice lowered, and spitting each word out as though it caused a bad taste in his mouth, he added,
Does I make meself perfectly clear?
Potbottom did not wait for any of the female convicts to nod, but turned and moved around the table to sit down on the chair. Seated, he looked up again and addressed himself to the two turnkeys, who had been standing, eyes downcast, more or less at attention, beside the cart.
Unshackle,
he instructed, taking up his quill and dipping it into the pot of blacking in front of him. Then he looked back up at the women and jabbed the quill at Mary and then at Anne Gower.
Them two shall be last.
Mary brought her hands up and placed them over Ikey's medallion until she felt the comfort of the small gold object in the centre of her flattened palm. The long, hard voyage to Van Diemen's Land had begun. Ikey's medallion, his luck, she suddenly knew, was intended for the second great passage of her life. She must survive. It was 3 weeks before all the female convicts had arrived from jails as far away as Scotland, Ireland and Wales. The bright spring weather had turned into a wet, miserable early summer. Many of the convicts arrived with coughs, colds and bronchial infections, and a number of the older women suffered profoundly with the added affliction of rheumatism, which often bent them double and made them seem like old crones twice their age. The children's dirty faces were pinched and wet, with a constant flow of mucus leaking from their nostrils, and many were consumed by high fevers. As each cartload or coach unloaded, Mary watched them from the deck as Tiberius Potbottom met them, hopping and jumping about, and, in general, making their arrival as difficult and fearful a prospect as he possibly could. Upon coming aboard the Destiny II, they had been taken directly to Joshua Smiles and his assistant, who had given them a medical examination of a most cursory nature, but carefully documented down as though of the utmost importance. A lifting of the bottom and top eyelid, a probing in the ears, an inspection of the tongue, and a tapping of the chest for the almost certain signs of bronchial infections. This was followed with a more thorough inspection a week later, which became known on shipboard as bloody pus-over. Each week prisoners were examined for blood and pus in the ears, in the mucus, in the eyes, in the nose and mouth, and finally in the cunny for the glim or syphilis. There was little notice taken when an infection was discovered, though, apart from it being written in the surgeon's book, with details of a most generously prescribed medication. This medication, though well conceived according to the contemporary dictates of treatment, was never administered. Upon completion of the very first medical examination, Joshua Smiles, in a burst of volubility not to be repeated outside of his prayers, explained the rules to be followed during the voyage. He then launched into a lengthy dissertation, which included much comment about the dangers of immoral behaviour, the need for cleanliness, and the benefits and rewards of a religious life. He left until last his admonition that profanity and blasphemy would earn the harshest of punishments, and warned any female prisoner to bring the name of the Almighty God upon her lips in no other manner but in prayerfulness. Mary and her intake were divided into 2 groups, each of which was termed a mess. From each mess, a monitor was chosen to speak for all. Mary was elected monitor by the insistence of all in her group. Anne Gower was also selected as monitor in the second mess, which contained 6 convicts who were all from Dublin, they being whores and thus thought to be most compatible to the other members. The prison uniform consisted of a coarse parti-coloured cotton shift, 2 petticoats, and 2 sets of ill-fitting undergarments, a pinny with a spare, and 2 mob caps. The women's own clothes were washed by 3 members of each mess, hung out on the deck to dry, then dry packed away in boxes with camphor balls. The idea behind imposing uniformity of dress was to eliminate a natural pecking order derived from the status of possessions. Rags or fine gowns, tortoiseshell brushes or combs of oxbone, bottles of perfumes or tincture of lavender water, a fine brooch or merely a few bright buttons or a single trinket. These were all placed on the mess inventory and packed away, so that those wearing a silver brooch and fancy outfit could not earn precedence over rags and a simple garnet pin. Upon arriving in Van Diemen's Land, their belongings would be handed to the matron of the female factory, in the presence of their owners, to be kept until their release. The money they had brought with them in gold, silver, copper and soft was ordered to be handed to the surgeon superintendent, who entered the amounts into his cash book, and upon arrival lodged these funds with the authorities in Van Diemen's Land. They were to be returned to the owners at the completion of their sentences. This inventory of cash was undertaken by Tiberius Potbottom, and such became Mary's fear that she would never again see what rightfully belonged to her, that at the risk of the most severe punishment, if she should be discovered, she elected to keep her small personal hoard of gold coins. 15 gold sovereigns remained from Ikey's gift, and this she kept in her prisoner's purse, along with Ikey's medallion. The prisoner's purse, readily obtained for a few shillings in any English jail, consisted of a small metal tube of brass, with a fitted cap and rounded end. It was fashioned in much the same manner as the cigar-shaped container Ikey had caused to be made, and which had carried his letter of credit, so comfortably worn by Mary Bell Firkin when she had travelled from Birmingham to London. Only the prisoner's purse of the kind Mary wore was much smaller and made to fit, without too much discomfort, in either of the treasure caves, that is to say, the rear or front orifice, convenient places to bury contraband on a female person. On bloody Passover days, Mary would transfer the brass container to within the rear cave, which, although uncomfortable, was safe from Potbottom's supervision and the probing fingers of the convict matron, who would examine that other part of her anatomy and report it free of infection to the surgeon's assistant. He hovered behind her with quill and ledger, in the hope that he might be able to record a finding of pus, to transform into profit. From the time the prisoners began to arrive, the Ladies' Committee commenced to visit the ship. Mary, suspicious by nature of charity, was at first wary of these high-minded women, but she soon grew to respect them. Though pious in their ways, they earnestly sought to alleviate the discomfort of the voyage, and could, on occasion, become quite cantankerous if they found a facility in the prison which did not adhere to the prescribed regulations. Potbottom did his unctuous best to earn their approval, dancing attendance like some small simian creature, trained especially for the task of serving, assuring them, with much dry soaping of hands, and nodding of head, and frequent obsequious expression, of his utmost cooperation. He insisted that any complaint they might make would be his personal pleasure to attend to, in the time it took to snap his greedy fingers. Nevertheless, the formidable Mrs. Fry and her Ladies' Committee were not easily deceived, and they soon earnt the approbation of all but the hardest and most recalcitrant female convicts. Though the world of the 2 classes of women was divided by a chasm too wide to leap, or even for one to imagine the life of the other, these committee women were not from the authorities, nor were they easily intimidated by them. Furthermore, they laboured trenchantly and with good will on behalf of the female convicts. They showed themselves as women who cared greatly for their unfortunate sisters. By notable contrast, With the exception of many of the surgeon superintendents, who often took the utmost care of their convicts, Joshua Smiles and some few others being the exception, the male administrators were for the most part totally indifferent to their welfare. In fact, most went to great pains to indicate that they cared not a rat's tail for the well-being of their charges, but instead regarded every female prisoner as a whore transported to keep the men, both convict and free, sated. Mary's misshapen hands did not allow for needlework, but to her great delight, along with cloth and thread, the resourceful Quaker ladies had supplied a small library. While there were no novels, plays, or other improper books, the single box contained, as well as religious works, travel, biographies, and history books and poetry. This last gave Mary a newfound pleasure, and was to bring her considerable joy for the remainder of her life. Most of the convicts on board adapted to the order and routine the Ladies' Committee established at the commencement of the voyage, and those within Mary's mess, though all of them prostitutes, encouraged by her, soon proved eager to take up needlework. They were frequently rewarded for their diligence by Mary with readings while they worked. But this was not true of Anne Gower's mess. These were the women who were branded by the authorities within the surgeon superintendent's report at the conclusion of each voyage with words such as notoriously bad, disorderly, profligate wretches, quarrelsome, and for those with a flair for invective and a good well-inked goose-feather quill, the basest and most abominable wretch of a woman, or scheming, blasphemous vixen and prostitute. This last description being appended to Mary's name by Tiberius Potbottom on the very first evening of her coming on board. When the ship arrived in Hobart, this single entry in the surgeon's report resulted in her being incarcerated in the female factory, instead of being assigned as a servant to a settler. In truth, with the exception of theft and blasphemy, fighting, and the urgent couplings which took place at night, most of the offences committed on board were minor breaches of discipline, such as insolence and refusal to obey orders, howling and singing a hymn or prayer to the tune of a well-known bawdy and sentimental song. On the week before the departure of the vessel, the relatives of those convicts on board began to arrive to farewell their wives and daughters. Mary, having no family of her own, witnessed the piteous sight of parents parting from their daughters with no likelihood of ever seeing them in this life again. The deck of the Destiny II was washed with the tears of country folk who had seen their dear daughters leave home to find work as servants or some form of livelihood in the city, only to end up, unbeknown to them, selling their bodies on the streets of London, Dublin, Glasgow or Liverpool, or resorting to petty crime in order to stay alive. These were good, honest people, who for the most part worked at back-breaking labour to earn barely enough to put bread and broth upon the table. They brought what they could as gifts, though frequently this was no more than the tears they shed and the love they bestowed for the last time upon their unfortunate and wretched offspring. The Destiny II, flying the red and white pennant, the whip which denoted a convict ship, sailed with the evening tide on the 14th of June, amid the dreadful cries of distress from both those on board and the ones they'd left behind forever. The wind was from the nor'west, the temperature 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and the sailing down channel was steady and most pleasant until about midnight, when the winds changed to the west. This brought choppy seas and frequent squalls, and the weather billowed into gales and huge seas by the time they entered the Bay of Biscay. By midnight, when the prisoners had long since been confined below decks, almost the entire complement of convicts became sick to the point of frequent vomiting and nausea. They commenced to howling and blaspheming until no strength existed for these bitter emotions, whereupon they lay in their own vomit and moaned, willing themselves to die in the insufferable atmosphere of the waterlogged prison. The Destiny II was a wet ship. That is to say, when the huge waves washed over the decks, the water poured down into the prison quarters, so that not a single flock mattress, pillow or blanket, or anything contained within the female prison, including the convicts themselves, remained dry. The swinging stoves were hung in the prison to help dry the prison quarters, but to no effect. The constant downpour of water rushing in from the deck above caused the contents of their stomachs to somewhat dilute, and with the hatches tightly closed, by the time dawn's light came, the stench and the mess from the swill at their feet was beyond any possible description. Seasickness has no medication other than a tranquil sea, and the weather remained inclement for the following week, and then continued foul with intermittent calm of no more than at most a day, until they reached Tenerife, 20 days after departing from Woolwich. At almost the moment they made the harbour at Santa Cruz at 7 of the clock on a Sunday morning, with the church bells summoning worshippers to early mass, the wind died and the sun blazed up to chase away all signs of the threatening cumulus cloud gathered above the high conical peaks above the town. While there was no thought that the convicts might be allowed to go ashore, they rested for several days while the ship took on new provisions. The women were allowed fresh fruit bought from the various boats which pulled to the side of the vessel, and all were kept occupied at cleaning out below decks and drying their bedding, clothes and personal effects. As each cloudless day passed, the women became more hysterical at the prospect of leaving. On the third day, as they up-anchored in preparation to depart, the convicts went berserk and were confined to below decks with the hatches of the prison quarters securely locked. This was for fear that they might riot at the expectation of atrocious weather, such as they'd endured during their first month at sea. Only Tiberius Potbottom and Joshua Smiles seemed content to be on their way again. God had blessed the voyage with gale-force winds and stormy seas, though not sufficient of either to cause harm to the Destiny 2, and this was seen by both men as a blessing breathed upon their journey to the other side of the world. Soon the routine on board ship assumed a semblance of normalcy. Most of the women were allocated jobs on board which helped somewhat to alleviate the long, empty hours. Some of these positions carried the promise of a small reward, while others were reward enough by helping to pass the hours between 6 o'clock muster when they rose, and the time roughly 12 hours later at dusk when they were confined below decks. Most, being experienced in domestic service, adjusted easily enough to the routines on board, and took readily to the added pleasures of sewing and needlework. They were not averse to working as servants in the kitchens and hospital, or in other menial tasks of cleaning and labouring. Mary asked that she might teach those who wished to learn to read and write. She was the only one among the female convicts with sufficient learning to impart this knowledge to others, and the Ladies' Committee had encouraged the formation of a school. But this was refused as a duty, in Joshua Smiles' name, by Potbottom, and so Mary was obliged to run her school during the afternoon. Potbottom saw to it that she was on constant duty, cleaning out the prison each morning, dry scrubbing the deck with holystone and sand, and washing down and refilling the water closets, these being the most menial and hated tasks on board ship. Moreover, at every opportunity Potbottom would try to humiliate Mary, and at each bloody puss-over he would make cruel jokes about her hands, or comment on the scar upon her face, or make her linger longer before the matron with her skirts held above her waist and her flannel undergarment removed. On 2 occasions, when he had caught her in utterance of bad language, he had caused Mary to be placed in a scold's bridle, a strap worn tightly over the mouth, tied at the back of the neck, and which made it quite impossible to speak, nor for the space of 1 week was she allowed to read from a book, a punishment she found far more onerous than the silence the bridle enforced. The increasing tropical heat did not help the disposition of the convicts, or that of the officials and crew, who increasingly tormented them. Each passing day the breeze seemed to slacken a little more, and the sun to grow hotter as it beat down on deck from a sky too high and blue for anything in their previous comprehension. The women wakened each morning in a lather of perspiration, with no breeze at all coming in from the hatches and the portholes, which were thrown wide open. Even the scuttles were opened, the sea being calm enough to allow it, but this too was to no avail. Nor was there a breath of air from the supposed ventilation shafts, in which the ship's officers had shown no trust. These wind sails and shafts were designed to blow cool air below decks, but such was their scorn for this newfangled idea that the crew purposely neglected to adjust them according to instructions. Soon it made no difference whether they had it right or wrong, for the ship had entered the equatorial doldrums in the Atlantic Narrows, and the sails, whatever their purpose, lay limp and useless. Joshua Smiles watched the topgallant with increasing fear, for even this tiny sail trapped not the slightest breath of wind, and the red and white whip hung flat against the topmast. With the sea totally calm, and the heat each day climbing, a hellish invasion overtook the vessel. Hordes of vermin, once snug within the cracks and crannies in the woodwork and the bilges, cockroaches, bedbugs, lice and fleas, and whole colonies of rats, emerged from the crevices and dark holes, to attack the human inhabitants of the Destiny 2. The crew and officers were not spared in this, for if the vermin knew not convict from free man, and spared not the one in preference to another, nor did the incredible stench which pervaded the prison and the apartments of crew and officers alike. For Mary, the real hell of the outward journey to Van Diemen's Land was about to begin at the hands of Tiberius Potbottom. The assistant to the surgeon superintendent, whether at the behest of his master or by his own decision, came to conclude that the becalming of the vessel and the invasion of the pestilence from the cracks and the bilges, which had in itself a biblical connotation as if one of the plagues upon Egypt, had come about because of the blasphemy of the whores on board. That God, in his righteous wrath, had withdrawn his breath, demanding that those who mocked him should be punished. With the extraordinary heat, it was decided that the convict women might bring their bedding and sleep on deck, occupying the poop and quarterdecks which could be safely enough guarded from the crew. Though the nights were exceedingly hot and the air still, this was a most pleasant experience compared with the furnace of the prison quarters below decks, and the prisoners received this concession to their comfort with great joy.
"All may sleep on deck except the whores," Potbottom had declared. "These be the orders of the surgeon superintendent."
There was a howl of consternation from Anne Gower's and Mary's groups.
"All what's declared whores on ship's manifest will take their bedding down below after evening muster,"
Tiberius Potbottom continued. Then he grinned.
"This be a little taste of hell. A sample what's coming to them what mocks the Lord Jesus Christ, or takes his name in vain. God is not mocked," he repeated.
"We ain't done nothing," Mary shouted. "Why pick on us then? We ain't taken nobody's name in vain."
She turned to her group and then to Anne Gower's group.
"As we ladies."
"Oh, be that so?"
Potbottom exclaimed.
"And I says different, and the surgeon thinks different, and—"
He pointed upwards to the limp sails.
"Evidence says different."
Mary showed her indignation, bringing her hand to her hip and throwing her shoulder forward.
"It ain't our fault there be no bleeding wind."
"Oh, that be a matter of opinion, Mary Habakkuk. God's opinion, surgeon's opinion, and me own opinion. We all be against your single opinion."
"Not single mine too," Anne Gower shouted. "It ain't fair. We done no harm. We done nothing wrong. It weren't God what made them sails still, it be them doldrums." "That's right, it be the doldrums," Mary shouted in support. "They be perfectly natural, a phenomenon what sometimes happens near the equator."
"Oh, it be clever Miss Jack-in-a-Box again. Phenomenon, is it?"
Potbottom paused.
"And God, is he not a phenomenon? Is he not the creator of the heavens and the earth, the rain and the glorious clouds, what is his billowing breath?"
Tiberius Potbottom stopped again and looked about him at the women assembled for muster. He finally fixed his eyes on Anne Gower and then again on Mary, and began to speak, this time most rapidly and in a high-pitched voice.
"Without his breath to drive the clouds there be no rain. Without the rain there be starvation upon the face of the earth. God's breath be the breath of all life itself, and when God takes his breath from us, it be a sign of his anger."
He pointed upwards to the limp sails above his head and spoke more slowly.
"God has taken his breath away from us. Doldrums be just another name for God's anger."
Then Potbottom brought his hand down again and pointed to the group of convict women gathered around Mary.
"And we all knows the reason for it, don't we?"
"That be a whole heap of bilge water,"
Mary shouted angrily.
"Ha! And that be blaspheming. Calling God's breath bilge now, is we?"
Potbottom shouted triumphantly.
"You'll all go below right now, all the whores and blasphemers. We'll put the lid of hell on the Jack-in-a-Box and all her consorts, in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord and Saviour."
Anne Gower's group and Mary's group were sentenced to be locked in the prison below decks for 3 days on half rations, but with the full daily allowance of 2 pints of water. This ration not halved, for it would likely have caused them to perish. The heat below decks was so intense, and the vermin so prolific, that the women were soon forced to remove their clothes, and after several hours below they could think of nothing but the need for water. Many were so overcome that they fainted away, these faintings frequently terminating in fits. At night the portholes as well as the hatches were closed, and by morning the following day many of them were delirious, wandering about unable to recall their own names. By midday, when the sun was at its zenith, the heat upon the blazing deck would cause the pitch between the deck boards to melt. This molten hell would drop onto them in the prison below, where it would bubble upon their flesh, the fiery pitch sticking long enough to arm or leg or back or head to burn savagely through the skin or scalp and deep into the flesh, so that they were permanently scarred from its effect. On the afternoon of the second day, Anne Gower, maddened by the circumstances below decks, attacked Mary, accusing her of causing the calamitous situation they found themselves in. Mary had been sitting alone in a corner against the bulkhead, clasping her legs together with her head resting on her knees, when Anne Gower approached and stood over her.
"It were you, not us. It were you the sod wanted," Anne began. "All along it be you giving him lip. In the wagon and all when we first come, then on and on and on, always making it hard for us. You what thinks you is better than all. You think 'cause you can read that you be clever, that you knows everything. Well, let me tell you, all you knows is how to make trouble for all of us with that fucking gob of yours. Now Potbottom's getting his own back, and it's us what's suffering. It were you, Mary Abacus, what done this to us, and I reckons you has to pay."
Anne Gower turned and faced the others.
"What do you say, girls? The bitch has got to pay for our misery."
She indicated the prison around them.
"For this."
As Anne Gower spoke, Mary's hands were under her skirt, for she was one of the very few who had not removed her clothes, which hung soaking from her body. Suspended from a string about her waist was a small bundle of cloth concealed in her flannel undergarment, which contained her brass talons. Mary's twisted fingers worked frantically at the knot, but it was too tightly bound to open without some persistent plucking and pulling. Long before it had yielded, Anne Gower's right hand swept down and knocked Mary's mob cap from her head. She gripped a fistful of hair in her left hand and pulled Mary squealing to her feet. Balling her hand into a fist, she struck Mary a violent blow which broke her nose. At the sight of the blood spurting from Mary's nose, the other women seemed to go berserk. Howling, they rushed at her, tearing and pulling and pushing her to the deck. They kicked and jumped on Mary and drove their fists into her face and body, raking her with their nails in a furious frenzy of fighting. So intense were the screams and caterwauling and hysteria that the hatches were hurriedly opened, and 3 guards and Potbottom rushed below. At the sight of Potbottom, the women turned like a pack of howling wolves and made towards him. The 2 prison guards were barely able to retreat and hold them off sufficiently long for Potbottom to beat a hasty retreat, his tiny bow legs propelling him as fast as they could carry him back onto the deck. More guards arrived, together with the prison matron and 2 of her assistants, and it took fully 10 minutes before any order was restored, and they were able to gain control of the hysterical women. When the matron came upon Mary, she lay unconscious, one of her purpled and twisted hands clasped tightly into a ball and resting on her blood-stained breast. She was carried to the hospital, where she was washed and her wounds dressed, though every attempt to open her left hand failed. Her fingers seemed to have clamped shut with the shock of the beating she had taken, and had the appearance of the claws of a great bird of prey pulled tightly inwards as though in death. Mary regained consciousness an hour later, and took water from the matron, which she drank greedily, asking for more in a hoarse whisper affected by her cut and swollen lips. She was still groggy and not fully possessed of her wits, unsure where she was, and with both her eyes closed, unable to see the woman who nursed her. Mary was awakened by someone shaking her roughly, and then she heard the cackle of Potbottom's voice.
"Wake her, matron. She has slumbered enough. Wake her at once. This be no inn for gentle folks."
Mary attempted to open her eyes, and while the right eye still remained tightly closed, the left had improved somewhat, and she could see with a measure of clarity. Potbottom sat beside her bunk, perched on a stool with his hands clasped to his breast. He seemed to be positively shaking with excitement. One hand suddenly jerked out, and a finger prodded into the side of Mary's ribs. A sharp pain shot into her lungs where the ribs had been broken. Potbottom's hand shot back to be clasped again by the other in their former position.
"Wake up! Wake up at once! Say something!"
"Morning," Mary said through her cracked and bulbous lips, then added, "Mr. Potbottom, sir, in a voice slurred and hardly above a whisper.
That's better, much better. You'll soon be well again, me dear.
He dry-soaked his hands.
Well enough for bread and water and a bit of lovely solitude in the coal hole.
He cackled.
Guilty of starting a riot, we is.
He clucked his tongue several times.
Now that be most wicked. Mr. Smoils don't like that, no we don't. Indeed, we don't tolerate no riot on God's ship.
Mary groaned and lifted the hand which was still fisted shut, and Tiberius Potbottom gasped and reeled back, thinking she might hit him, though she barely had strength sufficient to lift her arm.
No,
Mary rasped, and tried to lift and shake her head. But the pain of it was too much to bear, and she winced, and her head fell back, and her hand fell limply by her side.
No, says you. Yes, says I. Starting a riot. Now that be a most serious offence what will earn a flogging, if I be not mistaken. Surgeon Superintendent don't like that, no he don't. I'll vouch for that. Not like it, not one little bit.
Mary tried once again to move her head.
No,
she managed again. She was suddenly aware of a strange sound, and at the same time the vessel shuddered and then rolled slightly.
Wind?
Mary whispered.
Oh yes, wind. Glorious wind. God's breath is back with us, Mary Habakkus.
Tiberius Potbottom said triumphantly, then pushed his ugly little monkey face close to Mary's.
God is not mocked,
he said, spraying her face with his fierce spittle.
You have been punished, and he hath restored his precious breath to us.
Tears ran from Mary's swollen eyes, and she drew blood as she bit her top lip in an attempt to stop them. She did not want to show her physical pain, nor her confusion and agony of mind, to the creature perched on the stool beside her.
What's this then?
Potbottom asked suddenly. Mary made no attempt to look, thinking him to be making comment over her distress. Instead, she kept her lumpy eyes closed, fighting back the tears that threatened to grow into a desperate sobbing. They were stupid tears, tears that showed Potbottom that he'd won, that he'd broken her spirit. Tears for the past and the present and the future. Tears that washed over her awful life.
What be this I'm holding, eh?
Potbottom asked again, and this time his demanding, impatient tone caused Mary to open her one good eye. Tiberius Potbottom held up a prisoner's purse.
Never knows what you'll find when you looks, does you, me dear?
Mary's hand went instinctively to her cunny, but she knew before she reached it that her prisoner's purse was no longer hidden there. The brass tube Tiberius Potbottom held contained her 15 sovereigns, and Ikey's precious Waterloo medallion and chain, and Mary began to sob uncontrollably.
Shall we see what we've got then?
Potbottom said gleefully. His small hands twisted the brass cap, removed and upended it, tapping it into the centre of his palm.
Very curious, he said. It don't have nothing in it.
He tapped the tube once more in the same manner, then held it with the open end facing Mary. Potbottom raised his dark, bushy eyebrows, his tiny black eyes shining.
A pleasuring device, is it? A poor convict woman's comfort for the dark, lonely nights at sea?
Potbottom shook his head and clucked his tongue several times.
I don't think Mr. Smoils will take kindly to such a device. Not kindly at all.
He replaced the cap, and leaning over Mary, he placed the small metal tube on her chest. As he did so, Ikey's medallion fell from within his linen shirt and dangled on its chain directly above Mary's breasts. Then, without a further glance at the hapless, sobbing Mary, he scuttled out of the hospital, leaving her to contemplate the loss of everything she possessed in the world. Mary had secretly dared to hope that her life might change, that despite the hell of Van Diemen's Land, she would survive, and that something good, no matter how small, might come of it. Now she knew that she had been deluding herself all her life. In truth, the flame of her existence had been blown out the very moment she had been born. As she lay in the prison hospital, Mary craved emptiness, to feel nothing, to walk upon the earth as a shadow until death came as yet another misadventure upon her senseless life. Her past filled her up, taking possession of every corner of her soul, to make her life a dark, repugnant experience. Where others might have craved Christian salvation, Mary asked only for emptiness, for all feeling to be taken from her. She wanted neither God nor the devil, but what lay between. Without feeling, she told herself, she could continue to exist. With it, she wanted only to die. Soon her tears dried up. They were pointless. To cry was to mourn, and to mourn was to care, and caring was what had always destroyed her. She cursed her mouth and its ability to find trouble. Others knew their place and remained silent, with their heads bowed in obsequious obedience. It was her big mouth which had destroyed her life. If she could empty out all that had happened to her, she would grow silent forever, not be seen or heard, or be there at all, her lips frozen forever. But instead of emptiness, as Mary lay perfectly still, there grew slowly within her a great anger, and then through the anger came pain, a sharp throbbing in her left hand. She tried to ignore it, but it was too alive and demanding, and soon the pain within the centre of her hand burned as though it were a fire kindled there, a furnace of white heat expanding and filling her, roaring at the very centre of her being. She could no longer ignore it. Mary lifted her hand to within the line of her vision, and perceived for the first time that it was held tightly in a claw-like grip, its dark, twisted fingers resembling not a human hand, but an ugly, twisted knot. Within the knot, a searing, leaping, roaring flame called out to her for revenge. Mary attempted to open her hand, but the fingers would not respond to her will, and the pain caused by the effort brought her close to fainting. But she persisted, and after several minutes, her stiffened and contorted fingers broke loose sufficiently to reveal within them the small, knotted rag bundle containing her brass talons. Mary started to weep again, but this time with a sense of great relief, for she knew instinctively that she would recover, and that the odious little monkey creature had not broken her spirit. She knew that the hatred in her would restore her health, though to be God's or the devil's child she knew not, and cared even less. Chapter 18. Mary's punishment was not completed with her beating and admission to hospital. A week after being released, she was paraded on the prisoner's deck, and charged with causing a riot within the prison. This was too grave an offence for Tiberius Potbottom to resolve by the usual proxy of his prayerful master, and Joshua Smiles himself was required to preside. With the charge of inciting a riot, the safety of the ship had been placed in jeopardy, and the ship's master and those officers not on duty were required to be in attendance. A muster of all the prisoners was called mid-morning, with Mary standing with her head erect before the pale and mournful Smiles. The surgeon superintendent, as was his usual habit, was dressed completely in black. This colour included both his blouse and neckerchief, and a top hat of unusual height. The total effect gave him the appearance of being perhaps on stilts. He towered over the remainder of the prisoners, matrons, guards, and even the tallest of the ship's officers present, and Mary was seen to come not much above the waist of his frock coat. In a tone incurious to the consequence of his words, he read out the charges against Mary, and then, without raising his voice or heightening the inflections placed upon his words, he pronounced sentence. It was a noticeable contradiction to the blandness of his voice, that throughout his reading the surgeon superintendent on no single occasion looked up or at the prisoner, and his hands shook as though in a tremor as they held the paper from which he read.
Mary Abacus, I, Joshua Jeremiah Smiles, under the authority given to me by the Admiralty, and further, under the provisions of the Home Department, and in the name of His Majesty King George IV, sentence you to 25 strokes of the lash to be administered at one time, whereupon you shall have your hair shaved, and be placed in solitary confinement within the coal-hole, and shall remain there for 1 week, this to exclude the Sabbath. During this time you shall be given bread and water as your only sustenance. I further order that the sentence be carried out immediately by Mr. Tiberius Potbottom, and that all prisoners and those who be in charge of them, and therefore under my authority, shall bear witness to these proceedings.
There was a gasp from the prisoners. for even the whores felt great remorse at what they'd done to Mary.
"You bloody bastard!"
a voice shouted from the centre of the crowd.
"Who said that?"
Tiberius Potbottom called out, jumping up and down to try and see into the lines of assembled women.
"I did, you fucking ape!"
Anne Gower called as two guards moved into the crowd of suddenly thronging and excited women and grabbed her.
"You murderers!"
she shouted again as she was pulled away and led from the deck.
"May you rot in hell!"
A guard struck her on the side of the head with his truncheon, so that she fell to her knees and was dragged down the hatchway. Mary was placed over an empty barrel, her arms and legs held by the wrists and ankles, each limb by a separate male prison guard. The matron of the hospital, who had so recently nursed her back to health, was then required to fully expose her back. Mary was given a small square of folded cloth to place between her teeth. The sky above was brilliant blue, with no cloud to interrupt its surface, a storm having come up during the night so that the ocean and the sky seemed to shine in a world washed clean. The ship sailed steadily at 8 knots to a breeze from the southwest, its prow cutting majestically through the waves. Even the sun, though warm, was not torturous, the breeze cooling the deck where Mary lay sprawled over a barrel in preparation for the Botany Bay dozen, that is, 25 strokes of the lash.
This is the end of CD 9. The story will continue on CD 10. CD 10.
Potbottom stood over her, wielding the dreaded cat. He was so tiny that the lash, with its 3 knotted leather straps attached to a wooden handle, seemed too big in his hand. That he should have been allocated such a task was unusual in the extreme. Had such a need befallen a male convict ship, there would have been some person skilled in the use of the whip, but flogging was exceptionally rare on female convict ships, and no such expert existed on the Destiny 2. While Potbottom gleefully held onto the whip handle with both hands, he was not himself quite sure how it should be used for maximum effect. So he slapped it down upon the deck at his feet to get the hang and angle of its correct use. Meanwhile, Joshua Smiles produced from the pockets of his topcoat the 2 small knee cushions, Jesus and Saves, which he had carefully strapped to his legs so that the 2 words embroidered in red against a white canvas background might be clearly seen by all. With his back turned to Mary, and his eyes fastened upon the topgallant sail, he knelt upon the deck, having first respectfully removed his top hat and placed it beside him. Potbottom, the awkward whip in hand, observing the surgeon superintendent to clasp his hands in prayer, and then, no doubt by prearrangement, to briefly nod, brought the lash up above his shoulders and hard down upon Mary's back.
"O merciful God, forgive this poor wretch her transgressions."
Joshua Smiles loudly intoned, his voice directed upwards at the topgallant sail. He paused after delivering this single sentiment, then once more nodded, whereupon Potbottom again wielded the lash.
"O Lord Jesus, may she repent her sins and accept your merciful forgiveness."
Pause, nod, and Potbottom's lash came down a 3rd time. Thin welts like the beginnings of a spider's web now began to rise on Mary's back. Thus the prayers, the nods, and the whipping continued until the 25 strokes were completed. Mary's back was now bleeding profusely and covered with ugly welts, much to the satisfaction of Potbottom. Many of the convict women were weeping as Mary was lifted to her feet and the gag removed from her lips. Sobbing and sniffing, both her eyes still ringed purple from the beating she'd taken, her clawed and withered hands clasped to her trembling breast, Mary was in all appearance a most forlorn and heart-rending sight. Witnessing her misery and dejection, the convicts increased the volume of their weeping. Mary was pushed back onto her knees, and the prison matron stepped up to her and commenced to crop Mary's hair close to her scalp. The soft, pale hair fell to the deck, where a sudden zephyr blew it about and then carried it out to sea. When this initial cropping was completed, a bowl of soapy water was produced by one of the prison assistants, who proceeded to lather the hair remaining on Mary's head. The matron then exchanged her scissors for a cutthroat razor and shaved Mary's head, the uncaring blade removing the crusted scabs where her hair had been previously yanked out from her scalp, so that the blood, turned pink with the foamy lather, ran down Mary's face and neck. The howling of the convict women increased in intensity, and while prison guards drew closer with their truncheons at the ready, Potbottom jumped and skipped beside them, bringing the lash down upon the deck as a gleeful warning to any who would promote a further mischief. Mary was taken to the hospital and made to wash. Her uniform was stripped from her, and she was given an old and tattered garment to wear. It had been washed soft, ready to be used as a rag, and so brought some comfort to her burning back. When her blood-stained uniform was returned to the mess, a quarrel broke out among the whores, each of whom wanted to wash and repair it. Mary was then taken to the coal hole, the darkest and gloomiest part of the ship, where she was locked up with the supply of coal used in the vessel's kitchens. There is nothing as destructive to the mind as complete darkness and silence. If there be a hell, then eternal fire would come but a poor second to an eternity filled with complete solitude. For humans are gregarious creatures in the main, and not designed to be alone. Soon the will to live breaks down, and the mind ceases to see things rational and coherent. Instead, nightmares grow out of a darkness populated with beasts and demons and hobgoblins, with sharpened teeth and long, treacherous claws. It was most fortunate, therefore, that a prison guard, bringing Mary's ration of water and ship's biscuit, took pity on her and agreed to bring her abacus to her. Had it not been for this, the week spent in the coal hole might well have robbed Mary of her sanity. In the pitch darkness, she would work the beads until her fingers were raw. Her mind grew to memorize the numbers of red and black upon the wire rails, and she spent hours making the most bizarre calculations to keep her mental condition sharp. She knew the height and width and circumference of the dome of St. Paul's, and worked out the number of bricks it would have taken to build it. She knew the width and the length of the Mall, and estimated the size of a single cobblestone, whereupon she worked out the number of these contained in the entirety of this regal way. It was with this kind of foolishness that she remained fully possessed of her wits in the darkness and silence of the dreadful hole into which she had been cast. Sometimes Mary's hands became too painful, and she was forced to leave her abacus alone. When she did so, her mind became filled with the spectre of Tiberius Potbottom, who now possessed her luck. Mary was philosophical about the 15 gold sovereigns he had stolen from her, but this was not the case with the medal. Potbottom's wearing of Ikey's talisman was an abomination. The usurping of her future luck was not a robbery, but a snatching of her very soul. The legend inscribed upon it, "I shall never surrender," was a determination she now regarded as endowed to her, along with the luck it possessed. Mary told herself that without this talisman, her life upon the fatal shore was most surely doomed. She had convinced herself that without the determination it engendered, and the luck it brought as a consequence, she would be helpless. It also concerned her that in wearing the medal, Potbottom's own determination, the very power and potency of his evil, was greatly enhanced. Mary truly believed that what had befallen her on board ship was simply a continuation of her previous life. The destiny, too, was still, in her mind, English territory, thus resulting in English circumstance. The luck Ikey's talisman contained was hers for a foreign land, and remained Ikey's until she reached her destination. Lying in the darkness of the coal hole, Mary became obsessed with the urgency of retrieving the medal. For while Potbottom wore it around his neck, Ikey, wherever he might be, went unprotected. Furthermore, if she arrived in Hobart without the blessing of the golden charm, she would have no reason to live, her dreadful fate having been already sealed. Mary had a naturally observant nature, and now, as she lay in the dark, she tried to think of all the daily movements of Potbottom about the ship. She earnestly contemplated his habits, those small things which appeared consistent in his daily routine. Alas, she found that in contrast to his master, he was most gregarious, seldom alone or still for 1 minute at a time, and not at all consistent. At muster, in the hospital, or during bloody Passover, he was always amidst a group and the centre of attention. Into this daily routine Mary silently followed Potbottom in her mind, but never could she discover a time when he was on his own. And then she remembered that during her 2 days in the prison hospital, the hatch was unlocked an hour earlier than that of the prison itself, to allow Potbottom to enter. It was his habit to send the convict night assistant and the hospital assistant up on board, while on behalf of the surgeon superintendent, he made an inventory of the medication in the small dispensary. In fact, although this could not be known to Mary, what he was occupied in doing each morning was removing and packing the physic and medication prescribed and written in the ledger at the previous day's sick call or at the weekly bloody Passover. He would carefully remove from the dispensary the amounts prescribed for each treatment in the surgeon's ledger, packing the unused medicine into a small leather portmanteau. Then he would repair to his cabin, where the contents of the case would be added, each medication to its own type, to the stock already accumulated on the voyage. This contraband medicine, intended for the sick on board, would eventually be sold for a most handsome profit when the ship berthed in Rio de Janeiro. Potbottom also saw to it that some small part of the profit was paid to the hospital matron, a professed Christian, who had a most remarkable propensity to see no evil when to be blind was to her benefit. It was a foolproof method, for when the medical supplies remaining were checked by the authorities in Hobart Town against the surgeon superintendent's prescription ledger and subtracted from the amount placed on board at the port of embarkation, the amounts would tally perfectly. If any convict should complain to the authorities that she had not received medication for an illness, the hospital matron would swear that this was a lie. Furthermore, if a member of the crew or prison staff required attention while on board, they would be treated most generously with whatever physic was required, so that they would readily testify to the probity of the ship's surgeon and the diligence of its hospital matron. The dispensary was situated in a small cabin behind a bulkhead at the end of the hospital, and Mary, while recovering from the attack on her in the prison, had observed that Potbottom entered it alone each morning, leaving the door slightly ajar. He worked there unobserved, and at the same time allowed sufficient air into the tiny room, which lacked a porthole of its own. Mary tried to recall every detail of Potbottom's early morning entry. He had never spoken, which was unusual, for his busy cackle was as much a part of him as his quick, nervous movements. He was a prattler of exceptional talent, yet he would enter the hospital silently, and, Mary now realized, in a most agitated state, fumbled the key into the lock of the dispensary, as though he were on a most urgent mission. However, when some time later he emerged, he would be his usual vile self, cackling and quick-tongued, small cruel eyes sparkling as he stood at her berth to say something unpleasant. He would leave the hospital in a fine mood, delighted with himself, eager to embrace the task of making those around him afraid of the consequences of doing anything which might displease him. Mary's berth had been almost beside the door of the dispensary, and on the second morning in hospital, Potbottom had entered in an even more agitated state than usual. His arms were clasped tightly across his chest, and he shivered as though he were very cold. His tiny claws scratched with great irritation at the topmost part of his arms. Mary observed that his lips were cracked and without colour, a thin line of white spit bubbles stretching the length of his mouth. Feigning sleep, she watched as his hands fumbled to unlock the door to the dispensary. In his haste to enter, he left the door somewhat more ajar than usual, and by craning her neck, Mary could see into the tiny cupboard-sized cabin. Potbottom, his hands trembling, quickly mixed an amount of raw opium into a small glass container, into which he poured what looked to be a syrup from its distinctive blue bottle. Mary was most familiar with opium, it having come close in the past to taking her life. The syrup she took to be laudanum, a mixture of opium dissolved in alcohol, used by prostitutes on the way down. Only those most heavily addicted would think to use more opium in their laudanum, as she herself had done in that darkest time of her life. Mary watched as the surgeon's assistant hastily swallowed the liquid, and then waited, with eyes closed, for it to hit. She knew exactly how he felt. The jangled nerves suddenly straightened, the tension relaxed, and his mind and thoughts once more collected. The muscles of his arms and legs no longer jumped, and as his craving body received the devil's tonic, the dreadful itching under his skin mercifully melted away. Mary knew at once that Tiberius Potbottom was a helpless victim of the Oriental poppy, and judging from the amount of opium grains he'd mixed with the laudanum, he was greatly dependent upon its effects and well accustomed to its constant use. As Mary lay in the darkness of the coal hole, a plan slowly began to emerge in her mind. She prayed that some small part of all her future luck, the golden luck which now dangled around the little monkey's scrawny neck, might be granted to her on credit. Her prayers were directed at whomsoever cared to hear them. Whether God or the devil, she didn't much care. After her flogging and the week spent in isolation, Mary became the subject of great admiration among the convict women. They had greatly missed Mary reading to them in the hot afternoons, and the wry and cryptic comments she made about many of the morally uplifting books the Quakers had so generously supplied. Mary's readings of faraway places and of great journeys undertaken allowed for pictures to grow in their minds, and when she read of the lives of great men, for there were no biographies of women, the prisoners felt as though they too were part of the grand story of the human race, and not merely the scum and sweepings of a society which had rejected them. The children on board would clamour around her the moment she was free from her work, plucking at her skirt.
"Please, Mistress Mary, a story,"
they would beg, pestering her until she would relent and gather them around her in a corner of the deck and read to them from Gulliver's Travels or from the books left for children by the Quakers. Mary would also sometimes talk of the great journey they were themselves making. She would recount it not as though it were themselves taking part, but as if it had happened to a group of intrepid adventurers, cast adrift and sailing at the merciless whim of the winds to the outer reaches of the universe. Mary's story filled them with pride and hope at their own resolve, and told how the women in this strange and magnificent adventure would one day tame a wild land. Their eyes would shine as she envisaged how they would make this wild frontier a safe place for their sons and daughters, who would be free men and women, possessed of handsome looks, sturdy of body and mind, prosperous in every circumstance. Mary had also taken on the task of running the school for those who wished to learn to read and write, and her pupils, including the 11 children on board, had missed her greatly. For while Mary was a strict taskmistress, they had almost all progressed, and took great confidence from the new light which was beginning to shine within their minds. Potbottom insisted that Mary still be allocated the most menial of tasks for her morning duties. She persuaded the matron of the prison hospital to allow her to be a cleaner, this being in return for reading religious tracts to the patients for half an hour each day. The matron, Mrs. Barnett, readily agreed, as Mary had been prepared to accept the most onerous of tasks, to clean out the water closets and to act as the laundry maid. Mrs. Barnett had no cause to be suspicious, as Mary's request was a common one, given that rations for the sick were greatly superior to the food served to the other prisoners, and included preserved tinned vegetables and rice. Those prisoners who were fortunate enough to work in the prison hospital would sometimes benefit from the scraps and scrapings left in the pots or on the plates. Or, on a propitious day, they might come upon half a mug of beefy broth with golden gobbets of fat swimming on its surface, or a portion of food left by a patient who was too poorly disposed to eat. In contrast to their usual fare, which consisted of salted beef or pork, or a helping of plum pudding, all of which was served with a portion of weevilly ship's biscuit, the heavenly taste of an ounce of tender preserved beef, a mouthful of peas, or a spoonful of rice gathered a few grains at a time from several plates, was well worth the lowliest task required in the hospital. Mary soon ingratiated herself with Mrs. Barnett, who mistook her beautiful readings of the religious tracts to mean that Mary had seen the light and had herself embraced the Lord. Such was the tenderness of her rendering of the gospel, that often those who lay sick in the hospital would weep openly for their sins and beg to be granted God's forgiveness. Mary, who could see no harm in it, would happily grant salvation to those who so earnestly sought it. But when one of her redeemed souls passed away from bronchial pneumonia, she worried that her credentials as a salvationist might not be acceptable at the heavenly portals, and that the poor woman might be sent elsewhere. Matron Barnett, impressed with Mary's sanctity, and often enough herself brought to tears by the readings, soon came to see her in an entirely new light. Mary was taken off cleaning the hospital closets, excused from laundry duties, and made a convict assistant to the matron. It required only one small step for Mary to be allowed to be the convict assistant who slept in the prison hospital at night. And this privilege was soon enough granted her by the redoubtable Mrs. Barnett. Mary had managed, in the space of 4 weeks, and on the eve of the ship's arrival at the port of Rio, to find herself exactly where she needed to be when Potbottom entered the prison hospital each morning. All she now needed was a few moments' access to the dispensary. The ship lay anchored at sea, and then sailed into Rio harbour with the evening tide, as the sun set over the magnificent mountains that rose above the bay. The prisoners were allowed a brief glimpse of this paradise before they were sent below. The hatches closed while the jack-tars stood with the hawsers and the capstans. They would stay a week to make repairs and take fresh supplies on board. Of this land of church bells and beautiful dark-skinned people, of bright parrots and macaws and baskets laden with exotic fruit, the hapless convict women would see nothing. They would spend the entire time in the convict prison with the hatches closed. Fortunately, they benefited from excellent beef and fresh vegetables and fruit. In fact, all the fruit they could eat, so that Rio became for them a place of fruit. They tasted the exotic mango and the pink-fleshed guava, supped on melons with tiny jet-black pips set into blood-red meat, and gorged on papaya, a fruit with a soft, sweet orange flesh that proved most calming and efficacious to constipation and agreeable to the digestion. At night, across the water, they could hear the drums beating out a rhythm that sent the blood racing, and sometimes, if they lay awake late at night, a lone troubadour would come to the dockside, and with an instrument resembling a mandolin, play love songs in the strange, haunting language of the Portuguese. Playing to the silent ship, his brown, naked chest, dark hair and seductive smile, all glimpsed in the moonlight by those who were fortunate enough to have a porthole facing the dockside above their berth, invited them to indulge with him in hot, tropical love-making. The convict women allowed that Mary should take her position at the porthole closest to the singer, so that she might tell of him in future days, and weave his songs, laughter, and the soft, sensuous swinging of his hips into her stories as they journeyed onwards to the hell of Van Diemen's Land. Rio would always remain in Mary's mind as a place of exotic fruit, love songs, and of a young man of giant stature and ebony beauty. On the evening of the final night in Rio, for the Destiny too would sail on the morning tide, the captain and surgeon superintendent were dining ashore with the British consul, when the police brought to the ship a cartload of 7 sailors who had been gathered from the premises of a notorious brothel on the Rua do Ouvidor. They had been in a fight, and from all appearances had received the worst part of it. Their blouses were red with blood from multiple lacerations to their bodies. Potbottom had also gone ashore, ostensibly to sell the prisoners' quilts and handiwork, and was not yet returned to the ship. The only medical authority on board was Mrs. Barnett, who was summoned by the officer of the watch and instructed to make the hospital ready. Mrs. Barnett called at once for all assistance, which included the convicts who worked in the hospital, and so Mary was called to duty. The men were in an advanced state of drunkenness, having consumed greatly of the local firewater, the deadly aguardiente, and had not yet come to their senses or seen how badly lacerated and beaten they were. Great confusion reigned in the hospital as the matron tried to clean away the blood and stitch and dress the stab wounds. Mary too was kept busy as several of the jack-tars started to vomit. She was on her hands and knees, cleaning up beside the dispensary door, when she observed it to be open. Mrs. Barnett had rushed in to fetch medication, and in her haste to get back to the injured sailors had left the door ajar. Mary glanced quickly around to see the whereabouts of the matron and her assistants, and observing that they all had her backs to her, she hurriedly entered the dispensary. The candle the matron had earlier lit was still glowing, so she lifted it and quickly found what she wanted, the blue bottle she'd seen Potbottom use. She sniffed it and established immediately that it was laudanum. Mary soon found the pewter box from which the surgeon's assistant had obtained the opium, and she transferred a sufficient quantity into the bottle of laudanum to make a most powerful mixture, in fact twice the strength she'd observed Potbottom make for himself. No more than a minute had elapsed before she was back on her knees cleaning the hospital decking some distance from the dispensary door, only to see Mrs. Barnett enter the dispensary, blow out the candle, and lock the door. Should the matron's life depend on it, she would have sworn that no person but herself had entered the dispensary. It took several hours to attend to the wounded men before they were dispatched back to their own apartments on the ship. Mrs. Barnett and her hospital assistants were in a state of extreme fatigue, and when Mary had made them a cup of tea, she bade them good night and returned to the prison. The hospital contained no prisoners at that time, as none had been poorly disposed with the ship's arrival in Rio. This meant Mary could not sleep in the hospital, and she dared not ask Mrs. Barnett for fear that she might refuse, or worse still, agree, and then remember later that Mary had been the only one within the hospital when Potbottom arrived in the morning. Mary wondered desperately how she might be at hand when Potbottom arrived, without causing any suspicion, but could think of no way to bring this about, as the prison hatches were opened a full hour after those of the hospital. The solution she chose was simple enough, but fraught with the danger of discovery. She climbed the stairs leading to the hatchway, making sure that the sound of her footsteps on the ladder was clearly audible. At the open hatchway, she sat upon the topmost step and quickly removed her boots, whereupon she climbed silently downwards again, and into the hospital, concealing herself under one of the berths adjacent to the stairway. After a short while, Mary saw the feet of the weary women pass, and heard them climb towards the hatchway. Shortly afterwards, she heard the bolt slide behind them. In the dark, she removed her prisoner's purse from its snug hiding place, and took from it the 4 brass talons, which she now fitted, 2 to each hand. It was nearly dawn, and she would have less than 2 hours to wait until Potbottom arrived at 7 to attend to his urgent need for the fruit of the Chinese poppy. Mary must have dozed off, for she awoke to the sound of the bolt being pulled back, and then she heard the slight creak of the hinges as the hatch was pulled upwards. Her heart was suddenly beating so hard that she felt sure Potbottom must hear it, as one might a drum on the dockside at Rio de Janeiro. His tiny feet soon scuttled past where she lay, and she could hear, though not see him, fumbling with the key as he unlocked the door to the dispensary. She hadn't long to wait, perhaps no more than 2 or 3 minutes, when she heard what sounded like a loud gasp, followed shortly thereafter by a dull thud, as Potbottom hit the deck. Mary crawled out from under the berth and crept silently to the dispensary door. Potbottom lay with the top half of his body outside the small room, as though he had turned to leave just as the effects of the opium hit. Mary bent over him and peeled back his eyelids, observing that his pupils had constricted and his dark eyes showed no movement. She shook him several times, but he was as limp as a wet mop. Potbottom was unconscious. Mary rolled Potbottom onto his stomach, being careful to place his head to the side so that he could continue to breathe. Then she removed the talons from her left hand, and lifting his head slightly, she took the chain and medallion from around his neck and clasped it to her bosom. The feel of the precious medallion in her hand was too much to bear, and tears ran from Mary's eyes. There is something perverse in the nature of humans, stubborn and quite nonsensical to the intelligence, where we will do something impulsive which may culminate in the most dire consequences, but which at the time we cannot seem to prevent. It is an action of the heart which temporarily overpowers any recourse to the head. Mary, her luck restored to her in the form of the Waterloo medallion, had need only to make her escape. Should Potbottom regain consciousness, he would have no cause to be suspicious, or even, in the unlikely circumstances that he should be, would have no way of proving that the dosage had been tampered with, without revealing his own addiction. Mary had committed the perfect crime, providing she could escape from the prison hospital unobserved, and conceal herself until morning muster, where she would simply join the other women prisoners on deck. She wiped the tears from her eyes, and was about to remove the brass talons from her right hand, when she looked down again at Potbottom's unconscious form. All the anger and humiliation he had caused her suddenly coalesced within her breast, as though it were a great fist which squeezed her heart. Mary took the remaining talons from her right hand and placed them on the deck beside the body where she'd left the others. Now she rolled Potbottom onto his back, quickly unbuttoned the front of his worn and greasy frock coat, and opened it wide, whereupon she rolled him back onto his stomach. She then stripped the sleeves from his limp arms and pulled off the jacket. Mary was panting loudly, both from the effort of manhandling him and from her tremendous fury. She laid the coat aside and pulled the dirty blouse he wore from the top of his breeches and lifted it high over his back and the back of his head. This action completely exposed his back, and with it the hump, which now seemed larger than when it was concealed beneath his coat. Mary was whimpering as she replaced the talons onto her left hand, and with them she drew a long, deep stroke across Potbottom's back, weeping afresh with a volatile mixture of anger, spite, and despair. She was doing to someone else what had been so often done to her. Coldly, precisely, she carved 25 lines across the surgeon assistant's hairy back, in a random criss-cross fashion, sparing not even the ugly hump.
That be your 25 lashes back, Tiberius Potbottom. God has not marked you here.
Mary laughed, though somewhat hysterically, for she felt no humour in it.
That be one stroke for every whore aboard, and one for me, you cruel bastard. That be our botany pay dozen.
Panting with the emotional effort, Mary began to weep softly as the anger left, completely spent by her revenge. After a few moments, Mary ceased crying, sensing her own imminent danger. She sniffed and wiped her nose on the sleeve of her smock. She now felt strangely calm, and pulled Potbottom's blouse down over his back, tucking the ends neatly into his broad leather belt. Bright crimson designs of a random pattern seeped through the dirty cloth. Mary could feel the ship moving as she lifted Potbottom to a seated position so that he was propped against a berth. She then calmly returned his jacket to his person, buttoning it up as before and adjusting his neckerchief, whereupon she laid him back with his broken little buckled boots placed within the door of the dispensary. The remainder of his body was lying within the main cabin of the hospital. Then she took the bottle in which she'd mixed the opium and the laudanum, and emptied what remained of its contents in the slop bucket, and stepping over her victim, returned it to the shelf in the dispensary. Mary then quickly checked that Potbottom was still breathing, and gathering up the 2 remaining talons, left by climbing up through the open hatchway onto the deck, where she threw the vicious brass claws over the side. The rising sun caught the small brass objects, and for a moment the wicked claws winked, and then fell into the trough of a wave. It was a small enough thing to do, and some might say Mary was simply destroying the evidence of her perfidy, but this was not the case. With the dreaded hooks went the past, that dark, hard passage of time, which was not of Mary's making. Ahead lay another life, and though Mary would enter her new land in captivity, she felt herself to be free at last. The Destiny, too, had reached the entrance to the harbour between Fort San Juan and Fort Santa Cruz, so that the crew's attention was to the foredeck, looking out to sea. With the prisoners still below decks, there was no one to observe her as she moved aft. Mary moved rapidly to the stern of the vessel, and up onto the poop deck, where, as soon as the vessel was safely out to sea, morning muster would take place. She squeezed behind 2 barrels lashed to the deck, and crouched there. High above her, a flock of macaw parrots flew across from the headland, their brilliant plumage flashing in the early morning sun. Mary could see the high peak of the Sugarloaf above the sweep of the bay, and the dark green jungle which grew upon its slopes, and almost to the pinnacle of the great mountain. She would always remember the immense height of the tropical sky, and its infinite blueness, so much sharper, brighter, fiercer than the English sky. Potbottom was not missed at morning muster, for it was not unknown for him to be absent. But he would always surface later when sick call was made directly after muster, and those prisoners hoping to escape for a few days of improved rations remained behind on the poop deck endeavouring to persuade Mrs. Barnett, or even the ship's surgeon, that they were right poorly disposed. On the morning of sailing from Rio, Joshua Smiles had himself attended the sick call, and it had been assumed that Potbottom must have returned from ashore in the early hours of the morning and was still abed. But when the surgeon superintendent asked for him, a guard was sent to rouse him from his cabin. However, before the guard could return, one of the hospital assistants came up to the poop deck, and from her demeanour she was seen to be most distressed. She went directly to Mrs. Barnett, but because the surgeon was busy with his ear to the chest of one of the convict women, the matron hushed her attempt to talk by placing a finger to her lips. When Joshua Smiles withdrew his ear, the assistant, a rather fat young girl with an ugly pock-marked face, was wringing her hands and blurted out,
"Mr. Smiles, excuse I, sir. Mr. Potbottom be dead on hospital floor."
It took several hours before Tiberius Potbottom regained consciousness. In truth, he had been conscious a full hour before he allowed that this be known, by which time he was aware, both from the pain and from the talk about him, of the mutilated condition of his back. Joshua Smiles, more pale than usual and in a state of considerable distress, sat beside him praying, imploring the Lord Jesus to save his precious and diligent servant. By the time Potbottom was prepared to squeeze the hand of his mentor to indicate his return to life, he had well grasped the nature of his own dilemma, and had concocted a story which explained his situation in the dispensary. This took several hours to emerge, and came out in half-coherent snatches, whether due to his latent condition or a deliberate ploy is not known. By the end of that day he told a story of having been given some strange draught.
"In one of them bodegas what they's got, and where I stopped to partake of a bowl of strong black coffee what they serves with the juice of the cane plant."
"Mescaline," Joshua Smiles announced triumphantly. "The juice from cacti, a most stupefying narcotic. They put mescaline in your coffee."
"That be dead right, Mr. Smiles, sir,"
Potbottom exclaimed, delighted to have a name to add to his plot.
"Mescaline, eh? That be for sure, as I were not aware of what befell me after, save to know that me purse be stolen, and a valuable gold chain and medal were taken from about me neck. Though how this came about, I truly cannot say. I awoke in me own cabin in the early part of the morning, not knowing how I got to the ship, and with me head pounding something horrible and feeling in every part a great discomfort."
"And the lacerations to your back? Can you perchance venture as to how they happened?" the surgeon asked.
"That I can't, sir. How it come about I haven't the slightest knowledge of,"
Potbottom replied, and then continued where he'd left off.
"But I looks at me watch, what I had the good sense to leave aboard, and sees it be time for me to attend dispensary."
Potbottom looked up beguilingly.
"As is, of course, me daily duty, and one which I takes most conscientiously."
"Indeed, we are all most grateful for your diligence, Mr. Potbottom," Mrs. Barnett said. Potbottom ignored her remark and continued.
"I makes me way to the hospital. When I perceived me back were hurting something horrible, so I goes to make a physic of anodyne for the pain, like."
He looked soulful.
"That be all I remembers. Nothing more till I feels your blessed hand in mine."
Potbottom choked back a tear.
"And here's your generous prayers to the Almighty for me safe recovery, sir."
"God has been good, Mr. Potbottom. He has restored you to us to continue your good works among the heathen and the rapscallions." Joshua Smiles paused and slowly shook his head, and a small smile played upon his lips. "We are all mightily blessed by his glory and compassion." He clasped his hands together, and looking up at the bulkhead, as though the Almighty could be clearly seen seated upon its heavy crossbeam, commenced to pray loudly and fervently, giving thanks for the recovery of God's most precious child, Tiberius Potbottom. Mary's luck had held. Potbottom, whatever he thought, could make no open inquiries as to his misadventure, for fear that his addiction to opium be discovered. While he subjected Mary to a great deal more persecution, confiscating her twice-weekly ration of port, and sending her back to work in the prison closets, and to scrubbing and holy-stoning the interior of the prison and the decks, he could find no way of proving that she was the one who had brought about his undoing. At each subsequent bloody Passover, he had subjected Mary to the indignity of a front and rear inspection, though he was unable to discover the whereabouts of the chain and medallion. Once, when he had undertaken a surprise medical inspection, he had found her prisoner's purse and confiscated it, only to find it disappointingly empty. In fact, Mary had removed the sole of her boot, hollowing it out and placing her precious luck within it. She wore her boots all day, and at night, as was the habit of the prisoners, she tied them about her neck so that they would not be stolen. Weeks of great tedium passed, as the Destiny 2 neared her destination, the tiny ship often climbing to the crest of waves that saw it 100 feet above the level of the ocean, and then sinking into the trough of a great wave where the ocean rose to the height of the topmast. The great swells of the Indian Ocean caused many to return to their previous seasickness, but they were fortunate that they did not encounter a great storm at sea. Of the trip, it can be said that it was not remarkable but typical of any other transport carrying female convicts. 2 prisoners had died, an aged woman who was said to have a condition of the heart, and an infant only just weaned, who had come aboard with bronchial pneumonia. They were most ceremoniously buried at sea, with a consideration they had not known in their mortal lives. Perhaps the one thing that might be said to have been remarkable about the voyage was the schooling Mary had given during the hot afternoons. Though schooling was encouraged on convict ships, it was usually conducted by an educated free passenger or the surgeon superintendent. It achieved good, though often somewhat dubious results, for the art of reading was often construed as having been achieved when a prisoner could recite a psalm while holding the Bible and appearing to be reading from it. Mary's teaching was different, for she taught the rudiments of writing as well as reading, insisting on phonetics until her pupils could identify each letter with a sound and connect them with another to make a word. By the time they had reached their destination, 55 of the 126 female prisoners who had come on board without a knowledge of reading would disembark with an ability to read individual words from a page and connect them aloud and continuously to make sense. Though this was done slowly and often with great movement of their lips and expostulations of breath, it was nevertheless the precious gift of the printed word. Thus Mary, though the surgeon's report would place her in a most reprehensible light, was regarded by the female prisoners as a person of goodness, the best most of them had encountered in all of their unfortunate lives, while the children openly loved her. She was not the sort of pious personage they had been accustomed to regard as a saint, some creature whom they might have seen within the configurations of a stained-glass window, with an aura about her head, clad in a diaphanous gown, with her feet floating above the ground. Or some curate's daughter who saw her cunning only as an affliction and a shame, and not as a delight. Nor did she resemble in the least the Quakers of the Ladies' Committee. Mary was like themselves, hardened by the vicissitudes of a poverty-stricken life, though unlike themselves not beaten by it. She was a woman who spoke her mind, had a tongue as harsh and foul as many, but who could not be easily led, and who intuitively knew her own mind at all times. She could laugh and cry with the best of them, and most importantly of all, she showed that she believed in them. Mary had demanded their attention at learning, and had done so with a mixture of patience, encouragement, mockery, harsh words, and foul language. The stories she read to them over the long hot afternoons had opened their minds, and her great spoken story of their own voyage across the seas to the furthest ends of the earth had given them hope for the future. The women would be eternally grateful to Mary for bringing light into their lives where before there was only ignorance and darkness. On their last night at sea, Anne Gower called all to attention in the prison.
"We has one last duty to perform afore we goes ashore tomorrow, ladies,"
Anne Gower shouted.
"Would you be kind enough to be upstanding, then?"
The women climbed from their berths and stood jam-packed within the corridor, smiling and nudging each other, for what they knew was about to happen.
"Afore we goes to God knows where in the morning, we has a crowning to do."
Anne Gower then produced a crown, made from paper mashed with flour, covered most decorously in cloth sewn about with small diamond-shaped patches for the rich jewels. It was embroidered with tiny flowers, bluebells and crocus, daisy and honeysuckle, garlands of cottage roses, and all the flowers of England. Many loving hands had worked on the crown in secrecy, and with great skill, to fashion it quite perfectly. Anne Gower held the beautiful crown high above her head for all to see, and they sighed with the pleasure of their own creation.
"Mary Abacus, we crowns you Her Royal Highness Queen Mary, Queen of Van Diemen's Land."
There was much clapping and laughter as Anne Gower placed the crown upon Mary's head.
"Blimey, it don't half grow fast, do it?"
she said, pointing to Mary's scraggy fair hair, now 2 inches grown about her head, and a most unsightly thing to behold.
Soon be able to braid that, you will, honest.
She looked about her and shouted once again.
Never were a crown what was better deserved to an head.
There was a roar of approval from the prisoners, and Anne Gower waited for it to die down before addressing Mary.
One question, please, your most gracious majesty. How come Potbottom got 25 beautiful, deep and permanent stripes upon his back? Be it a coincidence that it be the same number as there is oars on board, plus counting your good self?
There was a loud gasp from the surrounding women, and then an excited murmur.
Shh!
Anne Gower called, and waited for the excitement of this new speculation to die down.
Be it also a coincidence that you was called from the prison to do duty in the hospital that very night, and that we knows about your talons of brass?
There was a hush, as everyone waited for Mary to answer. She was silent for a good while, the beautiful crown resting on her head. Then she looked up, and her lovely green eyes seemed to dance with the mischief of her thoughts.
I can't say as I knows, and I can't say as I doesn't know. It be a secret, Anne Gower.
She paused, and then gave a little laugh.
A royal secret. What's treason to tell about?
There was much laughter and banter at this reply, and Mary had never felt as loved or wanted. She knew herself to be a leader, and now she also knew she had the courage to demand from life more than she had hitherto been given. She looked at the women surrounding her. Like them, she was going into a new life, and fate would play its hand, but she was different from them too. She would make her own luck, for she had seen the distant shore, not as a place of servitude, but as a conquest, a place to be taken with a full heart, where the shadows of the past were leached out by a brighter sun. She would live under a higher sky washed a more brilliant blue, a heaven against which green parrots flashed like emeralds. She could make something of this place. Tomorrow, when the Destiny 2 sailed the last leg of the voyage up the